Introduction. Chen traversed to the conclusion of the Game of Thrones, intending to embark on a grand construction project in the north while nurturing a romantic affair with his idealized goddess, Queen Sansa Stark. However, he found himself relentlessly hunted by a myriad of malevolent entities from Essos, including cursesingers, blood witches, shadowbinders, and shadow assassins. To make matters worse, Jon Snow, exiled to the far north, inexplicably fell under the control of dark sorcery and came seeking trouble. Additionally, Arya Stark, the little vixen, unexpectedly became a source of annoyance for him. Being a hero is no easy task, and winning the heart of a queen is even more formidable. One must possess extraordinary abilities to achieve such feats. Thus, Chen embarked on a fantastical journey of retaliation. Prologue. It is over. King's Landing has been reduced to ashes, and the adversaries have been obliterated. All crises seem to have concluded, culminating with the dragon carrying away the body of Daenerys Targaryen. But is it truly over? Do you believe it will end? As the sun sets, it shall rise again in Westeros. Families may fall, yet successors will emerge when the resplendent crown is cast aside. Others will eagerly seize a Valyrian steel, swords continue to gleam with cold light, and they are never devoid of brave souls to wield them. Unless there is complete annihilation, a day of true conclusion shall never dawn. As Tyrion Lannister began to rebuild King's Landing amidst the ruins, he furiously realized that his fervent passion and meager compassion were but a jest on this continent. Few cared for whom he labored, fewer still acknowledged the toil he invested, and none truly comprehended his anguish and helplessness. People only desired what they wished, for discontent arose from unfulfilled desires, and even when satisfied, they would demand more. Witnessing the hateful glares and the clenching of weapons, Tyrion Lannister suddenly discerned that while the politics of power were brutal, it was, at least for now, the most effective means of governance. He began to ponder earnestly whether his encouragement of Jon Snow to slay Daenerys Targaryen was the right choice, and if supporting Bran Stark's ascension to the throne was indeed a rational decision. The intelligent and beautiful Sansa Stark, filled with excitement, walked along the crimson carpet and solemnly ascended the throne. Yet she suddenly realized that, apart from herself, nearly everyone else awaited the conclusion of the ceremony to hasten into the banquet hall for meager bread. The food was prepared, yet it was far from the sumptuous feast anticipated. Rather, it was disappointingly sparse and inadequate. Years of slaughter and plunder had nearly decimated all provisions, clothing was limited, walls had crumbled, and houses lay in ruins, livestock had perished, trade was disrupted, disease ravaged, and corpses littered the ground. The able-bodied were few, leaving the elderly, women, and children powerless to cultivate the land. Countless dilemmas pressed against her chest like a spear. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. The one seated at the pinnacle holds not only esteem and power, but also responsibility and contest. She must shield all from the storms and seek refuge, otherwise she shall not be a worthy queen. First and foremost, the matters of sustenance and attire present both simplicity and complexity. Jon Snow stood solitary upon the lofty, snow-capped peaks of the north, gazing day and night at the place where the dragon was born. As he plunged the cold dagger into Daenerys Targaryen's heart, witnessing her lifeless gaze fade into darkness, his soul was irrevocably cursed by the divine. A cursed soul is shrouded in darkness, destined to languish in the abyss of suffering for the remainder of its existence. The lines between right and wrong, loyalty and betrayal, justice and evil, goodness and folly are eternally blurred, eluding the grasp of clarity. Time has the power to obliterate everything, yet it can also transform all, and humanity possesses the ability to recreate anew. Thus, he has arrived. Chapter 1. Forbidden Spells, Divine Sword, and Sacred Fire Pool. Asshai. In a land of shadows, the sky looms like a vast black curtain, casting a pall over all that lies beneath. Here, sunlight never graces the ground. It is a place of ill omen, where those who dare to traverse its expanse are invariably met with the curses of mages, leading to bizarre and tragic ends. Within this desolate expanse lies the ancient temple of R'hlloro, the god of light, heart of the sacred flame, deity of shadows and fire. As a divinity upon the continent of Essos, it is only fitting that he commands reverence, yet it is merely the bias of the local spellcasters, male witches, shadowbinders, and blood sorcerers who wish to keep the mundane from disturbing the god of light. In a haunting canyon, dragon eggs lie scattered at intervals, some the size of a fist, others as large as a head, and some akin to barrels. Their surfaces are ensheathed in pale green scales, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. These eggs were birthed by dragons eons ago. Since the last dragon rider of House Targaryen succumbed to the corruption of the Dark God, not only did all dragons perish, but no one has been able to inherit the dragon riding magic, rendering these eggs mere fossils. Yet, after millennia, it was Daenerys, with her Targaryen blood of gold, who awakened the dragons, allowing them to soar once more in the skies. However, the mother of dragons now lay amidst the scattered eggs. A Valyrian dagger, its hilt black, remained embedded in her chest, the blade piercing nearly through her form. The one who thrust the dagger into her heart was none other than her beloved nephew, Jon Snow, revered across Westeros. Every soul finds its destined home, as ordained by fate. Drogon, the last of the great dragons, carried Daenerys' lifeless body from King's Landing to her place of eternal rest. Perhaps this was her rightful sanctuary. The dragon reclined, its coconut-sized eyes filled with sorrow and despair as they gazed upon Daenerys' corpse. Suddenly, it raised its head and roared skyward, its mighty cries reverberating through the land of shadows. Before long, the Master of Five Tones approached with his 8 disciples. The aged figure of the Master, blind and with sunken eyes framed by a mane of white hair, evoking a chill in the hearts of those who beheld him. He leaned on a black cane made of dragon-date wood, atop which danced a golden stinging bee. It is said that anyone stung by this bee would walk incessantly for 3 days and nights, undeterred by cliffs or lakes. "The Dragon Queen has returned," remarked Arthur, the emaciated first disciple, resembling a withered branch. "The last dragon tamer of House Targaryen has perished. She was a girl with silver hair." The Master of Harmonies stood beside the corpse, his blind eyes gazing quietly. The golden bee flitted around the body, seemingly in search of something. "Take her to the sacred flame pool," he commanded. Arthur, taken aback, replied, "She has been dead for a long time. Why should we bathe her in the sacred flame?" "The mother of dragons, a child favored by the divine, deserves the grace of the King of Light," the Master of Harmony stated. One of the 8 disciples extended an arm, cradling the corpse, and slowly made their way toward the temple. The temple of the King of Light was barren, save for a central pool radiating dazzling flames. These flames were not born of burning wood, but rather the sacred fire bestowed by the King of Light, its tranquil blaze akin to smooth waters. The temple had been renovated countless times, yet the sacred fire in the pool had not extinguished for millennia. At the center of the pool stood a sword, a flame, embedded there for thousands of years. Legend has it that only Azor Ahai reborn could withdraw this divine blade, once wielded to vanquish the others from the sacred flame. Centuries ago, darkness enveloped the earth, and the hero Azor Ahai was chosen to battle the long night. Unflagging, Azor Ahai spent 49 days and nights forging a sword, yet when he plunged it into water to cool, it shattered. A man of relentless resolve, he toiled for 79 additional days and nights to craft a blade even sharper and more exquisite. But when he thrust this sword into the heart of a lion to cool, it too broke apart. After 3 days and nights of contemplation, he finally grasped the reason behind his failures. Thus, he devoted 99 days and nights to temper a new sword. He then summoned his beloved wife, bidding her to open her breast, and drove the burning blade into her beating heart. He too pierced his own chest, merging their blood, souls, spirits, and strength into the sword, ultimately creating the divine blade known as Lightbringer. Though the hero has long since departed, his spirit and will linger in the world. The 8 disciples, solemnly bearing Daenerys' lifeless body, stood at the edge of the sacred flame pool, chanting incantations before casting her into the flames. As they beheld Daenerys' body floating amidst the sacred fire, unburned and undrowned, an astonished gasp escaped their lips. The flames of the sacred pool appeared devoid of heat, incapable of igniting any material. Yet, anything that fell within, be it solid stone or steel, would instantaneously turn to ash. Remarkably, Daenerys' body, with the exception of her garments and adornments, remained untouched by the flames. She lay in the sacred flame pool, as if a white wax figure adrift upon a crimson surface. "She is the unburnt. The flames of the dragon dance in her honor," intoned the Master of Five Harmonies. Arthur inquired, "Will she remain forever ensconced in the sacred fire pool? Perhaps, or maybe the King of Light has other intentions. What shall we do then?" The Master of Five Harmonies slowly took a seat. Arthur, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern. As the time for the Millennium Curse's release approaches, the sorcerers and magi in the city of Ashar stir restlessly, eager to unleash their powers upon the world. If no one draws forth the sword of light to quell their ambitions, chaos may ensue. With closed eyes, the master replied, "Are you not aware that the ancient whites, who should not have awakened after a millennium, have indeed risen? It was not our redrobed sorceress, Melisandre, who vanquished them. The affairs of the world are akin to the ebb and flow of water and fire. Where there is life, there is also decay. Darkness shall descend, yet light will emerge." Arthur sat in silence, absorbing his words. The 8 disciples encircled the sacred fire pool, solemnly reciting the decree of the King of Light. "The long summer has passed, the stars weep blood. Darkness and cold shall shroud the world. Water shall cease to flow, and which shall no longer grow. The sacred fire erupts. The divine sword is born. It is the herald of light, destined to pierce the darkness and frost." The deep chant resonated with solemnity and mystery. The air stirred, forming an ethereal circle that flowed gently above the sacred fire pool. Daenerys Targaryen's naked corpse lay tranquil, resembling a sacred portrait spread upon the flames. The dagger embedded in her chest had been instantaneously incinerated, leaving only a portion of her body, the wound appearing as if ink had been heavily brushed across it. The blazing divine sword stood resolutely within the sacred fire, like an unchanging sculpture. In the distant, haunting valley, a dragon lay quietly, the light in its eyes slowly dimming. Beside its unclosed maw rested Daenerys' silver ring. Chapter 2. A Twist of Fate. Arya Stark stood atop the ship's prow, gazing at the distant sea. A unique blade, needle, hung at her right side, while the hilt of a dragon-glass dagger, the catspaw, was sheathed at her left. Though she was not tall, and her physique lacked robustness, her small frame stood erect like a spear when she stood. Her hands were invariably clasped behind her back, akin to a general confident in her strategy. Her gaze was resolute and keen, seemingly capable of piercing the armor of any warrior. Few could withstand the intensity of her stare. Her short black hair was always tightly bound at the back of her head. She would never allow it to grow long and be styled like her sister Sansa Stark, nor would she adorn it with golden threads cascading down her back. Her attire was perpetually practical and unencumbered. She eschewed long skirts and loose garments, and would never don any jewelry or adornments. Her rationale was simple. She would not allow superfluous items to hinder her movements. As an assassin, Arya understood how to maintain her best condition and preferred the simplest, most functional attire. She was both a born killer and a natural warrior. Character indeed shapes behavior. This adage holds true. Arya Stark possesses an innate warrior spirit. The bow and arrow were crafted for her, and the sword forged in her honor. Thus, she is averse to partaking in any pursuits deemed suitable for women. With the Valyrian dagger at her waist, she delivered the fatal blow to the Night King, though the decisive strike was ultimately executed by Bran Stark. Yet, none can dispute her role, for it was her dagger that fell from her grasp, fortuitously caught by Bran as she struck. Perhaps this was a fate already foreseen by Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven, who is often enveloped in silence, leaving others to speculate about his thoughts. Arya Stark stands as the finest warrior of Westeros, her feats unparalleled, a sentiment universally acknowledged. She is human, while Bran embodies a divine presence. The harrowing battles against the undead and the siege of King's Landing, along with the devastation wrought by dragons, haunt the memories of all who participated. Arya narrowly escaped the dragon's fire, yet she remained undaunted, steadfast in her warrior demeanor. At times, she even found exhilaration in the peril. Feasts, however, inevitably come to an end. Convention dictates that she should lay down her weapons, don elegant gowns, and seek a prosperous marriage to bear children, yet she abhors such constraints and harbors no desire for offspring. The thought of becoming like her mother, Catelyn Tully, encircled by a husband and raising child after child, catering to their every need, fills her with dread despite having been raised in such a manner herself. She yearns for challenge and a life brimming with danger. Thus, disregarding her sister Sansa Stark's warnings, she resolutely embarked on adventures with a band of fierce sailors to explore intriguing or perilous locales. Her journeys took her to numerous places, where she encountered a plethora of strange wonders. However, as her ship sustained damage and her retinue diminished, she was compelled to return, making a detour to Braavos to visit Jaqen H'ghar. The mere thought of Jaqen H'ghar brought a smile to Arya's lips. The enigmatic leader of the House of Black and White, a devoted acolyte of the many-faced god, is shrouded in mystery and fear, known to but a few. Jaqen H'ghar shaped Arya's destiny. Had she not crossed paths with him, no matter her efforts, she could never have ascended to the status of a hero in the eyes of the world, nor become a lasting legend. Her strength, character, and physique were never destined to fit the mold of a knight thus. Without Jaqen Hagar, Arya would have been relegated to the role of an inept noblewoman. The very thought of becoming a noblewoman is one she can scarcely bear. How fortunate I was to have met him, Arya mused, allowing a laugh to escape her lips, contemplating that she should have encountered Jaqen Hagar much sooner. In her reverie, she was suddenly interrupted by the raucous shouts of sailors. Arya turned to the shouting crew member and inquired, "Hey, Big Black, what is it? Is it amusing?" A tall, robust black man approached her, exclaiming, "My lady, there's a person overboard." Despite Dahe's towering and robust appearance, he shrinks in fear at the sight of Arya, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. This trepidation stems from Dahe having witnessed Arya single-handedly dispatch 5 or 6 pirates with astonishing swiftness, piercing their throats with remarkable precision. Her ferocity, coupled with the speed of the wind and the agility of a cat, instills dread in all who behold her. Although Arya is not particularly tall nor conventionally attractive, every sailor and warrior aboard the ship treats her with utmost respect. Arya, of course, refrains from divulging her background or the tale of vanquishing the Night King, for such revelations would leave them breathless with terror. A man has been fished out of the water, still clinging to life. He lies on the deck, sprawled on his back, not particularly tall or robust, with short hair. The most intriguing aspects of him are his skin and eyes, dark irises set against a yellow complexion. Arya has never encountered anyone like him before, and her curiosity is piqued. Several individuals rush forward, expertly administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Moments later, he sputters and expels a large mouthful of seawater, then collapses on the deck, coughing up considerable amounts of water. As he gasps for breath, he lifts his gaze to the people around him, scanning his surroundings before exclaiming, "Good heavens, how did I end up here?" No one comprehends his words, for he is Chen, a Chinese man who has traversed from the modern world. Chen graduated from a prestigious university, excelling as a well-rounded scholar. He was expected to pursue graduate studies or study abroad, with a bright future ahead. However, on a whim, he took the civil service examination and effortlessly emerged victorious, securing a position in the A province government with the highest overall score. His exceptional talent and quick wit caught the attention of the Secretary General, leading to a swift promotion to Deputy Director of the Comprehensive Office within 2 years. At his young age, his ascent to such a position marked him as a future political luminary with boundless potential. A devoted fan of the television series Game of Thrones, Chen eagerly awaited the 8th season, only to be disappointed by its brevity of 6 episodes. The scant episodes paled in comparison to the expectations of the global audience, particularly the disheartening conclusion that nearly drove him to madness. Chen found himself replaying various alternate endings in his mind to the point of distraction when suddenly a blinding light engulfed him, and he was swept away by a peculiar force into an unknown realm. Uncertain of how long he floated through the void, he suddenly felt himself plummeting before crashing into the water with a resounding thud. When he regained consciousness, he was astonished to discover himself in a completely unfamiliar world. His gaze fell upon a striking girl, and he was instantly mesmerized. That unmistakably familiar face, along with the dagger adorned with a golden hilt, was this not Arya Stark? As Chen gazed at the tailored suit adorning his form and the exquisite timepiece gracing his wrist, he was astounded to realize that he had inexplicably traversed through time and space to the realm of Westeros. Remarkably, he found himself standing before none other than Arya Stark, the sister of the woman he admired most. A connoisseur of beauty, Chen had long harbored a particular affection for Sansa Stark, fantasizing about marrying a woman who embodied beauty, nobility, intelligence, and grace. He had woven countless romantic scenarios in his dreams featuring her, yet now, before him stood her audacious sister. Why could it not have been Sansa Stark? Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Chapter 3. The Taste of Deception. Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going? Alicia crouched before Chen, her penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Her posture was unique, both defensive and offensive, her right hand tightly gripping the hilt of a dagger, akin to a wolf poised to pounce. This girl was indeed as vigilant and cautious as portrayed, having been tempered by the trials of life and death. Chen adjusted his thoughts, swiftly concocting a narrative in his mind. Naturally, he intended to conceal the truth of his origins, for such matters were too intricate to articulate clearly. He could only fabricate a story based on his acquired knowledge. This girl was no easy adversary. The deception training at the Black and White Academy not only enabled her to discern lies, but also allowed her to present the truth in a manner indistinguishable from falsehood. In fact, falsehoods were often mistaken for truth. Such a skill was undeniably advantageous. Had Chen not meticulously studied her experiences at the Academy and the subtleties therein, he would have found it challenging to contend with this formidable young woman. "I hail from a distant land in the east, known as Chen," he declared. "My companions and I were on a quest to a mysterious place to seek something called a dragon egg. It is said that consuming it grants eternal life, but alas, we were beset by pirates. My companions were all slain, and I survived by entertaining them with stories. Just this morning, we were attacked by a sea monster with 8 arms, our ship capsized, and all perished save for me. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Thank you for your kindness. I beseech you to take me in. I am a diligent worker and can tell captivating tales. Truly, I shall not deceive you. You shall see for yourselves in due time." Having encountered Alicia, he realized she would inevitably return to Winterfell, where he could meet his cherished goddess. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Fortune favors the prepared, and Chen was confident in the thoroughness of his studies. He had delved deeply into the characters, customs, political systems, and lifestyles depicted in the realm of Game of Thrones. With this knowledge, he could be considered an encyclopedia of this land. Chen spoke slowly and with effort, while Alicia listened intently. "Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going?" Alicia quietly absorbed his tale, only to pose the same question again. Word for word, Chen repeated his narrative, albeit with a slight rearrangement of details. "Where do you come from? What is your name? Where are you going?" Alicia continued to inquire, unchanged in her questioning. Chen patiently reiterated his response, making minor omissions and additions. Alicia persisted, asking the same questions 5 times, to which Chen provided 5 variations that were largely similar. He was acutely aware that she was employing the lie detection techniques from the Black and White Academy. This was, in essence, a psychological pressure test. When a question is relentlessly pursued, if the truth is spoken, one can always embellish or omit certain elements. It is implausible for the account to remain static. The questioner can invariably glean the information they seek from such exchanges. However, if it were a fabrication, he would undoubtedly strive to avoid even the slightest mistake while repeating it. This implies that his responses were premeditated, perhaps rehearsed numerous times. Such a tactic may appear verbose, yet it proves to be quite effective. Arya scrutinized Chen once more, from his attire to his polished shoes, and then stood up with a smile, stating, "Welcome to stay. Dark-eyed one, remember your good stories." The young woman was indeed astute, exhibiting a remarkable composure despite her youth. The people aboard the ship gathered around Chen, playfully touching his suit, examining his watch, laughing heartily while gesturing animatedly. Dahe clapped Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, that outfit is rather peculiar. Why not give it to me?" Chen longed to rid himself of his conspicuous clothing and shoes. This ensemble drew too much attention, and coupled with his dark eyes and yellow skin, it made him feel as if he were a spectacle, a monster, truly uncomfortable. Discarding it seemed the best option. He shed his garments, offering them to those on the ship, and donned a set of their attire, thereby blending into the group. As for the watch on his wrist, it was practically useless. He decided to give it away as well. To whom, you ask? Naturally, to Arya, as she would find it a curious novelty. Consider it a token of their acquaintance. The vessel, though not small, was cluttered with various items: large barrels of fresh water, knives, arrows, spears, axes, and fishing nets. At the center stood a rudimentary wooden structure, a makeshift dwelling that served as Arya's private space, while the others had to remain exposed to the elements. Chen knocked on the door. "Come in." Inside, apart from a wooden bed covered with sheepskin, there was only an old table and chair, alongside a dragon bone bough hanging on the wall. Nothing more. Chen approached Arya and presented her with the watch, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lady. I offer you this watch as a gift." Arya smiled as she gazed at Chen, accepting the watch and observing it closely, inquiring, "What a curious object, dark-eyed one. What is its purpose?" It seemed Chen's dark eyes were indeed his most distinctive trait. He thought explaining the watch would be too cumbersome, and Arya might not fully comprehend, so he replied with a smile, "It's an ornament. It looks splendid when worn. Why not try it on, my lady? I do not favor wearing things on my hands, but I appreciate it." "Thank you," Arya said, toying with the watch while looking at Chen. He ventured to ask, "Where does my lady intend to go next?" "To Bravos. Would you care to accompany me? You may call me Arya Stark." Bravos. Was that not the very location where Arya was trained in the House of Black and White? And the legendary, enigmatic Jaqen Hagar, someone whom others could scarcely hope to meet. Of course, he desired to see it. Chen replied, "I would be honored to serve you, my lady." "After returning from Bravos, where will you go next?" This question was of utmost importance to Chen. Arya gazed intently at him and smiled. Would you like to visit Winterfell? I reside there. Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Was this not the very outcome he had yearned for? If Arya was unwilling to return, that would indeed pose a problem. As Chen stood before Arya, a dagger was thrust against his neck. The Valyrian steel dagger, which had slain the Night King, was sharp, exquisite, and emanated a chilling aura. He barely registered how Arya had drawn the dagger. Her movements were as swift as lightning, as graceful as the wind. Startled, Chen stammered, "My lady, what is the meaning of this?" "You are lying." Arya fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes piercing. It was evident that this young woman was not easily deceived. She had discerned something amiss. "I assure you, my lady, I speak only the truth. I am no swordsman, and I possess little strength. Am I truly a threat to you?" Chen implored. Arya's grip on the dagger was steady and unwavering, her eyes shadowed with intensity. "You recognize me. You are aware of Winterfell and Bravos," she stated. Chen protested. "I do not." With a swift motion, Arya drew the dagger downward, slicing open his garments. "Shall I strip completely?" Chen thought back to the night before the Battle of Winterfell, when Arya had similarly torn the clothes from Gendry Baratheon and had forcefully mounted him. "Tomorrow, we may all perish. I wish to experience the taste of intimacy." As for how she felt after her encounter with Gendry, seeing her peacefully asleep, it seemed she had found satisfaction. That night, everyone engaged in similar pursuits, none believing they would see another dawn. Chapter 4. The servant of the many-faced god Chen stood bare before Arya, feeling the discomfort of being scrutinized like an object. A sensation foreign to a reserved Eastern man unless in the presence of his beloved. He fidgeted, unable to meet Arya's gaze. With her hands clasped behind her back, Arya circled him, her eyes slicing through him like blades, examining his physique. "Your body is untrained and unscathed, your skin smooth and unblemished, your limbs languid and rarely active. What exactly do you do?" Chen felt a pang of indignation. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a healthy man of decent appearance, yet here he was, appraised like an object. Did she not have any thoughts on this? He replied, "My family is relatively affluent. I have spent my youth studying in the academy, not engaging in labor." Arya smiled as she sheathed the dagger at her waist, saying, "No wonder you tell stories. You have been educated in the Citadel." "Are you a scholar?" "One might say so," Chen replied. "Then enlighten me as to what you have learned. Arithmetic? Astronomy? Strategy?" Chen found the topic rather broad. Even if he detailed his education, the knowledge from the old towns of Westeros differed vastly from his modern understanding. How could he convey this? After a moment's deliberation, he pointed to the scattered garments on the ground, saying, "Could I please don my clothes? I am quite bashful." "Bashful? You Easterners are truly amusing." "Very well. As long as you wish." It must be said that the customs and beliefs of this continent differ greatly from those of my own era. To them, being unclothed is not a matter of embarrassment. After dressing, Chen succinctly recounted the knowledge he had acquired, encompassing economics, law, politics, trade, and various practical skills. "Do you have dragons in the East?" Elia, evidently perplexed by Chen's discourse, was more intrigued by the mystical. Chen replied, "Dragons do exist in our lands, though they have been extinct for millennia. My journey here was to seek out those legends." Elia pondered for a moment before asking, "Would you be willing to return to the East and take me with you?" Chen was taken aback. Given the timeline, it was now the Mid-Yuan dynasty, and even if he were to return, he would find himself homeless, lacking anyone to attest to his origins, which would surely expose him. He hastily replied, "I too wish to return, but the distance to the east is vast, tens of thousands of miles. Traveling by land would require passing through countless nations, not to mention the endless deserts, grasslands, and desolate Gobi. The water route is even more perilous, as it entails crossing vast oceans without large ships or experienced sailors, which could lead to a watery grave, not to mention the danger of pirates lurking everywhere. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see my homeland." Chen assumed this would dissuade Elia, but to his surprise, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "If you are willing, we can prepare to set sail immediately, securing a ship, sailors, and provisions. What do you say?" Reluctantly, Chen conceded, "Well, as long as the ship and crew meet the requirements, it is feasible." Human relationships are not hindered by barriers, but rather by silence. As they conversed, the dialogue flowed effortlessly. Chen elaborated on the cultural geography, customs, and the mysterious yet affluent nature of the East, which only heightened Elia's intrigue. Her eyes shone with wonder, and any wariness she held towards Chen dissipated. "You truly are a captivating storyteller," Elia remarked. "I grant you permission to stay here tonight. Although there is but one bed, you won't mind sharing, will you?" This girl was genuinely sincere in her friendship. Regardless, sleeping on the floor was already a considerable courtesy. Would anything untoward occur in the company of a man and woman? Chen dismissed such thoughts, while Elia's character and demeanor made her a fine friend. He knew that pursuing a romantic relationship would lead to discontent. He favored women who embodied grace, elegance, virtue, and charm, akin to Sansa Stark. Entangling himself with Elia would jeopardize any future endeavors. Such an outcome was one he would steadfastly avoid. After a day's voyage, the ship arrived at Braavos, a free and unique city-state where spices, gems, fine wines, and sundry goods from distant lands were traded. Taverns, entertainers, and brothels were ubiquitous, and assassins dressed in garish attire roamed the streets. As night descends, they gather by the moon pool to engage in duels and contests. The ultimate victor shall earn the favor of the fairest maiden in the cat courtyard, enjoying a splendid evening without monetary expense. True assassins dwell solely within the black and white courtyard, rendering it a mysterious and fearsome locale. They would never flaunt their martial prowess as a reward. Arya brought Chen to the black and white courtyard, and indeed, it was aptly named. A black door and a white door intertwined, devoid of locks or handles. Naturally, without permission, none would dare intrude within. Arya regarded Chen and remarked, "The black-eyed ones within might not welcome you, so wait here." Chen was quite displeased by Arya's appellation and yearned for a moment to discuss matters with her. "No. I wish to enter and pay homage to the god of 1,000 faces," Arya cautioned. "Jaqen does not appreciate disturbances. Can you withstand his wrath?" Chen replied, "You have slain the Night King, bringing him glory. He would not be so petty as to reject a friend." Arya exclaimed, "How do you know such things?" Chen, smiling, responded, "Your tale is captivating. Everyone loves to share it." Arya chuckled and said, "Very well, you are quite cunning." She knocked on the door, and shortly after, a gaunt old man with a red nose, shrouded in a black hood, peered out, stating, "The one you seek is not here." Arya playfully regarded the man, saying, "You possess 1,000 faces, but only a girl knows your true visage." The old man retorted coldly, "Only the god of 1,000 faces possesses such a gift. Mere mortals do not." Although Chen was aware that Jaqen Hedgegar could alter his appearance at will, no one could ascertain whether this man was indeed him. Perhaps even Arya was unaware. With a smile, Arya said, "Very well, you are not he. Might we be granted entry?" The old man offered no response and turned away, retreating into the depths. Chen and Arya followed him inside, traversing dimly lit corridors, winding through numerous turns until they reached the grand hall of the god of 1,000 faces. Despite it being daytime, the interior exuded an eerie ambience, with copper lamps illuminating the space in a dim, yellow haze. Chen recalled that the columns were adorned with countless visages, yet as he surveyed the area, nothing remained. Instead, it felt as though a multitude of black eyes were fixated upon him. As he glanced around, he suddenly realized the old man had vanished. He had been present just moments ago. How could he have disappeared so abruptly? The surroundings felt haunted, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 5. The glory of the faceless Jaqen. The girl longs for you. I know you are within. Thank you for your guidance. May I see you? Arya circled each column, incessantly repeating her plea, but the temple remained silent, her voice echoing alone. Do you not wish to see the girl? Very well. She shall return home and will not come back. Still, there was no reply. After a while, a voice suddenly emerged, declaring, "The girl is adorned with glory. She need not return. If you possess the heart, reclaim the sword of light. 7 years hence, you shall wield this sword to pierce the eye of darkness, thereby bestowing glory upon the god of 1,000 faces." A mysterious voice, fluctuating in pitch, wafted through the air, its origin unknown. Jaqen, the girl, could not comprehend. Yet, there was no need for her to understand. When the moment arrives, enlightenment shall follow. Arya stood in the center of the temple, lost in thought, as if she had never moved at all. After a prolonged silence, Jaqen had yet to appear, and the two were left with no choice but to depart with a sense of disappointment. Observing Arya's pensive demeanor, Chen remarked, "Do not dwell on it. Did he not say that when the time is right, understanding will come naturally? Worrying is futile." Arya playfully punched Chen in the chest, saying, "You are right. Black-eyed one, I am called Chen. Could you perhaps address me differently?" Arya suddenly burst into laughter. "Black-eyed one, I rather enjoy calling you that." "Very well." Chen replied resignedly. "Where to now?" Arya grinned. "The cat house here is quite famous. Men adore it. Would you care to give it a try?" Chen pretended ignorance. "Cat house? What is it for?" Arya laughed even more. "There are charming girls there, as gentle and pleasing as cats." Interested? Chen was at a loss for words. A girl was actually urging a man to indulge in debauchery. He could not fathom her intentions. This reminded him of Sansa's assessment of her. Alya's greatest talent lay in her ability to ruin anything, and she bore no shame in doing so. Of course, the Alya of then was not the same as the Alya of now. She adeptly managed her affairs, no longer leaving a mess for others to clean up. It was uncertain what scheme she was concocting this time. Chen remarked, "It would be best to avoid such places. They are filthy and chaotic." Alya squinted and smiled. "You appear to be a good person, yet I still wish to go. Are there men to serve there?" "Certainly, but I have no fondness for those foul men." "Then what do you intend to do there?" "It is where I took the life of my first enemy. I wish to revisit." "Indeed." Everyone holds a certain nostalgia for their firsts, even if the memories are unpleasant. Chen could not help but recall Alya's first murder, a harrowing yet exhilarating experience. At that time, she was training at the Black and White Academy, when she inadvertently spotted Malin Turlon, the man who had slain her swordsmanship instructor. Arriving at the cat house, she followed him stealthily. She discovered his disturbing preference for beautiful young girls, indulging in his twisted pleasures by whipping them into tears. Alya disguised herself as a girl to please him, enduring the lashes to be left alone with him. When Malin lifted her hair to unveil her face, Alya pounced like a wolf, using her hidden dagger to end his life. The ruthlessness and madness of that moment were truly unforgettable. Chen accompanied Alya on a tour of the cat house, deliberately visiting that very room. Inside, the atmosphere remained vibrant, with the sounds of flirtation and laughter echoing. A scene rich with sensuality and desire. Emerging from the feline sanctuary, the two found themselves seated in a tavern by the roadside, where they ordered a fine jug of wine. In comparison to the low-alcohol red wines of their current era, this particular vintage was evidently more refined, offering a delightful sweetness intertwined with a hint of its alcoholic essence. After sipping for a while, Chen pondered and remarked, "Are we returning to Winterfell? Did you not promise to take me to the Eastern Kingdom?" The thought of this matter weighed heavily upon Chen. He wished it would not be mentioned. Collecting his thoughts, he replied, "Of course we shall go. But have you considered that your sister has become the Queen of the North? Her circumstances are far from enviable." Alya paused momentarily, gazing at Chen as she responded, "She is a queen. What troubles could she possibly face?" Chen countered, "Reflect on it. The North has endured years of relentless warfare, leaving its people in dire straits. Her subjects can scarcely find enough to eat. How can she turn a blind eye? Yet, the resolution of this dilemma poses her greatest challenge. Furthermore, despite her status as the ruler of the North and the establishment of an independent kingdom, the operation of a nation demands an unfathomable amount of wealth. From where shall this money come? Not to mention, a dearth of capable administrators plagues the North, as even the able-bodied youth are scarce. Moreover, as a newly ascended queen, her authority remains somewhat tenuous. Can her commands be heeded by a band of armed men? If they choose to defy her, what recourse does your sister possess?" Alya, being one who merely consumed provisions without concern for affairs, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this truly how you perceive things?" "As friends, it is only right that I share your burdens," Chen replied. "If your sister successfully governs the North, we can assemble a fleet to venture to the Eastern Kingdom, which would offer us hope. Otherwise, from where shall we procure the necessary funds? The expenses will be substantial." Alya remarked, "Aside from assisting her in vanquishing her enemies, I am of little help." Chen responded, "You can certainly assist. You simply have not considered it." "How can I do so?" she inquired. "Money. At present, your sister is in dire need of it. With financial resources, she can rebuild the ravaged Winterfell. With funds, she can forge weapons, assemble an army, and elevate the North to become the mightiest among the 7 kingdoms." Alya chuckled, "That requires a considerable sum. I cannot assist her." "You are capable," Chen insisted. "An opportunity presents itself." Alya expressed her astonishment. "An opportunity?" Chen explained, "Consider your current status, the queen's sister. You can represent her in many endeavors. Does this have anything to do with finances?" she inquired. "That depends on your approach," Chen replied. "Isn't the Iron Bank not far from here? They thrive on lending money to others. You could borrow a sum from them, and once the North is prosperous, you can repay them." "I would go to the Iron Bank to borrow money?" "That is a possibility. I shall give it a try," Alya said earnestly. "However, I am not adept at dealing with them. Fear not, for I possess that skill. Not only can I weave tales, but I am also capable of delivering speeches. This is within my realm of expertise." Alya laughed heartily. "Your eagerness to assist my sister does not harbor ulterior motives, does it?" The girl is quite the enigma, possessing a keen sense of observation that makes it difficult to deceive her. Chen chuckled. "Your sister is so beautiful, who wouldn't harbor such thoughts? However, as a mere vagabond without title or power, it's futile for me to entertain them." Alya replied with a smile, "I believe you lack the capability. My sister has discerning tastes and has yet to hold anyone dear." Chen mused inwardly, "She simply hasn't encountered me yet, soon enough." You shall understand the prowess of this young master. He inquired, are you willing to give it a try? Very well, let us test the waters. If it doesn't work out, what then? A mysterious smile crept across Ochen's face as he assured her, fear not, I have other tricks up my sleeve. You possess quite the array of ideas. You little demon are full of cunning. Who among you is more formidable? Oh, he certainly surpasses me. After all, he is the prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. How could I possibly compare? Ochen thought to himself that he must seize the opportunity to challenge him. Otherwise, this journey would be in vain. How is it that you know everything? Aaliyah fixed her gaze on Ochen. Alas, I have misspoken. This girl's mind is too sharp. Chapter 6. The Refusal of the Iron Vault. The Iron Vault does not tolerate debts. Such is the adage of the Iron Vault. No kingdom dares to question this proclamation. Those who attempt to default will surely meet their demise, while those who seek to overthrow it are invariably nobles coveting supreme power, supported by the Iron Vault itself. It is the wealthiest repository of gold across Essos and Westeros, with only kingdoms and nobles qualifying to borrow from it. Their vault is clandestine and fortified. Nestled upon the island of Red, surrounded by seas, guarded by the most formidable warriors and the most malevolent sorcerers, for centuries, no one has managed to breach its confines. Thus, the notion of employing force to rob it is utterly impossible. Ochen and Aaliyah entered the reception hall. The hall was spacious, with stout columns supporting a domed ceiling, and 3 tall black armchairs positioned opposite a long stone table. Aaliyah took her seat in the central chair while Ochen stood behind her. After a considerable wait, the individuals within finally emerged. A stout, balding man with a shiny head, accompanied by a bearded fellow and a shrewd, slender man, approached. The trio seated themselves across from Aaliyah. The bearded man regarded Aaliyah with a smile, saying, Miss Arya Stark, welcome to the Iron Vault. Maggle is at your service. Aaliyah mischievously replied, Mr. Maggle, are you not concerned that I might pilfer from your pockets? Maggle responded with a gentle smile. I possess but a single silver stag in my pocket. I doubt Miss Aaliyah would desire such a meager sum. Aaliyah laughed. 1 silver stag is far too little. As the sister of the Stark family, the Queen of the North, the sister of King Bran Stark, the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, and the beloved sister of Jon Snow, King in the North, our cherished lady requires 100,000 golden dragons. Maggle blinked and remarked, esteemed lady, you may not know that those accursed families speak with utmost conviction when borrowing, yet repay with a demeanor more dismal than a mournful widow. Indeed, Cersei Lannister, the unfortunate queen, has yet to repay the 1,000,000 golden dragons borrowed from the Iron Bank. My apologies, I nearly forgot. She was defeated by your illegitimate brother and has since met her demise. For such a staggering debt, I narrowly avoided having my leg broken by that cursed Lannister. I find myself curious about your bastard brother, Jon Snow, who has gone to the Wall to serve as a night's watchman. How fares he? Good heavens. The Wall has crumbled, and the White Walkers have been vanquished. What purpose does he serve there? Is he to consort with wildlings? Of course, I do not intend to be sardonic. I hold him in great esteem, merely lamenting his fate. Were he to ascend the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, I could certainly extend him a grace period regarding his debts. Your sister, Sansa Stark, is a beautiful and wise young lady. She has become the queen in the North. Alas, her circumstances are likely quite dire, as the North is now but a desolate expanse of bones and snow. The people there must be suffering greatly, likely unable to fill their bellies. I neglected to inform you that your brother Bran, the king, bears the obligation of repaying the debts left by that wretched woman, Cersei. I am preparing to discuss this matter with him in a few days. Maegor spread his hands, speaking incessantly. His meaning was unmistakable. The matter of lending money was non-negotiable. Sansa's own survival was precarious, and Bran's situation was equally grim. How could he possibly lend you anything? In such negotiations, Arya was clearly no match for Maegor. Rendered speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Observing Arya's discomposure, Ochen interjected, Miss, may I speak with them? Very well, give it a try. The 3 individuals seated opposite him regarded Ochen with curiosity. Dark-eyed and yellow-skinned, they had never encountered someone like him before. Maegor extended his hand and said, Please, you must be Miss Arya's advisor? Ochen sat across from them, smiling as he addressed them. Esteemed Mr. Maegor, loyal executor of the Iron Bank. It appears Miss Arya Stark has not articulated her position clearly. Allow me to add a few words. It is a pleasure to hear your discourse, Maegor replied. Ochen continued. Indeed, the Queen of the North faces significant challenges, yet she has led the warriors of the North to triumph over the White Walkers, uniting the people in a common cause. The strength of unity can transform dust into gold. Difficulties are but fleeting. I firmly believe that the North possesses a cohesion unmatched by any other house in the realm. Queen Sansa Stark. with wisdom that shines as brightly as the sun and moon, will engage in commerce with all the noble families in the days to come. She will produce goods beyond your imagination and forge countless Valyrian steel swords, along with advanced tools of production. I assure you, these are precisely what the other kingdoms urgently require. Chen eloquently articulated the current situation to the representatives of the Iron Bank, painting a vivid picture of a prosperous future for the North, leaving them utterly captivated. Suddenly, Maegor interrupted Chen's oration, exclaiming, "Did you just assert that the North could produce countless Valyrian steel swords? Indeed, it will not be long before that becomes a reality." The three men could not contain their laughter. Valyrian steel swords? However, that is something that money cannot buy. Its steel and the blacksmiths who forge it are exceedingly rare to find. When Chen remarked that the North could produce countless such items, was that not a jest? Mygel, after much effort to stifle his laughter, replied, "Miss Stark's advisor, your oratory is commendable. We intend no offense, nor do we seek to ridicule your ideas. However, your assertions are mere folly, and we cannot help but laugh." Chen countered, "Did your Iron Bank not initially consist of the wealthiest individuals on this continent? Once one embarks on a venture with sincerity, there exists nothing unattainable in this world." Mygel responded, "Your words are well spoken. Yet you have not instilled within us a sense of hope. I apologize, but until you provide us with hope, we may have to reconsider collaboration. If you do not mind, I would like to invite Miss Stark for a drink, as a gesture of my respect. She is a noble lady, a courageous girl, and a warrior deserving of admiration. It would be my honor to dine and converse with her. As for the loan, that decision is not mine alone. Levin would never consent." Suddenly, Arya stood up and declared, "You have no right to converse with a lady of House Stark." With that, she stormed out in a huff. Chen hurried after her, asking, "Are you upset?" "Of course, it's all your brilliant idea," she retorted. Chen chuckled. "I knew from the outset that borrowing money would be futile. They are rather elitist." Arya, incensed, drew a dagger to Chen's throat, exclaiming, "You knew yet still sent me in. What were you thinking?" Chen, disliking such violent displays, urged, "Must you always resort to blades? We are not enemies. Can we not behave more civilly?" He gently pushed the dagger away, stating, "Why would I engage in futile endeavors? I brought you here to meet them, to remember them. Is that truly of any use?" She inquired. "Certainly. Have you forgotten your remarkable skills? This is an opportune moment for their application." Arya regarded him with confusion. Chen continued, "Do you recall the Red Wedding?" "Of course. Robb and my mother perished in the halls of House Fright," she replied. Chen smiled mysteriously. "Have you avenged them?" Arya chuckled. That was indeed her most cherished accomplishment. Upon becoming a true faceless man, her first target had been House Fry. She had slain the bride of Walder Fry, skinned her face, and assumed her identity, subsequently infiltrating the old man's company to personally sever his throat. All of this was executed with remarkable stealth. She then skinned Walder's face as well, masquerading as another Fry, and summoned all those complicit in the murder, administering the deadly tears of Lys poison into their wine. Except for a single maid, every member of House Fry vanished from existence. Arya walked with composure over the scattered corpses. The image left Chen in awe each time it crossed his mind. The last time she sought vengeance, and this time, for the prosperity of her entire family, he believed she would excel. Chapter 7. The face of recklessness. Chen's actions greatly angered Arya. She is not a miserly person, yet Chen demanded 10 gold dragons from her, and his actions left her utterly perplexed. He purchased 2 carriages, the sturdiest crafted from fine oak, and the horses were the mightiest, capable of running all day without a hint of fatigue. Furthermore, he inexplicably acquired an additional pair of wheels. Arya could not fathom his intentions. Even more bizarrely, he instructed Dahe to inform the captain to remain on standby, forbidding anyone from leaving the ship, threatening death to anyone daring enough to indulge in leisure. Arya gazed at the scene before her and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? We are supposed to return by ship. What use do we have for carriages?" Chen replied with a smile, "Please respect my efforts. You will understand tomorrow." Tomorrow? What scheme was he concocting? Arya simply could not comprehend. Before dawn the next day, Chen roused Arya from her slumber. "So early, what do you intend to do?" "You will find out once we arrive. Just bring everything you need." Filled with suspicion, Arya followed Chen to a lavish mansion. He stood in the shadows of the abode and said, "Major is inside. He is being hosted for the night by Mary, a widow of many years. Apart from them, there is no one else. Let us proceed. By the way, do you know how to enter?" "How do you know all this?" "Of course. News obtained for a gold dragon is always reliable." "All right, what do you plan to do?" Chen responded, "Not me, but you. Once you become major, acquiring gold will be no issue." Arya gasped, "How do you know I can become major? What exactly do you intend to do?" Chen replied, I wish to assist your sister. Do not ask so many questions. I will explain later. As for later, if deception is possible, let it be, and if not, feign ignorance. After all, it is impossible to prevent her from harboring suspicion. A touch of mystery is not necessarily a bad thing. Arya was indeed remarkable. With a small piece of iron, she deftly unlatched the door, her skill rivaling that of a seasoned thief. Observing the slumbering couple within, Arya inquired, "Shall we kill them?" Chen replied, "They are not good people. They must be dealt with." Very well. Arya darted into the room like a weasel, drawing her dagger and swiftly plunging it into their hearts. Just as Major's consciousness began to fade, he finally discerned the faces before him. But he would never have the opportunity to ponder the circumstances. Arya wiped the blade on the sheets and said, "Now you may reveal your plan." Chen stated, "It is quite simple. Major possesses the key to the vault. You will become him, and we will drive the carriage to the treasury, where you may fill it with gold coins." Arya glared at Chen in anger. "What kind of absurd idea is this? Do you know where the Iron Vault is? Are you aware of what lies within?" To everyone, the Iron Vault was a place known to very few, and of course, Arya could not believe that Chen would have any knowledge of it. Chen inquired, "Can I act without certainty? Have you contemplated the cost of deceiving me? You could end my life at any moment." Arya gazed at Chen for a prolonged moment, then suddenly smiled and remarked, "I believe in you. You asked me to borrow money, intending for me to encounter that scoundrel Mygel, and it appears you had this plan all along." Chen chuckled, without assurance. "Would I subject Miss Arya to humiliation?" Now, the stage is set for Arya's performance. He was eager to witness her transformation into the spitting image of Mygel, a mysterious scene that had been glossed over in the play. Arya retrieved a slender, sharp curved knife from her deerskin pouch and deftly traced it along Maegel's hairline down to the collarbone, completing a full circle with practiced ease. She set the knife aside, stood beside the corpse, placed her palm on the deceased's face, and murmured incantations, manipulating the air for a brief moment. Finally, she grasped a corner and slowly peeled an entire layer of skin from Maegel's face. Arya entered a room, secured the windows tightly, covered them with blankets, and firmly shut the door. Chen felt a sense of disappointment. He wished he could witness her process firsthand. After a while, the door swung open, and Arya emerged. Or rather, it was Mygel. She approached Chen and stated, "Mr. Mygel is in there. Arya Stark seeks him." This transformation left Chen in awe. Forget about mere human masks. This was a masterful illusion. Maegel's skin enveloped Arya's face flawlessly. Not a single imperfection remained, and even her voice and demeanor mirrored his completely, leaving Chen to ponder the secret art she employed. No wonder she had managed to deceive the Fry family when she assumed the guise of Fry, allowing them to consume poison unawares. Furrowing his brow, Chen remarked, "If only there were another person, it would be perfect." "What do you mean?" he was asked. "If you could transform me into Lady Mary, the performance would be even more convincing." He yearned to personally experience Arya's artistry. Arya queried, "Do you truly wish to proceed?" "Indeed, matters of life and death must be executed flawlessly." "Very well, but do not harbor regrets." As Arya removed Mary's skin, Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps this endeavor was not as exhilarating as he had anticipated. Arya led him into the room, secured the door, and sealed the windows tightly, plunging the space into utter darkness. Chen felt something soft and bloodied press against his face, and then silence ensued. He could hear Arya chanting incomprehensible spells. Before long, he felt as if a branding iron were searing his face, and he desperately wished to rip it away. Strangely, he found himself unable to utter a sound or move a muscle. The searing pain engulfed him to the point where he contemplated death itself. He swore never to entertain such a wretched idea again. This agony was indeed more tormenting than death itself. The searing pain lingered for but a brief moment. Yet to Chen, it felt as though an eternity had passed. "How does it feel?" "Quite splendid, I presume." A teasing voice echoed in the darkness, belonging to Ilea. "Had I known it would be like this, I would have preferred to consume horse dung." Chen stepped out of the room, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Perfect. Utterly flawless. He was a resurrection of that lifeless woman from the bed. Even as Adam's apple had vanished. What a masterpiece, impeccable in every regard, Chen mused. Suddenly, his voice transformed into a sultry feminine tone. Ilea, or rather, the visage of Maegal materialized in the mirror, her smile enigmatic. "You think you can deceive me, black-eyed one? Do you believe I am unaware of your secret transformations? I transformed you into Mary as a warning against your trickery. Without my assistance, this face shall forever be yours. In 10 days, it will gradually decay, until all the flesh has rotted away, and only then shall you meet your agonizing demise." Chen realized that the pit he had dug for himself was far too deep. The issue was no longer Ilea's suspicions. It was now imperative for him to obey her commands. Should he defy her will, his fate would be sealed. Humans are harmless, yet the tiger harbors a malicious intent. This girl was certainly not one to show mercy. Reflecting on her deeds, he felt a shiver run down his spine. She dealt with her enemies without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 8. The serpent sorceress Chen and Ideological drove 2 carriages toward Red Island. Chen had meticulously studied the records of the secret vault and its guards in his past life. He was well versed in the methods to unlock the vault and gain entry. The carriage traversed a well-maintained avenue and veered right into a dense forest. After passing through the thicket, they took another right onto a narrower stone path. At each intersection stood concealed warriors, vigilant in their watch. These sentinels, with their wolf-like gazes and exquisite armor, were clearly no ordinary soldiers. Their prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As they approached each junction, Ideological, disguised as Maggle, would wave at them, jesting, "Hey, didn't you have enough for breakfast? Your belly appears quite flat." The hidden warriors, upon recognizing Maggle, remained silent, offering no obstruction. On Red Island, only Levin and Maggle could traverse unhindered. Anyone else seeking proximity to the vault required special orders, or they would be met with lethal force. Thus, they navigated a labyrinth of twists and turns until, abruptly, the path vanished before them, obstructed by a colossal statue. At the base of the statue lay a grotesque and menacing griffin, clutching a severed head, its countenance fierce, pointing a finger toward the path ahead. The implication was clear. This route was impassable, and they were to turn back. Ideological dismounted from the carriage, retrieving a circular golden object. It had been obtained from Maggle, featuring 4 sharp spikes at its center. Ideological inserted this object into the statue's recessed navel, spinning it 3 times to the left and twice to the right. A resonant sound echoed, and the statue parted to reveal a dark, unfathomable cave behind it. The 2 individuals urged their horse-drawn carriage into the cavern and proceeded to illuminate their torches, delving deeper into the shadows. After traversing approximately half a mile, they encountered a fork in the path. Suddenly, 2 towering figures adorned with golden helmets and armored in resplendent gold emerged from a recessed stone wall, positioning themselves before the carriage. "Mr. Migel, have you come to withdraw funds today? Why has your wife accompanied you?" Ideological dismounted from the carriage and inquired, "Airy, Locke, is there a problem? The iron vault forbids anyone but Mr. Migel and Mr. Levin from entering." "Sir, you have erred." The 2 golden-armored sentinels gripped their sword hilts, their gaze fixed upon Mary, who was disguised as Chen. Chen, having anticipated this moment, smiled and addressed the warriors, "Brave ones, behold what I bring for you." He approached the 2 golden warriors, raising his fists high into the air. The warriors, perplexed by Chen's clenched hands, were suddenly met with a swift motion as he flung fine sand, laced with thorns, into their eyes. In an instant, the warriors' vision was obscured, and an excruciating pain compelled them to rub their eyes. Clad in armor forged from the finest steel, they were typically impervious to injury, save for their vulnerable throats. Without needing Chen's instructions, Ideological instinctively understood what was required. As a premier assassin, she possessed an uncanny precision in timing and targeting. Although her strength paled in comparison to that of a robust man, her speed was her greatest asset. Ideological's Valgalia dagger sliced through the darkness like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the throats of the 2 golden warriors were severed, blood gushing forth like ruptured water sacks. Clutching their throats, they fixed their gaze upon Chen, but after 3 labored breaths, their heavy bodies crashed to the ground. Ideological sheathed her dagger and glared at Chen, declaring, "I can handle it myself. I do not require your assistance, you coward." Chen replied, "Very well, I shall refrain from meddling. That girl, your brother-in-law, is concerned for you. Those behemoths, even if you strike them 10 times, might endure, but a single punch from them would be unbearable for your petite frame." The 2 resumed their ascent into the depths of the cave. After another half-mile journey, they finally arrived at a stone door, beneath which a massive copper lamp gleamed brightly. The door bore 2 colossal gold coins intricately carved with the inscription "Death to Intruders." Guarding the entrance stood 2 even taller golden-helmed, golden-armored sentinels than the previous 2. Chen turned to Ideological and remarked, "Now, it's your turn." Ideological picked up 2 small stones from the ground and extinguished the lamp above the stone door. Before the 2 sentinels could react, Ideological swiftly snuffed out her torch, and Chen followed suit. During their time in the black and white courtyard, Ideological had been blinded by a spell cast by Jacqueline, forcing her to practice fighting like a sightless warrior. At last, she could discern the enemy's direction without the aid of sight, and with unerring precision, she struck him down. This time, she was determined not to disappoint Chen. Indeed, Ideological did not let him down. After a brief moment, he heard 2 peculiar cries. The torches were ignited, revealing 2 golden-armored warriors, swords in hand. Yet their throats had been severed. Undoubtedly, they were formidable opponents, endowed with immense strength and exceptional swordsmanship, capable of withstanding at least 10 brave warriors. However, Ilya did not engage them in a contest of strength or skill. Instead, she played a game of speed. Ilya produced the golden key and inserted it into the circular opening of the stone door, twisting it deftly until the door began to open slowly. Contrary to expectations, the interior was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it was brilliantly illuminated. 2 rows of robust stone columns supported the vaulted ceiling above, each column adorned with brightly lit oil lamps, and countless chests were piled within. Scattered across the ground were glimmering coins. The coins shimmered brilliantly under the lamp's glow. Ilya exclaimed with excitement, "We have discovered the treasury." Chen, who had previously struggled with poor vision in his past life, suddenly found himself able to discern the hidden details within the shadows, leading him to a chilling realization. He understood that the treasury was guarded not only by elite warriors but also by sorcerers, though he was uncertain of their nature or the extent of their magic. At last, he caught sight of something far more terrifying than he had anticipated. In the shadows cast by the light, a figure draped in a black cloak sat cross-legged. His face was obscured in the darkness, and coiled around him was a slender, elongated venomous serpent, spiraling up to his neck. The serpent raised its head, its green eyes glinting with a sinister light. The eyes of its master mirrored that of the snake, radiating a horrifying glow. Chen swiftly pulled Ilya behind him, pointing toward the shadowy figure, his voice trembling as he warned, "The snake's sorcerer, be cautious." Ilya, startled, peeked from behind Chen to see where he was indicating. There, in the murky outline, something seemed to stir, yet she could not discern what it was. With a chuckle, she teased, "Are you frightened, dark-eyed one? Where's the snake sorcerer?" Suddenly, Ilya's laughter was cut short as she beheld a scene of unparalleled terror. Chapter 9. The Fright of the Treasury. Ilya had faced numerous terrifying and perilous situations, yet none had instilled such fear within her as this. Countless grayish-white serpents slithered across the ground, each no thicker than a pinky finger. Strictly speaking, they did not resemble snakes, for their heads appeared as if wrapped in gray cloth, yet their movements were unmistakably serpentine. They slithered past Chen, ascending Ilya's body like ropes, one after another, coiling around her legs, body, and arms, until they encircled her neck. In an instant, Ilya became entirely ensnared by the serpents, her entire form hidden from view, save for her head. Even her sword and dagger were completely entangled, leaving not a single inch exposed. Her appearance was utterly terrifying, repulsively grotesque to the extreme. The small snakes coiled around her body remained eerily still, akin to ropes binding her. Ilya, possessing courage no less than any warrior, now turned pale, her eyes brimming with sheer terror. Her scream had never resonated so loudly. Filled with panic and helplessness, Chen was fixated on the serpent shaman sitting cross-legged, cautiously observing the large snake draped over him. He remained oblivious to the peculiarities beneath him until jolted awake by Ilya's scream. Turning to look, he was struck with such fear that he nearly collapsed. "Ilya!" Chen lunged in front of Ilya, desperate to assist her in removing the snakes, yet he was at a loss for how to proceed. In a frantic tone, he urged, "Ilya, stay still. I'll find a way." Though the snakes were entwined around Ilya, they were surprisingly docile, seemingly devoid of any intent to harm her. Chen attempted to pry them off her, but they clung to her as if they were part of her very being, refusing to budge. Ilya trembled as she implored, "Chen, please help me remove them." With tears nearly spilling, Chen lamented, "They seem glued to you. I can't get them off." "Don't panic. These revolting creatures appear harmless. Let me think of a solution." Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, "Whoever falls victim to my binding serpent spell shall never escape, unless I choose to spare their life." The serpent shaman emerged slowly from the shadows. Chen finally discerned his face, which was even more horrific. Countless small snakes seemed to writhe upon it, and even his eyes, mouth, and ears appeared to host several serpents slithering in and out. The long snake coiled around him flicked its tongue like a thread, continuously undulating in the air. Chen stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The serpent shaman cackled, "I am, of course, the grand sorcerer guarding the treasury. Entering without permission is a death sentence." Chen retorted, "Do you not recognize him as Mr. Maggle? We are here to withdraw funds, not to steal." The shaman replied, "Do not presume that your petty tricks escape my notice. I was aware the moment you killed the golden-armored warrior." This serpent shaman indeed possessed formidable powers, capable of sensing events from such a distance. It seemed the only option was to fight back. Chen discreetly retrieved a pouch of finely ground acacia sand from his pocket, cautiously advancing a few steps, ready to unleash his secret weapon. However, before he could act, the long snake coiled around the shaman lunged at him, instantly ensnaring him completely. The peculiar odor emanating from the snake caused Chen to nearly faint. Not only was it terrifying, but it was also nauseating to the point of inducing sickness. Ilya, ensnared by the small snakes, was rendered immobile. Seeing the long snake on Chen, she screamed, Chen, are you all right? This girl, truly commendable, was concerned for others even in her own dire predicament. Chen shook his head, which felt as if it were about to succumb to the intoxicating fumes, and remarked, It's nothing, I'll manage. With determination, he charged toward the serpent witch, intent on subduing him at once. The serpent witch let out a sinister laugh, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, Chen felt a sharp pain in his neck. The long serpent that had coiled around him had bitten him. Gazing at the serpent so close to his face, he thought, if you dare to bite me, why should I not retaliate? With resolve, he sank his teeth into the serpent's neck. The serpent, now agitated, tightened its grip around him. Just as Chen was on the verge of suffocation, he felt a sudden release. The serpent slithered off him, collapsing to the ground like a limp rope. I killed it. Chen gazed incredulously at the lifeless serpent below. An even more shocking event unfolded. The serpent witch, who had been standing with a malevolent grin, watched in bewilderment as his serpent fell lifelessly to the ground. Moments later, he too collapsed, his face undergoing a grotesque transformation. The small serpents that once danced upon his visage vanished, and his countenance turned ghastly pale, decaying at an alarming rate. His eyes sunk into their sockets, becoming two dark voids. Chen, terrified to the core, stumbled backward, falling onto the ground as he stared in horror at the serpent witch's terrifying metamorphosis. Well done, Chen, it's all over now. A hand pulled him up from the ground, offering reassurance. Startled, Chen turned to see Elia, exclaiming in surprise, the serpents on you are gone? Elia blinked and smiled. Indeed, they've vanished. Didn't you see? I scared them away. This girl was remarkably brave, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Chen looked around, and indeed, there were no serpents in sight, just a chaotic scattering of wheat stalks on the ground. Where did they go? These stalks weren't here before, were they? He pondered aloud. Elia shrugged. I have no idea. I just felt a release, and then they were gone. Chen paced the ground, unable to fathom the situation. Why had the serpent died so suddenly? Had it truly perished from his bite? And what of the serpent witch? How had he met such a grim fate? The disturbing image of the witch's transformation lingered in his mind. He touched the spot on his neck where the serpent had bitten him, exclaiming, How come I am unharmed? Elia examined his neck and replied, Your neck appears perfectly fine. Of course, you are unscathed. But something was amiss. Chen distinctly remembered being bitten. How could he be perfectly fine? Observing Chen deep in thought, Elia remarked, Didn't you say that if something doesn't make sense, it's best not to dwell on it? Reflecting on her words, Chen realized she was right. There was no point in futile speculation. They opened the chest to discover it brimming with glimmering gold coins, undeniably authentic. They hurriedly brought in the cart, filling it to the brim with the treasure. A rough estimate suggested there were no less than 1,000,000 golden dragons. Miss Sansa Stark, this gift is quite substantial, wouldn't you agree? Upon reaching Winterfell, Chen mused that with a little more effort, he would surely succeed in embracing the beauty he desired. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Chapter 10, Deadlines and Hidden Dangers. Chen and Elia hastily departed from Red Island, halting the horse-drawn carriage in a secluded spot. Wait here. There is still a task to be accomplished, Chen instructed. What is it? Is it significant? Elia inquired. It involves arson, Chen replied. We must incinerate Magel's body to create a faade, making Levin believe he has stolen from the iron vault and fled. Very well, I shall handle it, Elia offered. No, it would be safer for you to guard the carriage, Chen insisted. Elia chuckled. What a splendid idea. Chen swiftly rode to the dwelling, opened the door, and poured lamp oil and scented oil over the two corpses. He then gathered flammable materials within and ignited them from several locations. Having completed his task, he secured the door and departed nonchalantly. He suddenly reflected on how, since arriving in this foreign world, committing acts of murder and arson had become second nature, devoid of guilt or moral reckoning. Was he truly captivated by lust, or was there something infectious in the air here? The journey to the port of Bravos would take half a day, and the two galloped onward. The weight of 2 carts filled with gold coins was substantial, and they had to consider the horses' endurance, making haste a challenge. The road was uneven and fraught with pitfalls and rocky inclines. It wasn't long before the wheels of both carts broke. Observing Chen as he replaced the wheel, Elia remarked, You are quite thoughtful, black-eyed man. Upon our arrival in Winterfell, I may persuade my sister, the Queen, to bestow upon you a title. Would you mind calling me Chen instead? He requested. Is there an issue? I prefer this name, she replied. Chen sighed. Very well, as long as it pleases you. However, I find my appearance quite unappealing and am not accustomed to it. Aaliyah appeared conflicted and stated, all right, I have a condition. Tell me, who exactly are you? Where do you come from, and what is your purpose? Chen turned away, saying, you would do well to consider carefully. I am quite valuable. And should I choose to withhold information, your threats would be futile. He was confident that, given his actions, Aaliyah would never allow him to perish, especially since he had saved her. Moreover, they would soon board a ship, and his current guise risked exposing her secret. As they neared the port, Aaliyah could no longer withstand the tension. Hey, black-eyed man, do you still wish to wear a woman's face? Have you come to terms with it? Well, I despise this visage as well. With her palm hovering over Chen's face, Aaliyah began to gently rub and chant incantations. After a moment, she reached out and delicately peeled away a layer of skin from his face, as if unwrapping a piece of paper from a sticky surface. The process was not painful, merely an extraordinary sensation. Upon reaching the port, the waiting crew promptly lowered the gangplank to usher the carriage aboard the grand ship, unloading the horses with efficiency. Full speed ahead, with no stops or rest along the way. Upon reaching Whiteport, each individual would be rewarded with 5 golden dragons. Upon hearing of such a substantial bounty, the crew aboard the ship erupted in jubilant cheers, each member fervently preparing for the journey ahead. Observing the lively crew, Chen felt a twinge of hesitation. Upon arrival at Whiteport, should he eliminate them and cast their bodies into the sea? Or would it be more prudent to employ poison? It is imperative to remember that the gold of the Iron Vault is not easily pilfered. Should even a whisper of this heist escape, the Northern Territories would face imminent catastrophe. The balance between risk and reward is ever present, and this endeavor must not falter in the slightest. Just as their ship, the Stormbreaker, set sail, the custodian of the Iron Vault, Raven, received a shocking piece of news. The Iron Vault had been robbed. This jest was utterly foolish. Raven regarded the portly messenger, Carol, with a steely gaze, slowly swirling the wine in his glass, and coldly remarked. Carol, drenched in sweat, spread his hands in desperation, insisting, Raven, this is no jest, it is the truth. All the golden armored guards have perished, and the Grand Mage is dead as well. In a fit of rage, Raven shattered his wine glass against Carol's face. His expression contorted with fury as he bellowed, tell me this is not true. He could not fathom such an occurrence. The Iron Vault, steadfast and secretive, had remained impregnable for centuries. Even if someone harbored the capacity to covet it, they would surely consider the wrath of the Iron Vault. Each kingdom possesses its allies, and each nurtures its esteemed officials. The military strength of the Iron Vault should not be underestimated. Elite knights, skilled assassins, and formidable sorcerers, none were lacking within its ranks. Which family or kingdom would dare undertake such an audacious act? Kicking Carol to the ground in a fit of rage, Raven stormed towards the Iron Vault. Upon witnessing that over 100 chests of gold were missing and the terrifying demise of the serpent sorcerer, Raven realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his expectations. To slay the golden armored guards was no trivial feat, and to also eliminate the Grand Mage was an even greater accomplishment. This was the sorcerer he had summoned from Asshai City. He was not to be compared with mere ordinary mages. What did this indicate? The thieves not only possessed intimate knowledge of the Iron Vault but had also secured the services of an equally skilled sorcerer, having plotted meticulously for an extended period. Where was Mage? Where had he disappeared to? Why had he not yet made an appearance? Observing Raven's wrath, Carol cautiously remarked. Mage and his mistress hastened 2 carriages into the vault. The guards along the way can attest that he escaped. Raven's eyes glinted like those of a ravenous wolf as he shouted at Carol. I have dispatched individuals to trace their whereabouts. Raven gasped, it cannot be him. Send forth our finest swordsmen to track him down. We must recover the gold. Accompanied by dozens of warriors, Raven made his way to Mage's residence. The servants informed him that Mage had not returned for a whole day and night and was likely at his mistress Mary's abode. Levin hastened to Mary's residence. Witnessing the inferno engulfing the house and a throng of firefighters, he cursed, damn fools, you cannot escape. He called out to Carol beside him. Hurry and summon the wizard Merlin. Carol promptly descended to fetch assistance. After a considerable interval, a figure clad in a black robe, with a white beard and wielding a golden staff, appeared before Levin. Mr. Levin, Merlin is at your service, he proclaimed. Levin, tempering his fury, implored, Wizard, please assist me. Merlin approached the raging flames, muttering incantations, and gestured with his golden staff towards the fire. Gradually, the fierce blaze diminished, ultimately extinguishing. With a flourish of his staff in the air, 2 charred bodies emerged slowly from the remaining ashes. The grotesque forms resembled blackened humanoid charcoal, crawling towards Merlin and extending their withered arms as if beseeching him for aid. Merlin inquired, "Are these the individuals you seek?" Levin examined the charred remains, flipping them over, and exclaimed, "Damn it, where have they hidden the gold?" Merlin replied, "The thieves may be others." With a visage hardened by rage, Levin requested, "Might I trouble you, wizard, to journey to Ashar city and procure a skilled sorcerer to trace the gold's whereabouts?" Merlin pondered for a moment before responding, "The worm sorcerers, the insect, canine, puppet, and blood sorcerers might be of assistance, but your luck will determine the outcome." Levin fixed his gaze on Merlin and asked, "Is there an issue?" "In 377 days, the Millennium Curse will be lifted. At that time, the sorcerers and wizards of Ashar city will be unbound and may enter the world." Levin queried, "What curse?" With a grave and mysterious tone, Merlin intoned, "The long summer will pass. The stars shall weep blood. Darkness and cold shall shroud the world. Waters shall cease to flow, and trees shall no longer grow. The sacred fire will erupt, and the divine sword shall emerge as the harbinger of light, destined to pierce the darkness and the frost." Chapter 11. The helpless little demon Westeros, King's Landing. Half a year ago, this bustling city, home to 1,000,000 souls, was ravaged by the retribution of Daenerys Targaryen, who rode her dragon. Buildings collapsed en masse, and the populace suffered grievously. Though Daenerys and her dragon have long since vanished, the nightmares she left behind endure. Concerning the question of who should ascend the throne, Tyrion Lannister proposed a democratic election, despite the ridicule his suggestion received in the absence of a better alternative. All factions ultimately consented to Bran's coronation. To Tyrion, Bran Stark, reborn as the three-eyed raven, possessed the memories of the entire continent and, devoid of emotional entanglements, was the most suitable candidate. It should be hypothesized, ideally resulting in a favorable outcome. A seemingly promising situation does not guarantee that matters will unfold favorably. For time alone will reveal whether the results align with your desires. As the prime minister appointed by the king, Tyrion's foremost dilemma is the source of funding. To rebuild King's Landing and restore order, it is imperative to first pacify the populace, tend to the wounded, and subsequently repair the damaged structures. However, this is contingent upon the survival of the current inhabitants. To remain alive, they must have sustenance. Yet the question arises, where will the food come from? King's Landing lacks even the royal family's reserves. The resolution to this predicament is not insurmountable, with sufficient funds. A substantial supply of grain could be transported from across the narrow sea and Highgarden. Yet, funds are conspicuously absent, met only with a chilling refusal. The noble houses adamantly decline to contribute, their rationale irrefutable. Years of warfare have ravaged production and agriculture, with the able-bodied youth nearly decimated, and the newly appointed lords lacking the authority to command respect. Everyone is beset by a survival crisis. Even Tyrion struggles to manage the Lannister family. Despite being undisputedly recognized as the Lord of Casterly Rock, his actions are perceived as blatant treachery by the other families. They feign acceptance of Tyrion's position, yet invariably obfuscate and delay any cooperation, employing a multitude of excuses to evade his requests. Regardless of Tyrion's indignation, he cannot alter the reality. At least for the time being. He may impose penalties on a select few, but when faced with the majority, compromise becomes his only recourse. Poor Sam Tarly, an honest and kind-hearted man, the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Count of House Tarly, similarly lacks the means to extract any significant funds from his family. As for Davos, the impoverished knight, despite his wisdom and benevolence, he too is unable to alleviate Tyrion's concerns financially. Duke Edmure Tully, the newly appointed Lord of Riverrun, relies on the current Queen of the North, his niece, and, coupled with his disdain for Tyrion, naturally disregards and resists his commands. Then there is Barrows, the recently elevated Duke of the Storelands, a man driven solely by profit. Persuading him to contribute without a personal gain is an arduous task. When Tyrion proposed the construction of sewers, Barrows audaciously suggested that establishing brothels was of greater importance. This wretched scoundrel is fit only to serve as a bodyguard. Furthermore, Asha Greyjoy, the formidable leader of the Iron Islands, harbors a deep-seated aversion towards Tyrion and Jon Snow's machinations against Daenerys, making obedience a formidable challenge, especially given her Iron Fleet's unmatched prowess against other kingdoms. That base-born son of Robert Baratheon, raised in squalor as a blacksmith, would never have ascended to lordship over the Stormlands without the Battle of Winterfell. This loathsome individual is solely beholden to Davos, consistently ignoring Tyrion's directives. Only Podrick Payne remains steadfastly loyal to him. A survivor of the battles at Winterfell and King's Landing, he has been knighted by the king. Once a squire to Tyrion and Brienne, this quiet and faithful young man, unfortunately, lacks wisdom, a regrettable shortcoming that is difficult to remedy. Tyrion sat helplessly in the prime minister's chair, observing the individuals attending the council meeting with a sense of being a mere substitute for a gallant steed. Compared to the perilous circumstances he faced during his initial tenure as prime minister, this moment felt even more daunting. Naturally, competence is a skill that necessitates cultivation. Yet he could not afford to wait. Slowly, Tyrion rose from his seat, striving to present himself in a more commanding manner. As a dwarf, a being seemingly forsaken by the divine, he might have been reduced to a mere performer in a jester-esque troupe, or have long since vanished from this world, were it not for his keen intellect and illustrious lineage. Of course, ridicule still followed him, albeit in hushed tones. In his presence, these individuals still addressed him with respect, referring to him as my Lord Prime Minister, genuinely praising his wisdom and bravery. His achievements and valor were undeniable, yet those who despised him chose to overlook his contributions, derisively labeling him a little demon. Placing his small palm upon the dark oak table, he scanned the faces before him and spoke. My lords, regarding the restoration of the city and the revival of production and trade, you ought to provide sound counsel. Silence ensued. Everyone had opinions, of course, but financial resources were not readily available. Davos suggested, we could borrow from the Iron Bank. The others nodded in agreement. Tyrion replied, Magner of the Iron Bank, that miser, is soon to arrive in King's Landing. Do you wish to know his purpose? Regrettably, it is not favorable. He seeks to collect on debts owed by the previous kingdom. Boren, counting on his fingers, remarked, am I to understand this correctly? You intend to repay others' debts? Even the gods would not permit such a thing, would they? It was indeed pitiable to be so politically naive, Tyrion thought, casting a sympathetic glance at Boren. Tyrion continued, Duke Boren, you selfish individual, if matters were so simple, would I need to speak at all? The legacy of the kingdom endures. A change of monarch does not equate to a transformation of the nation. The Iron Bank does not tolerate defaults. That is their creed. And they possess the means to collect their debts. Edmund Tully shrugged, stating, it appears our King Bran must address this. King Bran. Tyrion leapt from his chair and approached Edmund, saying, must every issue be resolved by the king? What purpose do we serve? Gendry Baelish chuckled, what use do we have? At the very least, we can be his audience. It was a feeble jest. Tyrion maintained a serious demeanor. I do not wish to jest. Yet the atmosphere is so oppressive it may drive one away. Tyrion thundered, winter has come. The weather will only grow colder. This winter may rival the length of summer. 10 years. Do you not comprehend how many lives a decade of winter could claim? Duke Gendry Baelish, what do you believe the council is for? Is it merely a gathering of blacksmiths exchanging idle chatter? Mention of past experiences shifted Gendry's expression, his gaze fixed intently on Tyrion. Winter has passed, and summer has returned. The Kingsguard escorted Bran Stark into the council chamber. The newly appointed king, a figure of legend despite his disability, sat quietly in his wheelchair, observing all around him. His gaze was as tranquil as a timeless spring, undisturbed for millennia. Every time Tyrion glimpsed Bran's legs, a pang of guilt washed over him. Had it not been for his dear brother Jaime Lannister pushing him from the tower, this handsome boy might have thrived, never to become the three-eyed raven. Perhaps some might perceive this as the flip side of misfortune, but what kind of life did Bran aspire to? This question lingered unanswered, unconsidered by anyone. Your Majesty. Everyone rose in reverence. Since Bran's return from beyond the wall and his ascension to the essence of the three-eyed raven, he was no longer the Bran Stark they once knew. He had transformed into a being devoid of emotion, never uttering an unnecessary word. As a king, strictly speaking, he was unqualified. Chapter 12. Trials and Tribulations. News from the Citadel arrived, proclaiming that winter had passed and summer was approaching. What? Hasn't winter just begun? How can it suddenly turn to summer? How long would it last? 10 years, or even longer? Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. According to the Citadel's calculations, winter was supposed to endure for a decade, so why had it abruptly ended? This was undoubtedly a positive development. The inhabitants of Westeros would certainly not lament the end of winter. Though summer brought its own heat, it was far preferable to the relentless chill of winter. Tyrion exclaimed, Your Majesty, is this news accurate? Bran replied calmly, the Citadel states that this is based on astrological predictions. Perhaps the demise of the White Walkers has altered the seasons. Tyrion, this is the best news for you. Indeed, Your Majesty. Summer opens up numerous possibilities. There is no rush to build shelters, while winter breeds despair. The gods have not forsaken us, he said, clasping his hands in prayer. Before Tyrion could finish his supplication, Bran had quietly departed. He never interfered with the decisions of the Hand of the King, nor did he offer constructive advice. He merely affirmed or denied the proposals presented to him, leaving the execution to the council. Ruling a kingdom demands political acumen. Bran, as the vessel of the Seven Kingdoms' memory, was undeniably equipped for this role. Beyond that, governance was outside his realm of expertise. Aware of this truth, he refrained from engaging in matters beyond his capability. From this perspective, he could be deemed a competent king. Tyrion settled back into his chair, this time appearing quite cheerful. My lords, this is indeed good news, do you not think? Davos interjected, it is certainly good news. But it does not resolve all our problems. I may be an unqualified minister, lacking in education, yet I can discern that some wish to emulate Queen Sansa Stark. Which is an ominous sign. Sansa Stark, the first queen in the history of the Seven Kingdoms? Tyrion murmured, recalling his wedding night with Sansa. Before he took the life of his father, Tywin Lannister, he meticulously arranged a marriage aimed at seizing the Stark family as his most significant leverage. It is inconceivable that the notorious Tyrion, a natural-born dwarf, had never contemplated marrying Sansa. However, when confronted with her beauty and nobility, the usually self-assured Tyrion suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. She stood as a paragon of virtue, while he felt like a mere pup groveling at her feet. He could not deny that Miss Sansa Stark was indeed the most graceful, noble, and beautiful lady in all the Seven Kingdoms, unmatched in her poise and demeanor. He had believed that with his wit and sincerity, he could achieve great things as Hand of the King, dispelling his inner insecurities, and that in due course Sansa would become his docile wife. Yet, the whims of fate took a drastic turn, leading events astray from his expectations. She faced trials and tribulations, ultimately emerging with genuine wisdom, transforming the North into her domain. No one could have anticipated that Sansa Stark would triumph in such dire circumstances, becoming an idol of aspiration. Now, she is the Queen of the North, capable of shaping her own destiny, while he, Tyrion Lannister, despite holding the esteemed position of Hand, will never have the chance to hold her hand. Regaining his composure, Tyrion addressed the assembly. Lord Davos, does anyone have new ideas? After a brief moment, he encouraged, speak up, let us vote. If a majority agrees, I shall lend my support. The assembly exchanged glances, and Sam Tarly spoke up, my Lord Hand. Your actions contravene the laws of the realm. Tyrion replied, of course, but do you have a better suggestion? He scanned the room, his tone icy. Since no one harbors independent thoughts, shall we consider the matter of funding and effort? He turned to Sam and proposed, let a letter be sent to the Kingdom of the North, stating that his royal brother requires assistance. As a descendant of House Stark, he is entitled to seek aid from his queen sister. This request seems quite reasonable, does it not? Has she not just benefited from her brother's kingship? Sam took note of Tyrion's words and set off to draft the correspondence. After a moment's hesitation, the assembly began deliberating on how to raise the necessary funds and dispatch family artisans to King's Landing for assistance. After all, the Hand of the Seven Kingdoms still held significant sway, and confrontation was not an ideal strategy. Meanwhile, Oren and Arya were transporting over 100 chests of gold to White Harbor in the north, a journey requiring half a month, fraught with the peril of pirate attacks along the way. Indeed, merely 2 days into their journey, at dusk, 2 pirate ships intercepted them. The pirates aboard shouted and laughed boisterously, hurling ropes with steel claws to tether the vessels together before leaping onto Oren's ship wielding swords and axes. The crew was well prepared, and a fierce battle ensued. Auchung, lacking in combat prowess, could only maneuver through the crowd while clutching a knife. Little did he anticipate that he would be pursued relentlessly by a tall, lanky figure reeking of foul odor. Fortunately, his daily regimen of running in his previous life endowed him with a penchant for evasion, if not for fighting. The lanky pursuer, panting heavily, was momentarily obstructed by 2 combatants, allowing Auchung to crouch and stealthily approach from behind, delivering a vicious strike to the pirate's leg. The fool, unable to withstand the blow, collapsed to the ground, wailing and cursing. Not far away, Ilea leapt into action, severing a pirate's throat, and called out to Auchung, commending him and urging him to continue the fight. Auchung had assumed that she was indifferent to his fate, but upon hearing her address him, he realized that she had been keeping a watchful eye on him. This girl, it seemed, was reluctant to let him perish. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, the band of pirates, having gained no advantage, whistled and retreated to their ship in haste. Auchung discarded the long knife, cursing its pitiful quality. It had no rigidity and bent after only a few strikes. He had thought the weapons on this continent would be exceptional, only to discover they were inferior to even a kitchen knife, made merely of iron and hardly worthy of being called steel. It was no wonder that the knights regarded the Valgonia steel swords as treasures. They were, in essence, durable, resistant to bending, and possessed resilience, maintaining their edge even after extensive use. He now understood their affinity for axes. Their compactness and solidity allowed them to withstand damage in battle without becoming useless scrap. As for the armored warriors, their strength negated the need for intricate techniques, as ordinary blades barely affected them, resulting in a high survival rate after each skirmish. If he were to employ steel tempering techniques to forge weapons, would it not yield a new variant of the Valgonia steel sword? It appeared his hypothesis was indeed valid. To foster the economy of the northern territories, he should commence with weapon manufacturing. Producing fine swords and knives would ensure a market. In his past life, this would have been akin to arms dealing, a lucrative business. Chapter 13. Let the dead keep secrets. As they approached White Harbor, the heart of the northern region, Ouching suddenly perceived an air of secrecy among the sailors, as if they were conspiring about something. A chill ran down his spine. Surely, something was amiss with the cargo. Nothing entices individuals to take risks more than a substantial sum of wealth. At the onset of their voyage, Ilya had specifically commanded that no one was to touch the boxes, under penalty of death. Although the crew was curious, they could not fathom that the boxes contained gold coins. Should they discover this, the consequences would be dire. Ouching lifted the burlap covering the boxes, meticulously inspecting each one. He soon noticed that one box likely sustained damage during the skirmish with the pirates, revealing a crack along its edge and signs that someone had attempted to pry the coins from within. The situation has escalated. Should they harbor malevolent intentions and conspire to eliminate both themselves and Ilya, it would indeed be a great loss. Chen hurried into Ilya's wooden abode. His demeanor grave as he stated, "The secret within the chest has been discovered." Ilya paused, astonished, and asked, "Discovered? What happened?" Chen recounted the events. "It is of no concern. The black-eyed people would not dare to act upon it," Ilya reassured him. Chen replied, "Those gold coins pose a significant risk. Should they divulge this information, it could lead to dire consequences. Do you think the Iron Vault would show mercy toward your sister?" Ilya laughed. "They would not betray me." "That is unacceptable," Chen asserted firmly. "This matter must remain utterly confidential. Otherwise, your sister will find herself in grave peril. At that point, it would not be us aiding her, but rather you who has caused her harm. What then? Haven't we already arrived at White Harbor? We must eliminate them tonight." Chen, pondering the lack of a suitable pretext, found himself with an unexpected rationale. "Are you mad? Kill all 20 of them. Eliminate them," he began to say, but was suddenly interrupted by a noise outside the door. He exchanged a glance with Ilya and stealthily approached the door. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had noticed a marked improvement in his vision and hearing. Even the vigilant Ilya had failed to detect such subtle sounds. He flung the door open to find Asshai standing outside, staring blankly at them. Chen pulled Asshai into the room, while Ilya's dagger pressed against his throat. "Why were you eavesdropping? You have but one chance to speak." Asshai, trembling at the murderous glint in Ilya's eyes, stammered, They planned to steal the gold." Indeed, Chen's suspicions were confirmed. "When will they make their move?" "Tonight, once you all are asleep." As darkness approached, so too did the threat. This individual could not be allowed to leave, lest a fierce confrontation ensue. With a flicker of inspiration, Chen devised a plan. He gathered tung oil, salt, and candle wax, mixing them vigorously until a chemical reaction occurred, transforming the mixture into a liquid, which he then poured into a barrel of wine. These substances would react with the alcohol, causing anyone who drank it to succumb to unconsciousness. This was rudimentary chemistry. Chen excelled in all subjects, thus finding the task quite familiar. He carried the barrel of wine into the midst of the sailors, proclaiming, "You have all worked hard. Soon there will be a reward of 5 gold dragons. Come, let us drink to celebrate." The sailors, seemingly uninterested in the 5 gold dragons, eagerly accepted the wine. They filled their pouches and began to drink with exuberance. Before long, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. In the latter half of the night, Ilya and Chen dragged them to the ship's edge, swiftly slitting their throats before casting them into the sea. After dealing with the 20 or so men, Ilya gazed at the surface of the water, suddenly turning to Chen. "I can't shake the feeling that this is implausible. Where is Asshai? Wake him. I need to interrogate him. I have already thrown him into the sea." Ilya gazed at Chen in disbelief. Chen spoke solemnly, "You must consider this carefully. If even a whisper of this matter leaks out, the Northern Realm will face the severe repercussions from the Iron Treasury. They will compel other kingdoms to oppose your sister. And by then, the toll of death will be significant. Everything I do is for the good of your family. Do you think I wish to act this way? This situation is far from the simplicity you perceive, and the consequences are too grave for us to bear." Chen was well aware of the Iron Treasury's formidable nature. They possessed abundant wealth and could easily employ others to fight on their behalf. Ilya fixed her penetrating gaze upon Chen and questioned, "Are you colluding with Asshai to deceive me, perhaps even to silence me? From my perspective, my people show no signs of betrayal. What exactly are your intentions?" Chen replied helplessly, "Consider this. What advantage would it serve me to act in such a manner? After a long, contemplative silence, Elia reluctantly conceded, very well. I shall trust you. Witnessing the pensive expression on Elia's face, Chen concealed a sly smile. This young woman possessed a fierce determination and resolute spirit, yet lacked a broader perspective, focusing solely on immediate concerns without regard for future calamities. As the saying goes, those who fail to consider the long term will inevitably face immediate troubles. He suddenly realized that he had indeed been influenced by the atmosphere here. His heart hardened like iron. A far cry from his former self. At dawn, he and Elia exerted great effort to maneuver the ship to the dock. There were two primary routes from the northern realm to King's Landing. One was the King S Road, and the other was a waterway, reached by boat from White Harbor. While the waterway was considerably longer than the King's Road, it had its advantages, particularly in terms of cargo capacity. Currently, White Harbor, ravaged by war and plagued by bandits, had seen a significant decline in merchant vessels, with only a few small boats docked at the port. The entire dock appeared desolate and forlorn. As they disembarked, a gaunt old man approached and inquired, "Do you need to move goods?" 10 silver bucks for 100 boxes. What do you intend to do? The old man smiled broadly. For him, this was a substantial income. He cheerfully summoned 2 individuals to assist in unloading all the boxes from the ship and loading them onto a cart. It must be noted that the people of this continent possessed remarkable strength. Each box of gold coins weighed at least 100 pounds, easily carried under their arms. With at least 2 days' journey remaining to Winterfell, Chen felt invigorated at the prospect of soon seeing the woman of his dreams. As they drove the cart toward Winterfell, they encountered a limping old man ahead. He bore a woven basket made of twigs on his back, upon which perched a golden-eyed hawk. Circling above was a larger golden-eyed eagle. Suddenly, the larger eagle swooped down toward some brush by the roadside, only to return and drop a game hen into the basket on the old man's back. The old man appeared unfazed, continuing his leisurely pace forward. Chapter 14. The Blind and Lame Bronco. A falconer? Quite intriguing. In a previous life, Chen had watched a special interview, revealing that only the skilled individuals of the grasslands possessed such abilities. Before one could become a falconer, the arduous task of training the hawks must first be undertaken, an endeavor that is both lengthy and fraught with low success rates. The process is as follows. Experienced falconers seek out the nests of young falcons, devising ways to ensnare them with nets. They then cover the bird's eyes and vigilantly guard them for days on end, ensuring that the fledglings do not succumb to slumber. This relentless ordeal ultimately exhausts the birds, significantly diminishing their wild instincts. The second stage involves a technique known as downloading the shaft. This entails mixing raw meat with hemp or fur, compelling the hawks to consume it, thus stimulating their stomachs and inducing hunger. Hours later, the falcons are made to regurgitate the mixture, a process termed flinging the shaft. Through repeated trials, the fierce nature of the hawks is gradually tempered. Finally, water and food are introduced in increasing amounts, and after several months, a bond of intimacy begins to form between the birds and humans. The entire process of taming hawks is both protracted and brutal, with many falcons succumbing to the ordeal, resulting in a dismal survival rate. However, once a strong connection is established, the hawks demonstrate unwavering loyalty to their masters, becoming invaluable partners in the hunt. Chen halted the carriage ahead and leapt down, standing in the middle of the road, observing the falconer before him. To his surprise, the old man was not only a cripple but also blind, his milky eyes rotating aimlessly without focus. As Chen approached, he greeted, "Hello, would you like a ride? We would be delighted to assist you." The blind, limping elder, peering with his clouded eyes, responded, "Are you referring to the blind falconer, Bronco?" Chen chuckled. "It is a pleasure to meet you, old Bronco. Why are you called the blind falconer? Is it a nickname?" The crippled elder broke into a grin and replied, Being blind and still capable of training hawks, those who know me call me that. They refer to me as the blind, crippled falconer. No one remembers my name. Apologies. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten what I was called." Chen inquired, "Are you skilled in falconry?" "Somewhat," Bronco admitted. "However, they take advantage of a blind cripple like me. The splendid prey only earns me a copper star. Oh, by the way, would you be willing to trade a silver deer for the game I just caught? It appears to be a pheasant, does it not?" Chen placed a gold coin in his hand, stating, "I have a condition. It is simple. I wish to hear your story." Bronco rubbed the gold coin in his hands, excitement evident in his voice. "A gold coin? Kind stranger, it has been ages since I have inhaled the scent of gold." "Thank you." Chen smiled. "Shall we conclude our deal then?" A rather dismal tale, but if you are willing to listen, it may be worth your while. Elia, seated in the carriage, shook her whip and shouted, "What are you up to, dark-eyed man?" "We are quite busy." "It is nothing, merely offering him a ride." "It won't be a bother," Chen replied. Aaliyah glared, puffing her cheeks in indignation, yet ultimately chose not to voice her discontent. Chen helped Bronco into the carriage, allowing him to sit beside him before urging the horses onward. The golden-eyed eagle circled above them, while the small golden-eyed owl perched upon Branco's shoulder was gently taken down and placed there. Chen observed the owl on the old man's shoulder with curiosity. It sat quietly, its brilliant golden eyes fixed upon him, as if scrutinizing him intently. As Chen drove the cart, he listened to Bronco recount his life story. The old man spoke of being born a cripple and blind, abandoned by parents who loathed him, left to fend for himself in the wilderness. He was fortunate to be found by a vagabond who cared for him for 5 or 6 years until the man passed away, after which he wandered the streets begging for scraps. Regarding falconry, Bronco revealed that it was his benefactor who had taught him the craft from a young age. Although this skill was rare, his blindness limited him to relying on the trained golden-eyed owl to catch small prey, earning just enough to survive. Chen mused that the old man's unique talent might prove invaluable, and since he had ample resources, he decided to keep him close. After all, a man who required just 3 meals a day was easy to sustain. Little did he realize he had inadvertently acquired a treasure. As they continued their journey, Chen sensed something amiss. According to the drama, winter had arrived in the north, heralding a season of ice and snow capable of freezing one's ears off. It was said that this winter would last a decade or longer, yet the roadside bore no trace of snow and was not nearly as frigid as anticipated. Based on his previous experiences, it seemed merely an ordinary winter. Had reality diverged from the narrative? Cautiously, Chen inquired, "Bronco, it seems winter has come." Yet it does not appear so. "Indeed, winter has arrived, but that was several months ago," Bronco replied. "Now, summer is approaching, perhaps due to the demise of those accursed White Walkers. The Stark family and the Mother of Dragons vanquished them, and all should be grateful to them. Winter. How dreadful it is." Bronco recalled his near brush with death from the cold. "Outsider, you may not know, but that unfortunate Mother of Dragons met her end at the hands of a Stark bastard." "Oh, why? The poor girl. Indeed, she deserved her fate. It is said her dragons incinerated King's Landing. Terrifying, indeed. They all say so. Luckily, as a cripple and blind man, I am unfit to venture there. Otherwise, I too would have become a roasted pig." Alas, Branco's storytelling was rather poor, often unclear and riddled with errors, yet the overarching narrative remained intact. For Chen, the prospect of summer approaching was undoubtedly welcome news. He could hardly fathom enduring a decade of winter. Although the conflicts across Westeros had subsided, their repercussions were felt nearly everywhere. Productivity had been severely impaired, rendering life exceedingly difficult for the common folk. Thus, poverty begets banditry. Throughout their journey, they encountered wave after wave of brigands. Had they been ordinary people, they would have been robbed countless times, but fortunately, Arya was there to provide protection. As soon as those ruffians suddenly emerged from the woods, brandishing their crude blades to obstruct their path, Arya Stark fixed them with a fierce gaze and declared, "I am Arya Stark. Are you certain you wish to rob me?" Though these vagabond brigands had never encountered Arya, her name had long since spread across the realm of Westeros, instilling terror in their hearts, prompting them to flee in panic. In times past, they might have dared to take the risk, yet the present Arya was akin to the harbinger of death. Any hint of hesitation would send them scurrying away. Confronted with the real person, they would be utterly undone. The sister of the North's queen, the vanquisher of White Walkers, who among the noblest knights would dare challenge her? As the city walls gradually came into view, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Would the queen in the north, the legendary Miss Sansa Stark of Westeros, come forth to greet him? Would she appear as aloof, gentle, and beautiful as he had seen her portrayed on screen? Did she still adorn her swan-like neck with that silver necklace? All memories of Sansa flooded Chen's mind. Chapter 15. The Unforeseen Winterfell. A tall wooden pole stood prominently at the city gate, crowned with a black banner emblazoned with the image of a proud white dire wolf, its tongue lolling. In the biting cold wind, the flag fluttered defiantly, proclaiming the North's inviolability. The ancient, sturdy walls had suffered severe damage during the battle against the White Walkers 6 months prior. Debris lay strewn about, and many sections bore gaping holes, where ragged craftsmen toiled diligently to repair the destruction. Far beyond the city, the defensive trench remained unfilled, littered with the remnants of the battle against the White Walkers, resembling a carpet of withered branches and leaves. When Bran Stark plunged Arya's fallen Valyrian dagger into the Night King's body, countless wights collapsed as if suddenly shattered like clay figurines. This climactic battle, pivotal to the fate of all life on Westeros, came to an abrupt conclusion. The events unfolded with breathtaking terror, vanishing as swiftly as a shooting star, as though one were lost in a dream. In the aftermath, to prevent the spread of disease, Sansa commanded everyone to incinerate the countless corpses strewn across the city and its outskirts, a task that spanned 3 long months. The stench of decay permeated every nook and cranny. Even as Sansa Stark pinched her nose, she scarcely consumed anything during that time. Despite these hardships, the complete removal of all remains would take a considerable duration. Ultimately, only the most critical matters could be prioritized. The utmost priority was, of course, to organize production, restore order, and restructure the army. As a newly independent kingdom, countless challenges lay ahead. Everything was just beginning, and progress could only be made step by step. In the face of the enduring winter, everyone prepared to survive. Fortunately, the bald scholar, Maester Card, informed Sansa of news from the citadel. Winter had passed, and a long summer was approaching. This indeed was the most welcome news. In the north, the long summer is not characterized by oppressive heat. Rather, the temperatures are temperate, making it the prime season for productivity and the most suitable locale for habitation. Although the harsh winters of the past have spared everyone from calamity, Sansa finds herself overwhelmed by the dire circumstances of food scarcity and empty coffers. Governing a realm necessitates not only long-term strategies and a diverse array of talents, but also substantial financial resources, conditions that the North currently lacks. Sansa Stark has transformed from a timid girl into a resilient survivor, which has imparted to her a profound understanding of the significance of power. Yet, upon attaining the highest authority, she discovers that reigning as a queen is far more arduous than she had envisioned. The most pressing issue is ensuring her subjects are well fed. However, even her household staff and servants struggle to secure their daily meals, leaving others in an even more precarious situation. As she observes her people scouring for sustenance, Sansa feels utterly helpless. In the midst of her contemplation, Brienne of Tarth hurriedly enters the room. This maiden, known for her striking height and formidable presence, surpasses most men in stature and strength. Her loyalty is as steadfast as rock, and her swordplay is as fierce as a tiger. Despite having been granted the title of Countess and bestowed lands by Sansa, her vow remains unchanged, as she dutifully stands as the Queen's foremost protector. "Your disobedient sister Arya has returned," Brienne announces. "Oh, is that so? How surprising," Sansa replies, feigning astonishment, although her expression reveals no trace of surprise. She has mastered the art of concealing her emotions, striving to maintain her composure even in the face of unexpected news. Gratitude and resentment towards Peter Baelish swirl within her. He orchestrated her marriage to Ramsay, inflicting upon her wounds that remain unhealed. The haunting memories of that nightmare linger, instilling in her a deep-seated fear of romantic entanglements. Rising, Sansa adjusts her elegant attire with care and steps outside at a measured pace. At all times, she prioritizes her appearance, a habit ingrained in her upbringing as a noblewoman. As the daughter of the proud northern lord, she understands the necessity of embodying grace and nobility, ensuring that all who behold her sense her inherent dignity. This lesson, imparted by the late Lady Liara, has become a cornerstone of her upbringing. Sansa excels in matters of etiquette and education, dedicating herself diligently, much like Arya does with her swordsmanship. Awaiting her is the captain of Winterfell's guard, Ser Harys Mullen. He is tall and handsome, possessing thick, flowing hair, a rugged visage, and warm brown eyes that exude both gentleness and resolve. His smile radiates warmth and is profoundly infectious. The son of the late Mullen, he has loyally served the Stark family since childhood, being a few years older than Arya and merely months apart in age from Sansa. From a distance, Harys spotted Alia waving at him, prompting him to jog over with a smile and exclaim, "Alia, brave girl, I am delighted to see you return. How have you been?" Alia leaped down from the carriage and embraced Harys, grinning as she replied, "How fares your queen, Harys? You shall see shortly. Prepare to face the music, for I suspect Her Majesty has been lamenting your absence for quite some time." "Oh, what treasures lie within the carriage? Do you have a gift for me?" Alia mischievously retorted, "I shan't tell you. No gifts unless you mimic a horse's neigh." Observing their playful banter, Chen felt like an outsider. "Who is he? Your servant?" Harys inquired curiously, gazing at Chen. "Him?" Alia answered coldly, "My purchased slave, still of some use." "What? Am I your bought slave? Who labored the most for the gold in that carriage? Surely, I deserve at least a modicum of credit, yet you turn on me so swiftly? Have you no conscience?" Chen suddenly sensed a troubling turn. This girl was cunning. He wondered what trick she was playing, perhaps plotting to burn bridges. "Alia, you," he began, but Harys interrupted, saying, "A rather unique slave, in fine condition. Go find Scarface Torque, and let him take you to the repairs." Chen stood stunned. "Repairs? Manual labor? Alia, you wretched creature. Do you seek to torment me?" Harys called out, and soon a man with a face full of scars approached. He bowed to Arya and Harris, then seized Ochen's arm, threateningly stating, "Come along with Scarface Torque. Remember to obey and do not provoke my ire." Torque is not a patient man. With no choice, Ochen followed. In this entirely unfamiliar place, disobedient slaves could meet a grim fate. As he walked, he cast a fierce glare back at Arya. "You wait, my dear. There shall come a time when you will be weeping and pleading for my mercy." Arya, witnessing Ochen's fury, waved at him with a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Chapter 16. The lonely Queen Sansa stood in the upper corridor, smiling as she observed Arya and the two carriages in the courtyard. Arya dashed forward and embraced Sansa, exclaiming, "Sister Queen, see what gifts I have brought for you." "Gifts? Are there any? When will you ever remember to return with presents?" Arya pointed to the carriages in the yard, laughing. "They are inside, a delightful surprise. Would you like to know what it is?" "Of course. I am eager to discover the gifts from my beloved sister. Is it lace from Myr, carpets, glassware, spectacles, green honeyed wine, or perhaps Bravosi wine?" "My heavens. You are quite the wanderer." Arya responded, "You possess a vivid imagination. I am afraid none of those interest me. You have one more chance to guess. If you are wrong, I shall require you to sleep with me tonight." Sansa gasped. "Sleep with me? How could you even think of such a thing? I am not accustomed to it. I miss Mother." Elia spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow. Sansa gazed at her sister in bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the depths of her emotions. Elia had always possessed a carefree spirit, seemingly indifferent to the memories of others. Yet now, she found herself reminiscing about their mother. "I miss her," Elia confessed, "and you are increasingly resembling her." Sansa sighed and replied, "I miss her too. Let us share her stories tonight." The sisters exchanged glances before embracing tightly. "Sister, I have a grand surprise for you, and I will assist you with whatever you need. Trust me." Elia has grown. Elia clung to Sansa, whispering softly. Once, the Stark lineage flourished with talent and promise, but now, the House of Stark lay decimated. With only the two of them remaining to uphold the weight of the North, Elia suddenly felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her. She realized that it was time to embody the true essence of the Stark legacy. Glory must be shouldered, and only through wholehearted dedication can it shine brightly and endure. Elia directed Harris to transport the chest from the carriage to the upper floor, allowing no one else to assist him. Once Harris departed, Sansa regarded the towering stack of wooden boxes with curiosity. What is so mysterious within? "Elia, do tell me." Elia, hands clasped behind her back, looked at Sansa and smiled. "Open it yourself. I assure you, you may faint." Sansa replied, "You know I cannot open it." "You certainly can. Only you are worthy of unveiling it." "Asking for help? I'm afraid that would ruin the surprise." Intrigued, Sansa exerted considerable effort to pry open the wooden chest. When she beheld it overflowing with gold coins, she was momentarily stunned. She did not faint, but rather collapsed to the ground. Elia overturned the chest, coins glistening like sunlight, cascading to the floor in a beautiful clamor that dazzled Sansa's vision. Sansa sat amidst the coins, trembling hands cradling them, then slowly releasing them, only to gather them again. The crisp sound of coins hitting the ground resonated like ethereal music, causing her breath to quicken. She had never encountered such a wealth of gold. Even at the height of the Stark family's prosperity, they had never hoarded such a sum within their walls. She had yet to ponder what this treasure signified. It felt surreal, akin to her initial triumph in reclaiming Winterfell from House Bolton. "Sister, are you pleased? This is Elia's gift to you. Is it not a surprise? I hope it has not frightened you." Sansa struggled to rise from the floor, rushing to the table to pour a glass of sour milk, tilting her head back to gulp it down in one go, wiping her mouth with her pale hand. Such an ungraceful act had only ever been performed in the company of Theon Greyjoy during their flight. The memory still brought a blush to her cheeks. Sansa fought to regain her composure, fixing her gaze upon Elia for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Tell me the truth." Illyria smiled and said, "Pirates. I have encountered the Viking marauders. Their lairs are indeed elusive, yet they did not disappoint. The Vikings, savage pirates from the distant western seas, are shrouded in mystery. No one knows their origins, only that they strike without hesitation, mercilessly pillaging monasteries. It is said that the wealth of the nobility is hidden within these sacred places, which is why the pirates specifically target them. Once they have plundered, they escape by ship, eluding even the most skilled mercenaries." Sansa had heard such tales, but those places seemed far removed, mere legends. How had Illyria found them? Observing Illyria's earnest expression, Sansa could not ascertain whether she was fabricating her story. Her knowledge of Illyria was rooted in the distant past. Illyria grasped Sansa's hand and said, "Trust me, sister. Illyria dares to assassinate the Night King. What are pirates in comparison?" The haunting memories of the wretched army of the dead sent chills through Sansa. Indeed, Illyria's bravery was beyond reproach. It was not implausible that she had vanquished a band of pirates. Those marauders were mere mortals, insignificant compared to the terrifying legion of the Night King. Sansa held Illyria's hands tightly, her voice filled with emotion. "Illyria, listen to me. We are the last of our family. The Stark lineage cannot falter. You must survive. Live well. Father and mother are watching over us. We will endure, thrive even. I promise you, sister." Tears streaming down her face, Sansa embraced Illyria. At times, she felt powerful, needing neither comfort nor compassion. Yet at other moments, she was as fragile as a drifting leaf, susceptible to any gust of wind that could carry her to desolate places. She yearned for a kindred spirit, and while Illyria seemed to fit that role, there was also a lingering uncertainty. "Sister, with such wealth, how do you intend to use it?" "How to use it? Naturally, it should be drawn upon when necessary, and spent wisely. The North is in a dire situation." Sansa smiled and replied, "Of course, to repair the walls and the Stark residence. Look, many houses are uninhabitable. We lack fabrics, coal, iron, horses, and more. The Stark family is in need of everything." Illyria nodded and said, "That is right. I meant to convey that the North is now an independent kingdom, no longer a territory of the Seven Kingdoms. Being a kingdom necessitates long-term planning. We cannot simply maintain the status quo." Sansa agreed. "You are correct. Everything must change. We cannot revert to the past. This transformation will take time, as capable individuals are not easily found. I too worry day and night about the best course of action. It requires experienced hands." Illyria responded, "Very well. Sister, the Queen is the wisest person in Westeros, beautiful and graceful. I have faith in you. Good luck." As Illyria cheerfully exited, Sansa fell into contemplation. Her gaze lingered upon the wooden chests, fixated for an extended moment, her eyes unblinking. Chapter 17. Deceived as dawn broke, the gaunt-faced Joaku bellowed, "Lazy worms. Time to work. Be swift. Her Majesty has issued orders for us to hasten our progress. Anyone caught slacking off will feel the sting of my newly crafted whip." Chen seethed with frustration. He had hoped to gain Sansa's favor through his exemplary achievements, aspiring to become a prime minister, a minister, or even a strategist to aid her in establishing an unprecedented empire. However, he never anticipated that Arya would turn against him so abruptly, completely erasing his contributions. Setting aside thoughts of recognition, he would have settled for being a mere attendant by Sansa's side, even sweeping the floors, as it would allow him to behold the goddess he had long admired each day. Yet, now that she was so close, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of her silhouette. Chen could never have imagined Arya's heartlessness. Not only did she refuse to promote him, but she also treated him like a beast of burden. What was her true intention? Where had he offended her? Despite his ponderings, he could not fathom the reasoning behind her actions. It all seemed to stem from a lack of trust. The saying "it's good to have connections" in the court held true, as nepotism thrived everywhere, while tales of the underprivileged rising to power remained mere legends. With no other choice, Chen resolved to focus on repairing the city, taking one step at a time. The task involved reassembling fallen stones, with stonemasons responsible for shaping them, while the laborers transported and assisted. The heaviest task was lifting the stones. Due to a scarcity of oxen and horses, the stones needed for wall repairs had to be chiseled from large boulders located at a considerable distance, necessitating human effort for transport. A moderately sized stone weighed at least 100 pounds, while larger ones could reach 300 to 400 pounds. The people of this land were inherently strong, and two of them could easily lift a stone together. Unfortunately for Chen, he lacked their strength, and the weight bore down painfully on his shoulders, leaving him gasping like a bull. His partner was a child of about 10, who could manage the load, while Chen struggled, taking 3 steps and resting for 2. It was almost unbearable. Impatient, the child approached Joaku and muttered. Joaku disdainfully replied, "Yellow-skinned dog, how utterly useless you are, even inferior to a child. If Her Majesty had not forbidden violence, I would have already broken your legs." In any context, those of lesser ability often face discrimination. This applied even in manual labor. The stronger one was, the more respect they garnered from others. Eventually, night fell, and Chen was utterly exhausted, nearly falling apart. He staggered back to his assigned dwelling. He had been allocated a dilapidated mud brick house, riddled with cracks and seemingly on the verge of collapse. The roof was equally decrepit, and when it rained, one could only expect to become drenched. Overwhelmed with fatigue, Chen collapsed onto a pile of straw upon entering. He tossed the black bread he had received to Blanco, weakly stating, "I have no desire to eat. You can have it all." His exhaustion had even extinguished his appetite. Blanco, who was blind and lame, could not work and had no place to go, so Chen had no choice but to keep him close. A sense of guilt washed over him. He had promised to take care of him, yet now he could barely safeguard his own well-being. The resolute and unyielding Arya did not bestow even a single gold coin upon Chen, as if that gold bore no relation to him whatsoever. Bronco sat beside Chen, massaging his legs, and remarked, "Laboring to mend walls must be quite exhausting for you, judging by your appearance. It seems you have not engaged in such strenuous work before. Alas, Miss Stark harbors a prejudice against you. She does not favor you, as the blind eagle can discern." Chen, in a state of dejection, replied, "How could the queen's sister, of such noble status, ever assist a vagabond like me? Bronco, what shall we do? At this rate, we shall be worked to death." Bronco sighed, "There is no escape. You are now a servant of House Stark. You cannot flee and must labor diligently. Perhaps one day Arya may take pity on you and grant you your freedom." After a time spent massaging Chen's legs, Bronco rose and declared, "I have just hunted a wild rabbit. I shall prepare a soup for you, lest you be utterly exhausted by tomorrow." Observing Bronco's unhurried manner as he skillfully skinned the rabbit, washed it, placed it in a pot, and kindled a fire, Chen was astonished to find that this blind old man moved with the dexterity of one who could see, far from the typical blind person who fumbles. Could he be feigning blindness? Chen gazed into his milky white eyes, utterly unconvinced that he possessed any sight. The structure of the human eye comprises three fundamental components: the iris, the eyeball, and the pupil. Without any of these, it is impossible for an object to form an image on the retina, thus failing to relay any information to the brain. Bronco's eyeball had constricted to a mirror. Devoid of a pupil, it was inconceivable that he could see. As Bronco lifted the wooden lid off the iron pot and blew away the steam, skillfully turning the rabbit meat within, Chen could not help but exclaim, "Bronco, you are deceiving me. You can see." Bronco ladled a bowl of meat soup and presented it to Chen, looking at him with his milky eyes and stating, "Kind-hearted Chen, I assure you. Bronco is truly blind, the gods can attest to it. Perhaps he was born blind and had become accustomed to performing tasks by relying on his other senses. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Chen accepted the bowl, saying, "I believe you, Bronco." Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. The diminutive golden-eyed owl had been perched upon Bronco's shoulder the entire time. It had not stirred, remaining still, as if it were a part of Bronco himself. Its golden eyes followed the movement of Bronco's head. This bird was rather intriguing. Could it be Bronco's sole companion? The gruff-faced Torco held Chen in disdain, observing his struggle with the work. He not only neglected to assist him, but also assigned him to partner with the strongest laborer, tasked with lifting stones weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Chen found himself bent double beneath the burden, taking 3 steps before needing to pause for breath. To avoid the appearance of bullying him, his companion Loman reserved the heaviest stone for himself, leaving the lighter one for Chen. Even so, Chen found it unbearable, amidst the laughter of those around him, who mocked. "Look, the useless Chen, he is less capable than a mere old woman." He gritted his teeth and endured for 3 days. He suddenly realized that he was growing stronger by the day. At least it was no longer as arduous. And he could now lift heavy stones and carry them for several paces without stopping for breath, despite being the subject of ridicule. He had certainly improved compared to 3 days prior. That evening, upon returning and lying down on a pile of grass to rest, he chewed on hard, cold bread, savoring it with Blanco's meat soup. Blanco remarked, "Perhaps the lady from House Stark has thought of you." To which Oaken replied, "She may think of me, I hope. That wolf-hearted, dog-hearted girl." Before he could finish his meal, he noticed Arya entering the room, clad in elegant leather attire. With a straight posture and the Valyrian dagger at her waist, Arya always left an impression of perfect balance, never too much nor too little. Her hands were usually clasped behind her back, but this time, it seemed she was holding something. Oaken pretended not to see her, focusing on his bread. He found it peculiar how this blind, limping girl could know of Arya's arrival. Could her senses be as keen as a dog's? Chapter 18. The first move thud. A package was dropped before Oaken, startling him with the abrupt sound. "This is a reward for you." He looked up to see Arya beaming with a smile, which only fueled his irritation. "How thoughtful of you, but I have no need for it. Miss Arya Stark, this is a place for slaves. Strangers are not welcome here." Oaken replied coldly. Arya squatted down and opened the cloth bag. Inside were fine bread with butter, 5 or 6 vivid sausages, a few tomatoes, and a bottle of rum. In this place, such items were treasures, unattainable for most, or even if one had the coin, there was no place to procure them. Arya smiled and said, "Quite a delightful assortment of food. Care to try?" Oaken swallowed hard and responded, "What do you wish to use me for this time? I will not be fooled. My sister requires your counsel. If your ideas are sufficient, I may recommend you to her, an advisor, a steward, perhaps even a prime minister. What do you say? Oaken's eyes brightened. This was indeed a pursuit worth considering. Sansa was wise enough to discern the merit in his advice. He handed a piece of sausage to Blanco and took a fresh loaf of bread, biting into it fiercely. What counsel do you seek? He inquired. However, I must insist that you honor your word. Otherwise, Oaken's sentence trailed off. As a servant now, what could he truly do? Arya replied. I am uncertain about what to ask you. So, tell me, what is the most pressing matter for my sister at present? The most pressing matters? There were many. Yet, according to the principle of prioritization, within the realm of importance, there were always urgent issues that demanded immediate attention. Oaken pondered and stated, there are indeed countless important matters, such as addressing food supply, production issues, and law and order. However, if one were to identify the most critical, it would undoubtedly be military strength. Pray tell, Oaken continued. What is the foundation of a nation? It is, of course, the army. Without formidable military power, all else remains unguaranteed, just as one might possess a wealth of riches. If surrounded by marauders, what recourse does one have? Arya interjected, yet there is no need for battle at present. The noble families of the north have suffered grievously and lack the capacity to oppose House Stark. Euron's side, if a sapling does not perish, it will inevitably grow stronger with each passing day. When it reaches maturity, attempting to fell it will prove quite arduous, especially in the absence of a sharp axe. This is merely a metaphor. Let us consider this. The north is, at present, a kingdom, its expanse covering 1/3 of the continent of Westeros, stretching 3,000 miles from east to west and 2,000 miles from north to south. Such a vast territory, if developed, would necessitate formidable military strength to ensure its security. The vassals sworn to House Stark command the majority of this land, each possessing their own armed forces. Though they appear feeble now, should they flourish, controlling them will become increasingly challenging. Have you forgotten the tragic fate of your brother Robb? In essence, your sister cannot rely solely on her charisma to compel each house to comply. To ensure their perpetual obedience, she must strip them of their military authority, denying them the right to maintain armies, thus consolidating all military power within House Stark. Arya exclaimed, how could this be? It defies convention. They will surely oppose it. Euron replied, they will indeed resist, for no house wishes to relinquish its military might, as it would forfeit their bargaining power. However, this concern arises only once they have regained their strength. Presently, observe how nearly all those of renown and capability in the north have perished, leaving the remainder too weak to challenge you. This is the opportune moment. Your sister can employ various pretexts to compel them to surrender their armies for the sake of safeguarding the north. They may wish to resist, but their current feebleness renders them unqualified to do so. Once they have regained their strength without military support, they will have no choice but to acquiesce. However, if they are allowed to recover fully, attempts to strip them of their military power will incite rebellion. In summary, confiscating the military authority of each house and firmly placing it in your sister's hands will serve multiple purposes. It will allow for control over them, ensure the kingdom's security, and strengthen national cohesion. Arya listened, grasping only partially, and hesitated. This matter may not be straightforward. It seems quite troublesome. Euron remarked, indeed, it is troublesome. Every sovereign on the continent of Westeros desires such an arrangement, yet by the time they seek to implement it, it may be too late. Those nobles will have grown too powerful, and any attempt to act against them will meet with widespread opposition. Thus, the most vulnerable moment is the ideal time for consolidation. If you do not comprehend fully, it suffices to relay my thoughts to your sister. Her wisdom will illuminate the meaning behind my words, and she will weigh the implications. And do remember to attribute this idea to me. Euron, well versed in history from his previous life, understood the intricacies of advantages and disadvantages. Bolstered by a deep understanding of political theory, having spent time within the system and conducted thorough research. The notion of placing one's ideas in a past life is hardly novel. However, on this continent, it is a piercing insight, as long as Arya conveys the message. I am certain Sansa will swiftly reinstate him. Yet, he never anticipated the intricacies involved, which once again surpassed his expectations. Arya tilted her head, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Ochen, inquiring, do you have any more brilliant ideas? Ochen, brimming with pride, replied, indeed, I have countless. We shall tackle them one by one. There is a specific order to follow, what to do first, what follows, and so on. This sequence is crucial. Haste makes waste. Trust me, in a decade, your sister will be the true queen of Westeros, with all lords and nobles bowing before her. When she declares something to be black, none will dare to assert otherwise. When she desires the moon, no one will dare offer her but a star. Sitting cross-legged opposite Ochen, Arya observed him with curiosity. How do you know so much about these matters? Though I struggle to comprehend, I sense your remarkable prowess. Just how great is your ability? Chen, full of self-satisfaction, declared. My abilities are vast. A talent like mine emerges only once every few centuries. Pay close attention. My capabilities will surpass your intellect. And you may let your imagination run wild. As Chen boasted while feasting on meat and drink, he noticed Arya's astonished expressions, as if he were an omniscient deity. He contemplated how Sansa Stark would, akin to Liu Bang's summoning generals, invite him with the utmost honor, guiding her in matters of statecraft and strategy, basking in her adoration. He envisioned Sansa, the goddess, nestled in his embrace, whispering sweet nothings, and then, as the night deepened, pondering what they might do next. Lost in such reveries, he became entranced until the piercing cry of a golden-eyed hawk jolted him back to reality. Chapter 19. The layout the following day. Chen eagerly awaited Arya's arrival to accompany her to meet Queen Sansa, but instead, he was met with shackles, having become a slave under special supervision. In the afternoon, as the workers repairing the walls took a break to hydrate, a soldier approached with a slender iron chain. Who is Chen? Stand up. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they pointed at Chen, tauntingly declaring, Poor little woman, you've been given special treatment. Confronting the ill-intentioned soldier, Chen stood and asked, What is the matter? The soldier promptly subdued him, fastening the chains, and instructed the grim-faced Zwaku, keep a close watch on him. Lord Harris has warned to be wary of his escape. Arya, what are you plotting? Has your conscience truly been devoured by a dog? Chen felt an overwhelming wave of anger, nearly fainting. While others received rewards for their merits, he faced punishment despite his contributions. This was utterly unjust. Was it his ideas that had angered Sansa, or was he the target of malicious exclusion? Chen found himself utterly confounded. He halted the soldier, saying, I must speak with Miss Arya Stark. Please assist me. To see the Queen's sister? The soldiers laughed heartily, clapping Chen on the shoulder, mocking him. Work diligently. And perhaps one day Miss Arya will permit you to visit the dog kennel. From that day forth, Chen labored with a chain around his ankle. The tasks assigned to him growing increasingly arduous, often accompanied by the venomous curses of the foul-faced Zorko. Initially, he endured the torment, but eventually, he could no longer restrain himself. Seizing an opportunity when Zorko was distracted, he struck him fiercely on the head with a wooden lever used for lifting stones. This act of defiance enraged Zorko, who lunged at Chen like a famished wolf, delivering a flurry of blows that nearly left him for dead. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Chen vowed menacingly, One day, I shall kill you. You had best not die before then. Zorko sneered, Yellow-skinned dog. It is you who deserves death. May your luck not be too abysmal. Perhaps driven into a corner, Chen, fueled by desperation, suddenly felt his strength surging. He effortlessly lifted stones weighing hundreds of pounds, garnering the admiration of those around him, even altering the disdainful gaze of Zorko. This peculiar yellow-skinned dog truly vexes me. Zorko muttered intermittently. In the great hall of House Stark, Sansa and Arya occupied the seats of honor, observing the figures of Harris Moorland and Rowan Castle standing before them. Within a mere 5 years, House Stark had engaged in 3 wars. The first, the war for the rescue of the father initiated by the eldest son, Robb Stark. The second, the battle for Winterfell led by the second son, Jon Snow, alongside Sansa. And the third, the harrowing battle against the White Walkers. These 3 conflicts had decimated not only the Stark bannermen and soldiers, but also nearly obliterated the elder generations of the allied houses. The North now found itself with a scant pool of talent, comprising primarily of the fortunate survivors of the younger generation, whose abilities and experiences paled in comparison to those of their forebears. Rowan Castle stood out among them, serving as the commander and instructor of the Stark army, overseeing the guard of thousands in Winterfell. He was the youngest son of the late, steadfast instructor, Roderick Castle, and possessed a tall, imposing stature, with a dignified appearance accentuated by a prominent beard that lent him an air of authority befitting a leader. Like Harris, he had grown up alongside Sansa. Both had distinguished themselves during the great battle in Winterfell and had been fortunate enough to survive, regardless of their qualifications for their roles. Sansa could conceive of no more suitable candidates. At present, they appeared capable and won Sansa's favor. Turning to Rowan, Sansa smiled and inquired, My Lord Commander, what are your thoughts on Arya's suggestion? Despite his youth, Rowan exhibited a maturity beyond his years and replied cautiously, Your Grace, if I am not mistaken, Arya is proposing that other lords surrender their armies? You are not mistaken. That is indeed Arya's intention. Rowan continued, That may not align with established protocols. The North has been governed in this manner for millennia. Without their armies, how could these lords heed your commands? Moreover, even with the considerable losses suffered by their forces. Collectively, they still number in the thousands. How shall we sustain them? Sansa nodded and remarked, "You make a valid point." Harris blinked and gazed at Sansa, stating, "Your Majesty, whatever course you choose to pursue, I stand ready to support you and serve your will." Arya interjected, "My sister inquires whether this matter is feasible. Do offer some counsel." Harris replied, "I too am uncertain of your Majesty's intentions, yet I pledge my unwavering support." Lowens cast a disapproving glance at Harris and asserted, "The lords of the North lack an army. What then can they be called? They will surely resist, and I fear chaos may ensue. Furthermore, your Majesty has only recently assumed control over the North, and it is insufficient time for them to acquiesce unconditionally." Harris acknowledged, "The commander makes a fair point. Such a precedent has yet to be established in history. Moreover, what purpose does maintaining a large military serve if there are no battles to fight?" Sansa responded, "I grasp the concerns of both gentlemen. Your primary worry is their potential opposition, is it not?" The two nodded in agreement. Sansa continued, "It appears Arya's insights are quite astute. Prepare to inform the lords that an enemy has invaded, urging them to muster their finest soldiers and commanders to Winterfell. As for the rest, I shall devise my own strategy. An invasion by an enemy? Is that true?" Lowens and Harris exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Sansa's intentions. Yet as the queen rose to depart, they steeled themselves to carry out her orders. The two proved capable enough, employing various tactics to coax the elite warriors and commanders from each family to Winterfell. The assembled soldiers and leaders, under the impression that an actual battle was imminent, arrived well equipped, only to find no signs of conflict at Winterfell, leading to a clamorous desire to return home. Acting on Sansa's directive, Lowens falsely claimed that preparations for war were underway. He reorganized the soldiers into 3 distinct battalions, each comprising around 4,000 men, and instituted daily drills. This was indeed a novel approach. Historically, in times of war, each family would bring forth its own contingent to the battlefield. True professional soldiers were scarce. The majority were young men from various trades who would engage in labor during peacetime and only be conscripted temporarily for brief training before facing the enemy. Consequently, their combat effectiveness was limited. Thus, during conflicts, kingdoms favored mercenaries, who were seasoned fighters, experienced in warfare, provided one had the means to afford them. Aside from the royal guard, no kingdom's military consisted entirely of professionals. To train daily without any other duties was an unprecedented practice, particularly for the northern kingdom, which adhered to traditional methods. Sansa, as the newly crowned queen, established Winterfell as the capital of her new realm, thus forming a city guard. In contrast, Winterfell had previously maintained only a few hundred soldiers, who would only gather in their territories during times of war. This was the most ancient form of conscription. When war beckoned, young men were obliged to enlist unconditionally, dispersing to their homes to resume farming once the conflict concluded, often providing their own weapons and equipment. The lords of the North followed this very model, due to low productivity and weak economic capabilities. This model is the most rational approach of our era. Sansa's actions have completely shattered tradition. The suggestion that Oaken provided to Arya is reminiscent of the ancient system of militia, characterized by specialization and division of labor, making it easier to manage and enhancing combat effectiveness, while simultaneously usurping the military power of the lords. This novel model had been contemplated by others, yet the exorbitant costs deterred monarchs from maintaining a large army. After all, wars cannot occur frequently. Sometimes decades may pass before the next conflict arises. Sansa, of course, was unaware of these intricacies. She was simply weary of the hardships of lacking an army. Arya's words awakened a vague sense within her, hinting that this was an exceptional idea. Despite its merit, the implementation posed significant challenges, yet she felt reassured by her ample financial resources. In confronting the various discontent and conflicts within the newly formed army, her only recourse was the deterrent of force. Fortunately, Arya's unparalleled reputation meant that merely riding before the troops quelled the discontent among the noisy soldiers. After a month of acclimatization, these soldiers from diverse regions had largely submitted and gradually conformed to order. One day, Sansa rode her white horse to the training ground to review the troops, clad in a black robe and draped in a white cloak. Her poise and nobility left all the soldiers in awe. Lawrence drew his sword and shouted, "Queen of the North! Queen of the North!" All the soldiers followed suit, brandishing their weapons and echoing, "Queen of the North! Queen of the North!" Sansa rode along the ranks, declaring, "You shall be the bravest soldiers of the North, and I take pride in you. From this moment on, you shall not toil in the fields or engage in any tasks unrelated to warfare. Focus solely on your training to defend the North. You will receive generous remuneration monthly, freeing you from the worries of providing for your families. Upon hearing their queen's promise of sustenance and financial support, the soldiers rejoiced. This was unprecedented. Previously, they only received provisions during wartime, with rewards and spoils granted only after victories. Now, even in peacetime, they would have money to spend, and their elation was palpable. Queen of the North. Queen of the North. The soldiers and commanders chanted once more. May Arya's idea prove beneficial, Sansa murmured to herself. Unbeknownst to Oaken, Arya had not mentioned him, nor was he aware of her true intentions. Chapter 20. The Secret of Bronco. As Oaken spent more time with the blind beggar Bronco, he found the old man to be quite enigmatic. Although he appeared to be blind, he seemed to perceive everything, even the slightest expressions on Oaken's face. Bronco, you harbor secrets. Do not conceal them from me. We are good friends, are we not? One day, unable to contain his curiosity, Oaken grasped Bronco's hand and spoke earnestly. Bronco, taken aback by Oaken's inquiry, hesitated before finally admitting, kind-hearted Oaken, I am indeed blind, yet I possess a unique ability that allows me to see anything, even from great distances. Oaken chuckled, I knew you had a secret. Share it with me and bring me some joy. Bronco replied, kind-hearted Oaken, you must swear to keep my secret, for only then will I reveal it to you. Oaken vowed, and Bronco confided, in truth, I am an eagle sorcerer. Eagle sorcerer? Oaken had never heard of such a thing. What could it possibly signify? After Bronco's thorough explanation, Oaken learned that the one who had adopted him was also an eagle sorcerer, who took Bronco in to pass down his mystical arts. The profession of sorcerer is shrouded in secrecy and widely regarded with suspicion across the continent of Westeros. Those discovered to possess sorcery face execution by the enforcers, compelling them to guard their secrets with utmost caution. In truth, the profession of sorcerer is diverse and stratified. Those who wield but a single type of sorcery are known as sorcerers, like Bronco, who can command the golden-eyed owl he has trained. By employing a unique method and incantation, he attaches his spirit to the body of the owl, transforming it into his eyes. He can also manipulate the owl's instincts with his consciousness, directing it to perform tasks on his behalf. Now Oaken understood why a small owl perpetually perched upon Bronco's shoulder. It served as his eyes, while the larger owl functioned as his limbs. When necessary, he would transfer his will to the larger owl. Naturally, lesser sorcerers possess limited capabilities. Some, despite a lifetime of training, may never master their magic. Although Bronco was born with a disability, he exhibited remarkable talent, having already mastered the art of controlling owls. Otherwise, once his spirit entered the owl's body, he would be unable to move until he returned, akin to awakening from a dream. In that dream state, all actions are but the flow of spiritual will, while the physical body remains inert. Bronco can allow a small portion of his spirit to enter the owl's body without affecting his words or actions, akin to multitasking. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle of his abilities as a sorcerer. The next level above sorcerer is the sorceress. To ascend from sorcerer to sorceress, one must break through an invisible ceiling and endure even more arduous training to achieve mastery. The transformation requires not only exceptional innate talent, but also guidance from a powerful sorceress, who may even sacrifice herself to empower another. Thus, while sorcerers are not uncommon in this world, sorceresses are exceedingly rare. Once one attains the status of a sorceress, not only can they command sorcerers, but they can also control animals and living beings. The most terrifying aspect of a powerful sorceress is the curse. Upon cursing a person or object, that curse endures until the end of time, impervious even to the sorceress herself. Unless fate intervenes, the curse's potency remains intact, even after a millennium. To discuss the origins of sorcery, one must consider the castle of Ayasha, the sanctum from which all sorcerers and witches in this world are descended. Millennia ago, the sorcerers who emerged from Ayasha Castle wielded dominion over humanity. Their unrestrained power instilled terror among the populace, disrupting the delicate balance of human order. Consequently, the King of Light, Laro, and the immortal sorceress engaged in a protracted struggle, ultimately employing powerful incantations to imprison them within Ayasha Castle. As long as the King of Light's spell remains effective, whether they be sorcerers or archmages, anyone who dares to cross the fiery bridge of Ayasha Castle shall be consumed by the sacred flames, leaving not even a trace of their essence behind. Oaken's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened intently to Bronco's narrative, realizing the existence of such profound secrets in this world. It is often said that individuals of similar ilk gravitate towards one another. Thus, it is challenging to fathom the clandestine rules and skills of those who differ from us. This revelation piqued Oaken's curiosity, as he found himself entangled with extraordinary beings. He pondered aloud, since you possess the ability to see far and wide, Could you assist me in discerning what Elia is doing, as well as Her Majesty the Queen? Bronco steadied his mind and entered a trance-like state. One of his eyes remained fixed, while the other roamed towards Chen, who was deep in thought. A sharp cry pierced the air as a golden-eyed eagle took flight from the rooftop, soaring into the distance. Chen remained transfixed on Branco's countenance, mentally calculating various possibilities. 10 miles away, a vast army was engaged in drills, and a formidable figure was seen chastising a soldier, while the queen stood atop the castle walls. Gazing towards the northern lands, her robe resplendent. Chen interjected hastily. What color is the queen's robe? How is her hair styled? Coiled or tied back with golden threads? What of her footwear? Soft slippers or sturdy boots? Is she smiling or furrowing her brow? Fundamentally, Chen's journey through time and space was motivated by a desire to connect with Sansa Stark, believing that by associating with Elia, he could effortlessly remain by Sansa's side. With his talents, he envisioned aiding her in governance, cultivating moments of romance, and eventually whisking her away into matrimony. Little did he anticipate that Elia would thwart his plans, denying him any opportunity to engage with Sansa. After all this time, not only had he failed to stand by the goddess, but he had yet to encounter her in person. The mere thought of it incensed him to the point of fury. Now, with a sudden opportunity to glimpse the goddess, Chen could not let it slip away. He inquired with meticulous detail, even about the color of her undergarments and stockings. Chen leaned closer to Bronco, repeating his questions incessantly, while Bronco patiently indulged him until the exercise became tedious. Eventually, Chen relented and turned his attention back to Elia's whereabouts. Bronco's eye, now fully alert, darted around as if searching for something. After a moment, he spoke. Regrettably, Chen, Elia is nowhere to be found. Perhaps she is asleep, and I am unable to assist with that. Suddenly, Bronco exclaimed, soldiers are approaching, 4 individuals. They rode on horseback, accompanied by a splendid carriage adorned with a black canopy. Oh, Chen, they are approaching us. A carriage? Coming this way? Could it be that Sansa has uncovered Arya's secret and is compelling her to invite me to the palace as the Prime Minister? It is quite possible. With such a formidable army present, Sansa must have heeded my counsel and is executing it with considerable success. A woman of her wisdom would undoubtedly perceive Arya's concealed existence, even if Arya herself tried to hide. That simple-minded girl could never conceive of such an ambitious plan. Lost in thought, Chen could not help but feel a surge of joy. He sprang up from the haystack, flung open the rickety door, and gazed at the approaching carriage. Chapter 21. The Next Move, Part 1. What a magnificent carriage it was. The black steed was robust and powerful, and the embellishments on the carriage were exquisite, featuring intricate carvings of birds and beasts. The canopy was equally splendid, draped with a coarse cloth depicting a hunting scene. Such carriages were exclusively reserved for the nobility, far beyond the reach of common folk. For soldiers clad in leather armor dismounted and approached Chen, inquiring, "Are you Chen?" Clearly, their master had briefed them on the guest's appearance. Chen promptly replied, "Greetings, warriors. I am Chen. You have found the right person." The 4 soldiers exchanged glances, seized Chen's arms, and without further ado, thrust him into the carriage's canopy. "Stay put inside and do not peek outside. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Taken aback by the soldier's ominous words, Chen was bewildered. What on earth is happening? "Arya, you wretched one, what are you scheming?" The carriage traveled for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. The soldiers pulled Chen from within. As he stepped out, the sky had darkened, and night had fully descended. He surveyed his surroundings. They were in a courtyard outside the city, meticulously constructed, not a place for commoners. Light spilled from the windows, casting a warm glow outside. The 4 soldiers closed the courtyard gate and stood guard outside. The interior was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of life, save for a half-open door in the middle. Chen pondered that perhaps his host had not yet returned and, thus, pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the light was bright, with 6 gleaming candles placed on various holders. In the center stood a long wooden tub, steam rising from it. Chen wandered around the room but saw no one, so he approached the tub to investigate. To his delight, it was a large basin filled with warm bathing water, with a bath cloth draped over the edge. Having been treated like a beast of burden for so long without indulging in a proper hot bath, the sight of the steaming water ignited a profound desire to bathe. Since his host had invited him, why not take advantage of the warm water? Surely, they would not be stingy. Without hesitation, Chen stripped off his clothes and immersed himself in the hot water. The temperature was just right, and as he leaned back against the tub, he comfortably closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Suddenly, he felt a hand lift the washcloth, dip it in the water, and then gently wipe it across his body. Chen assumed it was a servant from the household and did not even open his eyes, saying, "Oh, such thoughtful service. You may apply a bit more pressure. By the way, who is your master? We could have a chat, as I am quite the storyteller, and I believe he would enjoy it. I eagerly await your tale to commence, dark-eyed one." "Ah, splendid. You have evidently been exercising these days. Your muscles are quite strong." Upon hearing that exceedingly familiar voice, Chen felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, abruptly rising from the water. "Elia, is that you?" As he gazed at Chen's astonished expression, Elia swept her eyes over his bare form and chuckled. "Orientals tend to be quite shy. I believe you mentioned that." At her words, Chen felt as though scalded by boiling water and quickly submerged himself. "Elia, do not tease me. You cannot be ungrateful." He looked at Elia, his eyes aflame with ire. To his astonishment, he noticed that Elia was not clad in her usual leather attire, but rather in a flowing purple robe. Her face seemingly adorned with subtle makeup. Though slightly shorter, this petite woman was indeed quite attractive, yet her commanding presence overshadowed her femininity, rendering her less appealing to the men who beheld her. A woman should be more demure. Too much wildness distorts her essence. Chen suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Elia, exclaiming, "You have changed your clothes. You have finally changed your clothes." Elia appeared both embarrassed and irate, seizing Chen's head and submerging it in the water until he was on the verge of suffocating before releasing him. "Who decreed that I cannot change my attire? Very well, I shall." Coughing and gasping for breath, Chen glared at her, saying, "Do you wish to drown me?" Elia chuckled, "A punishment, dark-eyed one. You have displeased me." Chen retorted, "Fine. What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Elia replied with a mischievous smile. The mention of this matter incensed Chen, who said, "Regardless of the circumstances, I have endured hardship if not earned merit. Why do you treat me thus? A slave? A laborer? Shackles? Are you mad?" Elia resumed her position by the wooden tub, taking up the washcloth to wipe him down, stating, "I am doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Chen felt an urge to curse. Elia continued, "Consider it. You, an enigmatic Oriental with such a distinct appearance, who would not harbor suspicions. My sister, though she seems gentle and amiable, is internally vigilant and quite suspicious. If I were to recommend you in her presence, she would doubt the origins of the gold. Furthermore, she has a general mistrust of those whose backgrounds are unclear. She does not even fully trust her own sister. Fearful that I might usurp her throne, should she discover your capabilities and that you have seized the treasury, she may very well send someone to eliminate you in secret. She does not wish for me to gain power, which is why she has consistently barred me from military affairs and has never entrusted me with a significant position. Are you aware of this? Therefore, we must proceed slowly, allowing her to gradually recognize your competence. Only then will she employ you." "Stop," Chen interjected. "It appears that your sister was unaware of my existence, was she not? I am considering your interests. This seems to hold some merit. Perhaps one cannot truly comprehend an individual solely based on their portrayal in a drama, for reality and imagination often diverge. Very well. I shall temporarily place my trust in you." Alia remarked with a smile, "Consensus forms the foundation of trust. Now that the military has largely been consolidated, what should we do next? Well, there are numerous paths to explore, yet we must proceed step by step. However, some matters require simultaneous progression to foster complementary development." "All right. How do you envision this complementary development?" Alia inquired. "In summary, it boils down to 2 words, spend money. 7 words, exhaust all available funds." "Exhaust all available funds? Have you lost your mind?" Alia exclaimed, pressing Chen's head against a wooden barrel, regarding him as if he were a peculiar creature. Chen rolled his eyes and responded, "Why the excitement? Of course, we must spend every last coin. However, there must be a method to the expenditure. You think it's merely frivolous spending? There is much wisdom to be gleaned here. Pray tell." Alia released him. Chen continued, "A prosperous nation is invariably one with a robust economy. Without sound economic foundations, how can one speak of prosperity and strength? Furthermore, a nation with economic development must possess formidable military power as assurance, lest everything becomes as ephemeral as structures built on shifting sands. Akin to flaunting a purse of gold in front of brigands, the military of the North has been fully integrated, which creates conditions conducive to economic advancement. Economic development can generally be categorized into 4 stages. The first stage is agriculture, wherein farmers focus solely on their craft, unless they have surplus time. The second stage involves commerce, simply put, organizing the sale of surplus goods produced in the North, while importing necessary items from elsewhere to sell to those in need. The third stage entails the development of manufacturing, for instance, producing items that are currently unavailable to others and selling them. Since these items are unique, their profitability will surpass that of agricultural products. The fourth stage revolves around extensive construction. What does this entail? Specifically, it involves building roads and houses. Indeed, Winterfell has suffered severe damage, compounded by the presence of countless deceased, rendering it inauspicious. A new city must be constructed to serve as the new capital of the North. A new Winterfell? Arya, initially bewildered and only partially grasping the discussion, fully comprehended the enormity of reconstructing Winterfell. She pondered the scale of such an endeavor and the time required for completion, genuinely believing Chen had lost his sanity. Chapter 22. The Second Move, Part 2. Arya, born into the household of the largest lord in the kingdom, was no stranger to worldly matters. Politics, military affairs, commerce, and agriculture were all familiar domains. Even without deliberate study, her daily exposure had endowed her with considerable insight. Yet, Chen's visionary blueprint left her utterly astounded. It was entirely disconnected from traditional models, appearing to her as a novel and unprecedented approach, leaving her uncertain of its validity. She merely felt that Chen spoke with conviction, seemingly possessing a measure of truth. This concept was indeed perplexing to her. Fortunately, she did not believe Chen was spouting nonsense. Ilea remarked, "Very well, let us assume you are correct. But is it truly feasible to reconstruct Winterfell?" Chen glanced sideways at Ilea and replied, "In the hands of others, it would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Merely quarrying the stone would require 1,000 masons over a decade. Yet, in my hands, it can be accomplished in just 2 years. 2 years to build a Winterfell?" Ilea considered Chen's assertion to be lunacy. Chen continued, "Well, this cannot be succinctly explained, but suffice it to say, if you provide me with the manpower, I assure you will witness a miracle." Ilea pressed further. "All right, then I must ask, what does it mean to spend money, and what will be purchased?" Chen replied with a smile, "What will be bought? This money serves as remuneration for labor rendered to the kingdom." "What does that mean?" "It entails compensating the workers who repair the fortifications and manufacture goods with generous wages. Do you understand?" The notion of paying those who work for the kingdom left Ilea astounded. In the realm of Westeros, serving the kingdom, including in warfare, was considered a duty, merely providing sustenance and shelter. Even if wages were dispensed, they were minimal rewards for commendable service. How could one possibly compensate them according to their labor? To modern minds, the idea of remuneration for work is an unquestionable norm. Yet in antiquity, labor for the state was mandated by law, known as Corv A. Observing Ilea's bewilderment, Chen explained, "Consider this. Those who repair fortifications and produce goods must support their families, do they not? If the kingdom pays them, they can procure what they need. The kingdom can then utilize its trade networks to acquire these goods from elsewhere and sell them to the workers. In this manner, you purchase from me. I purchase from you. Each party fulfills its needs, and money begins to circulate among the populace. As long as currency flows frequently within the hands of individuals, the kingdom's economy will flourish, ensuring that everyone can eat and dress adequately, perhaps even enjoy finer things. Furthermore, your sister merely needs to collect a modest tax from them, thereby generating revenue for the kingdom. With increased income, more endeavors can be undertaken. The more the kingdom invests, the more opportunities the common folk will have, leading to greater wealth creation. Thus, does the kingdom not become prosperous and strong?" Chen paused momentarily before stating, "There is another pressing matter that must progress simultaneously." "What matter?" "To gather the displaced individuals from other kingdoms, regardless of their origin, as long as they possess the capability to work, and irrespective of past transgressions. If they are willing to labor or reside in the north, the kingdom should welcome them all." Ilea questioned, "Is it truly beneficial to have so many people?" Chen responded, "Where there are people, there is potential. Without them, all is void. The north is currently in dire need of labor. Without people, how can there be economic prosperity? While it may seem inconsequential now, it will not be long before you realize that people are the most scarce resource here. In summary, you should quickly find someone to spread the word, claiming there are jobs in the north, with guaranteed safety and lucrative pay." Arya asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Chen replied, "There is much to be done. The most pressing matter is to manufacture Valyrian weapons. These can be exchanged for gold swiftly, or else your sister's coin will soon dwindle." Chen had expressed this sentiment long ago, and Arya had assumed he was merely boasting. Now, his genuine intention to create Valyrian weaponry left her utterly astonished. "Are you certain you can accomplish this?" Chen retorted, irritated, "Do you think I jest? I assure you, every word I utter is true and will manifest into reality. Each of my statements represents a box of gold. Should you dismiss them, do not lament later." "Very well. How do you plan to proceed?" Chen said, "Gather the finest blacksmiths in the north to craft a prototype, and then commence full-scale production. These items will be in high demand wherever they are taken, and they will return laden with gold. Naturally, the pricing must be accessible to other kingdoms. Arya leaned closer to Oaken, smiling seductively. Do not deceive me. Oaken extended his arm from the water, draping it over Arya's shoulder, and remarked, "Who was responsible for the gold in the iron vault?" "That would be your merit," she replied. "Who conceived the idea of unifying the army? Was it effective?" "A rather commendable notion," Oaken said, patting her shoulder. "So, did I deceive you?" Arya turned to Oaken's arm, her expression cold. "Is it appropriate for a servant to touch a lady of House Stark?" Oaken was taken aback, hastily withdrawing his arm. "Why do you not comment on my bare skin? Especially when it happened twice? I am myself, and you are you. Can we not clarify our identities?" Oaken chuckled awkwardly. "Understood. You are not the dish I desire." Suddenly, Arya's Valyrian dagger was pressed against Oaken's throat. "Are you coveting my sister?" Oaken promptly sealed his lips. Why was this girl so sensitive? Like a thorn caught between the two of them? It seemed that establishing a connection with the goddess would be a formidable challenge. To ascend that mountain, one must first overcome this hurdle. Oaken cautiously nudged the dagger aside and said, "I at least contribute, and I have even greater contributions ahead, which could be unprecedented. Why are you not only ungrateful, but also cruel toward me?" Arya retracted the dagger, her expression icy. "Is it not sufficient that a lady of House Stark bathed you?" Oaken exclaimed, "You are exploiting me. Fear not being used, but rather fear being without value." "Be content," she retorted. Oaken replied, "Surely, you cannot treat me as a slave." Arya stated, "That depends on your performance. Considering you still hold some value, the chains will be removed, but your status as a slave remains. I shall grant you a privilege. All the craftsmen will be under your jurisdiction, and you will have the authority to dictate what is to be produced." Oaken seethed with indignation. With such significant contributions, it is astonishing that one remains in the status of a slave. "Arya, could you not be a bit more mindful? Regardless of the circumstances, at least I am no longer toiling as a laborer, and I possess the authority to command others. While also pursuing my ambitions, this offers a glimmer of hope." With this thought, Oaken finally felt a sense of relief. Arya, not devoid of compassion, prepared clean garments for him, which was commendable. She also arranged for ale, bread, venison, sausages, and a meticulously smoked ham. In the north, this would be considered a lavish spread, however. Oaken had long grown weary of such fare. An occasional meal would suffice, but having it daily was utterly exhausting. "Once my spirits are lifted, I shall prepare steamed buns, dumplings, and hand-rolled noodles for you," Oaken remarked as he sliced through the food, addressing Arya. "What exactly are steamed buns? And what are dumplings? What purpose do hand-rolled noodles serve?" Oaken's novel terms left Arya feeling as though she were deciphering an ancient text. She regarded him as a peculiar being, capable of conjuring up concepts that utterly bewildered her. Chapter 23. Valyrian steel sword. The following day, Oaken tidied himself and, accompanied by Blanco, moved to the armory. The armory's chief overseer, Chen, was a genial old man who had spent his life here, renowned for his craftsmanship and integrity. "I am Oaken, and I shall be working alongside all of you masters from now on. I look forward to our collaboration. By the way, Master Chen, everyone, including you, must adhere to my directives. Is that agreeable?" Chen smiled warmly and responded, "Miss Arya has instructed that we are to forge new weaponry. Whatever you require, just let me know, and I will attend to it immediately. You can focus on your role as the master instructor. I will handle the rest." Oaken, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Was it not said that I hold authority here? How can you be in charge? This cannot be right." "Indeed, it is not," Chen replied. "Miss Arya has conveyed this instruction to let you concentrate on your work without concern for other matters. Should you need anything, simply communicate with me." In essence, the people here would follow his commands, while he would be subordinate to Chen. Is this truly the situation? It seems I can only command one person, and that is the chief overseer? Arya has truly put me in a predicament. There was no alternative for Oaken but to accept this arrangement. After a day of observation, Oaken discerned that the smelting and manufacturing techniques prevalent on this continent were quite advanced, though the final critical method, steel pouring, had yet to be mastered. In simple terms, the weapons produced with current methods suffered from low carbon content in the steel ingots, resulting in inadequate hardness. During vigorous combat, such weapons were prone to bending and dulling, particularly the tips of swords, which would easily warp upon striking armor. Such weaponry, amidst prolonged conflict, would be highly susceptible to damage, leading to significant resource depletion. Oaken had meticulously studied Arya's Valyrian dagger, and while he could not ascertain whether it had been imbued with magic during its creation, one fact was certain: the Valyrian steel sword was, in essence, crafted from what was referred to as forged steel. The so-called 100 refined steel is produced by repeatedly forging wrought iron over 100 times, effectively eliminating impurities within the steel ingot. The resulting ingot, when forged into blades, exhibits significantly enhanced hardness and toughness, with sharper edges and a body less prone to bending or breaking. While 100 refined steel is commendable, it is a time-consuming and costly endeavor. During China's Three Kingdoms period, the price of a single 100 refined steel blade could suffice to feed 5 individuals for 3 years, illustrating the exorbitant manufacturing costs involved. However, there exists a more efficient and straightforward method to produce superior steel ingots, known as the pouring steel method. This entails melting pig iron into molten iron and then uniformly pouring it over the wrought iron, allowing for oxidation to occur. This process facilitates the easy removal of impurities. And after 3 rounds of forging, the steel is perfected. The pouring steel method boasts several irreplaceable advantages. 1. As a carbonizing agent, pig iron, due to its high melting temperature, accelerates the carbon diffusion into wrought iron, shortening the smelting time and enhancing productivity. 2. Wrought iron transforms into steel through carbon infiltration, while pig iron, through decarburization, can also become steel, thereby increasing steel output. 3. At elevated temperatures, the carbon, silicon, and manganese in the molten pig iron react with the oxides in wrought iron, purifying the metallic structure and enhancing metal quality. 4. The pouring steel method is straightforward and easily mastered. By adjusting the proportions of pig iron and wrought iron, steel of varying carbon content can be achieved. Forging blades from this steel ingot meets the highest standards of perfection. A good method may appear simple, yet its conception is challenging. This technique was discovered by ancient Chinese artisans through extensive practical experience, far from being a mere whim. Naturally, attempts at imitation by others would yield little effort. To further enhance efficiency, fuel modification is necessary. The northern regions are rich in coal resources. Refining coal into coke elevates furnace temperatures, making mass production feasible. The process of coking is not complex, and instructions were delegated by Chen to Rukin, who was tasked with mobilizing personnel while Chen provided on-site guidance. Before mass production, prototypes must first be crafted. Lacking hands-on experience, Chen enlisted several skilled blacksmiths to undertake the task, while he elucidated the specific steps alongside them. These blacksmiths, steeped in tradition and experience, were unaware of the underlying principles. They had never encountered Chen's steelmaking method and, though they remained silent, harbored skepticism, perceiving it as futile endeavor. Fortunately, their diligence and commitment led to success. Within the span of a single meal, the blacksmiths forged the first steel ingot. As the saying goes, true craftsmen reveal their skill with ease. The forged steel ingot exhibits a deep azure hue, its surface impeccably smooth. In comparison to an ingot of traditional dimensions, its color is markedly richer, with scarcely any pores, and its weight has significantly increased, undoubtedly a result of the enhanced density of the metal. Several blacksmiths, recognizing its superior quality, regarded Chen with newfound respect, no longer daring to underestimate him. Incredible! Such a simple combination yielding unimaginable results, perfect, utterly perfect. The blacksmiths gathered around the ingot, showering it with praise, reluctant to part with it even for a moment. One robust blacksmith clapped Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Marvelous foreigner! Your methods shall alter the fates of all. Alas, it is somewhat lamentable that the valiant warriors may soon face misfortune. Such exceptional steel will forge swords of terrifying prowess." Energized, the blacksmiths placed the ingot into the carbon fire to heat it red, collaborating seamlessly to swiftly craft a dagger and a sword. They then reheated the sword body, withdrawing it to quench in water. Only quenched blades possess true hardness. Unquenched, they are akin to wrought iron. To test the sharpness of the two weapons, the blacksmiths immediately set to work on the whetstone. After meticulous polishing, both blade and sword proved astonishingly sharp, radiating a brilliant sheen that starkly contrasted with the dullness of their antiquated counterparts. Chen wrapped a rag around the hilt of the unhandled dagger and aimed it at a common knife, delivering a powerful strike. Remarkably, with just a few blows, the old-fashioned knife was severed. He then struck at the hanging armor, effortlessly slicing through the iron with mere moments of effort. The sharpness and resilience of these new weapons far surpassed those of ordinary blades. Onlookers gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had anticipated modest results, but the outcome was astonishing, far exceeding their expectations. They could not help but applaud, their joy at the significant advancement in craftsmanship surpassing even the birth of a healthy son. Chen paraded with the sword and dagger, exhilarated, declaring, "Trust me. The blades produced in the north will spread throughout the continent of Westeros, and all masters shall receive handsome rewards, I assure you." The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the promising news. Suddenly, Chen recalled the tale of spear and shield. Why not test if they could withstand each other? If they proved unbreakable, It would signify true success. He instructed a blacksmith to wield the sword while he himself applied all his strength, delivering a flurry of blows. Suddenly, both weapons shattered simultaneously. While such a result is commendable, Chen felt a pang of disappointment. True steel should not yield to one another. They might only create nicks upon collision. If they broke, they could not be deemed truly exceptional, falling short of the caliber of Valyrian steel. If they could not achieve the heights of Valyrian blades, they could not command a comparable price. To grasp the worth of a Valyrian steel sword, one must realize that it could sustain 10 individuals for 5 years. Chen picked up 2 blades, scrutinizing them meticulously for an extended period. He noted that both swords exhibited sporadic air pockets, indicating insufficient density in the steel ingot. The crux of the issue eluded him, leaving him in profound contemplation. Chapter 24. Breaking the cocoon upon the ramparts of Winterfell, Sansa and Arya stood side by side. Gazing into the distance at the scattered villages in the vast wilderness, Sansa pondered Arya's recent discourse on long-term plans. These plans were essentially a reiteration of Chen's original words. At first glance, this so-called strategy seemed utterly nonsensical. For instance, Arya suggested using funds to pay laborers. But why should that be? They were the people of the North, and it was only right that they contributed to their homeland without recompense. Moreover, the notion of constructing a city within a year, recruiting refugees, and forging Valyrian steel swords all sounded ludicrous at first, yet upon deeper reflection, some merit could be discerned. Arya, are you certain this is your idea? Sansa inquired, fixing her gaze on Arya. With her hands clasped behind her back, Arya smiled at her sister and replied, "This is certainly not my own invention. During my travels to some peculiar places, I observed that they operated in this manner, and it appeared quite effective. I merely thought to share it in hopes of assisting my queen sister." "Very well," Sansa nodded. "What of the enslaved craftsman you purchased from outside? It sounds extraordinary. Can he truly deliver on his promises?" "I assure you, sister, if he deceives me, the consequences will be dire." Sansa contemplated for a moment and said, "Let us first see if he can indeed forge a Valyrian steel sword. Should he succeed, the North will acquire a significant source of enduring revenue, allowing us to implement your ideas." Arya responded, "You truly are remarkable, sister. You can instantly perceive the potential benefits." "Thank you, Arya. You never fail to surprise me." "Very well, sister, I shall accept your praise. I must take my leave now to see how that wretched fellow is faring." As Arya's petite figure receded into the distance, Sansa fell into a reverie. She could not fathom Arya any more than Arya could decipher her. Perhaps no one truly understood their thoughts. For 3 consecutive days, Chen sequestered himself within his chamber, repeatedly pondering and ruminating. Yet he could not discern the source of the dilemma. He possessed a relentless determination. Whenever faced with a perplexing challenge, he would isolate himself, searching for the roots of the quandary, locking himself away in darkness, engaging in deep contemplation until he uncovered the answer. However, the monumental challenge he faced now was the absence of any materials, books, or models to reference, leaving him to exhaustively recall fragments of the past. Surely, he had overlooked a detail. What could it possibly be? Chen appeared almost entranced, as if everything around him had faded from existence. In a dimly lit room devoid of any light, he pondered for an extended period before emerging to pace restlessly in circles. Bronco crouched at a distance, his wide eyes fixated on the frenzied Chen, while his withered hand stroked the feathers of a golden-eyed hawk. He murmured, "Poor Chen, stubbornness is no virtue. Fair maiden, you must lend him your aid." In the distance, a wild dog was nonchalantly urinating, and Chen gazed at it intently. Suddenly, a firm little hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice that said, "Dark-eyed one, you seem to be in a predicament." Branko's observation proved accurate. Elia had arrived, stealthily approaching Chen like a nimble raccoon. Her footsteps were always light, often startling others when they finally noticed her presence. Chen embraced her tightly, covering her mouth, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the wild dog. Elia glared at Chen in anger, initially attempting to break free, but upon witnessing his peculiar expression, she restrained herself, allowing him to hold her quietly. Once the wild dog finished and trotted away with its tail wagging, Chen remained transfixed, not moving an inch. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I've remembered. I know where the problem lies." Overjoyed, he hugged Elia tightly, as though she were a wooden post. Elia twisted in his embrace and remarked with a stern face, "Am I a wooden post?" Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I apologize for the offense, Elia." With a huff, Elia retorted, "What have you remembered? Is it something amusing?" Chen waved his arms excitedly, declaring, "I have finally uncovered the key to creating the weapons of wagging glia." "Oh, do tell. I wish to be entertained," she urged. Thus, Chen launched into an elaborate explanation of the steel pouring method, forgetting two critical details. Without these two components, the quality of the weapons produced would be halved. The first was the alkaline reaction. During the melting of pig iron, a small amount of lime must be added to the molten iron. The pure alkalinity of the lime accelerates the oxidation process, allowing it to penetrate the wrought iron swiftly, while the high temperature of the wrought iron simultaneously neutralizes the alkalinity in the pig iron. Only then can the entire steel ingot be flawless. The second was the dual liquid quenching method. For ages, water had been the conventional cooling medium for quenching. Although predecessors recognized that different types of water could yield varying properties in weapons, they had yet to transcend the realm of water. A master bladesmith achieved this breakthrough by employing the dual liquid quenching method while crafting a wrought iron blade. He first quenched it in rapidly cooling animal urine, followed by a quench in slowly cooling animal fat. This method significantly enhanced the hardness and toughness of the weapon, rendering it unbreakable even by superior blades. The dual liquid quenching method ensures hardness by utilizing rapidly cooling animal urine as a quenching medium while the workpiece remains at a comparatively high temperature. As the temperature of the workpiece decreases, it is advisable to employ a slow-cooling animal oil as the quenching medium to prevent cracking and deformation, thereby enhancing its toughness. Chen inadvertently witnessed a wild dog urinating, which suddenly recalled this narrative and subsequently stirred other memories. One must admit that his memory is remarkably astounding. Remembering all the meticulous steps of such a rigorous process is indeed no easy feat. Elia listened quietly to Chen's narration, her rough palm caressing his face as she spoke. I apologize for the harm I have caused you, especially considering your contributions to the North. Her hands, which could have been soft and smooth, bore calluses from her daily sword practice and archery training. It is rather heart-wrenching to contemplate. Why must a lady endure such hardships when a life of ease could be hers? Chen gazed into Elia's seemingly remorseful eyes and inquired, Has your sister heeded my advice? Almost, she replied, but it depends on whether you can forge a weapon that rivals Valyrian steel. Elia unsheathed the Valyrian dagger from her waist, admiring its shining blade. Chen took it into his hands and remarked, I shall surpass it and bestow upon it a resounding name. What name would that be? Elia asked. The Soul of the North, the Queen's Kiss. Chapter 25. The Queen's Wrath. Sister, this is the second gift Elia has bestowed upon you. In the hall of House Stark. Elia pointed to the wrapped item on the table, smiling at Sansa. Oh, another gift, Elia. What surprise does your present hold for me? Open it, and you shall see. I assure you, you will scream with delight. Sansa unwrapped the package to reveal a long dagger and a longsword. The longsword gleamed with a bluish light, its sharp blade piercing Sansa's gaze. The dagger was equally sharp, its slightly curved blade emanating a wild, cold gleam. Clearly, these were freshly forged samples, their handles rudimentary and coarse. If adorned with an exquisite grip and a finely crafted guard and sheath, they would undoubtedly be the coveted weapons of every knight. Holding the longsword, Sansa exclaimed in delight, Elia, is this the northern sword that rivals Valyrian steel? Indeed, the incomparable Valyrian steel has lost its luster. The swords forged in the north shall surely usurp its noble status. Elia picked up the other dagger, her fingers gliding over its surface as she spoke with excitement. As a connoisseur of blades, she could certainly discern their quality. She pointed at Harris, grinning. Harris, why not give it a try? Harris, equally an expert, could assess a weapon's merits or flaws with but a glance. Raykin has truly outdone himself. His new weaponry is simply exceptional. Harris took the long sword from Elia and examined it thoroughly, showering it with praise, reluctant to set it down. Give it a try, Harris. I guarantee it will leave you astonished. Harris drew his own longsword and struck forcefully at the dagger in Elia's hand. His sword could undoubtedly be classified as a masterpiece. However, when pitted against Elia's longsword, it was akin to the clash of wood against steel. Not only did his sword fail to inflict any damage upon Elia's weapon, but it was also rendered completely dulled. Goodness, Raykin is exceptionally skilled. His contribution shall be immortalized in history. The weapons emerging from the armory undoubtedly reflect upon the armory's steward, Harris. Elia declared, Harris, hold your sword steady. I am about to test my blade, so be cautious. Like an antelope, she leapt and swung her sword toward Harris's longsword. With a resounding crack, Harris's sword was effortlessly severed by Elia, as if it were merely a twig cleaved by a sharp blade. My word, how astonishing! Harris exclaimed. When he crafted this sword, he had specifically instructed Raykin to exercise great care. Raykin, of course, employed the finest steel to fashion the sword, dedicating himself to every stage of its creation. By all accounts, its quality should have been exceptional. Yet, faced with this newfangled weapon, it proved woefully inadequate. Even a true Valyrian steel sword might not yield such a remarkable outcome. What has brought about such merriment? Lord Wenskus hurriedly entered the hall. He had urgent matters to discuss with the queen, but could not help but inquire upon witnessing the excitement within. Sansa handed him the long sword she held. Smiling as she said, "My lord, this is the Valyrian steel sword we forged. What do you think?" Valyrian steel forged in the north? Wenskus did not grasp the significance of her words. Upon receiving the unadorned steel sword, he gazed upon it with delight, exclaiming, "Wise queen, where did you acquire this Valyrian steel sword? Such a treasure, could you possibly gift it to me?" Sansa replied, "Perhaps before long. This type of sword could build you a house." Wenskus examined the long sword repeatedly, caressing it with the fervor of a famished wolf encountering prey. He recalled Sansa's assertion that such swords could be produced in abundance, and could not help but chuckle. "Your Majesty, I do not doubt your words. Yet I find it hard to believe. Countless Valyrian steel swords, how could that be?" Elia interjected, "Is it truly impossible? The sword in your hand was crafted in the armory. Why should there not be numerous others?" Wenskus gasped, "Riken? He created this? My word, I cannot fathom it." Elia encouraged, "Try your sword. Bear witness to its marvel, my lord." Wenskus passed his long sword to Elia, who raised it high and took a bold step to strike at Elia's blade. Much like Harris, his sword was effortlessly severed, akin to a knife slicing through a radish. His sword, like Harris's, was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Wenskus stood in astonishment, staring blankly at the remnants of his sword. Elia placed a fine chain mail upon the wooden table and said, "My lord, you may wish to try again. Your long sword cannot pierce this exquisite chainmail. But what of the sword in your hand?" Wenskus regarded the armor with a grave expression and suddenly lunged forward with a thrust. Without a hint of suspense, the ring armor was effortlessly pierced, the sword's tip deeply embedded into the wooden table. Lewins inhaled sharply, raising his sword once more to strike the ring armor. The outcome was identical. The armor was breached without resistance, and his long sword remained unscathed. Lewins fixed his gaze on the split ring armor, his complexion turning ashen. A magical sword? A true magical sword, such a terrifying prospect. He was acutely aware that if such a weapon were wielded by the enemy, even an ordinary soldier, provided he was not overly foolish, could easily slay a knight clad in armor, rendering those proud knights utterly defenseless against this sword. "Commander, is it not astonishing? I can assure you that every soldier in the north will possess such a weapon." "Every one?" Lewins was once again taken aback. If each soldier could wield such a treasure, the combat effectiveness of his army would be devastating. The armies of Westeros would stand before him like lambs to the slaughter. It must be known that should the enemy be struck by such weaponry, the resulting wounds would be nearly fatal. Suddenly filled with ambition, Lewin stepped forward and bowed deeply to Sansa, declaring, "Your Majesty, I request that the armory forge these weapons day and night. I assure you, wherever the queen's heart desires, that is where your warriors shall reach." Sansa smiled and replied, "Your loyalty is the pride of the north." "Thank you, Lewins." Arya interjected. "These weapons will be prioritized for your army, but there is a condition." "Miss Arya, I will accept any condition." Arya articulated, "Whether soldiers or commanders, as long as they follow orders without error for a year, they shall receive such a weapon. Remember, this condition applies to everyone, including yourself." Though the terms might seem lenient, they were, in reality, quite challenging, as the Northern Army comprised various families that were difficult to manage. Avoiding significant disruptions would already be commendable. Expecting them to make no mistakes at all was indeed a tall order. This was undoubtedly Ochen's idea. He understood that to compel these disordered soldiers to obey commands unconditionally and adhere strictly to their posts and responsibilities would require not only time and an exceptional commander, but also an enticing incentive system. This weapon, at its current value, could fetch 1,000 gold dragons. The lure of such immense wealth in exchange for a single weapon would surely be compelling. Once these soldiers began to strictly adhere to regulations, their combat and organizational capabilities would reach unprecedented heights. The future development of the North would incite envy in many. Yet its underlying risks were dire. Without an army that operates under absolute obedience, countless troubles would arise. At all times, military might is the cornerstone of a kingdom's progress. Loyalty and unwavering obedience are paramount, allowing for no margin of error. Chapter 26. Preparing for the future, Arya gazed at Sansa and said, "Sister, do you not wish to name our new weapon? Such a weapon, comparable to divine instruments, undoubtedly deserves a resounding name to signify its supreme status." Sansa pondered and suggested, "How about the Sword of the North?" Arya chuckled and replied, "That name is quite good, yet it lacks the grandeur we seek. What do you propose then?" Arya gently clashed the two weapons together in her hands and declared, "The Queen's Wrath." "Sister, what do you think?" I wish for the warriors wielding this weapon to recognize that my sister is the most illustrious, beautiful, and wise queen of Westeros. The name indeed held merit. Yet one could imagine how furious Euron would be upon hearing it. His suggestion, the queen's kiss, clearly concealed his own intentions and romantic inclinations. Arya's flattery brought a radiant smile to Sansa's face. Truly, wherever this weapon reaches, her renown will flourish and endure. Harris and Lawrence approached and bowed, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." On acquiring such an invincible weapon, Arya inquired, "Sister, when shall we bestow a name upon this weapon?" Sansa responded, "If we are to name it, a grand ceremony must be held. Let us wait until the first batch is prepared." In a bid for rapid mass production, Euron gathered 100 individuals to commence the coking process. The temperature of coke must surpass that of coal. Only by elevating the furnace's heat could the pace of weapon forging be accelerated. Of course, large-scale production necessitates a comprehensive approach, or it may hinder the progress of mass output. Euron meticulously delineated the entire production process into numerous stages: specialized steelmaking, iron refining, forging, quenching, and crafting sheaths, along with handles, engraving, and polishing, among others. In essence, he sought to refine each procedure to enhance professionalism, even if an individual is not particularly clever. Focusing on a singular task allows them to excel. This knowledge of industrial assembly lines was something he knew instinctively from his past life. It may seem straightforward, yet on this ancient continent, no industry had ever been executed so meticulously. When an item is produced on a grand scale, it inevitably stimulates the entire supply chain, encompassing mining, coking, coal extraction, carpentry, leatherworking, and more, thereby engaging a vast workforce. They earn wages and, in turn, purchase necessities such as food, clothing, and tools, further propelling the development of related industries. Thus, a superlative brand can catalyze a vast industrial network, potentially involving the entirety of a nation. The Queen's Wrath, as a finely crafted weapon, stands as the preeminent brand of the North. As long as all can partake in the social division of labor, the economy of the entire kingdom shall thrive. Naturally, this premise hinges on each laborer receiving their due remuneration. Euron spent nearly an entire day elucidating this rationale to Arya, who then relayed his words to Sansa. Sansa's wisdom is indeed extraordinary. Having only heard the matter once, she grasped the intricacies of this complex issue. She promptly decreed that all laborers would be compensated based on their output, with wages disbursed monthly, ensuring no delays. At long last, the gold coins seized from the iron vault by the Chen had finally begun to serve their intended purpose. Yet, achieving this was merely the initial step. No matter how splendid the goods, they must be sold, and the buyers would naturally consist of noble families from other kingdoms as well as distant lands, including those in need such as assassins and wandering knights. Valyrian steel swords, valued at 1,000 golden dragons, despite their exorbitant cost, remain scarce in the market. Those fortunate enough to possess such weapons seldom part with them, particularly given their rarity. The market, however, is not the primary concern. The real challenge lies in the fact that as the distribution of such weapons expands, their demand will ignite like wildfire, spreading ever more fervently. The underlying principle is simple. Once one possesses such a weapon, others will inevitably invest substantial sums to acquire equally formidable arms for self-defense. From individuals to collectives, from one kingdom to another, this snowball effect will only grow larger. As long as the price remains reasonable, they will be willing to spend. This mirrors the modern arms race among nations, where choice is a luxury one cannot afford. To lag behind is to become vulnerable to attack. Regardless of how time may change, this immutable law remains constant. The continent of Westeros, and indeed even more distant lands, are poised to enter an unprecedented arms race, centered solely around two essentials, swords and armor. Without these two items, one's combat capacity diminishes significantly. If an adversary's 3,000 soldiers are equipped with the Queen's Wrath and the Queen's armor, they could effortlessly obliterate one's 10,000 troops, if not more. Such a terrifying competition is one that no family can afford to lose, thus no family would hesitate to expend their resources. Yet, aside from Chen, no one could fathom this remarkable chain reaction, not even the rulers of the North. To realize this grand ambition, it is imperative to sell the goods, which necessitates the presence of experienced merchants. A few individuals will not suffice. He requires a competent team comprised of those whom the North can trust. Even with her remarkable intellect, Sansa has not encountered the intricacies of modern commerce. Therefore, Chen must take proactive measures, explaining the connections involved before mass production commences. Unable to meet Sansa face to face, Chen can only convey his message through Arya. Regardless, she will relay the information effectively, so Chen harbors no concerns. Fortunately, the preliminary stages are not overly complicated. Chen outlined his plan to Arya, who then relayed it to Sansa, who immediately began to consider suitable candidates for the initial preparations. The framework for weapon manufacturing is thus taking shape, with the final concern being security. One must recognize that once these weapons are mass-produced and sold, they are certain to attract the envy of other families, who will undoubtedly seek to steal the technology and abduct the craftsmen. To avert potential calamities, Chen gathered all the artisans involved in critical processes in one place, dispatching 100 soldiers for their protection, which also served as vigilant guardians. As for the other participants, they were responsible for merely a minor segment, posing little concern. Without a meticulous division of labor, it would be implausible to oversee every individual effectively. With all arrangements in place, the focus now turned to the production of the weapons. The first batch was to be unveiled in a grand ceremony, where the Northern Queen would bestow upon them their names. Chen aspired to produce 1,000 swords, fully adorned, before the day of the naming. He eagerly anticipated this occasion, for it was only on that day he would behold the living embodiment of his envisioned goddess, Sansa Stark. His diligent efforts were made in hopes of receiving a modest reward for his labor. Such a wish was not too extravagant, was it? Chapter 27. The naming day within the armory's pavilion lay 1,000 swords. Although their blades remained sheathed, an ethereal gleam seemed to emanate from within. The material of the blades was uniform, yet their embellishments varied. According to Chen's design, there were 3 distinct tiers. The first tier was the noble swords. Their hilts were forged from wrought iron, intricately engraved with lively patterns, and gilded on the surface. The crossguard was crafted in a wave-like design, and the scabbards were sheathed in zebra hide, showcasing its natural patterns that exuded opulence. Given their noble status, these swords demanded decorations that reflected their elevated rank. Priced at a staggering 1,000 golden dragons, this was not merely a matter of wealth, but of stature. The second tier comprised the knight's swords. The blade materials remained the same, yet the differences lay in the scabbard, hilt, and guard. The hilts were fashioned from premium fishbeam wood, carved with flowing clouds, while the scabbards were wrapped in deer hide. To emphasize their uniqueness, each sword bore slightly varied decorative patterns and distinct shapes. Though these subtle differences might seem trivial, they carried significant meaning. The price was set at 800 golden dragons. While somewhat costly, it remained within their means. The third tier was designated for the soldiers' swords. Ideally, these would be daggers, although Chen had yet to craft them. He planned to utilize the simplest, most practical materials, without the necessity for embellishment or aesthetic appeal, focusing solely on functionality. This was merely the initial phase. As demand increased, adjustments could be made accordingly. Chen felt satisfied as he picked up each sword to test their might. There were no issues, their quality was exceptional, rivaling that of any Valyrian steel blade, perhaps even surpassing it in certain aspects. The sight of these weapons before the noble houses would surely evoke awe and yearning. As Chen gazed upon the array, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He had forgotten to inscribe Sansa's likeness and the words Queen's Fury. He had originally planned to engrave her visage and the phrase on the swords for the naming day, initially conceived for the hilt. It struck him as somewhat awkward to have the Queen's image grasped in hand. It would be far more fitting to place it upon the blade itself. Next to the handguard, a minimalist portrait of the Queen is engraved, accompanied by the words Queen's Fury. However, due to the hardness of the sword's blade, manipulating it under current conditions proves nearly impossible. The handle, though feasible, lacks the desired aesthetic appeal. In a rush to meet deadlines, this issue was temporarily set aside, only to be forgotten later. Chen summoned all the craftsmen together to seek a solution. Ultimately, the proposed method was to create the letters and designs from pure silver, then reheat the sword blade until it glowed red, and hammer the silver into the surface, ensuring a permanent embedding. This approach, while ingenious, would increase costs and the labor-intensive forging process would reduce output. Chen contemplated an alternative. What if he fashioned a substance akin to sealing wax to imprint the designs? This method would save time and effort, with almost negligible costs. Yet, how could he create such a sealing substance? Drawing upon his knowledge of chemistry, Chen meticulously combined various dyes to concoct a viscous, deep blue substance, previously unseen. He crafted 2 seals from jade, etching the Queen's likeness and the words Queen's Fury upon them, dipping them into the newly created sealing wax. He pressed the designs onto the sword's surface like a stamp. Remarkably, this substance exhibited poor penetration with most materials, yet demonstrated exceptional absorption with steel, the harder the steel, the stronger the penetration. Chen meticulously stamped each sword, then dried them over the flames, ensuring that the engravings could not be erased, even through vigorous polishing. It was perfection, an accomplishment he could proudly claim as his own invention. Gazing at the immaculate swords and considering the upcoming naming ceremony, Chen felt a surge of excitement. If Sansa were to discover that he was the one behind all this, her appreciation and recognition would surely be immense. As night fell, to express his gratitude to the craftsman, Chen instructed Rooken to bring forth several barrels of ale and smoked meat for a celebratory feast. As the revelry progressed into the evening, the attendees gradually dispersed, leaving only Chen, Rooken, and the two most robust drinkers among the craftsmen. In a furtive manner, Rooken retrieved 2 barrels of fine wine from within the house, and, clapping Chen on the shoulder, said, "Talented Chen, this is a special gift from Miss Elia. A wine fit for nobles. Do you not wish to partake?" Chen, elated, responded, "Of course I shall try it." To refuse such a generous offering from Miss Elia would be to disregard her kindness. The group clinked glasses with Chen, and before long, they found themselves indulging until the midnight hour, seemingly oblivious to the need for rest, their drinking capacities remarkably resilient. Chen had never consumed so much alcohol. Soon, he found himself thoroughly inebriated, collapsing onto the table. Rooken and the 2 craftsmen carried him to a secluded room and locked the door behind them. In the square of Winterfell, crowds gathered, while a series of wooden frames draped in black cloth stood on a raised platform. Hundreds of soldiers, clad in striking armor and wielding wooden shields and spears, stood vigil at the foot of the stage. Families and notable figures from the north stood at the edge of the platform, quietly observing the proceedings below. Few comprehend the significance the queen places on today's ceremony, merely aware that it involves the naming of a sword. Which blade can be deemed worthy of such honor? Shortly thereafter, an ornate palanquin, escorted by guards, approached the stage. Sansa emerged, draped in a deep crimson robe and adorned with a crown, followed closely by her sworn sword, Brienne, who rested her hand upon the hilt of her sword. Arya also emerged from the palanquin, her hand poised on the dagger at her waist, her keen gaze surveying the surroundings. The crowd parted, creating a pathway, their eager eyes fixed upon their queen as she ascended the platform. The nobles and commanders on stage bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Sansa stepped forward, her smile sweeping across the assembly. Her poise exuded an elegance that captivated all, her beauty rendering her a vision of nobility and grace. To the diligent folk, the valiant soldiers, the esteemed commanders, and the wise lords gathered here, today I shall honor the craftsmen of our armory, for they have forged swords of the north that surpass even Valyrian steel. In commemoration of this monumental achievement, I shall bestow a name upon this unparalleled weapon. I firmly believe that in the near future, the arms crafted in the north will stand as the finest in the realm, continually bringing prosperity to our land. Citizens of the north and esteemed lords, trust in me. Though we face formidable challenges, I am confident in guiding us out of adversity, transforming the north into a place of wealth and friendship, where all shall experience unprecedented joy and happiness. The crowd fixated on their queen, absorbing her resonant promises, and erupted into cheers. "Long live the queen! Long live your majesty! Long live the north!" Sansa beamed at her jubilant subjects, waiting for their exuberance to wane before turning to grasp the corner of a black cloth, slowly unveiling it. As the cloth was drawn back, it revealed a tiered display of 8 rows of wooden racks, upon which rested 1,000 long swords. Sansa selected a lavishly adorned sword, gripping the hilt and gradually withdrawing the gleaming blade. Her hand trembled slightly as she beheld her noble visage reflected upon the sword's surface. Raising the long sword high, she proclaimed, "The queen's wrath. Those who transgress against the north shall be consumed by the fury of the queen." The crowd raised their fists in solidarity, while those on the platform drew their swords, echoing, "The queen's wrath. The queen's wrath." When the clamor subsided, Sansa turned to Raycan, saying, "Raycan." The master of the armory approached her, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, Raycan pledges his eternal loyalty to you." Sansa smiled and replied, "Raycan, your contribution shall be etched into the annals of North's history, and you shall be rewarded. The queen hereby ennobles you as a knight, granting you 100 golden dragons, 3 servants, and 10 bolts of fine fabric." Raycan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Long live your Majesty. I am profoundly grateful." Sansa continued, "I have heard of a particularly capable subordinate of yours, whose merits also deserve recognition. Where is he?" "The queen wishes to see him." Raycan hesitated, saying, "Your Majesty, he has indulged in drink and is presently unaware of his surroundings. Perhaps I might carry his reward to him." Sansa remarked, "The queen wishes to see him. How could he possibly refuse, Raycan? You are quite resourceful, aren't you?" Raycan, with some reluctance, replied, "Very well, your Majesty, I shall fetch him." Before long, Raycan returned with Ochen in tow. However, Ochen appeared rather haughty, having been carried in, snoring thunderously and reeking of alcohol. No one anticipated that the queen's guest would be a drunken man, and their amusement was palpable as they witnessed his inebriated state. Poor drunkard, honor has forsaken you. Harris and Lawrence surrounded Ochen, observing him as one might a rare bird. Harris remarked, "It seems this man is a slave purchased by Miss Arya. What a pity. And a drunkard to boot." He gently patted Ochen's face and said, "Poor fellow, can you even comprehend the queen's favor upon you?" Ochen mumbled and rolled over, continuing to sleep soundly. Sansa approached to examine the slumbering Ochen. With his dark hair, yellowish skin, prominent nose, and rosy lips, he was not without appeal. Though his appearance was quite disheveled, adorned with unkempt facial hair and streaks of sweat upon his face and hands. Turning to Riken, she inquired, "I have heard that this brilliant idea originated from him. What is his name?" Riken answered, "Ochen, the slave Ochen." Sansa declared, "Very well, in light of his contributions, I shall not punish him. Let us free him from his servitude and elevate him to the position of chief of the armory, with a salary increased to 10 gold dragons per month." A chorus of astonished gasps echoed around them. 10 gold dragons. It was indeed a substantial sum. Arya protested to Sansa, "Sister, do not grant him such a fortune. He is merely a slave I purchased. Promoting his status is already generous enough without such a reward." Sansa replied with a smile, "Reward must accompany merit. He has rendered significant service. Is it not just to reward him accordingly?" She took a garment from one of her handmaidens and draped it over Ochen, saying, "Here is a token of your reward. Serve the queen well, and you shall receive what you deserve." Arya, dissatisfied, retorted, "Sister, this is the very garment you intended for Jon Snow, meant for the lands beyond the wall. Is it not?" Sansa acknowledged, "Indeed, that was the original intent. However, is it not of greater significance to bestow it upon a worthy hero of our north?" Arya opened her mouth, but refrained from voicing her objections. Once the naming ceremony concluded, Sansa hosted a banquet for the lords of various houses, ultimately inviting the stout Royce of Bear Island to the council chamber. The Mormont family of Bear Island had remained steadfastly loyal to House Stark for a millennium. The previous head, Jeor Mormont, had served as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and perished at the hands of the White Walkers. His son, Jorah Mormont, was a devoted protector of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, and also fell during the Battle of Winterfell against the undead. The most celebrated was the 10-year-old girl, Lyanna Mormont, who valiantly faced a giant wight, plunging her dagger into its eye and slaying the formidable creature. The Mormont family is a lineage of unwavering loyalty and remarkable bravery. Sansa felt reassured by him, allowing him to assemble a caravan that would traverse between various lords, selling the queen's wrath forged in the north. Royce Mormont was notably stout, with a round head, round eyes, and thick, short fingers that matched his robust physique. He always greeted others with a cheerful smile, and his temperament was quite amiable. Although he did not appear particularly astute, he was, in truth, an exceptionally shrewd individual, adept at trading goods across different regions for profit. Fortune favored him. The principal members of House Mormont had perished in the recent conflicts, leaving him as the sole survivor, and his demeanor was notably steady. Consequently, Sansa elevated him to the rank of Count, appointing him as the head of House Mormont. Despite his modest standing within the family, it was not due to a lack of capability, but rather his insufficient martial prowess that precluded him from being a central figure in the family's strength. Now, with Sansa's elevation of him to the position of head, he felt immensely grateful. Sansa regarded Royce and inquired, "My lord, how are preparations progressing?" Royce replied, "Your Majesty, I have successfully assembled an excellent caravan for the queen, ensuring that we can sell the surplus goods from the north and acquire the necessary items in return." Sansa nodded and instructed, "You must personally deliver our crafted weapon samples to each lord and ascertain their interest. I am certain they will be eager for such exquisite swords." She continued, "Jandrai Baratheon, the newly appointed Duke of Storm's End, hails from a blacksmith background and will undoubtedly appreciate the value of these weapons. I assure you, he will be among the first to make a purchase. He is not short of funds, as Storm's End has suffered minimal losses in this war. So he should be your initial target. My dear uncle Edmund Tully is rather miserly. It would be wise to visit him last, as his offered price may not meet your expectations," Sansa added. Royce remarked, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. I have indeed considered Jandrai as an excellent first choice. He is youthful and valiant, and he understands the significance of our weapons. However, what price should we set? For top tier, 800 gold dragons. For mid-tier, 500. And for standard quality, perhaps 300 gold dragons, though that may take longer to finalize," Royce suggested, gazing at the finely crafted sword. "Good heavens. Such splendid weapons are truly a bargain. Our blacksmith possesses remarkable skill." Sansa affirmed. Indeed, he is exceptionally talented. Perhaps he is the very future of the North. Royce, perplexed, asked, Your Majesty, I do not comprehend. Who is he? A mysterious figure from the East, the one referred to as the drunkard, Sansa responded. Royce chuckled, Your Majesty, I find it hard to believe that a mere drunkard could merit such regard from you. Sansa drew forth her sword, admiring her likeness upon its blade, and stated, In time, you shall understand. Every design and craft herein is his handiwork. A prodigy, indeed. Observing the queen lost in thought, Royce quietly withdrew. As Sansa watched his retreating figure, she mused, It is easy to prune a sapling, yet laborious when it matures. What a brilliant notion. She heeded Arya's counsel and disbanded the elite forces of each family. Indeed, those families harbored grievances in private, yet felt utterly powerless. Should they wait until they have gained sufficient strength to retaliate, it would surely provoke a fierce backlash. What an exquisite idea, a stroke of genius in strategic planning. Chapter 29. Truly intolerable. Chen awoke, feeling remarkably refreshed from his slumber. Upon glimpsing the sun outside, he exclaimed in surprise, leaping from his bed and dashing outside. The sun had already tilted, indicating it was the afternoon. Today marked the Queen's naming day, and he had astonishingly overslept. To his astonishment, he found all the craftsmen reveling in merriment, a scene brimming with joy. He rushed to Rookyn, seizing the wine cup from his hand and hurling it to the ground. His voice laced with anger. Has the Queen's naming day concluded? Indeed it has. Congratulations, Chen. The Queen has liberated you from your servitude and elevated you to the position of Grand Steward, with a monthly stipend of 10 golden dragons. Are you not pleased? Rookyn replied, his smile unwavering. Oh, the Queen has also bestowed upon you a splendid robe, truly enviable. It was crafted for her illegitimate son, Jon Snow. Chen shouted in frustration, Why did you not awaken me? Rookyn shrugged, I did try. I even carried you before the Queen. But you slept as soundly as the dead. No one could rouse you. Our Queen is quite considerate. She did not blame you for your inebriation. Did I indeed? Did Sansa see me? I was in such a stupor that no one could awaken me? Chen found this incredulous. How would the Queen regard a drunken fool? He sensed an underlying issue, though he could not pinpoint its nature. After all his diligent efforts, was it not to earn the Queen's favor? Yet now, on such a significant day, he had appeared as a drunken wretch, unconscious and disgraceful. How would Sansa perceive him? Dejected, Chen returned to his chamber and collapsed onto his bed. He felt something pressing against his back and reached behind him. It was a robe, a black robe, made of fine fabric with exquisite craftsmanship. Holding it for a moment, he suddenly recalled Rookyn's words. This garment was a gift from the Queen? Had she stitched it herself? Instantly invigorated, Chen donned the robe. It fit him perfectly, as if tailored for his physique. What did it signify that the Queen had personally crafted attire for him? Did she recognize his talents, or had she merely extended a kindness as encouragement? Chen could not ascertain the truth. He could only strive to think positively. From that day forward, he officially took charge of the armory, orchestrating everything according to his vision. He set a target for all craftsmen. Each individual was to produce 30 weapons a month, with doubled wages for all participating artisans. With this incentive in place, every craftsman exerted greater effort, not only completing their own tasks, but also assisting others, even working late into the night by torchlight. Certain matters become remarkably straightforward once embarked upon, eliminating the need for hands-on involvement or constant supervision of various processes. In an effort to elucidate his vision, Chen meticulously assembled a wooden board nearly the size of a wall, devoting 3 days to render a blueprint for Winterfell. This plan was crafted in accordance with the city's architectural style, delineating the inner city, outer city, and surrounding residential areas, artisan districts, commercial streets, and barracks. Each section meticulously detailed and interspersed with broad thoroughfares. The overall design featured a circular interior encased within a square exterior, with a grid-like network of roads segmenting each region. Having studied models of cities, he was intimately familiar with the layout. At the apex of the board, he inscribed the 5 fundamental national policies, which charted the trajectory for the future development of the Northern Kingdom, advocating for specialized division of labor. The first policy emphasized agricultural advancement, wherein those engaged in farming would prioritize agricultural production, offering assistance during off-seasons while maintaining agriculture as their primary focus. The second policy centered on commercial development, urging merchants to trade various goods either within the north or beyond its borders, engaging in free commerce and remitting taxes based on their profits, with the north providing military protection. The third policy advocated for substantial infrastructure development, primarily recruiting outside laborers to construct Winterfell and the roads leading to various destinations, ensuring seamless connectivity. The adage to become prosperous, one must first build roads underscores the significance of infrastructure. The fourth policy focused on the promotion of handicraft industries, intensifying efforts to cultivate local craftsmanship, with Chen innovating new products such as Queen's Fury, bricks, coke, and daily necessities, which he believed would ignite widespread enthusiasm. The fifth policy entailed political infiltration, nurturing exceptional political talents to navigate between various kingdoms and even further realms, such as Essos, in preparation for future unification. This represents what is termed top-level design, wherein long-term objectives are established, followed by specific actions aligned with these goals. Naturally, there remain numerous considerations. Yet in the nascent phase of a kingdom, it is essential to lock in the primary direction before delving into finer details as the kingdom expands. These 5 national policies necessitate oversight from 5 supreme departments, tentatively named the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Goods, and Ministry of Military Affairs, each requiring visionary individuals to lead. Such candidates are challenging to find, and if necessary, one may resort to recruiting from rival factions. Additionally, a financial overseer is imperative, as the kingdom's future fiscal flow will be substantial, necessitating the Queen's firm grasp on the purse strings. For control over finances is tantamount to wielding the lifeblood of a nation. Ultimately, all endeavors revolve around monetary matters. With ample wealth, all will become its subservience. Yielding to its compulsion, Chen transcribed his entire vision onto the wooden board, succinctly articulating the 6 fundamental principles at the top. Upon observing a vacant space beside the text, he chose to depict Sansa as portrait there, her visage faced forward, her finger gesturing toward the adjacent blueprint. Chen scrutinized his work thoroughly. It was flawless. His artistic skill was commendable, with the layout orderly and clear, easily comprehensible at a glance. The bust captured a remarkable essence, reminiscent of the Sansa from his memories. Aspiring to reflect her true likeness, Chen stood before the print, gazing at it intently for an extended period. He harbored aspirations of becoming the Prime Minister of the North, envisioning days and nights spent in deliberation with the Queen. Yet, despite his lengthy stay in the North, he had not encountered Sansa even once, a fact that filled him with an indescribable melancholy. Reflecting on Arya, he resolved that this time he must insist on being taken to meet Sansa, to present this print to her. This little woman seemed reluctant to see her sister. What was she truly thinking? Just as Chen was consumed by his thoughts, Arya mysteriously appeared behind him. Grand Chancellor, what are you pondering? Arya's voice jolted Chen from his reverie. With her hands clasped behind her back and a teasing smile playing on her lips, she circled him, remarking, "That attire is rather nice. It fits you well." Upon hearing Arya compliment his clothing, Chen immediately forgot his previous displeasure. He touched the fabric, beaming with pride. "Your sister gifted it to me. What do you think? Is it not splendid?" Suddenly, Arya's expression turned cold as she commanded, "Take it off. As a mere chancellor, you should not wear such garments meant for nobility. Do you think you are worthy?" Chen was incensed. Was this not an egregious affront? After all he had contributed, why was he denied the right to wear it? In a fit of rage, he abruptly tackled Arya to the ground. Taken by surprise, she quickly retaliated, and they began to roll and grapple on the floor. Chapter 30. Is back scrubbing considered a reward? Despite Chen's experience of traversing time and space, which had transformed his physique and greatly enhanced his vitality, he was far from proficient in combat against Arya. His primary deficiency lay in a lack of skill training. It was akin to possessing extraordinary inner strength, yet lacking the knowledge of how to wield it effectively. Arya, on the other hand, had undergone systematic combat training. She adeptly pinned one of Chen's arms and a leg behind him, rendering him immobile, though she too was beginning to tire. "You've certainly grown stronger, dark-eyed one." "Yes, quite impressive, far more robust than when I first laid eyes on you." Chen retorted angrily, "You are exceedingly cruel. From tomorrow onward, I shall practice swordsmanship. I will break your legs and ensure you can never move again." Arya laughed heartily. How petty. A wise man is always magnanimous. "Very well. I shall await your ascension to knighthood, hoping you don't meet a tragic end." She released Chen and turned her attention to the grand print, immediately captivated by it. As Chen rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, he declared, "One day, you shall know that the Eastern Chen is the mightiest swordsman on this continent." "Mightiest? Good heavens, dark-eyed one, you are exaggerating. However, the artwork you have created is indeed remarkable. Truly, no one could surpass you." Arya admired the print, showering it with praise. Although she did not fully grasp its significance, she could discern the immense effort that had gone into its creation. Chen pointed at the print, stating, "This is the blueprint I have designed for the North. As you gaze upon this city, it is the Winterfell I intend to construct, along with the surrounding areas and roads." Once completed, its advancement, splendor, and grandeur will far surpass that of King's Landing. Chen pointed at various diagrams while explaining to Ilea, who continuously inquired with great interest. It was not until Chen grew parched from his explanations that Ilea finally grasped the entirety of the illustrations. Remarkable, black-eyed one. Your capabilities astound me, she remarked. Chen looked at Ilea with a pitiful expression and said, this plan is vast and intricate. You must recommend me to your sister as her advisor, so she may understand the significance of these ideas. Ilea, I implore you. Ilea regarded Chen's earnest demeanor and replied, how about this? Once you have constructed Winterfell, I shall persuade my sister to appoint you as prime minister. By that time, your merits will be sufficient, and the other lords will have no objections. Indeed, my sister harbors considerable suspicion. Most importantly, your identity is ambiguous. Being a foreigner, should I recommend you now, she might suspect I wish to place a spy beside her. That would be perilous. She could quietly eliminate you. Chen retorted indignantly, I will not heed your nonsensical claims. They are mere excuses. Are you planning to use me until you find an opportunity to dispose of me? Your intentions are far from benign. Ilea, perplexed, queried, dispose of you? Do I truly need to do that? Why? To put it plainly, it's akin to the saying, when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. How could I not discern your intentions? Curious, Ilea asked, what do the rabbit, hound, bird, and bough signify? Chen, with irritation, replied, it simply means to discard the donkey once the millstone is removed. Is that a story? Ilea inquired, intrigued. Impatiently, Chen said, enough of this. Will you assist me or not? If you refuse my request, I shall leave for elsewhere. Ilea widened her eyes and asked, leave for elsewhere? Why? Why? Do I need to explain? You clearly do not wish to help me, so I shall take my leave. Ilea circled around Chen, hands clasped behind her back, and suddenly smiled. Come, I shall take you to a place as a reward for your time here. What do you say? Not going, Chen resolutely stated. Despite his reluctance, Ilea pulled him onto the carriage. They arrived at a familiar place where a long wooden tub filled with steaming water awaited in the center of the room. A hot bath followed by a sumptuous feast. What more could you desire? Fine, I shall bathe. I'm not afraid of you seeing a naked man. I have nothing to lose, Chen replied. Under Ilea's watchful gaze, he boldly stripped down and reclined comfortably in the warm water. Ilea sat beside the tub, picked up a washcloth, and began to gently wipe his upper body. Her tone softened as she said, Chen, would you mind sharing a story with me? I eagerly anticipate your captivating tales. Regardless of the circumstances, having the second daughter of House Stark attend to one's ablutions is indeed a remarkable privilege. Chen, having finally quelled his irritation, closed his eyes and recounted a segment of the investiture of the gods to Arya. The inhabitants of this realm revered deities, making the tale particularly palatable to them. Chen possessed a remarkable eloquence. His narration was vivid and engaging, captivating Arya, who incessantly inquired about the intricacies of the story. After bathing, he donned a clean set of undergarments, complemented by a regal robe bestowed upon him by the queen. This time, Arya offered no objections, instructing him to sit still while she skillfully trimmed the stubble adorning his face with a razor. Here, the men favored facial hair as a symbol of masculine strength. Although Chen was not fond of growing a beard, he felt compelled to conform to local customs. He gazed into the mirror, admiring his handsome and robust visage, feeling quite satisfied. Strangely enough, the addition of facial hair lent him a touch of wildness, enhancing his masculine allure. Arya fastened a meticulously crafted belt around his waist, surveying him with a smile. From the east, Chen, a wise man indeed. You are now a friend of Arya Stark. Are you content? Chen stared at Arya, momentarily taken aback. Despite their time together, he found himself perplexed by this dangerous young lady. Her temperament fluctuated between warmth and coldness, often treating him like a mere servant, leaving him uncertain of her true intentions. Stealing a glance at his striking reflection, he silently prayed she would not harbor any designs upon him. It was unlikely, as she was not the type he favored. As for Gendry Baratheon, the blacksmith and the new Lord of Storm's End, it seemed he had no aspirations of a lifelong commitment. Perhaps it was time to play matchmaker. That young blacksmith might still be waiting for her. Arya, well prepared, presented a meal as soon as Chen completed his grooming. He found it curious that she insisted on preparing the food herself rather than delegating the task to a servant. What she deemed a lavish feast amounted to little more than fresh bread, sausages, and several large platters of lamb, venison, and pork. The fare was neither hot nor cold, lacking in flavor and quite unpalatable. Noticing Chen's apparent distaste, Arya inquired, do you Easterners not enjoy such food? Chen replied, it will suffice. Very well then. Did you not mention wanting to make steamed buns and noodles? I would love to taste them next time, she said. Chen was somewhat taken aback. You remember? Of course. I am curious, is Eastern cuisine truly so unique? Indeed, it is far more refined than what is customary in the North. For instance, we begin our mornings with porridge and buns, perhaps dumplings. At midday, we enjoy a few stir-fried dishes, and in the evening, we have noodles, easily digestible and gentle on the stomach. Arya exclaimed, such intricacies. Is it not cumbersome? Chen corrected her, it is not cumbersome. It is merely a matter of habit. Our people are accustomed to more elaborate fare, while yours are inclined towards simplicity. This is primarily due to economic factors. Once wealth is attained, culinary sophistication naturally follows. Can you prepare it for me? I eagerly anticipate your Eastern delicacies. Then you must agree to the conditions I propose. Arya exclaimed, can we refrain from discussing your demands? We agreed that those who backtrack will face the wrath of the gods. How dare you attempt to exploit my intellect without recompense? Chapter 31. Dark Humor in the Hall of House Stark. Sansa quietly gazed at the print and the 6 fundamental national policies, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sister, what do you think? Arya inquired. Sansa turned, smiling at Arya, and asked, pray tell, Arya, what have you encountered out there? With a grin, Arya responded, this was painted by Chen, that inebriated man of merit. The Eastern gentleman to whom you gifted a robe. He claims it is in accordance with the practices of their prosperous Eastern nation, where such governance prevails. What do you think, sister? Is he deceiving me? Sansa replied, though I cannot ascertain whether his intentions are sound, I find his designs quite intriguing. Why not recommend him to the Queen for employment? Such a worldly individual could be immensely beneficial. Arya countered, sister, he is treacherous and malicious. Only I can guard against him. I am uneasy with the idea of him working alongside you. It is best to let him perform his tasks diligently, rewarding him only when you are pleased. Sansa fixed her gaze on Arya. Is that so? How alarming. Very well. I shall keep a watchful eye on him, and will convene all the vassals to discuss his proposal. Arya remarked, they are quite rigid, perhaps even obstinate. I shall persuade them. You need only ensure that this Eastern man fulfills his duties. With a laugh, Arya added, sister, if only I possessed your cleverness. Are you truly so foolish? I see no evidence of it, Sansa replied. Arya chuckled. In comparison to you, I am undoubtedly less astute. Sansa stepped forward, taking Arya's hand, and said earnestly, Arya, you have matured. Father and mother would be joyous from above. Arya responded, now? Only the 2 of us remain of House Stark. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything for you. Thank you, Arya. Sansa embraced her sister tightly, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. Although Arya had declined Chen's request, she offered him unwavering support. This implied that whatever Chen desired, as long as he voiced it, she would acquiesce. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to pursue his ambitions, gradually striving for the rest. The armory was now functioning smoothly, and he need not concern himself further. He would allow Raken to continue managing the armory as he set forth on his second phase of plans. As for the sale of weapons produced in the north, he need not fret. The Queen would undoubtedly have more foresight than he. The second phase of the plan involved constructing a new Winterfell according to the comprehensive design depicted in the print. This new Winterfell would require modern materials. Stone blocks were no longer suitable. Though sturdy, quarrying stone blocks was a monumental endeavor that demanded numerous stonemasons and considerable time, resources Chen could not afford to wait for. Instead, he intended to utilize bricks. Bricks, a prevalent building material in modern times, remain a novelty in the realm of Westeros. The inhabitants construct their homes and fortresses using either earthen techniques or hewn stone. Bricks possess numerous advantages. They are cost-effective, produced in abundance, and remarkably durable. Most significantly, their creation mobilizes considerable human resources, akin to how contemporary economies engage in extensive infrastructure projects during downturns to stimulate growth. The process of making bricks is straightforward, relying on local materials. Initially, soil is excavated and soaked in water, transforming raw earth into prepared clay through a fermentation-like process. The next step involves thoroughly mixing the prepared clay to enhance its density and plasticity before pouring it into molds to shape it, followed by drying in the sun. While these steps are relatively simple, the most technically demanding aspect lies in the firing process. For large-scale production, a kiln for firing the clay bricks is essential. The most rudimentary type is the clamp kiln, but its output is insufficient to meet demand. To keep pace, one must construct the more advanced continuous kiln. In essence, a continuous kiln operates by allowing bricks to be fired in succession. As new bricks enter the front of the kiln, those at the back are removed, creating an uninterrupted cycle, much like a fully functional assembly line. Yet, Even this method lacks the desired efficiency. To enhance productivity, the scale of the kiln must be expanded. A larger kiln requires multiple firings, typically at least 3. The 3-chamber continuous kiln stands as a significant modern invention, increasing efficiency by more than 100 times. This advancement enables the production of approximately 100,000 bricks in a single day, an impressive output. If 10 such kilns are erected, the resulting yield becomes astonishing, fulfilling the annual city-building plans. Such prolific output naturally creates numerous job opportunities in the north, addressing the region's employment issues. With jobs come income, fostering consumer capacity, and consequently revitalizing the northern economy. Eochain abandoned his work in the armory to devote himself to the monumental endeavor of constructing the continuous kiln and producing bricks. He enlisted 5,000 refugees from Arya, previously recruited outsiders. Eochain provided them with rudimentary housing and commenced construction according to his plans. In his leisure, he summoned Bronco to a secluded spot, using his magic to direct the golden-eyed hawk to observe Arya as she practiced her swordsmanship. Keen to learn her techniques and deadly maneuvers, he was determined to master her skills, aspiring to one day best her in combat and subsequently humiliate her. This young woman, relying on her exceptional swordplay, treated him like a mere beast of burden, which he found utterly infuriating. As the continuous kiln neared completion, Eochain had managed to acquire a substantial grasp of Arya's sword techniques. On the day the first batch of red bricks emerged from the kiln, Eochain requested the queen's presence to witness this momentous occasion. This time, as the chief architect, he sought to impress her. Although it may have seemed akin to a mere corporate opening ceremony in his past life, it represented an unprecedented achievement in this realm. Contemplating the astonished expression of the queen, Chen could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. Is not all that a man does ultimately for the woman he cherishes in his heart. Once he achieves success, it naturally fulfills the noble goal of serving the nation and its people. Is it truly meaningful to incessantly utter such lofty ideals? The night prior, Chen had meticulously groomed himself. He trimmed his beard, took a bath, and donned the long robe he usually hesitated to wear, trying it on before the mirror until he was satisfied. He even composed a speech, spending over an hour memorizing it, confident that this time there would be no unforeseen circumstances. However, to his astonishment, he found himself utterly intoxicated the night before, to the point of unconsciousness. When the queen encountered him, he was deep in slumber, impervious to any call. All the courtiers and laborers present erupted in laughter, dubbing him drunken Chen. By the time he awoke from his stupor, the queen had long departed, leaving only busy workers animatedly recounting the entire affair. Enraged, Chen rigorously interrogated several of those who had shared drinks with him, yet all seemed innocent. Damn it! How peculiar it is that problems always arise when he is to make an appearance. Was he perhaps drugged? Who would be so idle as to engage in such antics? He knew that this continent was abundant in magic, yet employing it for such trivial pursuits seemed a gross misuse. This is a rather tedious, yet crucial question, one that pertains to his future, and thus requires thorough investigation. Chapter 32. The Crow Tree of the Snow Peak in the desolate northernmost lands beyond the Great Wall. Jon Snow stood beneath a crow tree at the summit of the Middle Finger Snow Peak, gazing blankly into the distance. This peak is the tallest in the far north, where the ice and snow never melt. The summit is not expansive, barren of any vegetation, save for a peculiar large tree growing in its midst, the crow tree. Contrary to its name, the crow tree does not serve as a perch for crows. Rather, it is an imposing black tree. Its trunk and leaves are entirely black, as if every inch has been meticulously coated with dark dye. It is said that its leaves never fall and that no birds ever alight upon its branches. It stands, unchanged like the ancient snow peak, having grown for countless years. No one knows its origins, nor are there any legends to recount. The tribes of the far north regard it as an ominous tree, though the reasons for its malevolence remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is merely an instinctual feeling, for its very essence is exceedingly strange. Climbing to the summit is no trivial feat. The smooth ice walls and razor-sharp icicles present a peril that could impale any unfortunate climber. Only the strongest and bravest dare to challenge its heights. Jon Snow's lofty ambitions had long been submerged in King's Landing. Gazing upon the city ravaged by dragonfire, the charred remains of countless bodies, and the slain captives, his spirit trembled. Though he bore the blood of House Targaryen, he inherited the compassion of Ned Stark, and he could no longer endure the madness of such slaughter. He could not persuade his beloved to conquer the world with her grand ambitions, and was instead swayed by the mischievous Tyrion Lannister. Thus, he plunged his dagger into the heart of Daenerys Targaryen. His persona could be noble, yet his conscience was devoured by the abyss. It is said that one can see far from the summit, And so he spent 3 days, nearly plummeting to his demise several times, finally ascending to the peak. Indeed, from this vantage point, one could gaze into the distance, yet the vanished dragon remained unseen. The dragon had carried away Daenerys' lifeless body. To where would it take her? No one knows. Perhaps the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the paralyzed Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven, could perceive it. But he dared not inquire. She had sacrificed too much for him, and he had cruelly taken her life. Perhaps some extol his greatness. Perhaps others curse his ruthlessness. Perhaps he has saved many in this world. Perhaps his mercy is but a cheap applause. It is not difficult to slay a powerful foe, yet to mend the aftermath proves a formidable challenge. As it stands, the outcome is not as he had envisioned. Jon stared blankly at the place where the dragon was born, his gaze hollow, his emotions numbed. He seemed no longer a man, but rather a walking corpse. Suddenly, the summit trembled. Jon was startled back to reality by this sudden shift, gazing at the icy rocks beneath, suspecting it was merely a figment of his imagination. Did I feel something? Is the mountain moving? A ludicrous thought, he murmured to himself. In an instant, the peak quaked again, as if it were a person shivering from the cold. Jon, alarmed, clutched the weirwood tree. Strangely, the trembling of the summit ceased abruptly. After a considerable time, without further tremors, Jon felt it was time to descend. He released the weirwood tree, just as he reached the edge of the summit. Grasping the rope he had secured earlier to begin his descent, the peak shook violently once more. The steel nail fixed into the icy rock suddenly fell away, and his body tumbled downwards. Fortunately, a protruding ice ledge broke his fall, lodging him precariously in between the ice. Though he had escaped death, he found himself in a liminal space, unable to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth, unable to grasp the rope hanging in the distance. Am I to perish here? Tormund, reader, he shouted down the mountain. At such heights, no one could hear him, nor would anyone come to his aid. Jon was destined to die in this desolation. Just as despair reached its zenith, a black rope suddenly entwined around him. It did not appear to be a mere rope. It bore dark leaves as well. Jon was astonished, looking up at the source of this mysterious tether. The object that resembled a rope extended toward the summit. Its endpoint unknown. Jon grasped the rope and began to climb. Upon reaching the peak, he was left speechless. The raven tree, astonishingly, was saved by a branch from itself. That branch resembled a retracted arm, slowly retracting back to the tree, restoring itself to its original form. By the grace of the gods, Jon reverently approached the tree, clasped his hands together, and bowed in prayer. The lands beyond the wall are indeed imbued with magic, home to white walkers and the enchanted raven tree. As the peak trembled, a spark suddenly erupted from the ancient, still holy fire in the temple of the Light King in the shadowed lands of Asshai. The five-toned sorcerers and their 8 disciples, chanting incantations around the holy flame, were instantly seized by tension upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon. It is known that no one has ever seen the holy fire within the pool undergo any transformation, nor has it ever been reported that the flames would dance. What could this signify? None could tell. Suddenly, the holy fire erupted once more, then quietly settled. Could it be that the Light King had a divine message? Whispered the Master of Five Tones. The eldest disciple, Arthur, inquired, has the holy fire's eruption heralded a prophecy from the Light King? The Master of Five Tones remained silent, for he too was uncertain. Abruptly, the holy fire exploded again, its reach expanding, and a portion fell upon Daenerys' pristine floating corpse. Daenerys lay motionless, akin to a beautiful maiden in slumber. Her skin was as pale as milk, her hair seemingly whiter, and her face nearly translucent. Another portion of the holy fire landed upon the burning divine sword, the Sword of Light. Whoever could extract it from the holy flames would be reborn as Azor Ahai. Where is this person? When shall they arrive? The 8 disciples gazed intently at Daenerys' corpse, their eyes filled with bewilderment. This body neither sank nor burned. Quietly floating above the holy fire, what could it signify? The holy fire certainly would not fall upon the divine sword without reason. What could this foretell? No one knew. Not even the semi-divine Master of Five Tones. Arthur's worry deepened as he spoke. Master, why has the Light King's prophecy not manifested after the holy fire erupted thrice? Do you understand the secrets of heaven? The Master imparted wisdom. The secrets of heaven are such that when the time is ripe, knowledge will come forth. Arthur replied, the time of the Light King's seal is drawing to an end, and the sorcerers and witches in Asshai City are growing increasingly impatient. If the divine sword does not reemerge, it will spell disaster for the world. The Master of Five Tones closed his eyes and began to chant softly. The long summer has passed. The stars weep blood. Darkness and cold shall envelop the world. Water shall cease to flow, and trees shall no longer grow. The holy fire erupts. The divine sword is born, It is the harbinger of light, destined to pierce through darkness and evil. Chapter 33. The Three-Eyed Raven and the King. Bran Stark sat quietly in his wheelchair. He is the guardian of the Six Kingdoms, yet seldom offers a wise counsel, serving more as a symbol of the realm than a true king. No one comprehends the depths of his thoughts. In truth, no one regards him as a king, but rather reveres him as a deity, the Three-Eyed Raven. He is devoid of joy or sorrow, perpetually exuding an aura of sanctity. Yet every word he utters bears an inviolable sanctity. He now possesses the ability to freely manipulate his consciousness, allowing his thoughts to traverse the realms beyond, only to return at will. At this moment, he casts his eyes upward, surveying every corner of his kingdom. His introspective gaze transcends mountains and lakes, resting upon Winterfell. He perceives the bustling crowds, alongside many peculiar sights. For instance, the vibrant red cubes being transported from numerous orifices, the grand tapestry adorning the Stark Hall, the sharp weapons forged in the armory, and a figure with dark eyes and yellow skin. Though he remains oblivious to the nature of these strange objects, his human memories and wisdom inform him of their undeniable utility. No one engages in futile endeavors, particularly not when so many are involved. He is certain of this. The industriousness of the North surpasses his imagination. He holds unwavering faith in his former sister, now the Queen of the North, whose wisdom is unparalleled. He neither expresses surprise nor aversion. He merely observes in silence. Everything seems detached from him. He is but a spectator. His gaze surpasses the wall, traversing the snow-capped mountains. Resting upon the highest peak, he witnesses the blackened tree and the solitary figure of Jon. He perceives everything, including the trembling summit and the enchanted tree that rescued Jon. Bran rolls his eyes, returning to reality. His gaze is clear and transparent, as profound as an ancient well, devoid of emotion. The king requests the presence of Lord Tyrion Lannister. The golden-clad guards at his side hastily descend to summon Tyrion. Moments later, the diminutive figure of Tyrion, with his face adorned by a crooked beard, stands before Bran. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" Bran quietly regards Tyrion and replies, "The peaks tremble. The magical tree is awakening." Tyrion gazes at Bran in confusion, responding, "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your words. The continent of Westeros may soon face an invasion more terrifying than the White Walkers. Are you prepared?" Tyrion gives a wry smile, saying, "Your Majesty, is there truly something more fearsome than the White Walkers? If so, I regret to inform you that no one will come to our aid this time." Bran looks intently at Tyrion, stating, "Repair the walls. The Three-Eyed Raven must invoke ancient incantations to bless them, in hopes of their efficacy." Tyrion replies, "Very well, Your Majesty. I shall expedite the process. I am eager to learn what this dreadful entity you speak of may be. It seeks to exchange the eyes of the Three-Eyed Raven. Are you certain you wish to know?" Tyrion is taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you are the heart of the kingdom. I no longer wish to know. Perhaps the time has not yet come. The truth will eventually reveal itself." Bran asserts, "The North shall grow formidable. Sansa is not a docile ruler. Prepare yourself." Tyrion had intended to inquire further about the situation, yet upon observing the wheelchair moving inward, he ultimately refrained from doing so. He hurried to Sam Tarly's quarters and burst in, exclaiming, "Master Sam, have you received any word concerning Sansa's activities?" Sam, engrossed in his documents, set them aside and replied, "My Lord Chancellor, we have not dispatched any scouts to the north. The circumstances there should remain unchanged, correct?" Tyrion seized the wine jug, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and remarked, "There is no wine more dreadful than this. I truly long for the days of yore. By the way, we must gather more intelligence regarding the north, for Sansa is far from a compliant queen." "I shall do so, my Lord Chancellor," Sam responded. As Tyrion exited, Sam murmured, "Sansa is a good girl. What could she possibly achieve?" In the Stormlands, at Storm's End, King Joffrey Baratheon reclined in a chair, relishing the attentions of two handmaidens who alternately massaged his legs and fed him fine wine. He was the illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon and a common tavern wench, having labored in the smithy of Steel Street since childhood, honing his skills as a blacksmith. Had it not been for Davos, who discovered him and brought him to the battlefield to partake in the war against the White Walkers, he might still have been forging weapons, armor, axes, and horseshoes. Fortuitously, Davos found him and ushered him into the fray, where he discovered his true worth amidst the valor of battle, bolstered by the blood of Robert which coursed through his veins. Through his lineage and bravery, he was awarded lands and unexpectedly became the Lord of Storm's End. A man who had endured discrimination and hardship from a young age, he now sought to reclaim the glory of his past as a duke bestowed by the king. He indulged in excesses of wine and pleasure, and recently took to chastising his servants. His temperament mirrored that of Robert, brimming with rage. What vexed him, however, was the presumption that, as a land-holding duke, he would command the respect of all, yet the nobles beneath him were far from compliant, with many families showing little regard for his authority. Particularly, several cadet branches of House Baratheon were disobedient, plotting under the influence of Old Town, poised to rebel at any moment. As the newly appointed lord, his foundation was tenuous, lacking loyal supporters. Thus, despite his anger towards Old Town's treachery, he felt powerless, for Old Town's followers were formidable. Joffrey seized a handmaiden's breast, causing her to tremble in pain. He growled, "Tell me, what would happen if Old Town's old fool captured you?" Gritting her teeth, the handmaiden replied, "He would sell me to a brothel." Joffrey released her and laughed heartily. "Good to know. Thus, you must serve me well, lest I sell you myself." At that moment, his scholar, Lucien, entered and announced, "My lord, Lord Royce of House Mormont wishes to see you." Joffrey, puzzled, queried, "What brings him here? What does he desire?" "He claims to have something of great interest to show you." "Oh, what could House Mormont possibly possess of value?" "Very well, I am intrigued." Two men entered carrying a chest, with Royce following closely behind. Royce's round eyes sparkled with mirth as he inquired, "My lord, are you curious to see the splendid gift I have brought for you?" Jandrai stepped forward and embraced Royce, responding, "Is it truly a fine treasure, my lord? May I have the honor of seeing it?" With a beaming smile, Royce gestured towards the chest, saying, "I have heard of your troubles, and I have come to alleviate your burdens." Intrigued, Jandrai gazed at the chest and remarked, "You jest, my lord. Can a mere chest truly dispel my dire predicaments? Is it truly so miraculous? If you harbor doubts, feel free to open it," Royce encouraged. Upon lifting the lid, Jandri's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 34. I possess a sword. Do you have a golden dragon? Inside the chest lay 10 exquisite swords, one of which was ornately adorned and meticulously crafted. As a blacksmith by trade, Jandrai recognized the exceptional quality of such a hilt, inferencing that the sword's overall excellence must be equally remarkable. He grasped the splendid sword, examining it closely before unsheathing it. Gazing upon the chilling blade, he exclaimed, "A Valyrian steel sword." Being a connoisseur, he knew that only a Valyrian steel sword could possess such remarkable attributes. In the realm of Westeros, there were scarcely over 200 Valyrian steel swords scattered about, and those who wielded them were predominantly of noble lineage. Even the most destitute noble, akin to a beggar, would rather sell his daughter than part with such a sword, holding it as a treasured possession. Thus, it was evident how rare these swords truly were. Although this sword was not forged from Valyrian steel, Jandrai had no doubt of its lineage. It could only be of such quality. Royce pointed to the sword and declared, "The Queen's Wrath, forged in the north. It rivals Valyrian steel, perhaps even surpasses it. Surely, you can discern this." The Queen's Wrath, crafted in the north? Jandri's astonishment deepened. He was well aware of the capabilities of Northman blacksmiths. It was indeed unfathomable that such a weapon could emerge from the north. Having seen Valyrian steel, you understand its might. You may rest assured in testing it, to demonstrate that the Queen's Wrath is not inferior. Jandrai beckoned a guard forward. "Unsheath your sword." He swung at the guard's blade with vigor. A faint crack echoed as the guard's sword shattered into 2 pieces. Though the guard's sword was of decent quality, it was unable to withstand the effortless strike of the Queen's Wrath. Jandrai, bewildered, swiftly called upon another guard. The outcome was the same. The guard's sword crumbled before the might of the Queen's Wrath, as fragile as a withered twig. Jandri's eyes glimmered as he observed the Sansa emblem on the blade, accompanied by the 4 inscribed words. Royce, now more jubilant, remarked, "You may wish to test your own armor, which you crafted with your own hands. Its quality is undoubtedly impeccable." Jandrai instructed a guard to bring forth his armor, weighing over 30 pounds and forged from superior steel with added thickness. He hung his armor on a wooden pillar. Striding forth, he thrust with all his might. To his astonishment, the robust armor was effortlessly pierced, the sword tip embedding itself into the wooden post. Zandelli was utterly astonished. He was well aware of what such a sharp sword signified. Even a blade forged from Valyrian steel could not so effortlessly penetrate armor. If 1,000 such exquisite swords existed, would the elite soldiers clad in armor within the ancient tower not appear as though they were bereft of clothing before such blades? Grasping the magnificent sword, Zandelli's mind raced with countless thoughts. Although he hailed from a blacksmithing background, his cunning was not in the slightest diminished. "How much do you intend to sell it for?" Zandelli inquired, fixing his gaze upon Royce. "An exceptional sword for 800 gold dragons, a superior sword for 500 gold dragons, and a third-rate sword for 300 gold dragons. However, The third-rate sword is not currently available. If needed, it can be fashioned into a long sword akin to an Alec curved blade, depending on your preference. Zandelli seized Royce by the collar, indignantly exclaiming, "Are you attempting to rob the Storm King?" True to his nature as a businessman, Royce did not take offense at Zandelli's rudeness and continued to smile amiably. "Duke, may I inquire where one might procure a Valyrian steel sword? You cannot obtain one. No one is willing to sell." "Well, since it is unattainable, it cannot be deemed expensive, for you can acquire it with gold, can you not?" Zandelli released Royce's collar, glaring at him as he retorted, "Valyrian steel swords are irreplaceable. The Queen's wrath, however, is plentiful, and that is a different matter." Royce chuckled. "Does it truly matter, my lord? What a Valyrian steel sword can achieve, the Queen's wrath can accomplish as well, and with even greater efficacy. Why should it not command a price equal to that of Valyrian steel? It appears, in fact, to be somewhat cheaper." Zandelli sank into a broad chair, declaring, "Lord Royce, I have no further arguments." Royce closed the box, saying, "Duke, if you cannot afford it, I must take my leave. Many lords await the Queen's wrath. Oh, by the way, you seem rather anxious. If there were 1,000 such exquisite swords, my lord, you could resolve numerous troubles, could you not?" Zandelli leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "Can you guarantee that each one is this sharp?" Royce replied with a smile, "Esteemed Duke, I assure you, our Queen will not allow your gold dragons to go to waste." Zandelli gritted his teeth. "Very well. I shall promptly journey to the north to negotiate with the Queen." Royce spread his hands, grinning. "The Queen of the North welcomes you, my lord. I wish you a pleasant journey." As Royce prepared to turn away, Zandelli suddenly called out, "My lord, do you intend to peddle your swords elsewhere?" Royce, fully aware of Zandelli's concerns, replied with a smile, "Duke, I certainly intend to sell them. However, before you equip your warriors, I assure you that you will be the first." Zandelli was quite satisfied, stating, "Thank you. I shall set off for the north at once, hoping your Queen will not disappoint me." As Zandelli made his way to Winterfell, Royce hastened towards Eagle's Nest in the Vale. The current lord, Robin Arryn, a once spoiled child, had matured into a tall and handsome man following the tragic loss of his family. Despite his noble title, his martial prowess remained rather mediocre, and the loyalty of his vassals and various families was tenuous at best. The passing of the elder generation had given rise to the burgeoning ambitions of the long-dormant youth, leaving Robin in a state of helplessness. When Royce approached him, he was seated thoughtfully upon his lofty throne. "Your Grace, your cousin, Queen Sansa Stark, sends her regards," Royce said with a courteous bow and an amiable smile. Robin straightened in his seat and inquired, "What business does your queen have in sending you?" Royce gestured toward a wooden chest on the ground, saying, "My lord, the Queen wishes to present you with something that she hopes will pique your interest." Descending from the dais, Robin asked, "What is it?" Royce opened the chest and retrieved a magnificent sword, presenting it to Robin. As Robin drew the blade, he exclaimed, "What a splendid sword! It must be of Valyrian steel, the Queen's fury, freshly forged in the north. If you find it to your liking, the Queen has mentioned a familial price. You may test its metal to ascertain if it is indeed as formidable as it appears." After testing the sword, Robin marveled, "What an extraordinary weapon! I dare say there is no armor in the world that could withstand its thrust. Is this truly crafted in the north? Incredible." Royce stepped forward and remarked, "My lord, should you and your warriors possess such a keen blade, none would dare to undermine your authority. All foes would seem as fragile as parchment before it." Robin mused, "This must not come cheaply." Royce replied, "If you are inclined, you might journey to the north to discuss matters with the Queen personally. The outcome may prove quite favorable." Robin pondered for a moment and then said, "Very well. I hope my cousin the Queen has not forgotten our bond. A sword of such sharpness, if bestowed upon my warriors, would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess, alleviating my concerns regarding those rebels." He hastily gathered his belongings and set off towards the north with great enthusiasm. Royce watched him depart, a broad smile gracing his face as he turned to journey toward other kingdoms. He was confident that it would not be long before the swords forged in the north would proliferate across the continent of Westeros. Such fearsome weapons, if any family were to be without, would surely lead to their demise. At present, while the kingdoms appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, myriad tensions simmered, as the newly appointed lords struggled to command the loyalty of their vassals. Should any family procure the Queen's fury, others would find themselves compelled to follow suit. Chapter 35, The Stumbling Block. There were no issues at the armory. Chen remained focused on the production of red bricks. To motivate the workers to labor earnestly, Chen settled their wages daily. Compared to other endeavors, the pay here was quite substantial, and the enthusiasm of all those engaged in the work grew increasingly fervent with each passing day. As a result, The output exceeded his expectations, steadily rising day by day. Chen began to plan the construction of Winterfell. This was a monumental undertaking that necessitated the drawing of white lines to delineate where houses would be erected. Roads would be constructed, drainage systems would be established, and so forth. Meticulous design was essential to prevent chaos. He sketched dozens of architectural plans detailing various sectors of the inner and outer cities, roads, the royal palace, and residential areas, refining each aspect with care. Each shall attend to their own tasks, without interference, thus facilitating a swifter progress. Currently, the most pressing need is manpower, within 100 miles of Winterfell. There exists scarcely a soul at leisure. To amass a greater workforce, it is essential to solicit assistance from various families and to accelerate the recruitment of outsiders. To ensure simultaneous advancement, every undertaking must be of utmost urgency. The planning for production and urban construction is nearing completion, and now, Chen must embark on the next initiative, road construction. Roads, as a fundamental infrastructure, may appear trivial, yet they are of paramount importance, serving as a guarantee of efficiency. The entirety of Westeros is traversed by dirt paths, riddled with potholes and uneven terrain. Even the King's Road is no exception, albeit somewhat more level. During prolonged rainy spells, wagons and ox carts find themselves rendered immobile. This long summer may last 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, without roads capable of being traversed in inclement weather. Numerous plans will inevitably face delays. To construct roads that meet ideal standards, cement is the obvious choice. Though the production of cement is not inherently difficult, mass production necessitates supportive facilities, such as large ball mills and rotary kilns. These are substantial machines, and their manufacturing is scarcely feasible, even if achievable. They require electricity, an energy source that is, of course, unattainable under current circumstances, as the requisite technology and facilities are exceedingly complex. The only viable method is to resort to manual production, which can be accomplished by hand. However, a significant challenge remains. The output is too low and costs too high. The rationale is simple. For cement to serve as a building material, it must be produced in vast quantities, and items of such magnitude must also be cost-effective. If production costs exceed the selling price significantly, and supply falls woefully short, then even successful manufacturing becomes meaningless. Thus, while handcrafted cement is feasible, its practical application is entirely lacking. A readily available solution is found in the ancient Chinese invention of rammed earth, a lower-grade version of cement. It possesses a certain degree of hardness and adhesive quality, and its application is notably simpler and more convenient. The specific method involves mixing yellow earth, lime, and fine sand, thoroughly blending them before laying the mixture down and compacting it. After a thorough soaking from rain or water and subsequent drying, the surface becomes a rudimentary form of concrete. Chen had encountered samples of rammed earth in museums and witnessed walls and fortifications constructed from it at ancient sites. Despite enduring the test of millennia, its hardness remains undiminished. Rammed earth indeed stands as the most cost-effective and efficient tool for road construction. With roads built from this material, the load-bearing capacity of carts, oxen, and mules will be significantly enhanced, allowing for swifter travel and reduced wheel damage, ensuring that even the most persistent rain will not render the roads impassable. Chen presented the meticulously drafted blueprints, along with explanations and plans, to Horn Amber, who oversees the construction department. Queen Sansa truly exhibits remarkable wisdom. She has dismantled the military might of the various families, relocating the leaders of the 5 most prominent families to Winterfell, where they now oversee the departments of agriculture, commerce, construction, resources, and military affairs. Thus, the leaders of these families found themselves constrained under her vigilant eye, their potential for personal growth stifled, akin to undermining the very foundation of their existence. On the surface, they appeared to be valued, yet in reality, they were deprived of an environment conducive to advancement. It was as if a tiger had been exiled from its forest, a steed had shed its shoes, or a fish had been confined to a mere pond. Naturally, these individuals were discontented, yet powerless to change their circumstances. The elder generation and the esteemed core members had perished, leaving behind a cadre of the aged and the inexperienced. Devoid of any authoritative foundation, their aspirations for rebellion were futile, as strength requires both time and demonstrated capability to cultivate. To facilitate the younger generation in their endeavors, Sansa dispatched scholars from each family to assist them. These scholars were knowledgeable and capable, offering invaluable counsel. Horn Amber, the youngest son of the former head of the Amber family, was merely 15 years of age. In contemporary society, this age still classifies one as a student. Naive and inexperienced, however, within this extraordinary realm, they were considered sufficiently mature to make decisions akin to adults. Observing Chen as he presented a myriad of blueprints and documents, Horn tossed them carelessly to his accompanying scholar, Daru, and with a furrowed brow inquired, "I have heard you are a slave who was purchased?" Chen replied earnestly, "My lord, I was once, but now I am a free man." Horn retorted, "What do those convoluted drawings of yours signify?" "The design for Winterfell," Chen responded. Horn scoffed, "You believe you can reconstruct Winterfell and make it tenfold larger? Deceiving his majesty will not end well." Chen replied, "My lord, you need only instruct the craftsmen to build according to the plans. If it fails, the responsibility lies with me, not with you." Horn, incensed, rose and exclaimed, "If it is your affair, what need does his majesty have of me? What are you, that I find you so disagreeable?" Chen remarked, "It appears your vision is askew, my lord. Were your features more agreeable, we would have no issue." Horn, enraged, drew his sword, pointing it at Chen and declared, "Draw your sword, I wish to duel you." "To belittle a count will not bode well," Chen replied. "My lord, I am not skilled in swordplay. You would be better served seeking another." From their very first encounter, the two had been at odds, and Horn harbored a distinct aversion towards him. Chen's requests were met with reluctance and obstruction, which only served to aggravate him further. It was a dilemma. Those who favor you will embrace whatever you say, while those who do not will reject even the most benign of statements. Since Chen arrived, he had yet to encounter anyone who opposed him so vehemently. It seemed he had finally met his match. The frustration was palpable. When would he wield true power and be free from the prattle of these fools? Horn leveled his sword at Chen's face, mocking. "A true man of the North, even without swordsmanship, possesses the courage to fight. You, an outsider, are trembling." With a look of disdain, he relaxed his grip, allowing the sword to fall to the ground. "I shall also forego my sword. Let it be fair. Come forth." Standing nearby, the bachelor Daru stepped forward and said, "My lord, his majesty has decreed that you must fulfill all of Chen's demands. Your current actions lack decorum." Horn glared at Chen for a moment, then turned sharply, declaring, "A despicable foreigner." Chen replied, "Perhaps it won't be long before you are even more displeased, as I shall become the prime minister. By the way, I must remind you that the road construction personnel are still absent. I hope you can find a solution soon." Horn turned to watch Chen leave, his eyes blazing with fury. He bellowed at Daru, "Bring my horse. I must go see his majesty, that accursed foreigner." Chapter 36. The Art of Using Chopsticks in Winterfell. Horn bowed to Sansa and said, "Your majesty, that foreigner has insulted me, relying on your decree. I hope you will permit me to duel him." Sansa smiled at Horn and replied, "Brave Lord Horn, disputes are inevitable. Narrow-mindedness is not the hallmark of a true warrior, and I shall not support your actions." Horn responded, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, your majesty. This foreigner claims he will become prime minister. May I ask, can such a lowly individual truly aspire to such a position?" Sansa replied, "High office is reserved for the capable. You can achieve it too, provided your merits are significant enough, such as completing the new Winterfell." Horn retorted, "But your majesty, what if there are not enough people?" Sansa replied, "I grant you the authority to gather personnel from various families and outsiders. How does that sound? I care not what methods you employ, as long as you meet all of Chen's demands. Once the new Winterfell is completed, a competent prime minister will be needed. Do you not have any thoughts on this?" As Horn gazed at the queen's noble and beautiful visage, his heart suddenly raced. "Very well, your majesty, I shall do my utmost." Sansa watched Horn exit, then turned her attention to the large print on the wall. After Chen had sent the massive print, Sansa had it affixed to the wall and often contemplated it during her leisure. She gazed at the strikingly simple yet expressive portrait, a smile tugging at her lips as she murmured, "A drunkard, a genius. Who exactly are you?" Just as she pondered, Jandari strode in with great confidence. Having endured the battle against the White Walkers and due to his connection with Arya, Jandari harbored complex feelings for Sansa. "Welcome, King of Storms," Sansa said as she rose. Jandari replied, "Sansa, congratulations on becoming the Queen of the North. I am truly pleased for you." Sansa inquired, "What brings you to the North, my lord?" Jandari stated, "I seek 1,000 queen's wrath." Sansa replied, "I can fulfill the Duke's request, but you must also meet my monetary requirements." Jandari said, "Sansa, our friendship should be strong. Can you truly bear to refuse my request?" "How could I?" Sansa responded, "Do you not think Queen's wrath is rather expensive?" Sansa smiled and replied, "If you find it too costly, would you still come?" Jandari, clearly at a loss for words, stammered, "But it is indeed quite expensive. Do you not agree?" Sansa remarked, "As long as one can purchase it, it cannot be deemed expensive. The truly valuable items are those that elude our grasp. Would you not agree?" Jandrai, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "Very well, I find myself at a loss for words. Immediate stock, cash in hand, are you satisfied, your grace? You shall not suffer any loss. The queen's wrath will clear the path for you." Jandrai then called out, "Bring in the chests." Guards entered, carrying dozens of chests filled with gleaming gold coins, radiant and resplendent. Jandri's heart ached at the sight, for these coins constituted nearly all of his wealth. Sansa commanded her men to bring forth the prepared weapons. After leaving Windwhistle Castle, Royce had sent word via a raven, detailing Jandri's specific demands. The items crafted by Chen were ready and awaiting his payment. Having spent such a considerable sum, Jandrai was determined to inspect the goods thoroughly. He tested each sword and dagger, none of which disappointed him. They were indeed as he had seen in Windwhistle Castle. Once the exchange was complete, Jandrai said, "Arya, she is there. I wish to see her." Sansa replied, "She may be at the construction site, though I cannot be certain. Would you like to go and check?" Naturally, Jandrai was eager to do so. Now a dignified duke with his own territory, he was confident that he could win Arya's hand in marriage. Her wildness and bravery had always lingered in his thoughts. To facilitate command and resolve issues, Chen had relocated to the construction site, mingling closely with the workers. He resided in a modest wooden house, having organized a study, a bedroom, and a rudimentary kitchen. The local cuisine was rather unpalatable, consisting predominantly of cold bread paired with heated soup. Nevertheless, as the chief designer of the North, he could procure necessities and food as needed, meeting his requirements. Today, having a bit of time, he decided to knead some dough and fashioned a rolling pin from a round wooden stick, intending to prepare a meal of noodles and sought a couple of dishes as a reward for himself. With no one available to assist him, he had to manage on his own. Just as he was engrossed in his task, Arya entered with her hands behind her back, smiling. Upon seeing her smile, Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. It appeared insincere. Despite not being a lady, she insisted on wearing a facade of genteel decorum. The warm smile of her sister was endearing, yet Arya's smile struck him as cunning. Perhaps he was being too subjective. After all, she had a reputation for being rather wicked. "A most peculiar method of cooking, Chen. May I stay for a meal?" Arya observed as Chen rolled the dough with the wooden stick. Her curiosity piqued. Chen replied, "Very well, I shall grant you a taste." Once the noodles were prepared and several plates of sought-ed dishes were laid upon the table, Arya's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Goodness, one could prepare food in such a manner? Chen, where are my utensils?" Chen handed her a pair of chopsticks, crafted from fine wood. A pity there was no bamboo available. Arya, perplexed, held the chopsticks and questioned, "Wooden sticks? Are these utensils?" Chen sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and said, "How else do you expect to eat? It is quite simple to use them this way." He deftly picked up noodles with wooden chopsticks and brought them to his mouth, then selected a piece of vegetable from the plate, demonstrating as he ate. Elia watched Chen intently as he skillfully handled his chopsticks. After a while, she decided to give it a try herself. For someone who had never used chopsticks before, her attempts were clumsy and comical as she struggled to bring the food to her mouth. Observing Chen's stifled laughter, Elia felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, rolling her eyes and exclaiming, "What a strange contraption. Can it not be easier to use?" Chen finished a bowl of noodles with a slurp and remarked, "Why are you so inept? It's merely a matter of swapping knives and forks for these little wooden sticks. Is it really that difficult?" He set down his bowl and chopsticks, patiently demonstrating the technique for Elia once more. Despite her cleverness, she continued to falter. The two slender sticks proved to be a challenge, sending food scattering across the table, and she still hadn't managed to get a single bite into her mouth. Frustrated, she tossed the chopsticks onto the table and resorted to using her hands. Chen swiftly swatted her hands away, chastising, "How can a lady of House Stark behave so rudely? Come, let me teach you again." Even after nearly 10 attempts, Elia struggled to grasp the use of chopsticks. It was uncertain whether the task was genuinely difficult or if she was simply lacking in skill. Chen finally sighed, "All right, enough of this. It's best you stop trying. By the time you learn, the food will be cold, so I shall feed you instead." Growing increasingly impatient, he picked up the chopsticks, lifted some noodles, and brought them to Elia's mouth. After she swallowed, he offered her a piece of vegetable. Watching her eagerly await his next offering, Chen nearly burst into laughter. It reminded him of his own childhood. Strangely enough, it was quite endearing. Just as he was about to feed Elia another bite, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Chapter 37. A small test of skills. Janderly stood at the entrance, observing Chen feeding Elia. Chen set down his chopsticks and scrutinized the newcomer. In his mind, he recalled that this was none other than the little blacksmith Janderly Ballarshan. What business did he have here? Was he perhaps proposing to Elia? If so, It might present an opportunity for Chen to make his move. He feigned ignorance, rising to say, "You are quite rude, and I am very displeased." Janderly, with a grim expression, stepped into the room, pushing Chen aside as he focused on Elia. "Elia, come with me," he commanded. Elia finally managed to swallow a large mouthful of food and replied, "Is that you, Duke Janderly Belarshan? Welcome to Winterfell." Janderly pointed at Chen with a frosty demeanor, asking, "Who is he? Your new lover?" Chen quickly interjected, "My lord, you have misunderstood. I am the chief architect of the North, and Miss Elia and I share no such relationship." "Chief architect? Is there such a position?" Janderly scoffed. Chen replied with a smile, "That is the gist of it. I am solely responsible for the planning of the North's construction." Janderly sneered, "You are an outsider?" "Indeed." Chen confirmed. Zandelli seized Chen by the chest, growling fiercely, "I care not what kind of pretentious master you are. From this day forth, you must keep your distance from Elia, understand?" Chen, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I think the same, but she won't leave me alone. Why not have a word with her while I take a stroll outside?" In haste, Chen escaped through the door, shutting it behind him. He hoped that this little blacksmith would manage to take Elia away today, freeing him from her clutches, after which he could present himself to Sansa. Given his contributions, Sansa would undoubtedly value him, allowing him to see his goddess daily. He had long awaited this day with great anticipation. As Chen contemplated his plans, a shriek echoed from within the room, followed by the door being flung open. He turned to see Elia emerge with a cold expression. It was over. The little woman had incapacitated his first love, which could only imply one thing. A mistake had been made. Run. Chen bolted for his life, but before he had gone far, Elia chased him down, pinning him to the ground and delivering a brutal beating. The blows were severe, leaving Chen bruised and battered, his bones nearly broken. Elia turned his face towards her, speaking menacingly, "Did you not claim I wouldn't let you go? Very well, from this moment on, you will stick by my side, never straying from my sight. Dare to leave my gaze, and I shall end you." Chen protested. "Why? I am merely looking out for your well-being, wishing for you to marry into a good family. That little blacksmith has commendable qualities, and he is quite presentable, a genuine duke. Doesn't that seem fitting?" He attempted to mediate, but before he could finish, Elia began to strike him again, her blows growing harsher. Angered, Chen retorted, "You think you're so clever? My restraint is out of respect for your sister. You have betrayed and exploited me, treating me like a mere beast of burden. This debt has yet to be settled. And you dare to take advantage of me?" With a sudden burst of fury, Chen lunged forward like an enraged tiger, pinning Elia to the ground and retaliating. He had not been idle during this time. Whenever he found a moment, he had allowed the keen-eyed hawk of Bronco to observe Elia's martial training, mastering her combat techniques. They wrestled on the ground, leaping and grappling, neither able to gain the upper hand. They exchanged fierce glares, neither willing to concede defeat. Elia questioned, "Who taught you this fighting style?" "That's none of your concern," Chen replied defiantly. "It seems rather reminiscent of my techniques," Elia noted. "And if it is yours, what of it? I have never taught you." Chen retorted, incensed. "You? Teach me? It's a miracle you haven't killed me yet." Elia threatened, "If you do not disclose the truth about your teacher, I shall slay you." Chen scoffed, "Slay me? Come then, I doubt you have the skill." Elia swiftly drew a sewing needle from her waist, declaring, "Care to test that? Come at me." Chen, noticing Zandelli watching with a smirk, snatched a sword from his side. Mirroring Elia's stance as he beckoned, "Come, Miss Stark, today you shall witness my prowess." With the sword firmly grasped in her hand, Arya immediately reverted to the demeanor of a skilled assassin. She slid the blade onto her back and began to circle around Eakan. Her movements were as nimble as a weasel, imbued with a rhythmic grace that transcended mere walking, reminiscent of the ethereal dance of water over rippling waves. Her gaze was as piercing as lightning, her body taut with anticipation, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to strike. Eakan, having clandestinely learned swordsmanship and combat techniques from Arya, mirrored her every action, expression, and demeanor, albeit lacking the inherent vigor she possessed. The two danced around each other like cat and mouse, each seeking the optimal angle to strike. Since his arrival in this foreign realm, Eakan's physical prowess had evolved day by day, shedding his former weakness. He was patient, circling with Arya, yet his inexperience showed. He had not yet endured the crucible of life and death battles. Feigning a forward lunge to create an illusion of vulnerability, he aimed to thrust his sword, but to his dismay, Arya expertly evaded his attack. In a swift motion, her blade shot toward his heart. Eakan's eyes widened in alarm as he barely managed to dodge. Underestimating Arya's strength, he attempted to strike her smaller sword with force, hoping to disarm her. However, Arya nimbly sidestepped his clumsy blows, avoiding direct confrontation. As they exchanged blows for several rounds, Iacan found himself perilously close to being stabbed on multiple occasions. Frustrated, he retaliated fiercely, momentarily forgetting that they were not adversaries. After he swung his sword with intent, Arya leapt into the air, aiming for his neck. Her strike was as swift as lightning, delicate as a willow's fluff, leaving Iacan with no avenue for escape. He thought to himself, "This is the end. I am doomed." To his astonishment, Arya's blade grazed past his neck, and with a swift kick, she sent him tumbling to the ground. Pointing her sword at his face, she demanded, "You truly have learned my swordplay. Now tell me, how did you do it?" Iacan, sprawled on the ground like a defeated hound, retorted defiantly, "I won't tell you." "Go on, kill me." Arya smirked, "Playing coy, are we?" "Very well." She leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Would you like to live differently? Perhaps by becoming that masked figure, Zorko? Imagine how my sister would react upon seeing you then." Iacan sprang to his feet as if a cat had stepped on its tail, exclaiming, "Miss Arya, I was wrong. I shall never defy your commands again. Please spare me." The memory of that painful transformation lingered vividly in his mind, especially the thought of donning Zorko's grotesque visage, which would forever ruin his chances with Sansa. He stood before Arya, bowing at a 90-degree angle, repeatedly apologizing. Jandrai observed the scene with a complex expression, remarking, "Arya, it seems you have acquired a new friend. Does this mean I, your old companion, must take my leave?" Ochin smiled obsequiously at Alia and remarked, "Alia, Jandeli possesses quite commendable attributes. You should genuinely contemplate the prospect of establishing a family with him and perhaps welcoming a few robust children." Before Ochin could complete his sentence, he received a heavy punch to the nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Chapter 38. The oncoming crisis not long after Jandeli exited the Stark household. Robin Arryn made his entrance. He gazed upon the noble and gentle Sansa, bowing graciously as he said, "Sansa, it is a pleasure to see you. How have you been?" Sansa rose to greet him, smiling as she replied, "It is delightful to see you, Robin, Lord of the Vale." The two shared a gentle embrace, and Robin continued, "Sansa, Royce has shown me the wondrous weapons forged in the north. I wish to bring some back with me. What do you think?" Sansa chuckled, "That is an excellent idea. I shall ensure that you receive a favorable price. After all, we are relatives, are we not?" "Thank you, Sansa. You remain as kind as ever," Robin said gratefully. "Of course, we ought to stand united," she responded. Robin hesitated before asking, "Sansa, have you given any thought to the betrothal arranged by our aunt?" "Naturally. I could relocate to live here." Sansa smiled. "We should honor the arrangements made by our elders, but it is still quite premature. You are but 16, are you not?" Robin's face brightened. "Sansa, I do not aspire to be a warrior. I merely wish for a tranquil life." "Do you desire such a life as well?" "That is a commendable thought. I intend to renovate Winterfell. What do you think? Would you like to visit the site?" "You and T want to miss meeting Ochin, the creator of the Queen's Wrath." "Ah, Ochin? An exceptionally skilled blacksmith," Robin remarked. Sansa continued, "A rather unique foreigner, quite intriguing, and he is currently at the construction site." Intrigued by Sansa's description, Robin hurried to the site, eager to discover what manner of person Ochin truly was. Ochin was busy nursing his nose while engaging in a scuffle with Alia when Robin approached, holding a red brick. "Alia, do you see what this is?" Ochin irritably responded, "A red brick. Have you never seen one? They're ubiquitous a mile ahead." Curiously, Robin inquired, "What is this used for?" "What else?" "To fortify walls and construct buildings." Alia, with a glint in her eye, seized Robin's hand and cheerfully said, "Hello, Robin. Have you seen my sister? When will you two wed?" "Wed? With Sansa?" Ochin scrutinized Robin, realizing he was that same old boy, now grown into a rather handsome young man. Observing Robin's tall and gallant stature, Ochin suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. After all, his engagement with Sansa had been arranged by their parents, and in this place, such commitments were not easily dismissed. Robin regarded Alia, smirking slightly as he replied, "My sister mentioned it would take some time. I shall wait for her." Alia tugged on Robin's hand, laughing. "You must act quickly. Many have their eyes set on her. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Robin felt a sudden wave of anxiety as he inquired, "Has someone proposed to Sansa?" Arya replied, "It seems so, but I am uncertain." Yukin, incensed, his nostrils flaring, exclaimed, "Arya, what nonsense are you spouting? Which scoundrel dares to propose to your sister?" Robin looked at Yukin in confusion and asked, "Who is this scoundrel, and from which kingdom does he hail?" Yukin pulled Robin aside, leaning closer to whisper, "Sansa has taken a liking to someone. You should abandon any hopes." Robin pushed Yukin away, resolutely declaring, "My betrothal to Sansa was arranged by my aunt and Lord Stark. It cannot be so. Sansa has given her word." Yukin leaned in once more, menacingly stating, You ought to find another maiden post-haste, preferably outside the north, or I shall end you. Robin, incensed, glared at Yukin and retorted, Are you threatening a lord? Yukin chuckled, patting Robin's shoulder. I jest, do not take it to heart. I merely mean that a person as ineffectual as you could never win the queen's favor. Robin's expression darkened. Stepping back in anger, you dare to insult me? Yukin replied with a grin, I speak only the truth, in terms of appearance, intellect, and prowess. Who could you possibly rival? Even that little blacksmith surpasses you by leagues, does he not? Enraged, Robin drew his sword, declaring, I challenge you to a duel. Yukin, with a smug expression, responded, Do you grasp what I was just doing? Arya, the bravest warrior in Westeros, who has vanquished the first White Walker, was fleeing from me. Are you truly sure you wish to duel? Robin pointed his sword at Yukin, seething, You are mistaken. Arya is the finest swordsman. How could you have bested her? Yukin replied, It was close, merely a hair's breadth, and I am far superior to you. Arya intervened, grasping Robin's arm, Do not waste your breath on him. I will speak to my sister and arrange for you to move to Winterfell. Without a glance at Yukin, she departed with Robin. Yukin paced nervously, for he had hoped to capture Sansa's attention through his merits, to position himself by her side, and, given time, win her heart. Yet, he overlooked a critical point. He was not the sole suitor among the many kingdoms vying for the queen's hand. Currently, he lacked even the title of knight. Should he wait for his moment to shine, Sansa may well belong to another by then, leaving him with no prospects. What was he to do? It appeared he had no viable options. He cursed Arya for her meddling. Had she recommended him upon her arrival, he would have faced no competition. As he pondered this, he ground his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding Blancho. Perhaps he could enlist him to watch over Sansa, should anyone propose. He would sabotage their efforts until he accomplished a feat of great renown. At that point, would he not have the world at his feet? Resolute, he hastened to Blancho's residence, outlining his plans with urgency. He remained undeterred and said to Bronco, Look, where is that little brat Rob now? Has Queen Sansa kept him around? Branco's unblinking eye remained fixed for a moment before he replied, A handsome young lad left with 3 wagons. They say it was the queen's wrath that demanded a great deal of gold. The queen stood outside to bid him farewell. He has departed. At that, Chen felt a breath of relief, thinking to himself that Rob had come to purchase swords, and surely, Gendry must also be here for the same purpose. It appeared that the cunning old Royce had skillfully deceived 2 lords in one fell swoop. Since the queen's anger had begun to sell, more would surely come to buy, alleviating the economic strain of the north. Contemplating those 100 or so chests of gold, it seemed considerable, yet for the payment of over 10,000 people. It would dissipate quickly. They had only just begun, and already half was gone. Without subsequent funds, all would be for naught. The thought was quite vexing, as he had to design, supervise, manufacture, and oversee technical guidance while also guarding against potential internal strife. A helping hand would be invaluable. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said to Bronco, how about teaching me your magic? I have no ulterior motives, I merely worry for the queen's safety. Wouldn't having the vision of an eagle be quite beneficial? He assumed that their sincere friendship would suffice for a few words, but Bronco categorically refused. After much persistent pleading from Chen, Bronco finally sighed and said, Dear Chen, your request is rather excessive, yet I shall consider it. Over such a trivial matter, deemed excessive and worthy of consideration, Chen thought the old man overly stingy. Chapter 39. A ripple creates 1,000 waves at the Black Rat Castle. Gutah stood atop the tower, gazing at the thousands of soldiers outside, clad in armor. He was tall and robust, his fiery temperament evident, with a bushy beard almost obscuring his entire face. He was not the least surprised by Gendry's arrival, as their conflict was on the verge of drawing swords. Gendry rode a grand black horse and called from below, Lord Gutah, open your gates. Your Storm King wishes to visit your castle. Gutah laughed maniacally. I fear the Lord harbors ill intentions. You may enter, but only alone. Gendry shouted in anger, Do you dare defy my command? Do you wish to rebel? Gutah scoffed, You are but a little blacksmith who has fled from a flea-ridden den. Gutah, who flows with the blood of the wind, respects you as lord, but disregards you as a cast-off bastard. It is best we coexist peacefully, but should you harbor malice, I shall reduce you to a pulp. He raised his war hammer and with a resounding crash, shattered the castle battlement. Gendry laughed in fury. Very well. Gutah, let us engage in battle today. The one who loses must leave the Stormlands. Gutah erupted into another fit of laughter. Agreed. Let victory decide our fate. Warriors, you have work to do. He dashed down the tower, leading the already prepared army, and opened the castle gates to charge forth. The 2 forces, fully invigorated, rushed towards each other. Suddenly, The air outside the Black Rat Castle was filled with the cacophony of battle, the clash of swords, and the anguished cries resonating throughout the field. The ancient tower had never anticipated that Jan Delhi had equipped his soldiers with blades of unparalleled sharpness, the lethality of which far exceeded his imagination. Jan Delhi's heavily armored soldiers led the charge, encased in thick armor that even extended to their helmets. The sword strikes from the tower's soldiers merely rang against the metal, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Conversely, the weapons wielded by the enemy seemed enchanted, slicing through their foes with the ease of cutting through vegetables, rendering the seemingly sturdy armor as fragile as parchment. The ordinary soldiers clad in leather fared even worse. A single strike from the enemy's blade could sever an arm with ease or split a skull in two. The battlefield was a horrific sight, strewn with the dismembered bodies of the tower's soldiers, who writhed in agony on the ground, some resorting to suicide by slitting their throats. Those armored warriors who had been pierced lay sprawled on the ground, their blood flowing like water. The tower was astounded by the ferocity of these weapons. Even the famed Valyrian steel seemed dull in comparison. What manner of weapon was this? Was it the work of sorcery? Jan Delhi, brandishing a resplendent sword dripping with blood, charged towards the tower, shouting, "Tower, meet your demise." Jan Delhi's fierce bravery was indeed terrifying. He feared not even the White Walkers, let alone the tower's defenders. As Jan Delhi approached, the tower's eyes reddened with rage, and he lifted a war hammer weighing dozens of pounds to strike Jan Delhi down. With a single swing, Jan Delhi cleaved the iron hammer in two. The tower let out a furious roar and swung the iron handle towards Jan Delhi's head, but Jan Delhi countered again, slicing the handle into two segments. Faced with such a razor-sharp blade, the tower finally succumbed to fear, turning to flee. Jan Delhi pursued relentlessly. The tower dashed behind a stone pillar, attempting to evade his pursuer. After several fruitless laps around the pillar, Jan Delhi's temper flared. He unleashed a fierce strike upon the stone column, severing it as easily as cutting a radish in half. The tower, now filled with terror, cried out, "My lord, I swear eternal loyalty to you." Jan Delhi laughed maniacally, declaring, "You insolent wretch, dare to defy me? You shall perish." With no escape left, the tower bellowed in fury and lunged at Jan Delhi. Both combatants fell to the ground, grappling fiercely. Jan Delhi, in a frenzy, targeted the tower's throat, sinking his teeth into it and refusing to let go. The tower screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently. Yet Jan Delhi was not satiated. With the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, he bit through the tower's neck, severing his head completely. Blood gushed forth, splattering across Jan Delhi's head, as if he had emerged from a pool of crimson. With one hand gripping the sword, and the other hoisting the head of the fallen good Asshai, Jan Delhi laughed with a ferocity that was both manic and terrifying. The soldiers of Black Mouse Castle, witnessing Gudda's demise, instantly fled in a frenzy. Jan Delhi commanded his troops to pursue relentlessly, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 500 men. The brutality of this battle was on par with any conflict across the continent of Westeros. Jan Delhi, reveling in the sight of his soldiers clearing the battlefield, glanced at the queen's fury in his hand and mused that, despite the tremendous costs incurred, the outcome rendered it trivial. After all, while money can procure possessions, it cannot necessarily buy lives. His loyal vassal, Carter, approached in awe, exclaiming, "My lord, the sword forged in the north is nothing short of a magical blade. I never imagined a sword could be so razor-sharp." Jan Delhi patted Carter on the shoulder and inquired, "What do you think would happen if we equipped an army of 10,000 with it?" 10,000 swords? How many golden dragons would that require, my lord?" Carter gasped. Jan Delhi grinned maliciously. "Is it not permissible to claim what belongs to others?" Thanks to the whispers of the crows, news of Gudda's death and the horror of the battle spread across Westeros in less than 2 days. The revelation that Jan Delhi had triumphed with unparalleled weaponry left many in shock. They soon learned that these extraordinary swords were forged in the north and were being produced in large quantities, inciting widespread panic. It was clear that without such weapons, they would be at a disadvantage in future conflicts, as no equipment could adequately safeguard their soldiers and commanders. The specter of dread loomed. Was the calamity of the Seven Kingdoms truly not yet over? As various families vied to sell the queen's fury, Royce suddenly found himself in high demand, with factions secretly negotiating to become the largest holders of the weapon. The urgency of their desires inflated its value. The price of the queen's fury, once exorbitant, swiftly became more palatable, with families that previously claimed poverty suddenly producing crates of golden dragons. Sansa's words had proven prophetic. Royce eventually arrived in the Riverlands, presenting the queen's regards and the sword to Edmure Tully, who immediately brightened at the sight. Though he was exceedingly eager to obtain it, the price posed a dilemma for Royce. Upon hearing of the bloody battle at Black Mouse Castle, he abruptly changed his mind. expressing a desire to personally visit the north and confer with his niece, Queen Sansa. This cautious and timid man, who initially sought to avoid trouble and enjoy a few days of peace, could no longer remain passive. Chapter 40. The first step of currency warfare. As the long summer began and the weather warmed, basking in the sun became an exquisite pleasure. Oaken lounged outside on a reclining chair, a yellowed ancient tome draped across his face, relishing the sun's embrace. Suddenly, the book was whisked away from his visage. Arya. She appeared as silently as a ghost, her presence almost weightless. Oaken glanced at her sideways, lazily inquiring, "What is it?" Aliyah fixed her gaze upon Oaken, her expression far from pleasant, and remarked, "Lawrence, Harris, and Horn vehemently oppose my sister's intention to sell the Queen's fury to outsiders." Oaken propped himself up and interjected, "Stop. Is this truly the case? Do you know? It's merely conjecture, yet it is likely close to the truth." Aliyah, intrigued, asked, "Then what do you believe I am about to say?" Oaken replied, "There is much to consider. In essence, it can be summarized in a single phrase. The Queen's fury must not be sold to others." Aliyah, astonished, inquired, "How do you know?" Oaken responded, "How do I know? That little blacksmith wielded the Queen's fury and effortlessly vanquished his vassals. What does he rely upon? Undoubtedly, it is the exquisite blades I crafted. Those imbeciles must be concerned that if such weapons are sold abundantly, each kingdom would possess them, thereby posing a significant threat to the north. Wouldn't you agree?" Aliyah replied, "You are correct, Oaken. My sister is indeed quite hesitant." Oaken continued, "Such short-sightedness. Consider this. If everyone possesses such formidable weapons, wouldn't their combat capabilities remain equal? Since no one holds a distinct advantage in weaponry, would they not be less inclined to provoke one another? The reason that little blacksmith incites concern is that he is the first to wield the Queen's fury. It is akin to him riding a horse while others walk. Naturally, he creates distance. Yet, if all are mounted, does that not equalize everyone as strength? Therefore, to ensure everyone remains docile, we must sell our weapons as widely as possible. In doing so, safety prevails, and the North reaps the most profit. They may glare at one another with their formidable weapons, while we hold both the arms and the purses. Who, then, is truly the strongest?" Aliyah pondered this, responding, There is merit to your argument." Oaken added, "The true spectacle lies ahead. Once our weapons have been sold in abundance, we shall innovate further. At that point, greater wealth awaits. And those fools will come to the north seeking alms." Aliyah's eyes widened even more. "Upgrade? What do you mean?" Oaken explained, "From this moment forth, we shall prepare to forge the Queen's armor, crafted from the same fine steel that produces the Queen's fury." Aliyah's realization dawned on her, and she exclaimed, "You mean only the armor we create can withstand the Queen's fury, thus compelling them to purchase our armors as well?" Oaken rolled his eyes at Aliyah, saying, "Such a simple truth, yet those fools fail to grasp it. If I were Prime Minister, would I allow your sister to be so troubled? Hence, we must prepare early. By the time they contemplate this issue, we shall present them with what they desire. This is what we call strategic foresight, triumphing from afar. Do you understand?" Aliyah chuckled softly, remarking, "You are truly cunning, always one step ahead, leaving others defenseless." Oaken then covered his face with the book again, mumbling through his nose. This is known as the law of demand. When you offer him a piece of meat, his immediate thought is to seek out a pot to cook it. To boil the meat, one naturally requires firewood. To acquire firewood, one must venture into the woods to chop it. Once the meat is cooked, finding a bowl becomes a pressing concern, and with a bowl in hand, utensils are surely needed. Aliyah remarked, "What nonsense is this?" To which Oaken replied, "Many matters in this world follow the same principle, merely transformed into different forms. Yet, some people only perceive the changes while remaining blind to the constants." He added, "This concept is profoundly intricate. If you do not comprehend it, perhaps you should wander elsewhere." Aliyah playfully seized Oaken's ear, laughing as she said, "Have you gained some wisdom these past few days? Do you intend to reprimand me?" Oaken, closing his eyes, reached out and grasped her wrist. Feeling the roughness of her palm contrasted with the delicate smoothness of her hand's back, which bore the essence of femininity. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his wrist and opened his eyes in alarm. To his astonishment, this little vixen had drawn a knife across his hand, and blood began to flow. Enraged, Oaken leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Why resort to knives at the slightest provocation? Are you even a woman?" Aliyah coolly tucked the dagger into her waist and replied, "Whether I am a woman or not, would you care to find out?" Oaken scoffed, "I have no interest in that. You should save it for the blacksmith." Before he could finish his sentence, Aliyah landed a punch squarely on his nose. Clutching his bleeding nose, Oaken cursed, "You little vixen, you strike me for no reason. I shall retaliate." He lunged at Aliyah, and they found themselves entangled in another scuffle. the north grew increasingly lively. Lords from various kingdoms flocked to Winterfell, all with a singular purpose, to procure weapons. Even merchants from across the narrow sea sensed a golden opportunity, traveling great distances to acquire the queen's fury. Upon witnessing the unparalleled sharpness of these weapons, they became exceedingly excited, vying to become the exclusive distributors for the continent of Essos. Sansa sent Royce to negotiate with them, insisting on either cash transactions or a deposit up front. Credit was simply off the table. The high prices and stringent conditions drew a throng of eager negotiators. The weapons produced in the north were woefully insufficient to meet demand, leading to a backlog of orders extending up to 3 years. As for gold coins, they were stacked in crates, filling the storerooms to an extent that surpassed everyone's expectations. Although Sansa had mentally prepared for this outcome, the reality still felt dreamlike. If the Queen's armor series were to be launched, how many blacksmiths would toil day and night in its production? Those who ventured into the north marveled at the construction of Winterfell and the production of red bricks, making them highly sought after. Astute merchants began to contemplate engaging in the red brick trade. Compared to building with stone, red bricks were certainly more cost-effective, efficient, and equally durable, thus becoming a hot commodity. Regrettably, the red bricks destined for the new Winterfell were not for sale. To purchase them, one would need to wait until there were surplus supplies. In light of the soaring demand for weapons and red bricks, even families that had previously expressed skepticism began to feel excitement. They sent all the surplus individuals from their territory to Winterfell, hoping to partake in the prosperity. Sansa, seizing the opportunity, allowed them to manage the production of weapons, coke, red bricks, and lime themselves, with the kingdom extracting the majority of the profits while a small portion remained with them. However, a strict rule was enforced: all laborers must be paid promptly, and any instance of embezzlement would be met with severe punishment. This led to widespread joy among the populace and the impoverished from other kingdoms. Upon learning of the financial opportunities in the north, began to flock to Winterfell. In the absence of war, the situation across the Seven Kingdoms had finally taken a turn, with the north becoming a coveted haven for merchants and the destitute. Observing the increasing influx of people into the north, Chen felt that the numbers were still inadequate. He envisioned even grander schemes that required a substantial workforce for implementation. In the hall of House Stark, Sansa held a piece of sturdy composite soil, examining it closely. After a few forceful strikes on the ground, she was astonished to find it as hard as stone. She had heard of Chen's plans to construct several major roads and found the idea rather absurd. Arya recounted Chen's words, emphasizing the importance of roads, prompting Sansa to reflect. Though roads may seem trivial, in the face of the North's burgeoning prosperity, they would undoubtedly play an exceedingly vital role in the days to come. While she lacked an understanding of the concept of infrastructure, her innate intelligence allowed her to grasp the significance. Initially, she assumed it merely involved leveling and widening. She never anticipated Chen would devise such an innovative material. This composite soil, being inexpensive and easy to work with, exhibited a hardness akin to stone. And if laid down as a road, its load-bearing capacity would significantly increase. Considering the dusty paths in dry weather and the muddy trails during rain, the prospect of constructing such resilient roads, impervious to the elements, would greatly facilitate the movement of goods in and out of the north. It was indeed an extraordinary invention. Though Sansa remained silent, she marveled internally at the simplicity of the material leading to such a remarkable outcome. She handed the composite soil to Arya with a smile, inquiring about the capable Eastern man from whom it originated. Arya, with a playful wink, replied, "Sister, he isn't that clever. I merely observed him and casually offered a suggestion, and surprisingly, it worked." If Chen had heard this, he would have rushed to confront her. Yet Arya's casual tone made it seem like a matter of course. Sansa chuckled. "Was the Queen's anger regarding red bricks and coke also your suggestion?" Arya replied, "All right. Sister, perhaps these are commonplace elements for the Easterners. He simply replicated them. I could find a few more Easterners who might prove even more remarkable. Is that so?" Sansa walked over to the depicted artwork and remarked, "How do you explain this?" Elia smiled and said, "Very well, perhaps he is indeed clever. I know you have long wished to summon him and have him serve as your advisor. My actions are in your best interest. He is a man of considerable danger and unbridled ambition, and I cannot feel at ease with him by your side." Sansa gazed at Elia and inquired, "Oh, my dear sister, I am quite curious to know what perilous deeds he has committed." Elia replied, "Sister, I cannot reveal that now. Perhaps in due time I shall. But this is not the moment." Sansa said, "All right, I trust you. What do you think of bestowing upon Chen a title for his substantial contributions to the North? Your suggestion has merit, sister, but the timing is not yet right." "Oh, what do you mean?" Elia explained. "Once Winterfell is completed, it will serve as proof of his true capabilities. At that time, Any title you grant him would be fitting. Elevating such a person too early might lead to arrogance, and he would then become difficult to manage. Sansa expressed her concerns. What if he complains and seeks refuge in another kingdom? I worry about you, you know? Elia stepped closer, taking Sansa's hand, her eyes twinkling with mischief, and reassured her, do not fret, sister. With me around, he shall not escape, I assure you. Sansa regarded Elia for a long moment, then smiled gently. My dear sister, I believe in you. You are no longer that mischievous girl. You have matured. Elia replied, Sister, I have been grown for quite some time. Why do you only notice it now? Sansa silently observed Elia and said, Everyone longs for maturity, yet upon attaining it, they find that suffering awaits them. When one is finally capable of bearing that suffering alone, they yearn for the simplicity of their past. Elia, turning slowly as she walked away, remarked, I do reminisce, yet I still believe that growing up is preferable. Sansa watched Elia, her expression heavy with concern and confusion. After a long pause, she called out, Harris. Harris promptly entered from outside, bowing and addressing her, Your Majesty. Lord Horn seems rather incompetent. You ought to remind him that the Queen wishes to ride in a carriage upon the new roads he is constructing. Horn replied, I shall, Your Majesty. The sun shines brightly outside. Would you care for a stroll? You are quite considerate. That is a splendid idea. Observing the merchants bustling to and fro throughout the north, as well as the impoverished families fleeing to work, Chen found himself perplexed. He had achieved such remarkable success. Yet did Sansa not entertain the thought of summoning him for a grand reception? Or perhaps bestowing upon him a title? The flourishing trade in weaponry, with gold coins steadily flowing into Winterfell, made it hard for him to believe that Queen Sansa could overlook her most significant contributor. It simply defied logic. Was Elia up to something? What could her intentions possibly be? Chen made several attempts to seek an audience with Sansa, only to be thwarted by the guards who would not permit him entry. Regardless of how he articulated his contributions to the north or the importance of his message for the Queen, the guards continued to deny him access. Left with no choice, Chen could only retreat in frustration. As he observed the various enterprises he had initiated flourishing vibrantly, a sense of relief washed over him. Although the encounter with Sansa remained uncertain, the steady implementation of all his proposals underscored his significance. As long as his visions were realized, he trusted that Sansa would have her own ideas. There was no rush. A cooked duck would not fly away. He wandered about until he suddenly spotted a grand tree known as the Vest Tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it resembled the soap pod tree. An epiphany struck him. Why not create a cleansing product the likes of which the continent of Westeros had never seen? Having been here for a while, his greatest annoyance was laundry. The locals were not particularly hygienic, wearing clothes for extended periods before washing them, even when they did wash. The methods employed were utterly unacceptable to him. They combined plant ash with water, allowing it to soak and filter into an alkaline solution. And to enhance its alkalinity and washing efficacy, they added a modicum of urine. The notion of using urine in place of alkali for laundry struck him as a ludicrous invention, compared to the ancient Chinese innovations such as soapwort and washing beans. These people's methods seemed utterly primitive. Although such concoctions could, with effort, remove dirt from garments, the risks involved were considerable, not to mention the bacteria. The peculiar odor alone was unbearable. To combat this issue, the wealthy and noble class procured precious perfumes from distant spice merchants to mask the smell. However, these exotic fragrances were exorbitantly priced, affordable only to the nobility and affluent, leaving the impoverished to dream. Spending time with the laborers, he found himself nearly nauseated by the stench, though he eventually acclimated. Despite the curiosity of high-ranking officials and nobles regarding his designs, few ventured to observe due to the overwhelming odor on the construction site, and naturally, Queen Sansa would not be inclined to visit. If he could produce inexpensive cleansing products akin to soap or laundry detergents, not only would hygiene in the North see significant improvement, but such items would also serve as lucrative commodities. The most profitable businesses in this world are not those dealing in high-priced goods, but rather those that everyone can afford. Take salt, for instance. It may seem to be used sparingly and is inexpensive, yet it has historically constituted a vital source of revenue for ancient dynasties. Should soap penetrate every household and reach distant markets, its value could rival that of the fabled Queen's Fury. Chapter 42. The girl's soap. With this brilliant idea in mind, he felt an exhilarating thrill and rode around excitedly. To his delight, he discovered that the north, vast and sparsely populated, was abundant with such trees, sprawling in great clusters. The locals utilized only the timber for crafting agricultural tools and carts, deeming the most valuable fruit, the soap pods, utterly useless. He sought out Roberto Golfo, the head of the goods department, to share his vision. Lord Roberto is the last surviving elder of the glorious Glover family. His son and grandson followed Robb Stark into battle against the Lannisters and later participated in the War of the Bastards, resulting in the near-total loss of the male lineage, leaving behind only a group of widows. In a bid to fulfill the noble duty of procreation, the old man took it upon himself to marry 18 youthful and enchanting maidens, a feat that even Yshian regarded with envy. Roberto's hair was nearly depleted, and his prominent eye bags hung heavily, a testament to his indulgent lifestyle. It must be said that the physical constitution of the inhabitants of this continent is remarkable. Even in old age, they retain a vigorous vitality. As he fondly caressed the pregnant belly of his wife beside him, he chuckled heartily. A commendable idea, Yshian. I wholeheartedly support you. Of course, this is Her Majesty's royal decree, and I trust you shall not disappoint her. Yshian surmised that had it not been for Sansa's order to fully endorse his idea, this old codger might have ignored him entirely. The old man, either embracing his youthful and beautiful wife or clutching a silver goblet filled with wine, spent his days in a state of inebriation, neglecting all matters of importance. However, there was little to be done. Those of his ilk who managed to survive until now were great benefactors of House Stark. And as long as they did not conspire against the crown, the Queen would extend her leniency towards them. The North's development requires the vigor of youthful individuals. And once this busy period subsides, it would be time to promote a new generation of civil servants through examinations. My lord, I require 100 able-bodied laborers and 10 large cauldrons. Is there an issue with that? Yshian inquired. I shall do my utmost, Roberto replied. True to his word, the old man diligently provided Yshian with 100 individuals the very next day, although they were predominantly women and the elderly, with the remainder being mere children. It was a compromise, but given that the robust laborers had all gone to repair Winterfell, it was a commendable outcome. Yshian directed them to drive ox carts to areas densely populated with jackfruit trees, returning with several full loads. He combined the pods with water and a dash of lime for fermentation until it transformed into a mushy paste akin to slurry. Subsequently, he filtered the mixture to separate the viscous liquid from the residue. The next challenge was to solidify this concoction and shape it, incorporating various colors and fragrances according to different grades, resulting in a product reminiscent of modern soap. This was indeed the entirety of his grand design. Yet, he now faced the dilemma of how to solidify these coarsely refined liquids. Traditionally, animal fats are added to achieve the desired consistency, followed by sun-drying to solidify. However, once these two substances are amalgamated, the moisture becomes exceedingly difficult to evaporate, resulting in a protracted process. This was simply untenable, as the inefficiency would escalate costs. To ensure affordability for every household, it was essential to minimize expenses. Yshian conducted hundreds of experiments, yet the results were consistently unsatisfactory. He retreated into a small dark room for seclusion. The modern method of production is undeniably simple. Using the appropriate equipment for extraction and adding other chemical materials would instantaneously yield solidified mass for mass production. Yet, in this continent, where such facilities are non-existent, everything is done by hand. This presented an almost insurmountable deadlock. As Chen racked his brain for ideas, Ilea silently appeared once more. Each time she visited, Chen felt as though she was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Ilea placed her hand on his shoulder and smiled. I hear you are crafting something quite novel. Will it surprise me? Chen replied curtly. Surprise? Everything I create is unprecedented. It could nearly knock you out. Ilea laughed. What particularly unexpected creation do you have this time? Chen sniffed the air around her and remarked, your attire. If it weren't for the perfume, it might smell worse than refuse. Ilea widened her eyes, her irritation bubbling beneath the surface, yet she restrained herself, asking, what's wrong with my clothes? With a hint of arrogance, Chen declared, I intend to invent a substance called soap, which will cleanse your garments, leaving them fragrant without the need for perfume. Ilea, intrigued, inquired, really? You aren't jesting, are you? But have you not yet created it? Chen retorted, of course I have. The issue lies in its inability to solidify into a brick-like form. Ilea giggled, you're quite foolish. Can't you just place it in a bag? Suddenly, Chen spun around, exclaiming, indeed, such a simple solution. Why didn't I think of that? I told you, you're not as clever. He pondered for a moment. A bag would indeed resemble a laundry detergent, but what could he use as a container? The most economical option would be a plastic bag, yet in this realm, such a commonplace item was non-existent. The only feasible alternative would be to craft a bag from leather. However, not only did leather have an unappealing appearance, but its cost was prohibitively high, far exceeding the desired price point. That won't do. I must devise another plan, Chen stated. The idea is promising, but the cost is too steep. Can you assist me in determining how to solidify this substance into a brick-like form? Ilea stirred the white liquid in the large pot with a stick, suggesting, what if you add something with strong absorbent properties, like lime? Wouldn't that work? Lime? Certainly not. Chen replied, when suddenly an idea struck him. Yes, if I incorporate another substance similar to lime, with high absorbency, it could separate the moisture. He abruptly lifted Ilea and twirled her around, laughing. Though your suggestion may not be viable, it has sparked inspiration. Ilea wriggled free from his grasp, eyes narrowing as she prepared to draw her blade, but ultimately restrained herself, saying, You've become rather full of yourself. Chen quickly stepped back, assuring her, just wait. I shall present you with a surprise. If this soap comes to fruition, its value will rival that of the Queen's fury. Ilea chuckled. When it's completed, you won't dare name it Queen Soap, will you? Tilting his head thoughtfully, Chen mused. How about Ilea's soap? Ilea pouted. I would never want my name associated with it. In the realm of innovation, Chen proposed the name Girl Soap for the delightful concoction, a name that seemed to resonate with Arya, who beamed with approval. After extensive experimentation with over a dozen alternatives and countless trials, Chen successfully transformed the extracted bean liquid into a solid form. He crafted 3 distinct molds, heating the mixture of bean liquid before pouring it into the molds to cool, each tailored to a different market segment. The first variant, designed for the aristocracy, incorporated hues of rose, crimson, and emerald, along with fragrant essences. This soap not only captivated the eye but also enchanted the senses, appealing to the refined tastes of noble women. The second variant, devoid of fragrances but rich in color, was priced affordably for the affluent populace. The third, packaged simply without colorants or scents, was offered at the most economical rate. Despite the apparent differences in presentation, the underlying ingredients remained consistent, catering to the psychological preferences of diverse consumer groups. With preparations for mass production underway, Chen took meticulous measures to safeguard the confidentiality of the formula. He meticulously registered the core workers, providing them with exclusive accommodations and deploying soldiers for their protection. There was no doubt that once this product hit the market, its production methods would become the object of desire for many. Safety protocols were paramount, as this represented yet another unique brand from the north, Girl Soap. It was only a matter of time before this small creation would yield substantial wealth, inciting envy in countless hearts. Chapter 43. The delayed anticipation in the Grand Hall of House Stark. Arya, Harris, Horn, and Lawrence, among other dignitaries of the north, stood on either side, observing the few maidservants in the center. They presented a palm-sized, 2-finger-thick object emanating a delightful fragrance, extracting soiled garments from a basin and laying them on the floor, diligently scrubbing them with this remarkable substance. After thoroughly cleansing the garments inside and out, they began to knead them in their hands. Once the grime had been sufficiently diluted, the maidservants placed the washed items in clean water for rinsing. Upon completion, several maidservants wrung out the laundered clothes and paraded them before the assembled lords, ultimately presenting them to Sansa. Witnessing the transformation of the filthy garments into pristine attire, imbued with a subtle fragrance, Sansa picked one up, shook it gently, scrutinized it closely, and inhaled its aroma. With a smile, she inquired, Lord Roberto, what are your thoughts? The elderly gentleman, stooped with age, approached and bowed, responding, Your Majesty. This is truly exceptional, a novelty never before seen in Westeros. Chen is indeed a capable foreigner. Sansa, placing the garment down, addressed the assembly. This is Girl Soap, crafted by Chen. I trust you are all pleasantly surprised. Horn, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Your Majesty, a mere laundry product is hardly remarkable. Sansa countered, Lord Horn, your lack of experience in laundering renders you oblivious to its merits. Beeg, please share your thoughts on this remarkable invention. The maidservant Beeg stepped forward and affirmed, Your Majesty, this substance known as soap is truly magnificent. Esteemed lords and ladies, you may not comprehend that nothing else can cleanse garments as thoroughly as this. Clothing washed with this soap emits a delightful fragrance, no longer bearing its previous unpleasant odor. Sansa lifted a bar of rosy soap, inhaling deeply, and remarked, It is indeed fragrant. Freshly laundered clothes retain a delightful scent and cleanliness. What a remarkable invention. A silver deer, affordable for all. What does this signify? Arya, too, seized a bar of soap, tossing it into the air before catching it, and smiled as she said, Esteemed lords, if every kingdom and every household were to wash their clothes with this, and use it daily, how much do you think it could yield? How much could it truly bring in? This question left nearly everyone at a loss, as they believed it would not amount to the Queen's ire. Arya continued, You cannot quantify it, nor can I. However, I am certain it will earn us a substantial fortune, more than you could dare to believe. Is there truly that much? Inquired Lowen. That depends on how much we can produce. The more we create, the greater the reward. What you esteemed lords must focus on is how to find more workers. Currently, there are scarcely any idle hands in the north. Everyone is engaged in various forms of production. As Chen has stated, in the future, people will be the most scarce resource in the north. Initially, Sansa and Arya had taken little heed of this, but now they recognized Chen's unparalleled insight. Sansa surveyed the assembly and declared, recruiting labor is paramount. Esteemed lords, I do not care how you achieve it, buy, deceive, raise wages. So long as you find workers, their status is inconsequential. What matters is their willingness to labor. She cast a glance at Arya and added, in a few days, I shall hold a naming ceremony for this wondrous creation that benefits my people. And I hope all esteemed lords will attend punctually. Chen, having heard from old Roberto about Sansa's impending ceremony to officially name his new product, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. This signified that his invention had garnered Sansa's significant attention. Before delivering the goods, Chen had sensed that the queen would undoubtedly be fond of them. As a queen, regardless of her wisdom or lofty status, she remained a woman at heart. Women, when compared to weapons and bricks, naturally possess a particular fondness for beautiful and fragrant items. It is in their nature. Even if their utility is limited, they are often held in high esteem. The thought of finally beholding Sansa in person and possibly kissing her ring filled Chen with fervor. This time, he resolved not to indulge in alcohol. Recalling the previous occasions when he had missed the goddess due to drinking, he felt deep regret. Regardless of whether foul play was involved, abstaining from alcohol would surely prevent such occurrences. He firmly resolved to remain sober until the day of the naming ceremony. No matter the persuasion. In order to make a splendid display, Chen personally oversaw the workers, laboring day and night, and ultimately produced 1,000 bars of soap before the naming day arrived. This inaugural batch was of the finest quality, intended to leave a lasting impression on all. The following day marked the day of naming, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Chen resolved not to sleep the previous night. His subordinate, Tony, confused by his behavior, brought several packages of sausages, a roasted leg of lamb, and a fine jug of wine to engage him in conversation. Chen, incensed, berated him, exclaiming, "Foolish pig! Do you wish to endanger me?" He delivered a swift kick, sending Tony's offerings flying, and forcefully pushed him out, firmly shutting the door behind him. Regardless of the situation, he vowed to remain vigilant and cautious, lest he fall into a trap once more. He could hardly believe that any further mischief awaited him. Perhaps his stringent precautions bore fruit, as Chen successfully navigated the night without incident. Despite the lack of sleep, he felt invigorated and commenced his preparations early. He first indulged in a warm bath, then visited the barber for a haircut and beard trim. Clad in freshly laundered garments, he radiated vitality and charisma. Strikingly, this transformation rendered the typically disheveled Chen nearly unrecognizable. He adorned himself with a beautifully crafted sword, Queen's Wrath, a piece he had specifically commissioned from Rooken. Its unique crossguard and singular scabbard were truly remarkable. Arriving early at the square, he anticipated a solemn and grand atmosphere, embellished with stone sculptures and archways. To his dismay, he discovered widespread destruction, remnants of the battle against the White Walkers, leaving the once majestic square in tatters, with even the stone pavement cracked and broken. Winterfell, having stood for centuries, bore the scars of multiple conflicts, failing to embody the grandeur befitting a capital. Resolutely, Chen vowed to expedite the reconstruction of Winterfell, aspiring to transform the North into a true capital, a place coveted by all across the continent. Arriving too early, the square was deserted, and as he wandered about, attendees for the ceremony gradually began to arrive. The first to appear were the curious commoners. With the North experiencing a surge in prosperity, they found sustenance and income. Their spirits markedly uplifted compared to when Chen first arrived. Those familiar with him approached warmly, and he reciprocated their greetings, feeling particularly elated. It must be noted that the inhabitants of this land exhibited a distinct lack of punctuality. Their perception of time was nebulous. Although it was stated to be noon, the precise hour remained ambiguous. As the shadow of the sundial stood upright, indicating nearly 12 o'clock, not a single notable figure had yet arrived, aside from the common folk. Moving forward, Chen resolved to establish a clear understanding of time, for without a sense of urgency, how could a nation thrive? After a prolonged wait, the important individuals, adorned in their finery and bearing swords, began to arrive, yet the queen was still noticeably absent. At last, in the distance, he observed a retinue of guards escorting a palanquin towards the square, heralding the queen's arrival. Chapter 44. Sir of the Golden Crown. As the palanquin door opened, Chen finally beheld Sansa Stark. She donned a long black brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a leather belt, artfully accentuating her slender figure. Adorning her feet were black boots embellished with rubies and emeralds. Her cascading golden hair was intricately braided and hung gracefully behind her, its ends bound with golden thread. Atop her head rested a jagged golden crown. Tall and impeccably proportioned, her fair and delicate complexion, combined with her exquisite features, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. The perfect amalgamation of a star's allure and a queen's majesty epitomized the pinnacle of womanhood. Following Sansa was Arya, clad in new black leather attire, devoid of any creases. A sword and dagger hung from her waist, and her piercing gaze surveyed the crowd. Her hair gleamed with a lustrous sheen, as if freshly washed, and her thick, dark eyebrows appeared meticulously groomed. In every respect, she had evidently prepared with great care for this appearance. Trailing behind was the formidable Brienne, her hand firmly grasping the hilt of her sword. Her white hair was cropped shorter than most men's. The sisters, accompanied by their guards, approached the platform, and the raucous crowd fell silent, parting to create a pathway for them. Sansa ascended the stage with dignified grace, capturing the collective gaze of the assembly. She clasped her hands over her abdomen, smiled warmly at the audience, paused momentarily, and proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have contributed to the North. I, Sansa Stark, represent the North and express my thanks to you all. The North has weathered its trials and is advancing towards a promising future. All thanks to your support and trust in me. I reiterate my appreciation to all the lords, ministers, and citizens of the North. Thank you. A prosperous nation is one that ensures its people live well and protects them from foreign threats. While we have not yet fully realized this vision, I am confident it will come to fruition, and you shall not have to wait long. There is one individual whose contributions are monumental. Would you like to know who he is?" The crowd, touched by their queen's affability, responded with warmth. "Who is he? He deserves a reward." Sansa surveyed the audience once more and declared, "He is Chen, a remarkable foreigner, and I shall bestow upon him the title of Sir of the Golden Crest. Where is he? Can he accept the queen's honor?" Chen, standing at the back, was captivated by Sansa's unparalleled presence. Upon hearing his name called and receiving the title of Sir of the Golden Crest, he was taken aback. He had anticipated a reward but did not expect such a distinguished honor, which signified a unique glory at the level of knighthood. Being recognized by the queen in such a public setting filled him with overwhelming excitement, nearly bringing him to tears. After enduring hardships, he was finally reaping the substantial rewards of his efforts. He drew his sword and exclaimed, "Long live the queen! The queen is wise. The queen is invincible." As he raised his sword high and approached the stage, he passionately shouted his heartfelt slogans. His voice rang out powerfully, inspiring those around him to join in the chorus. At the outset, only a handful of individuals were stirred, but soon the emotions of the entire crowd erupted, their voices rising in a fervent chant, "Long live the queen! The queen is wise. The queen is invincible." The square became a cauldron of fervor, ablaze with an intensity akin to an unquenchable fire, igniting the air, engulfing Winterfell, and inflaming the hearts of all present. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly exuberant. Even those on the stage joined in the jubilation. Emotion is a wondrous force, capable of uniting all in a singular, indomitable fist. As Chen shouted the rallying cries, he gradually ascended the dais from the throng. Upon reaching the platform, the scene abruptly fell silent, every gaze fixated upon him. Chen knelt before Sansa, planting his sword firmly into the ground, bowing his head as he proclaimed, "My esteemed queen, I, Chen, pledge eternal loyalty to you, through the ages, without regret, and I hope you will accept my most sincere devotion." Sansa, taken aback by Chen's formidable attire, adorned in garments she had gifted him, sparkled with delight. She extended her slender, alabaster fingers, showcasing a ring before him. Chen grasped her soft hand and gently kissed the ring. Sansa smiled and said, "Rise, Chen, the North's greatest benefactor, our newly appointed knight of the highest order. The queen embraces your loyalty and admiration." As Chen held Sansa's hand, a moment of disorientation washed over him. Despite his preparation, the reality of the moment felt surreal. Gazing upon the unparalleled beauty and regal elegance of Sansa, Chen's spirit soared. This was merely a beginning. He vowed to make her the most illustrious queen this continent had ever known. Nearby officials, acquainted with Chen, were taken aback by his striking presence. They had not anticipated that this foreigner, so meticulously attired, could shine so brilliantly. His demeanor, poise, and competence were indeed unmatched in the north. Chen raised his sword once more, circling the dais while exclaiming, "Queen! Queen! Queen!" The crowd, ignited by his fervor, echoed his cries, "Queen! Queen! Queen!" This unprecedented enthusiasm persisted for an extended duration. Illyria had been fixated on Chen's actions since his arrival. His attire and demeanor today surprised her, evoking memories of a long-lost man, an intoxicating sensation. In her recollection, only Jon Snow, her half-brother, possessed such charisma. Once the crowd quieted, Sansa addressed them. "Today marks a momentous occasion. Our knight of the highest order, Chen, has once again brought us delight. Please observe." With a flourish, Sansa unveiled a pile of colorful, fragrant soaps concealed beneath a black cloth. She picked up 2 pieces, stepping to the edge of the platform, and smiled as she proclaimed, "These are girl soaps, invented and crafted by our knight of the highest order. They possess remarkable properties, allowing you to swiftly cleanse your soiled garments. Henceforth, you may dress more cleanly and healthily." To commemorate this unprecedented invention, the Queen has named it Girl Soap. Your Queen has decided to bestow these items upon you free of charge. Let us cheer for it, brave and fearless denizens of the North. The crowd erupted in applause once more, the atmosphere reaching a new zenith. Sansa, in particularly high spirits today, personally tossed 1,000 bars of soap into the audience, where eager hands scrambled to seize them. Although the scene became somewhat chaotic, joy radiated from every heart, surpassing the exuberance of any grand festival. Observing the lively spectacle, Chen couldn't help but entertain a thought. Perhaps it would be prudent to establish several naming days as fixed celebratory occasions, fostering a sense of unity among the people of the North. This notion held merit and warranted consideration for future implementation. Chapter 45. Hopes and Disappointments in King's Landing. Within the conference chamber, Bran observed the attendees with quiet contemplation. Tyrion's countenance was grim as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the situation in the North is dire. You might wish to counsel your sister, the Queen." Bran replied coolly, "You are the hand of the king. The king does not participate in opinions." Disappointed, Tyrion turned to Davos and remarked, "My lord, should you not remind Lord Gendry that he has not attended a royal meeting in quite some time? And then there is Asha Greyjoy, that uncouth woman, who cannot simply concern herself with her Iron Islands." Boron reclined in his chair and suggested, "Mr. Prime Minister, you could dismiss their seats at this council. I could recommend individuals eager to take their places." Davos interjected, "I hope we can refrain from squabbling over trivial matters. Mr. Prime Minister, how do you propose we address the situation in the North?" Tyrion responded, "The Queen's Fury, such a formidable name. That barbarian Gendry wielded this weapon to slay the house of the Old Tower. My heavens, over 500 lives extinguished. How dreadful. We have no right to interfere with Sansa's decision to sell this weapon to anyone. After all, she is the flying king of the North, yet my concerns linger. Other kingdoms are acquiring such weapons. Their actions will be difficult to restrain. Would you not agree, my lords?" Boron languidly remarked, "We could also purchase them. Why not?" Tyrion, somewhat irked, replied, "This is not a matter of acquisition, but rather that Sansa's actions reek of peril. A sharp weapon will become a nightmare for all. Do you not perceive this?" Boron countered, "Mr. Prime Minister, have you witnessed the magic of the Queen's Fury?" "I have not, merely heard tales," Tyrion responded. "I too am eager to witness its wonder. They say it is sharper than the Valyrian steel swords. Is that not so?" Davos added, 1,000 golden dragons. "I cannot afford that, can you, Lord Boron?" Boron placed his sword upon the table, declaring, "Indeed, it is expensive, yet it is worth every coin. Do you not wish to see it?" Davos took hold of the sword, examining it closely, and remarked, "Is this truly the Queen's Fury? Let us draw it forth and take a look." Davos unsheathed the magnificent blade, scrutinizing its keen edge and the inscriptions along the blade, stating, "Indeed, it is an excellent sword. May I attempt to wield it?" "Certainly, it is a sword worthy of its value." Davos summoned the golden-cloaked guards to test the weapon, and the results left him utterly astonished. The Queen's Fury effortlessly severed the steel swords of the golden-cloaked guards, and their finely crafted armor was easily pierced by the Queen's Fury. Tyrion had only heard tales of this formidable weapon, but witnessing its power firsthand sent a chill coursing through him. The might of this blade far exceeded his imagination. He could not fathom how a blacksmith from the north could forge such a terrifying weapon. With such an armament, the military prowess of an army became almost incalculable. Tyrion took hold of the sword, gazing at the intricate design of Sansa's emblem alongside the inscription Queen's Fury, his heart a tumult of emotions. The girl who had once been his lady had demonstrated unimaginable capabilities in creating such a fearsome weapon. No wonder Gendry had grown increasingly arrogant, along with Edmure and Asha. Did they truly believe they could establish their own dominion wielding this armament? The potential consequences were unfathomably grave. At least the forces of his own domain and the guards of King S. Landing could never afford such costly weaponry. If they were to engage in battle, what chances would they have? This sword could be likened to one that could stand against 10, with a heavy heart. Tyrion set down the sword and addressed Maester Sam. You may send a message to Sansa, urging her to refrain from engaging in such perilous dealings. Otherwise, the armies of the Six Kingdoms will denounce her. Sam hesitated, replying, My lord, I harbor no bias. I merely believe that such an approach is inappropriate. In truth, you could speak with her privately. After all, you are quite familiar with one another, are you not? Tyrion glared at Sam, retorting, She is no longer the girl Sansa of yore. She is the Queen of the North. Do you truly believe there will be any fruitful outcome? Podrick, leaning on the table, interjected, My lord, it seems you have lost your former sagacity. Why do Jandari, Edmure, and Asha dismiss you? Do you really think it feasible to oppose her? I have also heard that their forces have been fully integrated. All military power now rests in the hands of the Queen. The other families have become isolated, with no capital to oppose her, save for diligent labor. Her army is equipped with these weapons and trains daily. Do you know what those soldiers think? They revel in their situation, as each month Sansa rewards them handsomely. Perhaps it will not be long before we are all eradicated by her. My dear old friend, my lord, Podrick continued, you labor tirelessly, day and night. Perhaps forgetting that war still exists. I regret to say that I too must acquire such a weapon, lest I be devoured by others. You know well that my current position was hard-earned. Podrick's words filled Tyrion with a profound sense of despair. He had never anticipated that within such a brief span, Sansa could transform into a ferocious tiger, exuding the aura of a formidable predator. Tyrion suddenly realized that for the sake of this kingdom, he must seriously contemplate meeting Sansa. Exiting the meeting chamber, he strolled through the desolate streets, hands clasped behind his back. The great battle of King S. Landing had nearly obliterated this once thriving city, causing severe devastation across various industries. Economic development has significantly deteriorated, and the scarcity of food has caused prices to soar. Even the once thriving Iron Street sees few visitors. He has not savored a fine wine in ages, resorting instead to cheap ale to drown his sorrows. He had believed that the kindness he extended would earn the allegiance of the people towards this new nation. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the reality that they were wholly indifferent to his intentions. He failed to grasp a fundamental truth. Kindness must be rooted in strength. Without formidable military power, frequent trade, and a plethora of job opportunities, how could they ever comprehend what true kindness entails? In a world devoid of income, where even the most basic sustenance is a struggle, how could they possibly regard him favorably? A villain wielding a whip in one hand and bread in the other will always command more obedience than a well-meaning individual who has nothing to offer. He suddenly yearned for the days when Robert reigned as king, although the streets were still filled with destitute individuals. At least they buzzed with the energy of a bustling populace. Despite their meager earnings, there remained a glimmer of hope. And now, the people have vanished, leaving no room for hope. In King's Landing, only one street retains any semblance of liveliness, and that is due to a brothel run by Boros. This wretchedly selfish man, driven solely by profit, shows no concern for the struggles of others, nor does he extend any goodwill. From a distance, Tyrion spotted Boros emerging from the establishment, engaged in a lively discussion with a portly man, and the two departed on horseback together. Tyrion recalled that this rotund individual was Royce from the north, rumored to be peddling fine northern weaponry. If Boros was conversing with him, it surely pertained to negotiations regarding the Queen's fury. His kingdom of the River Bay is prosperous and adeptly governed. Though it falls short of its former glory, it is still far superior to his own Westlands. The thought of the Westlands brought a sigh from Tyrion, a half-man who had been scorned by the people of the West since childhood. Despite now holding the title of Prime Minister, his circumstances seem little improved. Authority is not merely shaped by capability, it also relies on the enduring reverence of others. Chapter 46. The mutation since being bestowed the title of Heir of the Golden Crown. Oaken has finally gained the privilege to freely enter the Stark family's center of power. Upon stepping into the familiar courtyard, he felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. After all, the North is the largest kingdom among the seven, now independent from the others, and it ought to possess its own royal palace. Yet, it remains unchanged, merely adopting a new name. The dilapidated and antiquated structures, dimly lit hallways, and rudimentary stables reflect the status of a large household, but in comparison to ancient Chinese palaces, or even modern affluent residences, it falls woefully short. The construction of Winterfell is urgently needed. When the day arrives that it stands complete, With its grand and magnificent buildings and intricately designed pavilions and columns, Sansa will surely be left awestruck. Just as he was about to enter the hall, Arya suddenly appeared before him. Oaken glanced at her icy expression and asked, "What brings you here?" "This is my home. Why am I not allowed to be here?" Indeed, Oaken had forgotten that Sansa's residence was the royal palace, where discussions and accommodations coexisted, unlike the grand royal palaces he had envisioned. Oaken remarked, "I must report some matters to the queen. Would you like to join?" Arya coldly replied, "Am I not qualified?" Oaken chuckled awkwardly. "Of course you are. Your insights are welcomed." He could not fathom why she seemed displeased with him, as he had not wronged her in any way. It felt as though his success was somehow a hindrance to her. Today, there were no others present, just Sansa, Arya, and Oaken. The trio sat around a table, conversing as if they were a family. Since entering the hall, and until he took his seat, Oaken's gaze had not strayed from Sansa. She smiled at him and said, "You are now my advisor. I welcome your thoughts." Oaken lifted a glass of juice from the table, took a sip, and gazed at the wall's artwork. "Your Majesty, you should be aware of my long-term plans. I wish to inquire whether we have established diplomatic departments in various kingdoms and across Essos." Sansa smiled and replied, "Are you suggesting sending spies to gather information?" Oaken quickly clarified, "No, that is entirely different. Our envoys should represent the North, engaging in trade, negotiations, and collaborations directly, rather than merely gathering intelligence." Sansa inquired, "Is it important?" "Certainly," Oaken responded. "This would allow them to participate directly in the North's decision-making. They can handle minor matters independently, while significant issues can be communicated to you via Raven for your approval. Given the distance involved, everything cannot be reported to you. Time constraints would render it unmanageable." Sansa contemplated this and asked, "Should this be implemented now?" Oaken replied, "It may seem unnecessary at present, but as the North expands, this system will prove invaluable. Currently, we are merely engaging in trade, selling our weapons and soaps, which requires negotiation. One person alone, like Royce, cannot accomplish this. Once they have established a firm foundation, we can gradually infiltrate and subtly intervene in their governance, manipulating key ministers to secure our greatest advantages." Sansa pondered the matter, saying, "That seems reasonable. Is that truly all?" Oaken chuckled, "Certainly not. It is too early to divulge everything. It would not be prudent." Sansa gazed at Oaken for a moment before smiling. "Very well. I shall send someone to address this." Arya, noticing Oaken's unblinking gaze fixed on her sister, coldly interjected, "What is so good about this?" Oaken retorted, "Please do not cause a disturbance. This is a serious matter." Arya glared at Oaken, rising with a displeased expression. "A serious matter? Fine. You two continue your discussion. I shall take my leave." With that, she strode out, nearly colliding with Harris at the door. Harris hurriedly approached Sansa and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Riken and several blacksmiths are missing." Oaken felt a surge of joy at the prospect of spending time alone with Sansa, but before he could fully entertain the thought, he was confronted with this distressing news. Riken and the blacksmiths had vanished? Had they fled? It was imperative to note that the core techniques behind the Queen's fury were entrusted to a select few craftsmen and Riken himself. If they had indeed escaped, the secrets of the Queen's fury would be compromised, rendering future weapons worthless. Oaken sprang to his feet and inquired, "When did this occur?" "Just half a day ago," came the reply. "Have any messengers been dispatched to search for them?" "We have scoured every inch, yet there is no sign of them." Without hesitation, Oaken dashed towards the exit, but just as he reached the door, he paused and retraced his steps. No, he needed to think this through. Aimless searching would not only be futile, but also a waste of precious time. He slowly resumed his seat, deep in contemplation. Sansa asked, "What is the matter?" "This situation may be more complex than it appears. We need to analyze it methodically." He turned to Sansa and continued, "As for Riken, he would never flee. If he wouldn't escape, he certainly wouldn't take the blacksmiths with him. Their quarters are guarded by soldiers, and I specifically instructed that no one is to leave without my permission. Now, they have suddenly disappeared, and the guards are completely oblivious. This indicates that a formidable force must have abducted them. Otherwise, there would be some trace of information. Then the question arises, who could have taken them? Which route did they take, and where might they have gone? Without clarifying these matters, locating them will prove exceedingly difficult." Sansa replied, "They would not use the main roads. That would be too conspicuous. They also wouldn't travel by wagon, as our soldiers would surely notice. The only possibility is that they have chosen a secluded path, likely with someone aiding their escape." "That makes sense," Oaken acknowledged. "But which path could they have taken? Perhaps we should divide our soldiers into several groups to pursue them." Sansa countered, "That is unwise. The north is rife with mountains and dense forests. Hiding in such terrain would make them nearly impossible to find. They could also opt for less traveled paths, which our men would struggle to detect. Furthermore, their numbers would undoubtedly be few, facilitating their concealment. You are absolutely correct, Your Majesty. Our foremost priority is to ascertain their exact route, or else our efforts will be in vain. Sansa lamented. That is indeed the most challenging aspect. We can only rely on luck. Suddenly, Chen realized that he and Sansa were not merely confidants, but also natural partners. Together, they could complement each other's strengths and analyze the intricate situation with clarity. After a moment of reflection, he exclaimed, I have it. I know what to do. With that, he seized Arya's hand and dashed toward the exit. Arya wriggled free, fuming. What do you want with me? I am only capable of causing chaos. Chen pleaded, please. Don't be vexed. Miss, this is a matter of great significance. The abductors must possess exceptional skills to evade the guards. In the north, you are unrivaled. Tracking, combat, swordsmanship. No one is your equal. Arya finally calmed down and asked, where are we going? To which Chen replied, do not ask. You will understand once we arrive. I assure you, they will find it impossible to escape. Even if they hide in a mouse hole, I will uncover them. Really? I would not deceive you. What does that mean? Chen pondered that he must filter out certain terms in future conversations. She had never encountered such a creature, thus could not articulate it clearly. Chapter 47. Tracking. Chen hurriedly led Arya to Bronco's residence. He was living quite comfortably. Chen had fulfilled his promise, providing for him with food and shelter, along with servants to attend to his needs, affording him unprecedented leisure. Bronco regarded Chen with his wide, round eyes and remarked, oh, wise Sir Goldtop. Have you encountered trouble? Chen replied, Bronco, I need your assistance. I would be delighted. What do you require of my keen-eyed hawk? Chen stated, I need your golden-eyed hawk to scout immediately. Some villains have abducted Riken and 3 blacksmiths. This matter is of utmost importance. Please assist me. It is a simple task. I shall see to it. Bronco's eyes turned, and he became as still as a statue. The largest golden-eyed hawk soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Arya, utterly perplexed, glared at Chen and exclaimed, what are you doing? Our time is precious. To be honest, Chen did not wish for Arya to know this secret, but given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to be discreet. He explained, Bronco possesses the abilities of a shapeshifter, albeit with superior skill. Trust me, he will bring us a pleasant surprise. Arya grew furious, fixing her gaze on Chen and demanding, why do you keep everything from me? Have I treated you poorly? Chen nearly laughed in disbelief, retorting, you treat me well? Is that so? All I see is you constantly finding ways to punish me. Were it not for my efforts? Your sister's discerning I might have left me as a slave. How can you dare say such things? Arya was so enraged she nearly popped her eyes out, exclaiming, you? Chen leaned closer, challenging, what about me? Did I say something wrong? Am I unjustly accusing you? As he anticipated, Arya's fist flew toward his nose once more. Chen, prepared, tilted his head and seized her wrist, saying, you wish to strike me again? I tell you, I am now quite capable myself. Before he could finish, he was met with a sharp knee to the abdomen. Her speed and agility were astonishing. Despite his daily martial training, he could not guard against her underhanded tactics. Clutching his stomach in pain, he lamented, you heartless one. I saved you and have done so much for you, and instead of gratitude, you strike me. I truly regret ever meeting you. Arya seemed slightly remorseful, then suddenly laughed, helping Chen into a chair, saying, are you still a man? It was just a little hit. You won't die from it. Chen retorted vehemently, fine, fine. Just wait. Do not let me catch you. Elia chuckled, am I not in your hands right now? Chen gazed at Elia with a peculiar expression, sighed, and remarked, it seems I am quite unfortunate. You are the bane of my existence from a past life, and what can I possibly do? As the two engaged in their banter, Bronco interjected, I see them. 5 sword wielders and 4 with their hands bound, traveling along a seldom trodden path towards the Wall of Despair. Sansa, indeed, had witnessed much and made no errors in her deductions. However, none anticipated that the enemy would flee northward, indicating their cunning nature. Chen grasped Elia's hand and declared, we must immediately send Harris and his men to pursue. We shall go together. Elia responded, bring Bronco along. Why? Don't you think having him with us would be a burden? Elia countered, if the enemy alters their route while we are in pursuit, how will we track them? It would take an inordinate amount of time. Indeed, Chen had overlooked this critical point. Bringing Bronco along would serve as an aerial reconnaissance. With a clear direction and Bronco as their heavenly eye, Chen led a cavalry unit northward in pursuit. True to Elia's assertion, their foes did not flee in a straight line, but rather took a convoluted route. Had it not been for the great eagles soaring above, they might have lost their trail long ago. Upon catching up to the enemy, the assailants vanished into a dense forest. The golden-eyed eagle could only circle above, unable to pinpoint the enemy's precise location. Apologies, Ao-chung, but this is all Bronco can do. The rest is up to you, Bronco stated. Thus, Ao-chung and his men dismounted, forming groups of 3 to search ahead. The thick foliage and undergrowth, coupled with the dim light, rendered their search increasingly arduous. The enemy displayed remarkable skill. They seemed to have sensed danger and had meticulously erased their tracks. After a prolonged search, Ao-chung found no traces of them. However, Alia's expertise shone through. She discerned a clue from a slightly damaged tree. A faint scratch on the bark was clearly the result of an enemy weapon's accidental contact. With this initial discovery, following the trail became easier, revealing more signs left by the enemy. Relying on Alia's acute instincts, she estimated that the enemy was not far ahead. Under her direction, the soldiers encircled the area. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A soldier from the left flank had encountered trouble. Ao-chung and Elia rushed over to find 2 men pierced through the heart, while one, more astute than the others, had emitted a warning cry just as his throat was cut. From the wounds, it was evident that the weapon was exceptionally sharp, penetrating without a trace of resistance. 3 men, an entire squad, had been effortlessly dispatched. The method of killing was swift and precise, characteristic of seasoned assassins, not merely trained soldiers. Elia, like a cunning fox, surveyed her surroundings, seized a branch, and deftly ascended to the bough of a tree. She gazed at the tree for a moment, then gracefully descended. Observing Ao-chung point forward and then gesture to the sides, she understood his implication. The enemy lay ahead, and they were to encircle him. The 2 stealthily separated and advanced. Indeed, a shadowy assassin leaned against a great tree, scanning the surroundings. Ao-chung, sword in hand, stealthily approached his left, tossing a small clod of earth to the right. The assassin, alerted by the noise, turned from behind the tree and cautiously moved towards the source of the sound. Taking a deep breath, Ao-chung lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the assassin's back. The Queen's fury proved to be unparalleled in sharpness, piercing through the assassin's body without a moment's pause. It was Ao-chun's first time killing with the Queen's fury, and due to his anxiety, he exerted excessive force, driving the blade into the crossguard. Before he could withdraw the sword, he suddenly heard a heavy thud behind him. He turned, gasping in shock. A menacing face was fixated on him. The assassin's sword aimed at Ao-chun's back, yet it faltered, plunging into the ground. Clutching the hilt, the assassin's knees buckled, revealing Elia behind him. She coldly regarded the lifeless body, slowly sheathing her dagger. The assassin's throat had been slit, crimson blood gushing forth relentlessly. Chapter 48. The kill. Ao-chung had believed that his daily training had honed his swordsmanship to a level comparable to Alia's, yet in the heat of battle, he realized that mere skill did not guarantee survival. What truly determined one's fate was the instinct for danger. While you seek your opponent, he too is on the hunt for you. Only by being more elusive than he can one hope to strike down the adversary. For it is challenging to defend against an unseen blade. Undoubtedly, Elia was a born killer, exhibiting greater patience and a heightened awareness of lurking dangers than her foes. It is only through such acuity that swordsmanship can truly manifest its might. A single fatal strike is always the most cunning tactic. Just as moments ago, Ao-chung had only perceived the enemy in plain sight, failing to discern those concealed in shadows. Perhaps the enemy that had drawn his attention had intended to be seen, never anticipating that Ao-chun's swordplay would outpace his movements. Noticing Ao-chun's momentary fear, Elia flashed him a playful smile and shook her fist with encouragement. Was this a form of motivation? Ao-chung responded with a raised middle finger and continued his cautious advance. 5 adversaries remained. They had eliminated 2, and he believed the others could not be far off. After taking a few more steps, Ao-chung suddenly realized Elia was gone. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had something gone awry? He searched the vicinity, yet found no trace of her, his unease escalating as he softly called out, Elia. After several unanswered calls, his heart raced. Suddenly, a dark figure dropped from the tree above, a glinting dagger aimed at his neck. This assassin was particularly adept, executing their attack with impeccable timing and precision, leaving Ao-chung no opportunity for defense. At this critical moment, his body was suddenly pushed aside, and a heavy object fell upon him. Ao-chung rolled to the side with great effort and scrambled to his feet. Before him lay a gaunt black man pinning another individual down, clutching a dagger tightly. Utterly motionless, a sharp blade protruded from his back. Ao-chung rushed forward and hurled him aside, momentarily taken aback. Arya held the Valyrian dagger in her hand, drenched in blood, her face equally smeared with crimson, her starkly contrasting eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Ao-chung. He nearly crumbled under the weight of despair. Grasping Arya's hand, he exclaimed in panic, Arya, are you injured? Arya sat up from the ground, a sudden smile breaking across her features as she replied, Are you worried about me? This audacious girl, even with a corpse at her feet, remained unfazed, as if this were merely a game. Chen glared at her, retorting, "What do I have to worry about you?" "I wish you," he hesitated, realizing the word he was about to utter was inauspicious. Fearing it would reveal a lack of compassion on his part, Arya glared back. "You wish for my demise, don't you? I've known all along that you are no good, insidious and heartless." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly kicked Chen away, infuriated by Arya's unexpected assault. He thought, how ungrateful. It was merely a jest, yet she turned on him so swiftly, just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. A faint sound resonated beside his head, revealing a crossbow bolt embedded deep within a tree. In an instant, Arya sprang into action. Leaping like a wolf toward a cluster of bushes, her slender sword darting forward with lightning speed, followed by a piercing scream. Witnessing this perilous scene, Chen realized just how far he was from Arya's prowess. Previously, during their skirmishes, she had seemed to narrowly triumph, yet she had always held back. Not wanting to humiliate him, her recent agile leap and precise thrust, coupled with her acute awareness of her surroundings, revealed that within the vast expanse of Westeros, none could rival her speed, ferocity, and agility. Before Chen could utter a word, Arya suddenly darted into the thicket like a wildcat. This time, he acted wisely. Pressing his back against a sturdy tree, he swiftly maneuvered to another large tree, ensuring his back remained shielded. The adage an open blade is easily dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against rang true. These assassins were indeed fearsome. Positioned not far from Arya, he observed her lying flat on the ground, seemingly asleep with her eyes closed. What game was this? Chen watched her intently. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, tilting her head to regard him, pointing toward a distant cluster of large leaves. What did this signify? Noticing Chen's confusion, Arya swiftly mimicked the action of drawing a bow. Understanding dawned upon him. Assassins lurking in the shadows were aiming their arrows at her. After contemplating his next move, he crouched low and maneuvered to the hidden spot of the assassins, gathering a few stones and hurling them fiercely toward the designated area. The assassin lurking in the shadows may have been struck in a vital area, prompting him to suddenly rise, brandishing a sizable crossbow aimed at Chen. Before he could release his bolt, Arya sprang up from the ground, hurling her Valyrian dagger at the assassin with remarkable precision. The blade found its mark. Embedding itself in the nape of his neck, he stiffened momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. If Branko's observations were accurate, all 5 assassins had been neutralized, allowing Chen to exhale in relief. Approaching the fallen assassin, he examined the crossbow in his grasp. It was a single-shot model, boasting considerable power and accuracy. An idea sparked in his mind. In a past life, out of pure hobby, he had constructed a Juga crossbow following video tutorials. While its range and precision were somewhat lacking, it offered the advantage of 10 simultaneous shots, making it difficult to withstand such rapid fire, regardless of one's skill. Perhaps he could craft a badge for the Northern Army? It seemed a splendid notion. As Chen contemplated this, he noticed Arya approaching, the crossbow raised in her hands. "Arya," he called, "I shall forge you a 10-shot repeating crossbow, I assure you." His words were abruptly cut short by Arya's piercing scream. Her cry was long and harrowing, rife with fear and despair, reminiscent of a beast lamenting its impending demise. Confused, Chen wondered why her scream was so chilling. Arya, in sheer terror, beheld a towering shadow standing behind Chen, an apparition as ethereal as a mere reflection. This imposing figure raised a black sword, poised to pierce Chen's head. An unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to a rod being driven through his skull and into his abdomen. He felt faint, as if he had been fatigued for a week, his body yearning for rest, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, though its measure was unknown, until he was suddenly jolted awake. It was the sound of weeping, a heart-wrenching wail, as though all the world's suffering had converged upon her. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Arya cradling him, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. What was this? He was not dead. Why the mourning? Observing Arya's tear-streaked visage and hearing her anguished cries, Chen exerted himself to push her away, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? You act as though I have died." Arya's sobbing ceased abruptly, akin to a boulder plummeting into an abyss from a great height. Chapter 49. Shadow Assassin. Arya gazed at Chen, her expression one of disbelief, as though beholding a monster. Chen, perturbed by her strange demeanor, retorted, "What are you staring at? Is this your first encounter? Are you unwell, mourning so sorrowfully as if to bid me farewell? You're not dead? You truly live? Show me a smile." Arya implored fervently. Chen glared at her, shouting, "If I were dead, could I still speak? I want to smile. Would you prefer I weep instead?" He could not comprehend what had overtaken Arya. Arya suddenly embraced Chen, murmuring, "You're not dead? You're alive, thank the gods." Chen found himself ensnared in her tight grip. Initially, he contemplated breaking free but ultimately decided against it. This young lady must have experienced some distress. Her reaction was exceedingly unusual. Allowing her this moment of comfort seemed prudent. After a considerable while, Arya released Chen, wiping away the tears from her face, and gazed at him, exclaiming, "You truly frightened me, Chen." Chen inquired, "What on earth happened? Why did you think I was dead?" Arya grasped his hand and responded, "Are you familiar with Renly Baratheon? He is Robert's brother, the duke who favored men." Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, I am aware. It seems he contended with his brother Stannis for the throne and ultimately met his demise, after which Stannis seized his army and marched on King's Landing. That poor soul had wretched luck. Although he was well informed, he purposely spoke vaguely to avoid raising suspicions." Arya continued, "I heard Brienne mention that a shadowy figure killed Renly. Do you know what I just witnessed? A shadow assassin?" Arya vigorously nodded, explaining, "A towering dark silhouette suddenly appeared behind you, wielding a black sword, which it thrust down upon your head. My heavens, you cannot fathom how terrifying that was. And then you collapsed, motionless." Truly, Chen was taken aback. He was certainly aware of how Renly had perished and recognized that it was the Red Priestess Melisandre who had sent the assassin through magic. Was this shadow assassin the result of sorcery, or did such a treacherous organization truly exist? A cold sweat broke out on Chen's brow. The realization that he had narrowly escaped a deadly fate without any awareness left him bewildered. No wonder Arya believed him to be dead. However, if the shadow assassin had indeed attacked him, why was he unharmed? Moreover, what had caused him to suddenly collapse and subsequently fall into slumber? What was the reason behind this? The peculiar sensation of the blade piercing his body lingered vividly in his memory. What could it signify? Everything seemed illogical, yet palpably real. There must be a crucial element that Chen had overlooked, but what could it be? Shaking his head, he remarked, "Enough of this. The truth will eventually reveal itself." He commanded everyone to continue searching for Rakan and the three craftsmen. After expending considerable time, they finally discovered them in a deep pit concealed by underbrush. Fortunately, the group was merely bound and gagged, without any physical injuries. As they exited the thicket, Bronco announced, "Chen, there's a rider galloping ahead." Another person? Perhaps this individual holds the key. Pursue. Under Bronco's guidance, Chen mounted his horse and chased after the fleeing figure. They followed the trail until they reached the shores of Bihue Bay adjacent to the Great Wall, where Chen finally glimpsed the fugitive in the distance. Clearly, they had been well prepared. The figure dismounted, sprinted to a waiting swift vessel, and made their escape by boat. As Chen arrived at the riverbank, he beheld the vast expanse of white water, with the swift vessel already positioned in the river's midst. Lacking a boat, they could only watch helplessly as the enemy made their escape. Turning to Elia, Chen inquired, "What shall we do now? Aside from returning home, do you have any other desires?" This young woman, who had just shed tears for herself, had transformed in an instant. Such emotional volatility required remedy. Gazing at the towering white Great Wall in the distance, Chen suggested, "I wish to visit the Great Wall. What are your thoughts?" "As you wish," Elia replied, her lackluster attitude not indicating any opposition. Chen instructed the soldiers to return with several craftsmen while he and Elia made their way to the Great Wall. Since the Night King had breached the fortifications with his army of the dead, a stretch of 10 miles had succumbed to collapse. The once perpetual ice wall now reduced to a heap of debris. The ancient Black Castle, which had stood for millennia, was now in ruins, with rodents and snow leopards scurrying about the dilapidated structures. Ascending the Great Wall via the ladders, Chen surveyed the landscape below, marveling at the formidable magic of some divine being that had crafted such a remarkable fortress. The stark contrast between the shimmering white of the ice and the budding greenery of the north to the south presented two disparate worlds. Suddenly, Chen thought of Jon Snow. To quell the fury of the Dothraki and the Unsullied, the lords of Westeros had resorted to punishing Jon by exiling him to the Wall as a night's watchman. Yet, with the Wall now in ruins and the White Walkers extinguished, the free folk north of the Wall had forged a peaceful coexistence with the Southerners, rendering the Night's Watch obsolete. Jon Snow and the valiant Tormund, leading the free folk, found the southern way of life unsuitable and returned to their rightful places. Their tale seemed to have reached its conclusion, while new narratives were brewing and unfolding. Chen murmured, "When will I see your brother, Jon? He is a brave and kind soul, albeit a bit foolish. What a pity." Elia stared at Chen in bewilderment and asked, "Is Jon foolish?" "Indeed," Chen affirmed. "He could have remained with the Mother of Dragons, ruling over all of Westeros, perhaps even becoming a wise monarch." Elia countered, "Daenerys was too ruthless. She burned so many who did not deserve to die. Perhaps Jon was right. Chen replied, the greater the individual, the more monumental their errors may be. Daenerys was, in fact, a commendable queen. She merely lost her closest ones and acted out of fury. Such intense emotions can be a devil. If given another chance, she would surely choose a more tranquil approach. Unfortunately, your brother lacked the wisdom. History has shown he was mistaken. Look at the current 6 kingdoms. Compared to the might and sagacity of the Mother of Dragons, they resemble a troop of jesters. Aside from the north, which kingdom's populace enjoys a good life. Thus, only the compassion exhibited during times of peace can be deemed genuine. To speak of mercy in extraordinary times is but a farce. Alicia gazed quietly at Chen and said, "You are quite insidious and ruthless, a notion I have long held. Your explanation, however, seems to possess some merit." Chen pointed to his own nose and exclaimed, "Insidious and ruthless? You perceive me in such a manner. You are responsible for the demise of my subordinates, are you not? Is there a misunderstanding here? You are also an executor, are you not?" Alicia retorted, "I am certain you are the one orchestrating these schemes." Chen, with a stern demeanor, replied, "When speaking, one must provide evidence. Do not slander others, if you please." Alicia scoffed. In matters lacking witnesses, she could only remain silent. Chen then inquired, "How is Jon faring? Do you not wish to know?" He added, "Recently, my sister sent him a shipment of iron goods and clothing, so you need not worry. Why don't you accompany me to visit him?" Chen suggested, "I shall not go. That is a place where evil once awakened, and I have no desire to set foot in such a cursed locale." Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Jon Snow, the man of his word, had distanced himself from the wall and would not return. Locating him would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 50. The Eagle Sorcery. Chen believed it essential to converse with Bronco. Following the recent events, he had an inkling that the rise of the North would surely incite jealousy among the other kingdoms, particularly regarding the secret of the Queen's wrath. Those who coveted it would undoubtedly be eager to uncover its mysteries. Whoever mastered the technique of producing the Queen's wrath would acquire immeasurable wealth. Just envision each kingdom desiring to arm themselves with such a weapon. Even a mere scrap would be worth the risk. Moreover, the perils of the Iron Vault loomed large. Though he had taken meticulous precautions, in this world brimming with magical abilities, who could guarantee that no one could uncover the truth? Such a substantial fortune would not be easily relinquished by the Iron Vault. They possessed wealth, assassins, alliances, and sorcerers to command. It was merely a matter of time before the truth surfaced. If something seems amiss, there must surely be a critical flaw, one that has yet to be discovered. To prepare for unforeseen dangers, Chen resolved to engage in earnest dialogue with Bronco, requesting that he impart the magic of the Eagle Sorcery. Mastering this spell would allow him to perceive what others could not, enabling him to detect covert actions that might be detrimental to him. Chen arrived at Bronco's residence with fine wine, game, fruits, and desserts, personally preparing a feast of his signature dishes. Filling the table as he dined and conversed with Bronco. Bronco relished Chen's cooking, warm and fragrant. It was far more enticing than mere bread, sausages, or smoked meats. "Marvelous, truly delicious. Chen, you are the most capable individual I have encountered," Bronco praised, as he skillfully picked up a piece of fried intestines with his chopsticks. It was amusing how Alicia, a remarkably intelligent girl, struggled with chopsticks, while he managed to wield them with ease after only a few attempts. Truly an unconventional talent. Chen filled Bronco's glass with wine and handed it to him, saying, "Bronco, I implore you to teach me the magic." Bronco swallowed his drink and sighed, kind-hearted Chen. "Do you truly wish to learn this form of magic? Is there any issue?" "None at all, since you are so eager. I have contemplated this for quite some time and have decided to teach you." Chen exclaimed in delight, "Bronco, you have agreed. How wonderful. I knew you would be the best to me." Bronco inquired, "Do you prefer a rapid mastery, or would you rather take it step by step?" Chen asked, "What does step-by-step entail?" "It means that progressing from learning to application and then to proficiency at my level will take at least 20 years. But it is devoid of danger." Chen hastily waved his hand. 20 years? I cannot wait. I want a rapid mastery. Achieving rapid mastery demands a sanguine price. It is excruciating and perilous, yet it requires only 10 days. Chen's eyes lit up. "I shall pursue rapid mastery. What is there to fear in enduring some hardship? I am unafraid." "Have you made your decision?" Chen affirmed, "Yes, I do not regret it." "Very well, we shall commence tomorrow." The following day, Chen officially began his studies in the art of falconry under Bronco's tutelage. Although rapid mastery was a shortcut, it was indeed a brutal endeavor. Each day, Chen was compelled to pierce the major vein in his wrist, allowing a small cup of blood to flow forth, and then carve a piece of flesh from his thigh. Whenever Chen steeled his resolve to cut flesh from his thigh, Bronco would place his palm over the wound and recite incantations, prompting the area to regenerate anew. Though the flesh could grow back, the process was agonizing, and the sight of carving flesh from his own thigh was disconcerting, evoking a sense of monstrosity within him. Chen would slice his own flesh into morsels and personally feed them to two golden-eyed hawks, one large and one small. Once they were satiated, he would offer them his blood to drink. During this process, Bronco chanted spells, urging Chen's essence to intertwine with every part of the birds. Thus, he and the two hawks became one, their consciousnesses seamlessly merging. For 10 consecutive days, had it not been for Bronco's magic, Chen's thighs would have likely been reduced to mere bare bones. On the final night of the 10th day, Bronco summoned Chen into a tightly sealed room. He secured the doors and windows, shrouding them in dark cloth to prevent a single ray of light from entering. They sat cross-legged together. In the enveloping darkness, Bronco's voice reciting the incantation suddenly intensified. This sound did not seem to emanate from his mouth. Rather, it felt as if it surged forth from his very soul. The eerie resonance swirled within the room, relentlessly assaulting Chen's body and mind, akin to cold water gradually penetrating parched soil. Suddenly, within the pitch-black room, a brilliant light erupted. Chen focused his gaze to discover a glass candle ablaze in Bronco's hand, his countenance transformed into one of solemnity and gravity. Although Chen had never encountered a glass candle before, he recognized its rarity, knowing that only a wizard could possess such an item. He also understood that it was only by igniting the glass candle that magic could be conjured. It is said that this glass candle was created millennia ago, and only a few remnants remain. Each use diminishes the supply irrevocably. As the incantation flowed from Bronco's lips, the glass candle's light intensified, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Bronco opened his wide, pale eyes and solemnly declared, "Now, I shall impart the incantation to you. Listen attentively. You must memorize it before the glass candle extinguishes, for even a single mistake could not only render your prior efforts futile but also place you in peril." Although Bronco did not specify the nature of this danger, Chen understood that it must be far more terrifying than death itself. One by one, Bronco meticulously taught Chen the incantation, which required every ounce of his concentration to memorize. This incantation was esoteric and convoluted, a lengthy and intricate linguistic system beyond the realm of human comprehension. Just as the glass candle was on the verge of extinguishing, Chen finally managed to articulate the complete incantation with proficiency. Upon mastering the incantation and transferring his consciousness into the body of the golden-eyed owl, he was suddenly able to perceive the entirety of the nocturnal world outside. In the darkness, 5 mice scurried about, seemingly driven by an instinct that compelled them to communicate. Perched upon a tree was an owl, its head swiveling left and right, its bright eyes ceaselessly scanning its surroundings. Chen willed the majestic eagle to take flight. In the distance, he observed workers laboring by the light of torches, as well as a pack of wild dogs vying for food. This extraordinary ability was remarkable, allowing him to see as clearly at night as he could during the day. Chen directed the eagle to return, experiencing the sensation as if he were soaring through the sky himself, rather than merely inhabiting the eagle's form. Now, he had completely merged with the golden-eyed owl, becoming a singular entity rather than 2 separate beings. This form of magic was astonishing, akin to possessing a satellite camera, capable of seeing wherever desired. As long as the target was unobstructed, he could behold whatever he wished to observe. This was all thanks to the innate capabilities of the golden-eyed owl, which could spot targets from miles away. Other species would likely lack such formidable vision. It was incredibly empowering to gain insights into events occurring on the ground without leaving his abode. Chapter 51. Martyrdom. Chen retracted his consciousness, only to find that the glass candle had extinguished at some point, plunging the room back into darkness and silence. "Bronco," he called out, but received no response. As if Bronco had vanished from this world, a sense of foreboding washed over Chen. He hastily opened the door and lit an oil lamp. The sight before him was shocking. Bronco lay motionless on the ground, utterly silent. He had not been particularly slender, but now he appeared drastically diminished. His once-fitting gray robe now hung loosely, resembling a mere wrapping around a wooden stick. His face was ashen, reminiscent of withered wood, and his skin was entirely wrinkled. In a panic, Chen rushed to assist him, only to discover that Bronco's flesh had begun to shrivel, as if his lifeblood and moisture had been drained away. Chen never anticipated that the reason for Bronco's persistent refusal was to facilitate the success of others, while ultimately leading to his own demise. What astonished Chen even further was the sight of Bronco's flesh continuing to wither, akin to a water-filled bag punctured by countless tiny holes. With its precious contents gradually seeping away, Chen found himself utterly helpless, compelled to witness Bronco's transformation from a living being into a mere skeleton. His life force had been entirely siphoned away by the glass candle. A profound sense of regret enveloped Chen. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from practicing such sorcery, yet now it was too late for any lamentation. Sitting numbly beside Bronco, Chen reflected on the circumstances of their acquaintance. He vigilantly kept watch over Bronco's lifeless body until dawn, before finally stepping outside, fulfilling a fragment of filial duty towards this solitary elder. He sought out the steward Sonda, responsible for clothing, and requested a fine brocade from Mayor, returning to envelop Bronco's desiccated remains in the exquisite fabric. Following the standards of his past life, Chen crafted an oak coffin and interred Bronco on a high hill. Should Bronco's spirit linger in the heavens, he would behold the splendor of Winter City to come. On this continent, various burial customs exist, such as cremation, aquatic burial, and sky burial, with earthen interment being exceedingly rare. Few would consider a large wooden box for burial. To them, a coffin was merely a wooden box. Observing Chen erect a sizable stone marker at the grave, Alia could not refrain from commenting, "Are you marking a sign?" Chen replied, "May I borrow your dagger?" "For what purpose?" "To inscribe." Alia handed him the dagger, inquiring, "Why do it this way?" The method seemed foreign to her. Chen, adhering to traditional customs, etched Bronco's name vertically upon the stone, followed by the dates of birth and death alongside words of praise. To ensure longevity, he carved the inscriptions deep and wide, allowing them to endure for centuries without erosion. Alia examined the engravings, tilting her head, a splendid method. It could preserve for several centuries. "When I die one day, will you bury me in such a manner?" Chen was taken aback, gazing at Alia. "What do you mean?" "I prefer a unique death. Cremation is too commonplace." With a hint of irritation, Chen responded, "No problem. You may die now. I happen to be free." Alia chuckled. "Everyone will die, yet I do not wish for my demise to be ordinary." Chen sighed, "You would do well to die rather ordinarily. By then, you will be decrepit, unable to walk without a cane. Those who desire an extraordinary end often do not live long." "What is decrepit? Is it something new? Care to elaborate?" Chen explained, "Decrepit is not an object. It is a state of happiness in old age." Alia pondered for a moment. Happiness in old age? Is this philosophy? Chen believed that conversing with Alia was best kept simple, lest he expend even more words. The abduction of the artisan spoke volumes, and without further elaboration from Chen, Sansa was acutely aware of the grave consequences. She took decisive measures to enhance the security of the weapon manufacturing facilities, doubling the number of soldiers assigned to guard them and instructing the dog handlers to release hounds for patrols. Additionally, she fortified the production base for soap with increased protection. Yet, despite these precautions, absolute security remained elusive. Should someone set their sights on a target, they would invariably devise numerous methods to pilfer it. While many methods may not be effective, one method would undoubtedly prove most advantageous, and this method would be nearly impossible to counteract. There was no alternative. One could only act upon their thoughts, for the unconsidered possibilities represented the advantages held by their adversaries. Following Chen's suggestion, Sansa strategically fragmented her military forces. She allocated varying numbers of troops for security patrols, production protection, and merchant convoy escorts, thereby transforming her military into an internal security force, as there was no ongoing war. Although the Northern Army was not vast, most soldiers were equipped with the Queen's Fury longsword, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. Under the strict command of Lowens, the army maintained a commendable discipline, bolstered by a weapon reward system and timely payment of wages, which kept the soldiers' conduct in check. Overall, the situation appeared promising. The spirit of the North was imbued with a renewed vigor. The formerly disjointed populace was now united, and the Queen's authority was gradually solidifying. Chen contemplated Cersei Lannister and her dubious ascent to the throne, characterized by ruthless governance yet still commanding respect among the populace. Thus, when Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen led their armies to assault King's Landing, countless citizens not only refrained from siding with them but, in fact, regarded them with trepidation, flocking instead to the safety of King's Landing. What could account for this phenomenon? Was Cersei truly deemed more trustworthy than Jon and Daenerys? Certainly not. This was a consequence of Cersei's manipulation of the clergy's prestige to propagate her image. In this land, nearly all citizens believed in the gods, seeking both physical and spiritual refuge through their faith in the church and its clergy. The clergy, under Cersei's influence, disseminated exaggerated accounts of the enemy's ferocity and terror, while extolling their queen's wisdom and her ability to protect and save them from harm. Due to the constraints of information and distance, those who had lived their entire lives in one place were oblivious to the realities of the rebels, harboring only fear and retreating from them. Thus, entrusting their allegiance to a queen they found unsatisfactory. Faced with worse alternatives, they preferred to endure an unfavorable status quo, for the unknown was always more daunting. Hence, the importance of education and the extensive time it requires cannot be overstated. One must begin early, planting the right seeds in the hearts of the people. With consistent nurturing, these seeds will undoubtedly take root and flourish. As an emerging nation, Chen has finally begun to contemplate the matter of public enlightenment. The essence of enlightenment lies in the unification of thought, the enhancement of national identity, and the dissemination of positive energy. It involves promoting ideals of beauty, kindness, and mutual assistance, while vehemently opposing malevolence and the violent resolution of conflicts, as well as rigorously combating unlawful activities. Moreover, it is imperative to ardently extol the virtues, achievements, and wisdom of the queen, resolutely suppressing any unfavorable discourse against her, even if it is factual, and ensuring it remains obscured. For instance, the union of Sansa and the imp, her marriage to the scoundrel Ramsay, and her desperate flight from danger, all such negative narratives, if allowed to circulate, could overshadow the queen's radiance and incite disdain among the populace. Even if such adverse information cannot be entirely concealed, it should undergo a process of embellishment. For example, portraying forced marriages as a matter of greater good, and framing a chaotic escape as a clever maneuver. Chen firmly believes that as long as there are ample promoters and the revised narratives circulate widely enough, the fabricated will indeed become perceived as truth. Should anyone oppose this or attempt to restore the reality, they would undoubtedly face a collective backlash, potentially leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, it is acknowledged that the number of individuals aware of the truth is quite limited. The vast majority of the populace relies on hearsay. If it is merely hearsay, why not introduce an alternative version? This represents only one crucial aspect. There are also efforts to consolidate the ideologies of the northern families, enabling them to recognize the prevailing circumstances and elevate their understanding, instilling loyalty and patriotism within the military, encouraging merchants to uphold principles of fairness in trade, and instilling a sense of philanthropy among the wealthy, advocating for selflessness and altruism. In contemporary political parlance, this entails a firm grasp of ideology and effective united front work, fostering a collective spirit directed outward, and promoting respect for elders and care for the young, alongside adherence to the law. All these endeavors necessitate the expertise of professionals. The most effective propagandists, of course, are the clergy of religious organizations who possess the authority to garner public trust. Identifying the most mainstream sect and the most esteemed cleric requires thorough investigation, presenting a considerable challenge. After all, one must endeavor wholeheartedly for the realm of one's wife. Although Sansa is not yet his spouse, she is nonetheless a cooked duck that cannot fly away. Chapter 52. Soft Power. Chen sought an opportune moment to converse privately with Sansa, hoping she would comprehend and support his initiatives. While all actions are directed towards her and the Northern Kingdom, the underlying rationale is intricate and demands a long-term vision to appreciate. He harbored some trepidation, for the rulers of this continent have yet to recognize the significance of the concept of enlightenment. In contrast to ancient China, where oaths were highly valued, here, the emphasis lies on promises, yet such promises can be ephemeral and unreliable when it comes to crucial interests. As a competent ruler, engaging in political maneuvering is the most potent weapon. A glance at the chronicles of all kingdoms reveals that the accounts of malevolence surpass those of virtue, serving as a theoretical foundation for the machinations of those with nefarious intentions. The ancestral wisdom of one's own lineage possesses a profound and unparalleled insight. Having mastered the art of governance through education long ago, aside from the spring and autumn annals, which can be regarded as a historical record, other historical texts have undergone a process of purification. While truth is undoubtedly a valuable asset, for a ruler, it is best kept within their grasp. The populace believes what they are told. Whatever the rulers declare, that becomes the prevailing doctrine. In comparison to chaos and warfare, even the most flawed stability is preferable to disorder. Upon Yukin's arrival at Sansa's council chamber, Arya was also present. He had initially hoped for a private conversation with Sansa, to engage in casual discourse and spend some time together, but Arya consistently thwarted his intentions. This young woman, it seemed, had transformed her previously carefree nature. Now either in his company or by her sister's side, constantly flitting about. "Your Majesty, Queen Sansa, Miss Arya, am I intruding upon your gathering?" Yukin inquired. Sansa smiled and replied, "Intruding? I think not. What say you, Arya?" Arya responded, "Our esteemed Sir Goldtop always has valuable insights. He is not one for idle chatter." The young lady seemed to be criticizing herself once more. Should he perhaps find an opportunity to eliminate her, to spare himself the annoyance? Chen elaborated on his vision to Sansa, which could be summarized in a single phrase: to hire individuals to extol Sansa's virtues while suppressing her shortcomings, to promote truth, goodness, and beauty while eradicating malevolent forces. Sansa listened attentively to Chen's exposition, her brow furrowed in confusion as she pondered, why should those unfavorable matters be silenced? Despite her remarkable intelligence, she lacked the broader perspective of a sage, as she remained, after all, merely mortal. Chen, with earnest conviction, explained, consensus. A sense of belonging, do you comprehend? It means that everyone perceives you as correct. Even in error, they will attribute it to divine retribution rather than your fault. All humans are prone to mistakes. As long as you do not err frequently, the public will harbor no resentment. However, should someone continually highlight your missteps over time, they will begin to doubt you and may even rise against you. The aim of education is to instill in them an unwavering belief, preventing them from murmuring dissent. Loyalty to the queen, fidelity to the realm, a unified front coalescing into an indomitable force, invincible and unstoppable. Despite Chen's theoretical deductions and practical illustrations, Sansa still found herself grappling with full comprehension. This political framework was alien to her, and mastering its intricacies posed a challenge. Fortunately, she did not oppose Chen's initiative and offered her unwavering support. In this regard, she demonstrated considerable sagacity. Her endorsement signified the utmost affirmation, indicating her awareness that the direction taken was indeed correct. Having spoken at length, Chen turned to Arya and requested, "Could you fetch me a glass of water?" "Miss Arya, I would be most grateful." Arya shot him a glare, retorting, "That is the duty of a servant. You have mistaken your audience." Chen, of course, was being deliberately provocative, seeking to unsettle her. Sansa rose to fetch a glass of lemon juice, offering it to Chen. "There are no servants here. Only the girls from House Stark." Although it was no great task for him to have someone pour a glass of water, the gesture of Sansa personally serving him evoked a sense of astonishment within Chen. Was there perhaps a hint of condescension in this act? Hastily, Chen stood and accepted the glass with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As he grasped the glass, he intentionally pressed down on the back of Sansa's hand, feeling the softness of her skin. Although he had yet to taste the swan meat, the mere touch of its feathers was enough to gauge her response. As he had imagined, Sansa's hand was indeed soft, smooth, and delicate, making him feel that no other hand in the world could compare. In that moment, Chen perceived it as a true woman's hand, rather than that of a queen. Of course, distinguishing between a woman and a queen seemed a futile endeavor. Sansa, seemingly unperturbed by Chen's gentle hold, smiled and remarked, "Fresh lemon juice. I hope it suits your taste. We owe you our gratitude for bringing us such abundant provisions." To avoid appearing overly familiar, Chen released her hand after a brief moment and accepted the lemon juice, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am truly honored." Alia, standing nearby, interjected coolly, perhaps self-satisfied would be a more fitting description. Chen chuckled awkwardly, "Lady Alia, you are always so witty." Sansa responded with a smile, "That's true, she is a mischievous girl. Much improved now, quite sensible. If only she could be a bit more ladylike." A lady? If Alia could transform into one, sparrows would march in formation. To prolong the conversation, Chen began to elaborate on his other plans and the specific steps for their implementation. He was naturally an eloquent speaker, articulating his ideas with conviction and flair, complemented by animated gestures and expressions that captivated both sisters. To enhance the atmosphere and make his discourse more engaging, Chen wove in various relevant Eastern tales, such as lifting the plate to greet, Mencius' mother moves 3 times, cutting the mat and breaking the rope, and suspecting the neighbor of stealing an axe, to lighten the mood and bolster his persuasiveness. Sansa's eyes sparkled with delight as she said, "Chen, you are truly a learned and talented foreigner. Are these all Eastern stories?" Chen replied with pride, "Indeed. Authentic Eastern tales that have been passed down for millennia. And there are many more. As long as you wish to listen, I am more than willing to share." Sansa expressed her eagerness. "I would love to hear your stories. You always bring something new to me, and your inventions are truly remarkable. I would be delighted for you to take me to your Eastern homeland." This, however, posed a bit of a dilemma. Chen glanced at Alia and suggested, "Lady Alia seems to share this sentiment. How about we embark on this journey together? Given the right opportunity?" Alia shot him a skeptical glance and replied, "I detest liars. I hope you are not one." Chen laughed awkwardly, "Neither do I. We both share that sentiment, do we not?" Alia regarded him thoughtfully and asked, "Are you certain you wish to seek out the big-nosed priest?" "Certainly. In the vicinity of Winterfell, he is the most beloved chief priest. I believe he is quite suitable." Arya remarked, "We are acquainted, and I think I can assist you. He is a resolute elder, exceedingly stubborn." "Oh, is that so?" resolute and stubborn. What a hard nut to crack. Such individuals steadfastly adhere to their principles. Persuading him to educate his followers according to his own notions presents a significant challenge, especially when it comes to deceit. The act of teaching is inherently shrouded in a degree of obfuscation, and their faith staunchly opposes falsehoods. To subdue him indeed poses quite a difficulty. As for acts of murder, arson, and the obliteration of evidence, Arya is the most adept, making her an ideal companion for this endeavor. Chapter 53. The Long-Nosed Monk. What is faith? In its simplest expression, it embodies whether one possesses a sincere attitude towards spiritual pursuits. Sincerity, in this context, signifies that once one wholeheartedly believes in something, they do so without regret, remaining steadfast until death. In contrast to the people of our nation, the inhabitants of this continent, upon embracing the seven gods, dedicate their hearts and souls to the divine, consistently adhering to doctrine as a guide for their lives. The seven gods, revered by the populace, represent seven distinct manifestations of a singular deity, each embodying a unique virtue. Worshippers pray to a specific form of the seven gods based on their desires. The seven deities are as follows: the Father above, symbolizing judgment, to whom people pray for the enactment of justice. He is often depicted as a bearded man holding a scale. The Mother, representing maternal love and nurturing, is beseeched for blessings of fertility or compassion. She is typically portrayed as a woman radiating love and kindness. The Warrior, emblematic of strength in battle, is called upon for courage and victory, often depicted wielding a long sword. The Maiden symbolizes innocence and purity, with supplicants praying for the protection of young maidens' virtue. The Smith, representing craftsmanship and labor, is invoked for strength during times of toil, typically depicted with a hammer in hand. The Crone embodies wisdom, and people frequently seek her guidance, often illustrated holding a lantern. The Stranger is an exception among the seven forms, representing death and the unknown. Followers seldom seek the Stranger's aid, yet homeless wanderers often identify with this enigmatic figure. The faith in the seven gods serves as the official religion of the seven kingdoms, intricately woven into the fabric of the judicial system and culture, while simultaneously retaining absolute independence, impervious even to royal influence. The Church upholds numerous moral tenets, denouncing gambling, opposing illegitimacy, and condemning incest and parricide. The Seven Stars Bible stands as one of the Church's principal prayers, with adherents consistently using its verses to govern their conduct. The North is home to numerous churches, large and small, with Seabass being the chief monk of the land, wielding the greatest influence and boasting the largest following. Tall and slender, the long-nosed Seabass is impossible to overlook. His nose is considerably larger than that of others, as if all the flesh of his face had grown upon it. He is a person of integrity, compassionate, and just, never taking even a fraction of what does not belong to him. Upon discovering a copper coin on the road, he would remain there, patiently awaiting its rightful owner. If the owner fails to appear, he places the coin atop the church, accompanied by a wooden board detailing the incident. Thus, that elevated platform is adorned with numerous coins and many inscribed boards. His followers number in the thousands, with the prominent figure of Big Nose Sebastian serving as their spiritual pillar. During the harsh winter, they endured hardships through their faith in Big Nose. In days devoid of sustenance, it was this very faith that sustained them. To a significant extent, the cleric Big Nose Sebastian is their spiritual progenitor. A cleric with such a vast congregation possesses virtues that few can rival. This awareness compels Big Nose to be ever more mindful of his words and actions, resolutely refusing to engage in any transgressions against doctrine. Euchern and Elia arrived at the dilapidated church, where Big Nose and several clerics clad in black robes were diligently sweeping the floor. Their robes, though worn and patched, were impeccably clean. In the present North, idleness is a rarity. Each follower has their own vocation. Yet, they still gather at dusk and on holidays, reciting the prayers imparted by Big Nose, devoutly beseeching the divine. The joy of all believers finds its utmost fulfillment here. Euchern mused that should Big Nose incite his followers and denounce a ruler, they would undoubtedly heed his call and rise in unison against it. Of course, he would not do such a thing, but what if he were given ample justification? He is a figure capable of calming his followers, yet also a potential threat, albeit a conjecture born of malice. Welcome to the sacred place, Miss Elia, Sir Goldtop. The radiance of the divine envelopes you, and God's hand wards off calamity for you. Here, your restless spirits shall find tranquility. Indeed, Big Nose's nose is quite prominent. When he speaks, one scarcely notices his mouth. Elia smiled at Big Nose and remarked, "Esteemed cleric Big Nose, we wish to speak with you privately. If you would be amenable?" "I concur," he replied. "Lucy, Claude, might you step outside to enjoy the scenery?" The two clerics silently exited the church. Please, take a seat. Honored guests of God, I hope to be of assistance. Big Nose gestured to a meticulously clean wooden bench, settling down himself. Euchern gathered his thoughts and, with a smile, stated, Respected Cleric Sebastian, I wish to discuss matters beyond the doctrine. While this may surprise you, it bears great significance for the Queen, the North, and your followers. I am eager to listen, Big Nose replied. Thus, Euchern articulated his intentions, which can be summarized as follows. Alongside the propagation of doctrine, one must also extol the virtues and achievements of the Queen, while entirely discarding overly personal matters or recasting them in more ornate language. The large-nosed man spoke solemnly. My lord, the merits and virtues of the Northern Queen ought to be extolled by others. We serve only God. Moreover, you ask me to utter falsehoods, which is simply untenable, for God shall impose his punishment. Chen inquired, Do you not desire for your queen to receive praise? Is it not she who cultivates the happiness of the people? The large-nosed man replied, The Queen has her subjects, and God has his children. These are distinct matters and must not be conflated. Leave now. I do not wish for you to profane this sacred place. Chen produced a pouch of gold coins and cast it before him, stating, The cleric works hard. He ought not to be in such a state. Many coins. For those who toil suffer for this, yet the large-nosed man requires none. God has bestowed upon him ample sufficiency. The large-nosed man did not spare a glance at the coins, his gaze fixed on Chen, now filled with ire. Chen then unveiled another pouch, even more abundant. Yet the man's anger intensified. He emptied both pouches onto the ground, declaring, Such wealth is sufficient for a lifetime, with servants to attend to you. Do you not wish to partake in this? Suddenly, the large-nosed man rose. His countenance darkened as he exclaimed, Begone. Keep your filthy gold away from here. God does not wish to see it. Indeed, such obstinacy revealed him to be a steadfast believer. Chen drew forth Alia's Valyrian dagger, pressing it against the man's throat, and said fiercely, Large-nosed man, this is not a summons to evil, but a plea for you to uphold the Queen's authority. Is that so difficult? You benefit from the Queen's grace. Should you not support her? Will God grant you a peaceful existence? Will he provide you with sustenance, clothing, shelter, and churches? When enemies slay your kin with swords, will God intercede for you? He will not. Only your Queen will. Since you are protected by her, why not engage in actions of worth on her behalf? I do not oppose God, but I would rather place my faith in the Queen. You too should believe in her and act in her service. Faced with Chen's intimidation and enticement, the large-nosed man disdainfully turned away, beginning to recite his prayers. Alia observed Chen and scoffed. I warned you, the large-nosed man is very stubborn. Chen glared at her and retorted, Are you aiding me? I would very much like to assist you, so why not eliminate him? Does that hold any significance? This obstinate old man, should you attempt to kill him, he likely wouldn't even flinch. Psychologically speaking, stubbornness is a form of rigid cognition. If you cannot shatter his entrenched beliefs, he shall remain withdrawn in his own world until death. As long as one is human, there will always be weaknesses. Once you identify his flaws, you can pierce through the armor of his soul. But where lies the weakness of the large-nosed man? It seems I must delve deeper into his understanding. Upon returning home, Chen reclined on his bed, controlling the golden-eyed owl with his consciousness, positioning it outside the church as if it were a camera monitoring his movements. It was indeed a most peculiar sensation. Chen found himself seated within a silent aircraft, deftly piloting it toward his objective, his keen gaze capable of discerning even the subtlest expressions of those below. Regrettably, his physical form remained immobile, leaving only his awakened consciousness to soar freely. Under the continuous scrutiny of Chen, revelations began to unfold. The man with the prominent nose frequently visited a distant sewing shop, where several women and a young girl were engaged in crafting garments and embroidery. His demeanor was lighthearted during his visits, returning with a smile, indicating the presence of someone he held dear within. Chen summoned a small hawk, directing it to circle within the sewing shop. There, he encountered a particularly remarkable young woman. She possessed an enchanting beauty, her azure eyes as pure as a mountain spring. During her leisure moments, she would immerse herself in books. In this realm, reading was a luxury reserved for the elite, who employed tutors, while the common folk were deprived of such opportunities. The academic city served as a sanctuary for noble offspring, leaving others in despair. The fact that this young woman could read, and cherished it so, piqued Chen's curiosity regarding her connection to the man with the prominent nose. Chapter 54. The heritage of Marina. Chen arrived at the sewing shop bearing an abundance of food and fruit, drawing the curious gazes of those laboring within. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope these offerings are to your liking, he said, distributing the provisions among them. The women working there expressed their delight, eagerly selecting their favorite items from the basket. However, Chen noticed that the beautiful girl merely observed him quietly, refraining from approaching for food. Her beauty was indeed striking. With her captivating blue eyes, long lashes, fair and smooth skin, and a tall, slender figure, she was a sight to behold. A black scarf concealed her long hair, and her attire was worn and oversized, adorned with a patch the size of a bowl on her chest. Were she to don a splendid robe and dazzling jewelry, and style her hair elegantly, she would undoubtedly captivate all who beheld her. Chen picked a green fruit and approached her, smiling as he inquired, "Do you not fancy these offerings, fair maiden?" The girl pressed her lips together, studying Chen, and responded, "No one bestows food upon us without reason. What is it that you require from us?" Her perceptiveness was indeed commendable. "What is your name?" Chen asked. "Marina," she replied. "A melodious name indeed." "It suits you well," he remarked. From a discreet corner, he retrieved a book, casually flipping through its pages, and feigned interest. "A captivating mythological tale. Is anyone reading it?" Marina smiled faintly and replied, "I am." Chen gazed into her large eyes, feigning astonishment. "You can read, Marina. How extraordinary." A nearby woman chuckled. "She reads many books. She is the most capable girl here." Chen took a seat opposite Marina, eager to engage her in conversation. She was orphaned, raised by the church since childhood, with the big-nosed monk serving as her godfather, caring for her until she reached the age of 16. The monk treated her kindly, imparting knowledge to her, including the art of reading. Chen gazed into Marina's eyes, hoping to discern the nature of her relationship with the monk, yet he found nothing definitive. To his astonishment, he discovered that Marina possessed an extraordinary ability. When she held your gaze for an extended period, you would unconditionally trust her words. It was as if every statement she uttered was pure truth, devoid of deception, evoking a deep sense of intimacy from within. Chen realized she must be concealing something. But why was he compelled to believe her without reservation? What was the source of this trust? Her eyes seemed to hold a natural enchantment, though she herself might not be aware of it. To probe the connection between Marina and the big-nosed monk, Chen resolved to take her to Winterfell and observe the monk's reaction. After conversing with Marina for a considerable time, he stood and said, "Come, let us meet the queen, dear Marina. She requires your exceptional needlework skills." "To meet the queen?" Marina expressed her uncertainty. Chen replied, "I am a knight sworn to the queen. She needs you. Trust me." He escorted Marina to House Stark, arranged accommodations for her, and then, using his consciousness, sent the golden-eyed hawk to the church. In the afternoon, the monk emerged from the church, eagerly heading toward the seamstress's shop. Upon hearing that Marina had been taken to meet the queen, his expression turned ominous, and he paced outside for several laps before hastily making his way to Winterfell. Chen had already informed Sansa of the situation, urging her to keep the monk at bay and prevent him from visiting Marina. Observing the agitated monk, Sansa smiled and inquired, "Is something troubling you, monk? Your church appears quite dilapidated. I believe it is time to help you construct a new one." The monk shook his head vigorously, responding, "Your Majesty, the light of God can illuminate all. Let the new shoes be given to those in need." Sansa replied, "Very well. Monk, the queen respects your opinion." The monk pressed on, "Your Majesty, I wish to know what you require of Marina. She is still a naive child, and may inadvertently displease you." Sansa reassured him, "I have spoken with Marina. She is knowledgeable and possesses excellent sewing skills. The queen needs her service." Sweat beaded on the monk's forehead as he insisted, "She is truly unsuitable. You should seek someone more capable." Sansa countered, "I find her quite promising. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, priest. Your congregation awaits you." Faced with Sansa's refusal, the monk had no choice but to depart in resignation. Emerging from the shadows, Chen regarded Sansa and inquired, "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on Marina?" Sansa smiled at Chen, saying, "In private moments, you may call me Sansa or Sansa Stark. You are both my advisor and my friend. And perhaps you shall become the queen's hand, provided you strive for it." The prospect of addressing her by name instead of title filled Chen with a subtle thrill. This indicates that their relationship has progressed to a deeper level. Chen gazed intently at Sansa and remarked, "Your Majesty." "Oh no, Sansa. There is something peculiar about Marina's eyes. Do you not perceive it?" "What is wrong with her eyes?" Sansa inquired. Chen replied, "There is an enchantment within her gaze. You must be wary of it to avoid being ensnared. Of course, she may be unaware of it herself." After a moment's contemplation, Sansa responded, "According to ancient legends, there exists a secret art within the church known as the art of heart transformation and the art of clarity. Those priests who master this arcane technique can melt even the most resolute hearts with their words, leading those who hear the art of clarity to firmly believe that the words of the monks are infallible. Those adept in this craft can compel the weak-willed or the disheartened to be utterly devoted to them." Should one attain the pinnacle of this art, they could bend even heroes to their will. Yet, this is merely a legend, with no evidence to suggest anyone possesses such powers. But Marina, could she be one of them? I cannot discern it. Chen sighed and said, I sincerely hope not. That would be truly terrifying. I merely have this unsettling feeling. I wish she is not. Her connection with the man with the prominent nose is quite extraordinary. It would be ideal if you could extract the hidden truths from her. In the days that followed, even Chen began to suspect that Sansa herself might be the one who had mastered such an art. He was astounded to discover that Marina had revealed her concealed secret through some unknown means. She was the illegitimate daughter of the man with the prominent nose. As a servant of the seven gods, having an illegitimate child is the gravest taboo within the church. Thus, the man with the prominent nose had concealed this secret remarkably well, and no one had been aware of it until now. The background of this man was even more profound. He was, in fact, the brother of the Archbishop Governor of the Seven Kingdoms. Though an illegitimate child, their clandestine relationship remained strong, maintained through secretive correspondence. The familial ties of the man with the prominent nose extended even further. Across the narrow sea on the continent of Essos lies a prominent sect known as Fire and Magic, worshipping the King of Light, R'hllor. Within the Temple of R'hllor, Arthur, the eldest disciple of the Sound Mage, is yet another illegitimate brother of the man with the prominent nose. Through this intricate web of associations, the divine influence over both the continents of Westeros and Essos appears to be firmly within their family's grasp. This revelation was nothing short of shocking for Chen. If leveraged appropriately, it could serve as an unparalleled spiritual weapon, rendering them invincible. With this knowledge, many of the formidable challenges before Chen began to unravel effortlessly. Chapter 55. Foundations must be firmly established during this period. Aside from addressing necessary matters, Chen dedicated the majority of his time to Marina. The girl was innocent-minded and filled with curiosity about many unfamiliar things. Chen recounted tales from the East, teaching her mathematics, astronomy, and geography. Marina absorbed knowledge swiftly. Had she been in modern times, she would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Sansa frequently engaged in conversation with her, teaching her how to craft beautiful garments. Arya, too, did not disrupt their harmony, but rather collaborated with them seamlessly. The sole purpose of such actions is to foster a positive rapport between her and those around her, instilling within her an implicit sense of dependence. Once Marina is secured, the large-nosed individual will undoubtedly be led by the nose, and once he is subdued, the narrative of Westeros will be firmly in the grasp of the North. This may appear to be a futile endeavor, yet it is, in truth, a strategy of immense significance. Language possesses the power to exalt an individual to celestial heights or to cast them into infamy, provided there are enough participants in the discourse. Reputation, in essence, is merely a matter of the number of people who are aware. A commendable reputation can elevate a person to mythic status, whereas a tarnished one can render them a pariah. In an age devoid of media, religion undoubtedly assumes this role, wielding absolute authority. In the presence of such a pure and beautiful maiden, Chen occasionally wonders if his intentions are too mercenary, perhaps tinged with ulterior motives. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that her fundamental role is to serve as a propagandist for the state. This is a noble pursuit, beneficial to both country and citizenry. On a sunlit day, Chen sought out the large-nosed man. Upon seeing Chen, the man's gaze was sharp, as if wielding daggers. Chen addressed him respectfully, stating, "Esteemed sir, may we converse?" The large-nosed man retorted, "The seven gods shall punish you." Chen replied, "Let us not speak of the seven gods. Rather, let us discuss Marina. Shall we?" The man warned, "You will regret this, I assure you." Chen extended his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "You may observe Marina. She is well, and the queen holds her in high regard. She is eager to serve the queen. You belong to the seven gods and are a subject of the North." The large-nosed man scoffed disdainfully. Chen continued, "Marina has confided in the queen about many matters. Would you like to hear them?" The man was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "She should keep her mouth shut." Chen reassured him, "We shall keep it to ourselves, trust me, sir. As long as you serve the queen, Marina will marry a handsome nobleman, and she will bear you several grandchildren." Abruptly, the large-nosed man erupted in fury, grasping Chen by the chest, insisting, "I will agree to this, but you must return Marina to me. Naturally, we have not imprisoned her. On the contrary, she revels in her current existence." The large-nosed man shouted, "No, she cannot marry." Chen found this perplexing. Why would one deny such a wonderful girl the chance to marry? What was the true intent of the large-nosed man? The man, panting heavily, declared, "She is to become a nun in the North. I will depart from the North to serve the queen, but you must promise me to keep this secret and allow Marina to fulfill her vow." The thought of condemning such a fine young woman to a life without marriage left Chen baffled. This man, having devoted so long to faith, seemed to have lost touch with normal human sentiment. Chen conceded, "Very well, I shall honor your request, but I hope you will not come to regret your decision." Marina, upon hearing from Chen that the large-nosed man wished to see her, bid farewell to Sansa and made her way to the church. Observing Marina's joyful demeanor, the large-nosed man began, "Marina, listen to me. From this day forth, you shall become a nun, as promised by the queen." Marina, somewhat reluctant, said, "Father, why must it be this way? The queen holds me in great favor." The large-nosed man replied, "I shall reveal it to you. Come with me." He led Marina into a room, secured the door tightly, and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall depart the northern realm, and you will assume the role of the bishop nun here. Now, I intend to impart our family's magic to you, and you must vow to keep it a secret." "What is magic?" Marina inquired with wide eyes. Her curiosity piqued. "It is the art of heart transformation and the melody of clarity," he explained. "Father, you have never spoken of this to me. Is it truly wondrous?" The large-nosed man continued, "To become a nun revered by many, you must master this magic. Only with this power can the faith of your followers remain unshaken. It is the foundation of a commendable clergy." He elaborated on the principles of the art of heart transformation and the melody of clarity, reciting the incantations for her. Once Marina had committed the verses to memory, he instructed, "Marina, you must practice daily until the day comes when you compel a resolute soul to kneel at your feet, weeping and confessing their transgressions. Only then will you ascend to the rank of archbishop in this land." Serving the 7 gods was indeed beyond what Chen could fathom. The large-nosed man's ambition was to elevate his daughter to the highest echelons of power and dominate all the faithful of this continent. He was willing to disregard his own desires to see her become a nun and inherit the archbishop's legacy, thus becoming the most devoted servant of the 7 gods. Yet, he had never contemplated whether his daughter wished for this. However, such considerations had become irrelevant. The magic Marina inherited lay dormant within her, beyond her control. The next day, Chen came to bid farewell to the large-nosed man. He gazed at him and said, "Esteemed monk Sebastian, I hope that while you serve the queen, you will convey to your followers that the northern realm is a trustworthy sanctuary and welcome them to settle here." The large-nosed man coldly replied, "I shall be loyal to the queen and heed her summons." At present, the northern realm was bustling with activity and in dire need of labor. Yet many remained skeptical of its potential to offer them refuge, preferring to endure under their lords. With the guidance of the large-nosed man, it was believed that they could find solace in the northern realm. Particularly, the urgent construction of a new winter city required hundreds of thousands of workers, a number far exceeding the current workforce. Marina had emerged as the chief nun of the northern realm, and Chen provided her with comprehensive support. No longer confined to a single location for preaching, she began to engage in itinerant ministry, venturing to areas of high congregation. Her primary task was to widely disseminate the virtues and achievements of Sansa, enabling all in the northern realm to rediscover their queen. To enhance her efficacy, Chen composed a detailed promotional pamphlet, mythologizing Sansa's accomplishments, portraying her as the very embodiment of the Holy Mother. As for the negative tales, they cannot be overlooked. Rather, they must be recast in a manner that allows them to deeply perceive that their queen possesses a will of iron, boundless wisdom, and angelic benevolence. In essence, their queen is divine, never erring, deserving of universal veneration. That young lady, Alia, should also be subtly mentioned in the promotion, serving as a personal touch. After this orchestration, Chen felt utterly at ease. It would not be long before the northern territory transformed into a true iron fist, a formidable aircraft carrier capable of weathering any storm and confronting even the gravest crises. As the saying goes, before expelling external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Subsequently, he could confidently proceed with the strategy for advancing the currency war. Chapter 56. The City of Asshai and the Millennial Forbidden Spell on the Continent of Exothos. In the city of Asshai, the wizard Merlin, wielding a black staff, slowly traversed the Bridge of Flames, making his way into the city. This was an ordinary stone bridge, ancient and worn, not particularly distinct from others. Common folk came and went freely, without obstruction, yet for those endowed with magic, crossing the bridge would ensnare them in suddenly erupting flames, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Legend has it that the King of Light bestowed a spell upon the bridge, rendering those with magical abilities unable to cross. However, this remained mere legend, as no one had ever witnessed someone perish in flames upon it. It was said that the city of Asshai was rife with wizards, yet ordinary people seldom recognized them. Thus, the city bustled with activity as merchants and performers from afar entered and exited freely. Beneath the seemingly vibrant surface of Asshai lay numerous perils, merely awaiting the right catalyst for eruption. Only those versed in sorcery understood what this catalyst was, the expiration of the millennial forbidden spell. Merlin entered the Hall of Dust, pushing open the grand black door of the temple. To the eyes of ordinary folk, this appeared to be an ordinary shrine, with the presiding master of all spirits resembling a kindly old man, indistinguishable from other elders. Yet, this was eternally a fade. As Merlin approached the master of all spirits, he struck the ground with his staff, and the visage of the master abruptly transformed. His eyes deepened to a pitch-black abyss. His 4 disciples, who typically seemed humble and spoke little, now appeared shrouded in a haze, as if separated by a veil. One bore a beetle upon his forehead. Another had a dog lying beside him. A droplet of blood rolled upon the brow of yet another, and the last held a diminutive effigy. Merlin recognized these as the 4 foremost disciples of the master of all spirits, the dog wizard, the blood wizard, the canine wizard, and the puppet wizard. They had attained the highest realm of wizardry, with the next step leading to the status of a sorcerer. Yet, that final leap might be imminent, or perhaps they would never achieve it in their lifetimes. You should not have come here. The voice of the archmage suddenly transformed. It was no longer warm and amiable, but instead floated about, now near, now distant. Will you not invite me to sit, great sorcerer? Inquired Merlin. The archmage remained silent. Suddenly, the dog that lay nearby stood up like a human, fetched a wooden stool, and placed it beneath Merlin before returning to its resting position. I have fulfilled your request. You may now speak, it said. Speak of what? How did you escape from Ash City? And why do you not share this secret with everyone? The Millennium Curse, that wretched Millennium Curse, has ensnared us here, condemning us to a life devoid of light. The sorcerers who remain in this world are those who, at the moment the curse took effect, fortuitously did not return to Ash City. At the moment the curse was enacted, any sorcerer who did not leave the city has never escaped since, to await the day the Millennium Curse is lifted. The immortal sorcerer decreed that anyone with magical abilities must, before death, pass on their magic to another. It is solely due to this decree that the magic within Ash City has been preserved. Merlin stated, "This is a secret I cannot divulge, lest I incur the most severe of curses." The archmage's dark eyes suddenly deepened in intensity. An extraordinary sight unfolded. The once pristine hall was now overrun with countless tiny insects. Strange and bizarre, they crawled upon Merlin's body in the blink of an eye, enveloping him entirely, even invading his face, ears, and nostrils. The sight was horrific and repulsive, as the insects writhed upon him as if foraging. One could see a beetle resting upon his forehead, its lips gently moving, as though whispering to the insects. Merlin did not flinch. Instead, he struck his staff forcefully upon the ground, causing the insects to fall away like dust. The fallen insects encircled Merlin, darting back and forth in an attempt to surge forward. The archmage, with his abyssal gaze, regarded Merlin, saying, "Your magical prowess has grown ever more formidable." Merlin replied, "I can only hope so, yet I am still no match for you." The archmage continued, "If you are unwilling to speak, what is your purpose in coming here?" Merlin answered, "Levin requires your assistance. You can assist as well. When I left Ash City, I vowed never to depart from the Iron Treasury. I also swore my eternal loyalty to Levin, yet what he requires of me takes me far from the Iron Treasury. What is the benefit? Levin promised to erect 1,000 dust temples, anywhere you desire. Is this not your wish?" The archmage scoffed. "The Bridge of Flames and the Millennium Curse, do not think I have forgotten." Merlin responded, "The duration of the Millennium Curse is nearing its end, and the Bridge of Flames shall cease to exist as well. Can you be certain?" Merlin remarked, "Unless Azor is reborn, no one can thwart this fate." "But what if the prophecy comes to fruition?" He continued, "That shall not happen. Even if Azor Ahai were to be resurrected, would he truly find this place? And if he did, the millennium-long curse would have elapsed. What significance would it hold then? I have consulted the divination stone, and there are no signs indicating Azor will be reborn on this continent." The archmage of all spirits suddenly erupted in laughter, his mirth akin to a lament. "What does Levin desire of me? To locate gold. A substantial fortune in gold coins from the Iron Vault has been pilfered, and its whereabouts remain elusive. He has dispatched numerous knights and spies, yet to no avail." The archmage inquired, "Is not the serpent sorceress guarding the vault under your command? She has perished, her magic unraveled by another. You know well that once a sorcerer's enchantment is broken, they meet a most gruesome demise." The archmage pondered, "Who? Say the highest order of archmages possesses the power to dismantle a sorceress's magic? Can you accomplish this?" Merlin shook his head. "My prowess is insufficient. Perhaps you could." The archmage laughed heartily. "I can, while you cannot. You should find this intriguing. In this world, few things can ignite your interest. This is a splendid opportunity." With pride, the archmage declared, "I accept your commendation, but I have conditions. You may state your terms. This is a transaction, after all." The Archmage proclaimed, "I wish for the Temple of Dust to be erected wherever Laven deems fit. The temple shall encompass all that exists, and magic shall once again reign supreme in this world." The four disciples standing nearby intoned in unison, "We extol the color black, the garb of the mournful deity. The hope of the world, we celebrate the night, which grants us strength and joy. O God of dust, I sing for you, I dance for you." Their praises grew louder, resembling both a wail and a poignant lament. Chapter 57. Omniscience and Omnipotence. The production model established by Chen is akin to a modern state-owned enterprise. With all revenues controlled by the Stark family, others labor for the kingdom, receiving remuneration. While this may seem somewhat antiquated in contemporary terms, it is the most pragmatic model on this continent. Thus, many matters are conducted based on practical circumstances. The best is not always the most suitable. As the North's development expanded, income and expenditures became increasingly frequent, leading to a tangled web of accounts across various industries. Corruption and inflated reports began to proliferate. In the North's original model, other families managed their affairs independently, akin to self-governance. The Stark family had limited management scope and authority, necessitating few accounting and supervisory personnel, with some overseeing 4 or 5 or even a dozen areas. Now, however, Sansa has consolidated ownership, particularly in lucrative sectors such as weapons, red bricks, coke, and soap, which nearly offsets 2/3 of the entire North's income. This raises a significant issue. With such vast income, there must also be considerable expenditure alongside inter-industry financial reconciliations. To prevent embezzlement and corruption, it is imperative to meticulously clarify the accounts and inventory details. This is an exceedingly complex task that necessitates the expertise of professionals. Otherwise, one may find themselves in utter confusion. Without such a significant transformation, even if Sansa consolidates power, she might manage to cope. However, the recent changes in the North have exceeded all expectations, with everyone acting solely on loyalty. Yet, loyalty is not a trait possessed by all. The sheer volume of transactions has left them bewildered, to the extent that they are unable to ascertain their actual earnings. Even more critically, if they cannot grasp the specifics of their inventory and goods, it poses substantial challenges for allocation. Upon reviewing the accounts managed by Roberto Gloff, who oversees the supplies department, Chen was utterly infuriated. The records merely outlined some broad income and expenditure, while minute details were conspicuously absent. When Chen confronted him, the old man pointed to the money in the chest, innocently claiming, "I'm sorry, with so much, I cannot keep track." How could he not comprehend such a vast transaction? Chen inquired about the chief accountant under him, who was equally muddled. In the face of such intricate accounts and transactions, in modern times, at the very least, a professional accounting team would be necessary. These half-trained individuals were utterly lost. Utilizing his expertise, Chen calculated that the funds submitted to Sansa by the old man were highly questionable, with discrepancies amounting to nearly 1/3. This sum was colossal. If this continued, a substantial quantity of gold would end up in Roberto's and his subordinates' hands. Sansa happily received the gold coins delivered to her daily, blissfully unaware that she was being deceived. Chen promptly approached Sansa to elucidate the situation. Sansa responded, "The Gloff family is loyal to House Stark. They fought for House Stark, and many have perished. Although there have been issues, I cannot punish him. Furthermore, replacing the minister in charge of supplies may not yield better results. This requires long-term planning." This woman indeed possessed wisdom and a broader perspective, contemplating the future. After a moment of reflection, Chen proposed, "I could establish an accounting training program to cultivate bookkeepers for the realm. However, the prerequisite is that these individuals must be literate and proficient in mathematics. Otherwise, the process would be excessively protracted." Sansa replied, "Where in the kingdom can one find such individuals? Those who are literate already hold positions of their own. Moreover, they can barely comprehend a book, let alone grasp mathematics. Such individuals can only be found in the Old Town Academy." The Old Town Academy? Indeed. Why had he not considered recruiting from there? Those individuals had received professional education, with mathematics being a fundamental subject. If they could be gathered and provided with specialized training, it would surely yield remarkable results. The challenge, however, was that the North had already declared independence. The Old Town Academy only heeded the king's summons. They would not entertain invitations from the North. In this realm, those who possess knowledge hold considerable status and loyalty, making it challenging to persuade them to comply willingly. What methods could be employed to entice them to the North, ensuring their voluntary cooperation? This truly was a delicate endeavor. "It seems that I must embark on a journey to King's Landing and the Old Town Academy. I intend to visit the academy." Sansa exclaimed in surprise. "Where do you plan to go, and for what purpose?" Observing Sansa's anxious demeanor, Chen could not help but wonder if she feared that he might depart and not return. Chen replied, I wish to seek out a group of scholars from the academy for financial management. I also intend to establish a secretarial team for you, as only the scholars from the academy are truly suited for the task. The responsibilities ahead will multiply, and it is impossible for you to manage everything alone. I cannot attend to every detail myself. A secretarial team? Is that a new position? She asked, inadvertently revealing her lack of understanding of such professional terminology. Chen clarified. It refers to individuals who organize and compile various information. For instance, when Roberto presents you with gold coins, they can assist by creating a detailed list, indicating sources, amounts, and other specifics, allowing you to comprehend everything at a glance and facilitating necessary inquiries based on those records. Sansa gazed at Chen and smiled, saying, You possess such vast knowledge. I almost suspect you are a divine being sent to aid me. Thank you, Chen. Your foresight is immensely appreciated. Your capabilities astound me. And without you, I would truly be in despair. As for the gold, your contributions must be significant, though you remain silent. I am aware that Arya has concealed the truth from me, yet I know she lacks the ability to accomplish this task. Chen was taken aback. He had assumed Sansa was unaware of many things, yet he had overlooked the fact that Sansa Stark had excelled among a group of men. While she may have shortcomings in other areas, her insight and political acumen were unparalleled. Chen chuckled. You seem to know everything yet feign ignorance. I appreciate your trust, Sansa. My queen. Sansa smiled and inquired, Could you enlighten me about the matter of the gold coins? Chen blinked and replied, Arya has already informed you. It is essentially as she described. I merely provided her with a suggestion. You are lying. When you blink, it indicates you are concealing the truth, Sansa remarked. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such a subtle expression had been perceived by her. Are you speaking ill of me, sister? He asked, as Arya suddenly appeared, prompting Sansa to exclaim, You are like a cat, always startling me. This young woman seemed to tread without a sound. It was a mystery how she had mastered such stealth. Chen observed Arya's scrutinizing gaze and said, Join me tomorrow for a trip to King's Landing. It will be quite enjoyable. Would you care to accompany me? To King's Landing? Will we meet Bran? Arya inquired, clearly taken aback. Chen responded mysteriously. You will find out in due time. I cannot reveal everything now. Arya appeared delighted and said, Chen, what scheme are you concocting this time? Sister, is that so? Sansa replied, I am uncertain. You should ask Chen. After all, she would soon be his queen, attuned to the nuances of supporting her partner. Seizing the moment of joy, Chen wished to showcase his own abilities, contemplating preparing a meal of dumplings to demonstrate that there are myriad ways to work with dough, not solely for bread making. Chapter 58. The journey to King's Landing in an effort to immerse the two sisters in the artistry of Eastern cuisine. Chen resolved to demonstrate his culinary skills in the Grand Hall. He instructed the servants to bring flour, to which he added water to knead the dough. As for the preparation of the filling, a task lacking in theatricality, he delegated that to the servants. Once the dough was properly kneaded, Chen fashioned a short rolling pin from a piece of wood. He tore the dough into small pieces, rolling them into thin sheets, which he then shaped into various forms. There were ingot shapes, lighthouse shapes, little dog shapes, and boat shapes, each adorned with red beans, black beans, and strands of vegetables, rendering the dumplings exceedingly beautiful. This process resembled a form of painting, leaving the sisters in awe. Sansa picked up an ingot-shaped dumpling and exclaimed, Does it have a meaning? Our clever Sir Golden Top? Indeed, it symbolizes wealth. Consuming it will bring prosperity. Is there a special way to eat it? Quite simply, one must boil it. Goodness. This is astounding. Chen, what you create is nothing short of art. Well, that compliment is rather fair, he replied, first preparing a plate of cooked dumplings for them. The sisters approached the dumplings as if they were living beings, cautiously placing them into their mouths with spoons. Once they experienced the exquisite taste, they could not help but begin to compete for more, entirely forgetting their identities. Chen watched them with delight as they finished, and he commenced preparing another batch. Sansa, eager to partake, asked, May I learn? Certainly. Come, I shall teach you. Thus, Chen guided Sansa hand in hand in the art of rolling dumpling skins. This task proved exceedingly difficult for her. The coordination between her left hand with the dough and her right hand with the rolling pin was utterly mismatched, and her clumsiness nearly brought Chen to laughter. Seizing the moment, he grasped Sansa's hand to assist her. They were close together, and the occasional contact of their skin allowed him to savor a long-desired moment of intimacy. Such closeness, did it not speak volumes? Just as Chen was lost in this tender teaching moment, Lyanna interjected, eager to learn as well. Though irritation brewed within him, he had no choice but to devote himself to instructing Lyanna. The experience of teaching Lyanna was starkly different from that of Sansa. The passion and hope that had fueled his enthusiasm were absent. Despite sharing the same gender, why did the sensations differ so greatly? The three of them sat together, enjoying dumplings, and Chen found himself momentarily transported back to a previous life, enveloped by the warmth of familial reunion. The meal was filled with joy, and remarkably, Lyanna, the ever-critical young woman, refrained from opposing Chen. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had all felt the flavors of home. How delightful it would be if the three of them could share meals together every day. Chen yearned for that day to arrive soon. The following day, Chen, accompanied by Lyanna, set forth towards King's Landing. Above them, a large and a small golden-eyed eagle circled, never straying far from their sides. Days later, they arrived at Winterfell, taking refuge in a modest inn. Once the grandest and most bustling city in Westeros, it now lay in ruins, with beggars scattered throughout the streets. The food at the inn was exorbitantly priced. A loaf of bread and a sausage cost a silver moon. The ruins of collapsed houses are scattered everywhere, and the once towering and sturdy city walls have crumbled significantly. A group of ragged individuals is feebly attempting repairs. At this rate, it will take another decade to restore the initial vibrancy and bustle. The splendor of King's Landing has become a mere reminiscence, unable to reclaim its former allure. Chen now has a task at hand, to pilfer the correspondence of the Imp Tyrion. He is the Chancellor of the Six Kingdoms, and the Citadel will still heed his commands. Observing Chen slyly securing the door, Arya inquired with caution, "What are you up to?" "Sleeping," he replied. As he collapsed onto the bed, Arya became incensed. "Are you here to play?" Chen cast her a disdainful glance and retorted, "What a racket. I'm merely taking a stroll to the Chancellor's Tower to retrieve a few items." Arya chuckled, "Lying on the bed and going to the Chancellor's Tower? Are you sleepwalking?" "Close enough," Chen responded. "I warn you, do not disturb me, or else things may go awry." Chen adjusted himself comfortably and then concentrated his consciousness, transferring it into the body of a small hawk perched upon the rooftop outside. He had yet to reach the level of mastery that allowed him to operate freely like Braun. He could only focus intently, unable to multitask. Once he had steadied his mind, his eyes rolled back, completely transforming into white orbs as all his mental energy entered the small golden-eyed hawk. It was truly marvelous. Upon entering the hawk's body, Chen felt as if he were hidden in a room, observing the outside world through two eyes. Once under Chen's control, the hawk trembled and immediately took flight towards the Chancellor's Tower. The exhilaration was akin to piloting a silent miniature aircraft. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he recalled that the Chancellor's Tower was quite a distance from the royal palace. However, the devastation throughout King's Landing made navigation challenging. After a considerable search, accurately described as a prolonged flight, he finally located the tower-like structure. This edifice consisted of 3 levels. The lower floor housed 4 guards. The middle served as an office, and the topmost level was a bedroom. Fortunately, the golden-eyed hawk was small and unobtrusive. Nevertheless, as it flew in, it caught the attention of the guards. "What is that, a bird?" one questioned. "Perhaps," came the reply. "Sray, go take a look." "What for?" "It's just a wild bird." The guards deliberated whether to chase it away, but fortunately, their laziness and incompetence prevailed. Chen circled the conference room, finding it devoid of any occupants. The oval-shaped black council table was covered in dust, indicating it had been ages since anyone had convened there. Chen then ascended to the topmost level, perching at the window to observe within. There, he beheld the once glorious dwarf Tyrion, slumped in his chair, drinking. He appeared haggard, with unkempt hair and beard that had not seen a trim in quite some time. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead as if there were a performance unfolding before him. Suddenly, Urian felt a pang of sympathy for him. He could have stood by the side of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, serving as an exceptional hand of the queen, realizing his aspirations for governance. Yet he chose to betray the mother of dragons, inciting Jon Snow to take her life. Such actions, though seemingly noble, yielded disastrous consequences. Now, the 6 kingdoms, which appeared tranquil, were in fact a mere collection of scattered grains of sand. Neither he nor Bran possessed the authority to unite the hearts of the people. Would Daenerys, had she still drawn breath, have rejuvenated this land? Urian gazed compassionately at the imp, Tyrion, for a moment before resuming his quest. He sought a letter penned by Tyrion himself, along with the seal emblazoned with a roaring lion. Chapter 59, An Unconventional Theft. Urian, or rather the golden-eyed hawk, soared into the conference room, flapping about the table and cabinets. Only the dusty, thick tomes greeted him, with no sign of any correspondence. If such items existed, they were likely hidden within the cabinet. What to do? Urian directed the little hawk to attempt opening the large cabinet, but its strength was insufficient to budge it. A solution was imperative, a challenge both simple and intricate. After some contemplation, Urian concluded that he might solicit Tyrion's assistance. The diminutive man, though lacking in stature and strength, posed a lesser threat. Urian returned to Tyrion's chamber, alighting on his window, fixing him with his radiant gaze, and cawing insistently. Tyrion regarded the hawk with curiosity, muttering, "You wretched bird, how bothersome." Observing Tyrion's reluctance to rise, Urian persisted in his calls, hoping to spur him into action. Once he stood, he would have the motivation to follow. Indeed, the incessant noise from the hawk irked Tyrion, prompting him to rise and shoo it away. Seizing the moment, Urian took flight. Outside, he began to peck vigorously at the door. Enraged, Tyrion flung the door open, exclaiming, "Dreadful creature, you had better fly far away, or I shall be quite vexed." Urian landed on the ground, eyeing him while continuing his cacophonous calls. Intrigued by the peculiar bird, Tyrion began to pursue it. Urian led him in a series of starts and stops, eventually guiding him to the cabinet in the conference room. He perched atop it, pecking at the cabinet door. At last, Tyrion seemed to awaken to the implication of the bird's behavior, realizing it was urging him to open the cabinet. With a furrowed brow, he pulled the cabinet open and peered inside at the documents. Urian took flight, landing a gentle peck on Tyrion's head. Startled by the sudden assault, Tyrion rubbed his head and cursed, "Cursed bird, are you challenging the realm's hand?" Urian settled a short distance away, cawing at him before soaring outside. Tyrion, now thoroughly intrigued, resumed his chase after the bird, oblivious to the fact that he had left the cabinet door ajar. Faced with the bizarre spectacle, he could not fathom the implications. Chen led him outside in pursuit. Several guards, intrigued, looked at Tyrion and inquired, "My Lord Prime Minister, do you enjoy chasing birds?" Tyrion pointed at the birds ahead and exclaimed, "Catch it, do not ask why." The guards joined Tyrion in the chase after the small hawk. One guard drew a crossbow, preparing to shoot, but Tyrion immediately yelled, "Fool, catch it alive." Chen fluttered in front of them, darting into a narrow alley before entering a dilapidated house, then flying out through a window, evading them as he soared away. Little did they know, they were not pursuing a mere bird, but a highly intelligent human capable of flight. Chen returned to the conference room, approached the cabinet, and rummaged through its contents. Given that a hawk's talons are not as adept as human hands, the task of sifting through letters and documents was quite clumsy. After considerable effort, he finally located a draft written by Tyrion. Upon comparison, he confirmed it was indeed penned by Tyrion himself. Next, he sought another item, the seal. After another round of searching, Chen found the seal, wrapping it in the paper and placing it upon the table. To avoid arousing Tyrion's suspicion, he risked injury and flew up, striking the cabinet door with the hawk's head. After much exertion, he managed to leave the cabinet door ajar. He grasped the paper and seal with his talons and joyfully flew back to the inn. Arya was staring blankly at Chen, who lay on the bed, lost in thought. The small hawk flew in through the window, dropped the items onto the bed, and then flew out again. Arya alternated her gaze between the hawk and Chen, her eyes filled with wonder. Although she understood that this magic was inherited by Chen from Bronco, she still could not comprehend the situation. Chen's consciousness returned to his body. He sprang up from the bed, seized the items, and triumphantly declared, "Acquiring these was quite the endeavor. That little imp Tyrion has been running around at my behest." Arya asked, "Did you see the little demon?" "Of course. He is hardly the figure of grandeur he once was. It's rather pitiable. Without his misguided schemes, he might still be Daenerys' prime minister. Now, he is as beleaguered as a young bride." "What do you intend to do?" Arya inquired. "This is a 3-step plan. The first step has been successfully completed, and 2 steps remain. The second step requires your involvement." "Me? I will inform you tomorrow." Chen then focused on studying the handwriting on the paper. Understanding how to start and how to maneuver the pen required meticulous contemplation. Otherwise, the imitation would easily be discerned. His initial task was straightforward: to draft a letter to the Citadel, requesting the dispatch of 100 scholars and apprentices to the north for collaborative efforts between the kingdom and the north. While it might be difficult for the head of the Citadel to believe, the connections with Bran and House Stark rendered it less peculiar. Chen procured paper and began to mimic Tyrion's handwriting. After spending nearly half the night, Chen finally composed a letter to the Academy of Learning in the handwriting of Tyrion. He scrutinized the letter, comparing it with the original script, and felt a sense of disquiet. Although the handwriting appeared identical, something seemed amiss, and he could not fathom why. Chen handed the letter to Aliyah, inquiring if there were any issues. Aliyah examined it closely, furrowing her brow, and replied, "It resembles it closely, yet it also feels different. I cannot quite place it." Indeed, if Aliyah could discern the discrepancy, how could the scholars of the Academy fail to notice it? Chen pondered further and suggested, "Is it perhaps lacking in fluidity?" Akin to the natural flow of water? Aaliyah nodded in agreement. Yes, that is precisely the sensation. Realizing the lack of fluidity, he resolved to practice writing it several more times. Strangely, despite having pinned it over a dozen times, the handwriting remained consistent yet retained an intermittent quality. What could be the reason behind this? Chen began to recall Tyrion's penmanship. Suddenly, it dawned on him Tyrion was left-handed. No wonder his own writing felt disjointed. Fortunately, in his previous life, Chen had taken an interest in the art of ambidexterity, having practiced writing simultaneously with both hands. Although he had yet to master the duality of mind and hand, he could write the same content with both hands without difficulty. He set to work with his left hand, rewriting the letter numerous times until it was flawlessly imitated, confident that Tyrion would not suspect it was penned by another. With the task completed, Chen employed a pre-prepared crimson liquid seal, dropping it at the envelope's closure, then pressing a seal upon it. The image of a lioness had emerged, a clear representation of the Lannister family crest, as well as Tyrion's personal insignia. To avoid arousing Tyrion's suspicion, Chen once more directed his consciousness to the golden-eyed eagle, sending it back to the Hand's Tower to leave the seal on the desk. As long as Tyrion did not misplace the seal, his suspicions would lack foundation. The first step was executed flawlessly. The second phase of the plan could be set into motion the following day. Chapter 60. The second transformation. Chen and Aaliyah stood vigilant on the path to Old Town Academy. Each day, the gold-cloaked guards delivered crucial royal decrees to other kingdoms. And with a stroke of luck, they might catch a courier the same day. Leaning against a tree, Chen said to Aaliyah, "You keep watch while I investigate." With a roll of his eyes, revealing the whites, he transferred his consciousness into the large golden-eyed eagle. The majestic bird shivered, then soared into the sky, heading towards King's Landing. It flew over city walls and crumbling ruins, directly reaching the royal palace. Suddenly, Chen spotted an unexpected figure, Bran Stark, the newly appointed king of the Six Kingdoms. He was seated in a wheelchair, being pushed towards the royal chambers by his gold-cloaked guards. In the narrative, this former Stark heir is regarded as one of the most legendary figures in the realm. He dragged his two crippled legs, relying on unparalleled willpower, and under the protection of the Reed siblings, survived for several years in the vast, desolate expanse of the northern snow. Eventually, he discovered the three-eyed crow and became its successor, earning the title of king among crows. Besides the ability to return to the past, he could also transfer his consciousness into the bodies of the crows, allowing them to witness unfolding events on his behalf. This skill of Chen's bore resemblance to Bran's abilities, the distinction lying in the fact that Chen could command the golden-eyed eagle to perform tangible tasks, such as stealing Tyrion's seal, while Bran could merely observe without the capacity to direct the crows to act. In this regard, Chen exhibited a certain superiority. Chen directed the golden-eyed eagle to circle above Bran's head when he suddenly noticed Bran looking up at him. The gaze Bran cast upon the golden-eyed eagle struck with the force of a hammer, jolting Chen's consciousness. Caught. What should he do now? Suddenly, the crows perched in the trees began to caw in unison and took flight, charging toward the golden-eyed eagle. Flee, quickly flee. Bran was deploying his controlled crows against him. Chen hastily commanded the eagle to escape. Wherever he flew, that flock of crows followed, cawing loudly in pursuit. With his consciousness still within the golden-eyed eagle, the consequences of being overtaken by these crows were uncertain, but they surely would not bode well. Chen maneuvered the great eagle into the woods. With the crows following closely behind, he flew into a rocky cave, and the crows pursued him into the darkness. He found himself in a dire predicament, harried and without a viable escape. He had intended to withdraw his consciousness, yet feared that the crows would not spare the great eagle. After all, despite its prowess, the eagle could not withstand their sheer numbers. As the saying goes, 3 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. This treasure must not perish. It had tasted his flesh and drunk his blood, akin to kin. With no other choice, Chen broke free from the throng of crows and soared toward Elia in search of assistance. She was intelligent and might possess the wisdom to address the situation. Elia was quietly observing Chen when suddenly, she heard the cawing of crows overhead. Looking up, she saw a dark swarm of crows pursuing the golden-eyed eagle. Elia was taken aback, glancing at Chen, unsure of how to respond. In desperation, Chen dove down and flew behind Elia, hastily retrieving his consciousness. He sprang to his feet, shielding the golden-eyed eagle, and said, "Elia, what should we do? Your brother Bran has discovered me and is in pursuit." Elia gazed at the circling mass of crows and replied, "What can we do? I do not know." Suddenly, the flock of crows dispersed, and the cacophony of their caws faded into silence. Chen finally exhaled in relief, saying, "Bran must have seen you, perhaps out of regard for you. He has chosen to spare me." The three-eyed crow, how formidable it is. My modest magic pales in comparison to his. Ilya remarked, perhaps. Per Bran. He is no longer Bran Stark. We must keep our distance from him in the future. He is far too dangerous. Two individuals engaged in conversation when the distant sound of rapid hoofbeats pierced the air. Elora, like a gust of wind, ascended to a high vantage point, standing upon a great stone to survey the horizon. In the distance, two knights clad in golden armor, adorned with dog-headed helmets and draped in white cloaks, raced towards them. As they approached, Elora seized the dragonbone bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the oncoming figures. This dragonbone bow, said to be crafted from the bones of dragons, possessed a range and power far superior to that of ordinary bows. Those who wielded such a bow regarded it as a treasured possession. Elora's marksmanship was exceptional. With but 2 arrows, she struck their steeds. The sudden assault caused the horses to collapse, hurling their riders a considerable distance. Given the speed of the gallop, the fall was quite severe for the 2 knights. Chen and Elora rushed forward, drawing the Queen's fury, and with a single thrust, pierced through their bodies. Despite the excellence of the golden-clad guard's armor, it could not withstand the sharpness of the Queen's fury. Chen removed their wolf-headed helmets, relieved to find their faces unscathed beneath the protective gear. Had their visages been marred, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Together, Chen and Elora hoisted the 2 corpses and sought refuge in a cave. Elora retrieved a small curved dagger from her satchel, tracing a line from hairline to neck upon one of the faces. She then placed her palm upon the marked visage, gently massaging while reciting an incantation. After a moment, she deftly pinched and slowly peeled away the skin, akin to unwrapping a layer of parchment. Upon revealing their faces, they appeared crimson, as if uniformly coated in blood. She instructed Chen to block the cave entrance and began to disguise herself, emerging with the countenance of a man, cold, haughty, and devoid of any flaws. It was now Chen's turn. Following the previous experience with the face-swapping magic, the searing sensation remained etched in his memory, and given the choice, he would never wish to endure such torment again. It was excruciating. Magic was not merely a game. Yet, there was no escaping the folly of his own suggestion. As the saying goes, heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but one's own transgressions are inescapable. One cannot avoid the pit they have dug for themselves. In the dim cavern, Elora affixed the skin to Chen's face and began reciting the incantation. A wave of burning sensation almost made him leap. This time, however, was markedly different. Previously, the burning lasted an eternity. Now, it merely lingered for 2 breaths before transforming into a tingling numbness, uncomfortable yet bearable. The only unpleasant aspect was the nauseating scent of blood. Exiting the cave, Chen and Elora donned 2 sets of deceased knights' armor and draped themselves in the white cloak, observing their reflections in the water. Their transformation was seamless, embodying the golden-clad guardians of the kingdom, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Even their own fathers would not doubt their authenticity. Their voices had also entirely morphed into that of men, with prominent Adam's apples clearly visible. There remained but one aspect that required adjustment: the tone of their speech. As guardians clad in golden robes, they naturally possessed a unique manner of speech. Chen was entirely unfamiliar with this mode of communication, but fortunately, he had Ilya by his side. She meticulously explained the sequence of dialogue, the appropriate tone, and the requisite expressions, even demonstrating each aspect. After practicing repeatedly for more than a dozen times, Chen found himself free of any doubts. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and a fist bump, sharing a smile before setting off on horseback towards Old Town Academy. Chapter 61. Old Town Academy. Old Town is one of the 5 major port cities of Westeros and is the oldest among them, located at the southwestern corner of the continent, where the Whispering River flows into the Sunset Sea at the bay. This city serves as the hub for lords of the 7 kingdoms to convene, deliberate, and share knowledge, as well as a sanctuary for the scholarly pursuits of learned men. Old Town is also the most significant port of the 7 kingdoms, a center for both maritime and overland trade. Vessels from distant lands converge here, navigating routes that span the Summer Isles, free trade city-states, and other locales across the narrow sea. The bustling trade ensures that Old Town is perpetually alive with activity. The abundance of work affords its inhabitants a relatively prosperous life, devoid of throngs of beggars. The most magnificent sight in Old Town is the towering High Tower, the tallest structure in Westeros. This stone staircase tower is said to rise over 800 feet, imbued with ancient magic. A bright flame burns continuously at its summit, symbolizing the hope of mankind and serving as a guiding beacon for seafaring vessels. Old Town is governed by House Hightower, known for its expertise in trade and a reluctance to engage in the conflicts of the 7 kingdoms, thus remaining largely unscathed by the ravages of war for centuries. The current Lord of Old Town is Lord Leighton Hightower. The Academy is a complex of buildings situated along the banks of the Whispering River, with its towers and structures interconnected by stone arch bridges. Flanking the main entrance are two imposing green sphinx statues, one bearing a male visage and the other a female. The Academy serves as the supreme governing body for all scholars in the Seven Kingdoms and the residents of the Grand Maesters. Here, they convene to study, mentor newcomers, and upon passing their assessments, receive royal approval to serve various noble families. Upon entering the Academy, one finds the scriptorium, a place where assistant scholars provide writing services to the public. The citizens of Old Town come here seeking assistance in drafting wills, reading and writing letters, and accessing medical services, while some stalls offer books and maps for sale. The nature and function of the Academy are akin to those of a modern-day esteemed institution of higher learning and research, though it stands singular and complex, embodying the intellectual elite of the continent. Chen and Elia dismounted before the grand entrance of the Academy and proceeded into the Hall of the Overseer. The hall features a floor of rough stone and towering arched windows. At the far end of the hall stands an elevated platform where a gatekeeper is seated, responsible for receiving all who wish to meet with the Overseer. Chen and Elia approached the gatekeeper. The elderly man was engrossed in a thick tome, his head never lifting, as if oblivious to the presence of anyone before him. Indeed, the people here exuded an air of arrogance. Chen placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword and spoke with haughty confidence. "We seek an audience with Lord Andrew Haythar. The Prime Minister has a letter for him." The gatekeeper lifted his head, coldly regarding Chen, and said, "Present the letter." Chen produced the missive, sealed with a prominent lion's head insignia. "The Chancellor awaits. Lord Haythar is presently occupied." Chen and Elia entered the Chancellor's hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with ancient paintings depicting a myriad of peculiar figures. With Chen's keen eye for art, honed in a past life, he discerned the high artistic caliber and the antiquity of the works. In this era, though few, there remained artistic masters, each possessing remarkable talent. Elia turned to Chen and asked, "Do you know much about painting? Could you enlighten me?" "Very well. It may be somewhat tedious, but if you wish to listen." Thus, Chen began to explicate the lines, color combinations, overall composition, and light-dark contrasts of the figures depicted in the paintings. Observing the almost reverent gaze in Elia's eyes, Chen felt a swell of pride within him. One day, he vowed, he would have this young lady kneeling at his feet. Otherwise, she would forever consider herself superior. "Could you create a portrait of me?" Elia suddenly inquired. "Such a request requires good behavior on your part." Seeing the determined look in Elia's eyes, Chen burst into laughter. He found their playful banter quite entertaining, and watching Elia's frustrated expression was rather satisfying. Just as Chen was admiring the artwork, Lord Andrew Haythar entered. Clad in a gray long robe, he stooped slightly, his murky eyes scrutinizing Chen and Elia. His strained gaze suggested he was severely myopic. "Lord Haythar," Elia began, "the king has issued a command for you, which you are entitled to review." She handed the fabricated letter to the old man. Andrew took the letter, opened it, and examined it closely with a magnifying glass. After a considerable pause, he set the letter down and regarded Chen and Elia, asking, "Are you certain this is the Prime Minister's own hand, knights?" "No one is more adept at discerning such matters than you, Chancellor Andrew Haythar," Elia replied. Andrew continued, "The king intends to send 100 scholars and 50 assistant scholars to the north. Why is that? The Queen of the North is no longer under the king's dominion. Does he harbor some ulterior motive?" Chen interjected, "Would you care to inquire with the king? We have no interest in such matters." "It seems no one possesses the right to question the king or the Prime Minister's intentions." Elia remarked, "The current king is Bran Stark. He is not Robert Baratheon. A fact you surely do not forget." Her words carried a deeper implication, subtly hinting at the connection between the king and the north. Andrew Haythar scrutinized the letter once more and said, "Very well. The Academy cannot question the king's decisions, but this matter will require several days to resolve." "Why is that?" "The king intends to dispatch numerous scholars and apprentices, all of whom are engaged in their duties and require time for transition. The north is quite distant from the Academy, and these scholars must make arrangements, such as bidding farewell to their families, which necessitates time, Sir Knight." Chen and Elia exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to comply, lest they raise the old man's suspicions. Suddenly, Andrew fixed his gaze upon Chen and inquired, "Is the knight well versed in knowledge?" "What knowledge could a knight possess? Surely, the esteemed scholar would not mock a mere guard?" "Ah, your appreciation for art is quite evident. I suspect you may indeed be a scholar." Chen was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his expertise. While explaining the painting to Elia, The old man must have discerned Ochen's specialized knowledge. Such ostentatious displays can sometimes lead one into a pitfall. This habit must be amended. Ochen quickly added, "My uncle was once a scholar. He had a great fondness for painting. I learned from him in my youth, but alas, I was too dull to master it. Is there an issue, esteemed scholar? It is regrettable. Had you applied yourself diligently, you could have become an exceptional artist. You possess a natural talent." Ochen replied, "Is this a compliment, Lord Hightower? I have no desire to dabble in brush and ink. The sword is my true passion." Andrew arranged for Ochen and Elia to be accommodated in a guest room, and they had no choice but to settle in, awaiting further word from Andrew. As night fell, Ochen suddenly confronted an unavoidable dilemma. They had only one room, and within it, a solitary bed and a single set of bedding. What was to be done? Would they truly have to share a bed this evening? Chapter 62. The glass candle. Ochen approached a serving attendant to elucidate the situation. The attendant, visibly troubled, informed Ochen that the academy possessed no spare rooms or additional bedding, as it typically did not host guests. Their current status as golden-robed guards made it quite normal for two men to share a room. Fearing suspicion, Ochen dared not raise an uproar and could only make do. He contemplated sleeping on the floor. But without bedding and considering the room had not been occupied for some time, the filthy floor was hardly a suitable option. Observing Elia comfortably reclined on the bed, Ochen ventured, "My lady, might we discuss a possible arrangement?" Ochen continued, "You see, there is but one bed. We are both weary from the day's exertions. Perhaps you could sleep for the first half of the night, and I shall take the latter half, alternating our rest." "That will not do," Ochen exclaimed. "Have you no conscience? I am being so accommodating, and yet you refuse even this simple request." Elia, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "Do you not harbor other thoughts? You are usually quite clever, are you not?" Ochen retorted, "No matter how clever I am, I cannot conjure up a second bed." Elia, disinterested, wrapped herself in the bedding and fell asleep. Feeling quite aggrieved, Ochen could only sit on a chair and doze off. Eventually, unable to endure the discomfort any longer, he toppled over, striking his head and forming a sizable bump. Observing Elia in her peaceful slumber, Ochen felt a surge of irritation. If she was to be so callous, she mustn't blame him for any impropriety. Resolutely, he decided to join her on the bed, albeit at the opposite end. As soon as he lay down, he could no longer endure it. Elia had sweaty feet, and despite having washed them, the pungent odor still lingered. This simply wouldn't do. Perhaps he should sleep elsewhere? Quietly. Ochen crawled over, lifted the blanket, and nestled beside Elia. At last, he was spared the unpleasant scent of her feet. It struck Ochen as odd that Elia, typically so alert, had not awakened despite his movements. Perhaps she was simply too fatigued. In a drowsy slumber, Ochen was suddenly jolted awake by a wave of warmth washing over his face. He opened his eyes to find Elia embracing him, her face mere inches from his, her breath rhythmically fanning against him. He contemplated extricating himself, but upon gazing at her peaceful visage, he couldn't bear to rouse her. Fortunately, a man's face loomed nearby. Otherwise, he might have lost control, despite knowing that behind that masculine facade lay a rather attractive girl. As Ochen drifted back into a deep sleep, he unexpectedly tumbled off the bed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Elia staring at him wide-eyed. "You have offended me," she declared. Ochen scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "What would you have me do? Do not forget, you are now a man, a golden-robed guardian of King's Landing. Look for yourself." He retrieved a mirror and held it up to Elia's face, asserting, "You are a man, do you understand? What is so unusual about men sleeping together?" Perhaps she truly believed she was a man now. She merely huffed and fell silent. Rubbing his aching back, Ochen grumbled, "After a night of sleep. Where were you all this time?" Elia shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Fool." With nothing better to do, Ochen and Elia explored the entire scholarly city. The most magnificent sight was undoubtedly the towering spire. Standing atop it felt as if one were suspended among the clouds, with distant ships traversing the water's surface visible below. The enormous stone basin at the pinnacle blazed with a brilliant flame, said to have burned for a millennium, impervious to even the heaviest rains. This grand structure was imbued with magical power. Mere mortal effort could never have raised it to such heights. Within the tower lay a library, housing a wealth of ancient tomes. Due to a lack of sufficient manpower for transcription, many volumes were severely eaten away by insects, and turning the pages required the utmost delicacy lest they crumble to dust. The ground floor served as a place for scholars to study and engage in discussions, replete with numerous laboratories conducting experiments shrouded in secrecy. As Ochen and Elia circumnavigated the tower, they stumbled upon a cage in a corner, imprisoning a completely bald old man with a remarkably large head. His tattered clothing hung loosely on his gaunt frame, and his sunken cheeks framed eyes that resembled green glass marbles, seemingly lost in a deep abyss. Those eyes were peculiar, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld them. Chen tapped on the cage, inquiring, "Hello, what crime have you committed?" The man regarded Chen and replied, "Golden-robed guardian of the king. Have you come to escort me to King's Landing for the king's judgment?" Chen inquired curiously, "Is your crime so grave that it warrants a royal judgment?" The man replied, "Do you know about glass candles? I have a fascination with them, but Andrew forbids me from pursuing my studies. That ignorant fool. He has no idea of the wonders of glass candles. If you understood their enchantment, you would surely be captivated by their magic as well." Glass candles? A shiver coursed through Chen. It was through the power of glass candles that Bronco had imparted magic to him. Without them, he could never have acquired such abilities in such a brief span of time. The scholarly city possessed glass candles? Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Chen fixed his gaze upon the man and asked, "What is your name? Are you a grand scholar?" The man proudly declared, "My name is rather difficult to remember. You may refer to me as the green-eyed monster. I am unparalleled, the most astute grand scholar." Chen smiled. "Your eyes are indeed peculiar. But monster is hardly the appropriate term." As their conversation unfolded, Chen found himself profoundly impressed by the erudition of the green-eyed scholar. He was well-versed in medicine, adept in astronomy, knowledgeable in mathematics, and possessed an intimate familiarity with the cultural geography of Westeros and Essos. Moreover, he was utterly enamored with the art of magic. In the scholarly city, the study of magic was strictly prohibited. Despite being a leading scholar, the green-eyed one's obsession with magic led to repeated admonitions from Andrew, which ultimately proved fruitless. Unable to sway him from his passion, Andrew decided to confine him, preparing to send him to King's Landing for judgment. Such a gem of a man, Chen resolved to lure him to the north. "O north, where Queen Sansa Stark reigns, would you pledge your loyalty to her, esteemed scholar?" Chen proposed. The green-eyed scholar replied, "As a prisoner, I cannot venture anywhere. I may very well face execution." "I can offer you assistance," Chen assured, "if you are willing to journey to the north, esteemed scholar." The green-eyed scholar remarked, "The north is a desolate land. I have no fondness for it." "Very well," Chen replied. "What conditions do you wish to propose?" "Should you assist me in locating the 4 glass candles hidden within the scholarly city, and agree to allow me to study magic, I shall consider your offer," the green-eyed scholar stated. "Where are the glass candles?" Chen inquired. "They reside within the underground labyrinth of the Tower of Shadows," the scholar responded. "Since you are aware of their location, why not seek them out yourself?" Chen questioned. "It is said that only those endowed with magic can perceive the glass candles. I possess the knowledge, but not the magic. Despite my many attempts, I have always failed to find the wondrous glass candles," the green-eyed scholar lamented. "Just because you cannot find them, does that mean I can?" Chen retorted. "Thus, your proposal is mere idle chatter, lacking any practical significance." Chen, exasperated, exclaimed, "Were you toying with me all along?" The green-eyed scholar shrugged and replied, "Your proposal, my conditions. Knight, as long as you can procure those 4 glass candles, I swear my allegiance to you. However, it seems you might be incapable of achieving that." Though it sounded sincere, could such extraordinary glass candles truly be found so easily? They were, after all, imbued with boundless magical power. Note, this book is intended to conclude. In order to provide an explanation for the readers who have been ardently pursuing this book, I intend to clarify a few points, even if it may seem somewhat superfluous. Let it be deemed a necessary embellishment. To be candid, I am not particularly fond of the fantasy genre, especially Western fantasy. However, what compelled me to write this book? Simply put, I am an ardent admirer of Game of Thrones. What does it mean to be an ardent admirer? In a nutshell, it signifies an overwhelming passion and fervent obsession. It must be said that Game of Thrones, the most remarkable light fantasy television series in history, stands as my unequivocal favorite. And I suspect that readers who have followed this far share a similar sentiment. There is no need for me to elaborate further, as I trust everyone understands its esteemed position within the realm of global fantasy television. With its grand narrative techniques, realistic settings, breathtaking visuals, and a tapestry woven from Western medieval historical events, those who appreciate it surely do not hesitate to offer their accolades. My deep admiration for the series has led me to yearn to immerse myself within its world, to create a fantastical realm of my own imagination. Regrettably, my skills fell short, and I was unable to craft the world as I envisioned. The initial motivation for writing this book stemmed from the encouragement of my dear friend, Kong Miao. I shared with him my insights on Game of Thrones and the extensive notes I had taken, amounting to over 100,000 words. In my quest to understand every intricate detail, He believed that since my fascination with the series was profound and my understanding substantial, I should endeavor to write a fan fiction based on it. From the outset, he expressed unwavering confidence in my abilities, convinced that I would succeed. With his encouragement, I began to write. However, after confidently composing several chapters, I suddenly realized that I was unable to navigate this endeavor effectively, and I could not produce the story that both the readers and I desired. Confidence and execution often diverge vastly. I initially intended to halt my efforts, but Kong Miao remained steadfast in his belief in me and actively provided feasible suggestions. His advice was to approach it as a farming narrative. By adhering to this central theme, I might achieve a result that I could find acceptable. I mistakenly thought I could master the farming narrative approach, only to find myself veering off course as I wrote, feeling that the readers would not be engaged. I contemplated merging fantasy with the farming narrative. While this idea was not inherently flawed, my error lay in hastily commencing without a comprehensive outline, possessing only a vague trajectory for the story. As I serialized the work and reached over 100,000 words, I suddenly recognized that something was amiss. Upon self-reflection, I discerned that the story was excessively mundane. What does it mean when we say that readers prefer mountains over flat plains? It signifies that the structure of a novel's plot should aspire to the undulating heights of mountains, interspersed with deep springs and flowing streams. Yet my narrative unfolded as a flat expanse, allowing the protagonist to traverse too smoothly, thus losing its appeal. Where did the problem lie? The conflicts within the story were minimal, or rather, there was virtually no internal conflict, and external conflicts could not emerge too soon. Consequently, the plot appeared rather bland, lacking the rhythmic ebb and flow of tension. Of course, there were numerous issues, but this was the most significant, and it represented a challenging flaw to rectify. If substantial alterations are necessary, it would be prudent to commence from the first 10 chapters, thereby rendering the endeavor akin to a complete rewrite. It may be more efficient to pen an entirely new volume. Furthermore, given that this genre inherently caters to a niche audience, the absence of favorable feedback from readers diminishes the motivation to continue. With this consideration in mind, I have resolved to discontinue the project, unwilling to squander further time. Initially, I possessed over 10 chapters and more than 20,000 words of manuscript, yet after receiving recommendations, I have only managed to update a single chapter each day since Wednesday. This decision stems from my belief that the subsequent plot holds significant creative potential, which I wish to reserve for my next book, rather than allowing it to languish here. Ultimately, persisting in this narrative seems futile. To provide my editor with a satisfactory conclusion, I must complete today's and tomorrow's updates. Otherwise, a disruption during the recommendation period would place him in an awkward position. My sincerest apologies to editor Tianqi. Today's chapter serves merely as a placeholder. While I will publish the final chapter tomorrow, this concluding chapter is dedicated to the fervent fans of Game of Thrones. It will be released on my WeChat public account, Lonely Peak Without a Path, as an essay analyzing the series dialogue, which ardent fans may find intriguing. To my friends who have chosen to follow me, I am grateful for your companionship and comments. I look forward to our next book together. On the evening of August 19th, 201983, I penned an analysis of the dialogue from Game of Thrones. My initial encounter with Game of Thrones occurred during its 3rd season, yet I succumbed to defeat after only 2 or 3 episodes. This was largely due to my unfamiliarity with the dark, subdued cinematography, having been accustomed to brighter visuals. The director's commitment to authenticity in recreating a medieval atmosphere resulted in minimal lighting enhancement. The depiction of costumes, artifacts, combat, and environments appeared laborious, particularly in dimly lit scenes during twilight and night, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, the absence of slow-motion sequences throughout the action made it challenging to grasp the intricate details, instilling a sense of helplessness. This unsatisfactory experience led me to abandon the series. However, as the 7th season approached, I recalled the myriad of glowing reviews, which were overwhelmingly laudatory and penned by numerous scholars and elites. Notably, Professor Su Zedong from the Chinese department at Hong Kong, a passionate fan, was particularly memorable. His attire was adorned with Game of Thrones motifs, suggesting a singular devotion to this series throughout his life. I had never encountered a distinguished scholar who held a commercial television series in such high esteem. This ignited my curiosity, prompting me to intermittently resume watching the show. After completing the 3rd season, I finally acclimated to its style, leading to an insatiable desire to continue viewing. On one occasion, I could not resist the allure. Binge-watching for 2 continuous days and nights, yet still yearning for more. Upon finishing the series, I found myself utterly captivated, believing that I could only rely on it to fulfill my cinematic cravings. Not long after, I succumbed to the temptation to re-watch it in its entirety. experiencing the same fervor and exhilaration as during my initial viewing. Having meticulously revised this article, I have viewed it a total of 5 times, with the third and fourth instances being consecutive. In my final viewing, to thoroughly grasp the structure and nuances of the series, I took detailed notes summarizing the plot of each scene across all episodes. With 7 seasons and 67 episodes, the total word count reaches an impressive 146,164 words. Only the 8th season remains, consisting of 6 episodes. And while I acknowledge that my analysis may not be exhaustive, I find myself reluctant to continue. To others, this endeavor may seem trivial, yet I pursued it out of passion. I believe that aside from the writers of Game of Thrones, few individuals engage in such meticulous efforts, primarily because it appears to lack significance and incurs a considerable time investment, approximately a month and a half of continuous work to achieve this. I scrutinized each line of dialogue, reading it 5 times, and I am confident that few exhibit such diligence. I have always held the belief that when one commits to a task, the significance of that endeavor will naturally manifest when needed. Indeed, this has proven to be true. As a writer, this experience of dissecting the narrative akin to a master butcher has afforded me a clearer understanding of how a script is constructed for television. This can be considered an unexpected gain. Now, returning to the main subject, the magnificent series Game of Thrones captivates countless viewers worldwide. Numerous scholarly articles have analyzed its appeal, and I shall refrain from reiterating those points, instead focusing on what I deem the most remarkable lines of dialogue. Context of the dialogue. After Daenerys Targaryen bravely reclaimed her young dragons from the clutches of the warlock, she was aware that her offspring could now breathe fire, which instilled her with newfound confidence. Leading her followers, she confronted the corpulent spice merchant, compelling him to unlock the treasure vault with the key around his neck, a clear act of coercion. Upon opening the supposedly impenetrable vault, everyone was taken aback to find it utterly barren. There were no treasures to be found. The merchant had been duped. Ser Jorah Mormont sighed and remarked, "All of it is a lie." Daenerys, momentarily taken aback, replied, "No, I find it quite real." This seemingly simple statement encapsulates the essence of life. While lies may be fabrications, the consequences they evoke are undeniably real. It is the very belief in these falsehoods that ultimately leads to one's own detriment, or rather, it is the lies that steer the course of real events. Many aspects of life stem from our self-deceptive ideals. When these imaginings fail to materialize in reality, they become illusory and untrustworthy. To believe in the promises of others, one must possess absolute assurance to exert control over them, compelling them to fulfill their commitments even in moments of regret. Previously, Daenerys believed her noble lineage, beauty, intelligence, and the emerging power of her dragons constituted a limitless reservoir of potential. Although her current influence was minimal, she viewed herself as a high-value investment. Yet, the reality was stark. Others were pragmatic, primarily concerned with her present attributes. For instance, her beauty held little interest for those with wealth and power regarding her future prospects. Apart from seeking to extract what they can from her, they show little concern for her capability to seize the Iron Throne. When the Mother of Dragons beheld the empty treasury and realized that her traitorous handmaiden had betrayed her, an epiphany struck her. Nearly all promises made to her were mere fabrications. Even those that bore sincerity had become meaningless due to the shifting tides of circumstance. When aspirations remain unfulfilled, even the most genuine of commitments resemble lies. Those grand deceptions imparted a vital lesson. When one lacks power, one should never place faith in the promises of others. It is not that others seek to deceive you, but rather that you lack the strength to dissuade them from doing so. Lies are eternally aimed at the weak. Yet, the reality is that everyone harbors a need for falsehoods, even those who perpetuate them. Thus, she comprehended the pragmatic necessity of lies, and with poise, employed deceit to amass an army of 8,000 when acquiring the Unsullied. Once one grasps the essence underlying deception, it becomes evident that all lies are products born from the demands of reality, not merely words meant to mislead. As background to the dialogue, when Stannis arrived at King's Landing with his fleet, the sight of soldiers densely arrayed upon the battlements took everyone by surprise. Davos's son, brimming with enthusiasm, declared to his father that the people within the city, having suffered under the king's tyranny, would undoubtedly welcome them. Upon their assault, the defenders would surely surrender. Davos replied gravely, stating that no one had ever successfully besieged King's Landing. In the eyes of the guards, they were not heroes, but invaders attempting to conquer their city. This old man embodies the quintessential thought process of empathy. Though lacking formal education, he possesses profound insight into human nature, consistently pinpointing the crux of matters and perceiving the opposite side of situations. One of the most frequently heard phrases today is empathy, which sounds easily comprehensible. Yet when it comes to actualizing it in practice, not everyone is capable. The most perplexing aspect is its disguise in various forms. It does not solely pertain to interpersonal understanding, but extends to relationships between individuals and groups, individuals and environments, individuals and objects, and even individuals and the world. While they may appear different on the surface, their essence remains the same. For instance, a few days ago, the renowned actress Chen urged the public to recognize the marginalization of middle-aged actors, deeming it unjust. She advocated for societal resources to not be exclusively allocated to younger performers, emphasizing that middle-aged actors also deserve public attention and ample opportunities for performance. This sentiment resonates indeed. Currently, the majority of entertainment resources are directed towards younger actors, leaving middle-aged artists with scant opportunities to play leading roles, relegating many to supporting positions. However, if she were the 20-year-old Chen seated in the audience today, one might ponder how she would feel. Even if she refrained from vocalizing it, her inner thoughts might counter the narrative. Chen too experienced youth. She garnered attention in her younger years and ascended to stardom, leveraging her youthful capital to reach her current status. Now, as she faces the realities of middle age, feeling wronged, perhaps a shift in perspective would alleviate some of her discontent. You see, everyone comprehends the concept of empathy, yet when the circumstances transform, confusion ensues. The besiegers believe that the inhabitants of King's Landing are enduring a life of profound misery and undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for the reign of the current king, Joffrey, convinced that no one would genuinely serve him. However, they are oblivious to the fact that this is merely their perception, due to the ruler's propaganda. The defenders receive the message: should the enemy breach the capital, your possessions will be plundered, and your women will be violated. This illustrates a misalignment of information. When faced with the potential loss of wealth and women, the suffering and hardship seem more tolerable. The besiegers' misguided sense of justice is perceived by the defenders as occupation and plunder. This poignant line encapsulates the psychological expectations of both sides with remarkable precision. It is succinct and profoundly enlightening. Few other phrases can articulate this sentiment as effectively and resonate so deeply. Contextual background. This moment occurs during a conversation between Cersei and Sansa, revealing the depth of Cersei's understanding of love. The more individuals one loves, the more vulnerable one becomes, for their sake. One may act against one's better judgment and engage in foolish acts for their happiness and safety. Conversely, those who exhibit cruelty and inflict harm upon others often do so because they have too few loved ones to care for. When one loves many, one must safeguard that love, necessitating constant effort and sacrifice, often at the cost of personal well-being. Yet, in the end, such efforts are frequently overlooked or trampled upon, leaving the individual with the deepest wounds. Once Cersei lost all her love, she shed her concerns and vulnerabilities, thus becoming formidable. Love resembles energy. Each ounce released diminishes one's own reserves, rendering one increasingly defenseless. While this notion is not universally applicable, it holds significant validity in certain contexts. The adage kindness does not command armies, and righteousness does not govern wealth underscores the necessity of detaching emotions from decision-making, a principle that resonates with many who have attained success in reality. Contextual background. Following Bran's transformation into the three-eyed raven, he returns to Winterfell from beyond the wall, coincidentally encountering Littlefinger. During their conversation, Littlefinger laments the chaotic state of affairs and the struggle for survival. Bran, gazing at Littlefinger, calmly asserts, "Chaos is a ladder." While this may be difficult for others to comprehend, for the cunning and manipulative Littlefinger, the profundity of this statement is all too clear. He gazes intently at Bran, his facial muscles betraying his agitation. This line is among the finest expressions regarding the machinations of power struggles that I have encountered. With an economy of words, it vividly encapsulates the opportunities for gaining fame and fortune amid turmoil, revealing the underlying principles and essence of such circumstances. It is succinct, easily understood, and piercingly incisive, a true marvel of expression. This brings to mind the notion that while resolving a complex issue is indeed challenging, it is precisely the difficulty that renders it an opportunity. This statement bears significant resemblance to the aforementioned one. Imagine a time or environment devoid of chaos. How many opportunities would those born into humble beginnings, yearning for ascendancy, truly possess? If all matters were easily resolved, how could heroes ever emerge? In epochs marked by dynastic transitions, the nation often found itself in turmoil. And it was under such circumstances that many from the grassroots attained remarkable advancements in power and wealth. It is precisely this chaos that enabled capable individuals, lacking influential backgrounds, to dismantle the barriers of class and overturn hierarchical constraints, simultaneously propelling social innovation and progress. In contemporary society, where stability prevails and laws are stringently enforced, the aspirations of those at the lower echelons to ascend to the highest echelons and acquire great wealth seem almost negligible, leading to widespread lamentations regarding the rigidity of social strata and the diminishing prospects for the impoverished to produce distinguished offspring. While this assertion may not be entirely accurate, it does possess a degree of empirical validity. In the wake of our nation's reform and opening up, various industries were in a state of disarray. It was precisely because of the abundant opportunities for growth during that tumultuous period that immense prospects were afforded to everyone. Numerous individuals from humble origins emerged, many of whom have become paragons within their respective fields. In a stable era, how many chances would there be to achieve monumental success, whether in narratives or in reality? For many, chaos serves as an innumerable ladder to ascend. In tranquil times, such ladders are seldom readily available to anyone. Contextually, during the pivotal moment when Peter Baelish seized the opportunity of Joffrey's demise to escort Sansa to the Eyrie, he urged her to don a hood to avoid recognition, to which Sansa replied that they were nearing her aunt's domain and deemed it unnecessary. Peter remarked, "Do you know what story the impoverished cherish the most? It is invariably the tale of the unattainable wealthy maiden." This statement encapsulates a widely circulated thematic narrative, especially among the laboring class. There exists a propensity to discuss the lives of the exalted aristocracy, for such elevated existence is foreign yet aspirational, a dream they tirelessly pursue. This not only symbolizes affluence but also embodies honor, shrouded in mystery and allure for the impoverished. Consequently, the romantic tales of princes and Cinderellas, and the loves of figures such as Cui Yingying and Zhang Xing, Shui Rongui and Wang Baochai continue to thrive. Despite the variance in characters, settings, and events, the form and essence remain eternally unchanged. In modernity, these narratives have evolved into tales of the underdog triumphing over the goddess and impoverished maidens marrying into affluence. It seems that these stories will always find an audience, timeless, yet simply cloaked in new guises. Furthermore, a recurring and poignant refrain throughout the narrative is "Winter is coming." This phrase carries profound implications and has become a popular internet catchphrase. The underlying context of this phrase merits exploration as well. According to the story's framework, the characters inhabit a world governed by their own calendar, akin to our lunar calendar, with specific times corresponding to distinct seasonal markers. As the winter solstice approaches, the chill intensifies, while the summer solstice heralds an increasingly sweltering heat. The phrase "winter is coming" signifies a particularly unique period in their calendar. Upon reaching this temporal juncture, the harshness of winter may linger for a year, a decade, or perhaps even longer. The duration of this season remains uncertain. With this context in mind, one can comprehend Stannis' urgency to seize King's Landing. For once winter descends, all pursuits become futile. The focus shifts solely to enduring the cold, leaving little room for conflict or resources to wage war. Though this season is fictitious, it draws inspiration from reality, mimicking the phenomena of polar day and polar night at the Arctic and Antarctic circles. Within these circles, half of the year endures perpetual daylight, where the sun never sets, while the other half is enveloped in an eternal night. When the Arctic experiences polar day, the Antarctic simultaneously endures polar night. To put it plainly, for 6 months, the Arctic basks in brilliant sunlight, while the Antarctic is shrouded in darkness, a cyclical pattern that remains unchanged. Even the most absurd television dramas are not devoid of grounding in reality. They often contain elements rooted in fact, echoing the notion that art derives from life, yet transcends it. This captivating series encompasses numerous characters, scenes, and events, employing a frequent montage technique, concurrent events unfolding in the same time frame, which can leave many viewers in a state of bewilderment, thus rendering it intellectually demanding. Without fully immersing oneself in the narrative and viewing it multiple times, grasping the intricacies of the story may prove challenging. Many dialogues within this narrative offer profound insights into human nature and the essence of existence, warranting our careful contemplation. Understanding these elements can significantly enhance our perception and awareness.